Chapter 1. The Cataclysm of a Million Years, the first beast god of Douluo. This is the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the Douluo continent, the Stardow Forest. In the heart of this forest lies a sanctuary, a realm that seems serene with its emerald branches and mirror-like lakes, yet conceals unfathomable dangers and terrors. This is a forbidden area. For humans, only those soul beasts with a cultivation of 100,000 years are deemed worthy to tread here. This moment. A young man clad in green stands upon the surface of the lake, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward. In the distance, a 10-meter-long azure bull python remains utterly silent, coiling its massive body, its enormous eyes filled with reverence. The titan giant ape, towering like a mountain, kneels gracefully, resembling a humble worshiper before sovereign. They are acutely aware of the formidable presence before them. For a million years, he has been indisputably recognized as the foremost beast god among humans. The young man, known as Luo Yu, looks up at the sky, his eyes tranquil and depthless, slowly shaking his head. The heavens are finally about to change. Luo Yu, is your cataclysm of a million-year ferocious beast approaching? A silver portal materializes beside Luo Yu, and a pair of immaculate, jade-like feet emerge, followed by long, graceful legs, revealing a captivating figure. It is a maiden with silvery hair and violet eyes. She possesses an ethereal beauty that takes one's breath away, her silver tresses cascading to her ankles, with long, curled eyelashes framing her pallid, delicate visage, exuding an enchanting allure that evokes a sense of longing. Luo Yu turns, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Gu Yue Na, what brings you here? The maiden's clear, beautiful violet eyes flash with displeasure as she pouts. Luo Yu, how many times must I reiterate? Call me Na. Do not address me directly by my name. Luo Yu chuckles in surprise. Surely that would not be appropriate after all. You are the sovereign of soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King. How could I dare overstep? Gu Yue Na huffs. What is it that you of all people would not dare? Spare me the pretense. Last time I was bathing, who was it that? Luo Yu's lips twitch. That was an accident. Who could have known you were coincidentally bathing there? Gu Yue Na shoots him a pointed glare, her voice laced with reproach. I distinctly remember setting up a barrier before my bath. Dear lady, let's not dwell on that. Look over there at those two, trembling in fear. Luo Yu gestures toward the lakeside. The azure bull python and the titan giant ape, both formidable soul beasts of 100,000 years, quiver in terror, their wide eyes filled with dread, unable to flee or listen, fearing that knowing too much might lead to their demise, their hearts crying out in silent despair. Gu Yue Na, facing the two, exhibits no mercy. Her gaze is piercing, her words like ice. You too. The two overlords of the soul beast realm, terrified to their core, plead with sorrowful faces. Great sovereign, we have heard nothing at all. Depart. Thank you, great sovereign, for your mercy. The two soul beasts, feeling as if a great pardon has been bestowed upon them, scurry away, disregarding their dignity, trampling through the underbrush in their frantic escape. TSK, might you be a tad too fierce? Luo Yu remarks with a chuckle, arms crossed. The chill gradually dissipates from Gu Yue Na's expression, her lips curling into a slight smirk. Not everyone is worthy of my gentleness. You're the only scoundrel in this world. Who is? Observing the haughty demeanor of a young girl beside him, Luo Yu felt an irreverent impulse, a desire to seize her delicate lips and kiss them fervently. You harbor ulterior motives, wicked intentions. Gu Yue Na's violet eyes suddenly sharpened with acuity. I do not. Indeed, you do. Gu Yue Na scoffed coldly. With my mental prowess, your every movement cannot escape my perception. If you were so formidable, then why was it that I lingered so long while you were bathing before being discovered? Did you intentionally allow me to enter? Luo Yu questioned, his expression rife with skepticism. That's preposterous. Gu Yue Na's fair complexion flushed with a hint of crimson, her gaze evasive as she replied, how could one of my stature engage in such base acts? Precisely, what malice could little Na possibly possess? Luo Yu teased with a smile. How dare you? You even jest about the Silver Dragon King. Gu Yue Na furrowed her brows, raising her small fist to deliver a playful assault on the man's shoulder. Enough. Let us cease this frivolity. Luo Yu pointed skyward. What was destined has finally arrived. Gu Yue Na's expression stiffened, as if a realization dawned upon her. Her movements halted, and she gazed upward at the heavens. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. The previously radiant, sunlit canopy of the forest was abruptly shrouded by ominous clouds. All light was eclipsed, plunging the vast expanse into a somber gloom, with lightning coursing through the clouds, a terrifying crimson hue that emitted a destructive radiance. Gu Yu Na gazed at the menacing lightning within the clouds, her voice trembling as she uttered, Luo Yu, you will be all right during this final tribulation, won't you? Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Gu Yu Na stammering her words. I am inquiring about you. Gu Yu Na's voice quivered, her beautiful eyes reflecting deep concern. Faced with the girl who was aloof to others yet so intimately affectionate with him, Luo Yu found himself in a reverie, recalling the myriad of events that had transpired. In truth, he was not originally from Douluo, having traversed from Earth, the duration of his stay in this realm now a blur. Regrettably, he had not crossed over as an adult. Fortunately, he had become the most powerful fated spirit beast, the imperial beast, the three-eyed golden lion. His extraordinary talents aside, the soul beasts accompanying him also benefited from his presence, their cultivation enhancing alongside him, thus rendering him devoid of natural adversaries. It could be said that he had navigated these years with relative ease. Moreover, drawing on his human experience to interact with the naive Gu Yu Na was akin to a fish thriving in water. They quickly formed a harmonious bond, and she found him quite intriguing. However, to prepare for the impending cataclysm of the heavenly tribulation, Luo Yu devoted nearly all his time to relentless cultivation, never daring to slacken his efforts, scarcely ever leaving the Douluo forest. Yet, having arrived in the Douluo realm well in advance, he had undoubtedly averted several tragedies. For instance, he had ventured out a few years prior, rescuing the Empress Bibi Dong from her confinement, earning her favor, and directly vanquishing the vile Qian Sunji. Additionally, he had once liberated the gentle and graceful mother of Xiao Wu from the clutches of the spirit hall. He still vividly recalled the grateful gaze of that mature woman, which left him feeling indebted. To be candid, a mature woman, akin to a ripened peach, held a certain allure. However, he is a serious man, and cultivation is of utmost importance. Boom! A thunderclap reverberated, jolting Luo Yu back to reality. Gu Yu Na, with her delicate lips pursed, gazed at him with concern. Luo Yu, do you have confidence? What does it matter whether I have confidence or not? Face the challenge. As it comes, barriers will be overcome. Observing the man's nonchalance, Gu Yu Na bit her moist, supple lips, her fists clenching silently. Luo Yu took her small hand, gently loosening her fingers, and smiled reassuringly. Do not be anxious, it is merely a minor heavenly tribulation. I am confident I can conquer it. Gu Yu Na shook her head repeatedly, as if recalling something, her eyes flashing with intensity. The divine realm is devoid of virtue and has no intention of allowing soul beasts to ascend. This million-year beast god tribulation will not be easily endured. Luo Yu smiled indifferently, raising his gaze to the heavens. His stature stood tall like an unparalleled divine spear, his eyes shimmering with divine light, black hair swirling wildly in the tempestuous winds of the tribulation. We are not new to the divine realm's absurdities. Do they wish to challenge me? Let them come. I fear them, not I. In that moment, the extraordinary beauty and the man exchanged glances, their hira cascade of black and silver dancing in the wind, their eyes locking as they beheld the man's magnificent posture. That Gu Yu Na's violet eyes flickered with an unusual brilliance. Boom! Countless blood-red thunder dragons roiled in the sky, as if heralding the end of the world. The atmosphere was thick with oppression, and within the forest, a million soul beasts cowered on the ground, trembling with fear. Luo Yu turned and ascended into the air, bellowing, "This tribulation comes from me. All beasts remain at ease. Do not panic." His resounding voice echoed across 100 miles, and in that moment, the anxious million soul beasts inexplicably calmed. They all gazed at the man, who appeared small compared to the heavenly tribulation, yet loomed large in their hearts. Watching Luo Yu boldly confront the heavenly tribulation, Gu Yu Na shouted, "Luo Yu, how confident are you in overcoming this tribulation?" The man gazed at the sky swirl, destroying blood-red thunder dragons, glancing back with a playful smirk. "In truth, my confidence is not very high." Gu Yu Na's beauty faltered. "It's merely a matter of certainty. Are you out of your mind? Is this really the time for jokes?" Gu Yu Na stamped her foot in frustration. Luo Yu retracted his playful demeanor, his expression turning solemn. "Just watch. What I aim to accomplish today is not merely to endure the tribulation, but to defy this firmament." Gu Yu Na was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes flashing with doubt, but upon hearing his words, her spirit trembled. In that instant, she began to understand why her usually frigid self was willing to smile at this man. It was because he displayed an utter lack of reverence for the divine realm. And she, indeed, harbored a deep-seated hatred for the divine realm's denial of life to soul beasts, imposing tribulations upon them. However, gazing at the ominous thunderclouds above, capable of annihilating even deities, Gu Yu Na felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. While she acknowledged that the man had appeared incredibly formidable just moments ago, facing such a tribulation, it must be said that his million years of cultivation might be akin to an ant attempting to stop a chariot. This reckless man, surely he is not jesting in his final moments, is he? Gu Yu Na's lips began to pale. The tribulation was already a perilous endeavor, and annihilating thunderclouds left no room for survival. And oh, no matter what, I shall save him, even if the divine realm discovers it. I will rescue him. Gu Yu Na bit her lip, resolutely determined, as radiant colors enveloped her, gathering energy with fervor. Foolishman, if you truly feel hopeless, do not force yourself, you still have me. It was not only Gu Yu Na who lacked confidence facing such a cataclysmic thunder tribulation. Despair flickered in the eyes of all soul beasts. For them, perhaps succeeding in the tribulation was an unattainable dream, as the divine realm offered no opportunity. The Titan giant ape nudged the azure bull python. Brother, can the beast god overturn this thundercloud? Are you foolish? Can't you see how ferocious this thundercloud is? It offers no chance for survival. The azure bull python slapped its tail against the Titan's head, lamenting, with the strength of a single beast, it is already difficult to survive. How can we contend against the heavens? The beast god may well fail, yet we should encourage one another with this noble spirit. Roar! A magnificent golden light radiated through the heavens, and a colossal phantom of a divine beast emerged, scales and claws soaring, engulfed in flames, exuding an earth-shattering might. Rather than waiting for the thunder tribulation to descend, it boldly charged toward the storm clouds with unparalleled ferocity. What the hell? The beast god is so audacious. The azure bull python was taken aback. Normally during a tribulation, one should be cautious, bracing for each strike as the thunder descended. Yet this beast god charged straight into battle. At that very moment, Gu Yu Na's desperate cries pierced the air. Luo Yu, are you insane? What are you trying to do? Self-igniting your soul, or are you willing to forsake your million years of cultivation? Collapse! The 1,000-foot-tall, golden phantom of the beast surged into the vast tribulation clouds, its aura far more frenzied than the blood-red lightning. In the next instant, dawn broke. The thunder tribulation vanished, the sky cleared, and a vast expanse of blue emerged, with brilliance once again illuminating the stars. We did it! Truly, we triumphed. The beast god has achieved it. The Titan giant ape was filled with fervor. Fool! Silence yourself. The azure bull python struck down the Titan. Enraged, can't you see the beast god burning his soul core, sacrificing his life to strike at the thundercloud? Huh? The Titan was momentarily stunned, his expression frozen, lost in thought. Could it be? Has the beast god truly perished? Gu Yu Na floated in the air, searching incessantly, her eyes shimmering with tears, her purple gaze bewildered, staring blankly at all that transpired. Gradually, she clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh, gazing up at the sky. Blood trickled from her bitten lips, and a cold voice emerged. The divine realm slaughters my kin, and now destroys my dear friend. I shall not coexist with you. With a sorrowful expression, filled with deep lament, she continued, You foolish man, if you are in need, do seek help, I will surely assist you. To show off, you have put yourself in peril, you scoundrel. Who is the scoundrel? Luo Yu. Who is speaking? Gu Yu Na instinctively replied, suddenly turning her head, only to discover an ethereal golden lotus with 24 petals floating in the void beside her. The golden lotus shimmered like exquisite ruby and agate, radiating an extraordinary divine aura. Wait! Gu Yu Na's pupils constricted. Under observation, the lotus emanated an increasing aura of mystery and sanctity, brimming with boundless vitality. Within it resonated the powerful rhythm of a heartbeat, a sight unlike anything she had ever witnessed. What treasure is this? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Gu Yu Na's eyes. At that moment, an irritable voice emanated from within the 24th grade golden lotus. Xiao Na Na, do enlighten me on what it means to feign ignorance and lose one's self. Luo Yu, are you inside? What in the world is this? What is happening? Gu Yu Na, with an unintentional gesture, brushed the corner of her eye, gazing at the lotus in astonishment. She prodded it with her finger. It was neither gold nor iron, but remarkably solid, composed of an unprecedented material. First, take me back to the cave abode, nurture me well, and I shall explain everything once we arrive. Luo Yu, preoccupied with the myriad sounds echoing in his mind, had little inclination to converse. Ding. Congratulations, host, for finally transforming into a corporeal form. The binding of the goddess captivation system has officially commenced. Ding. System binding successful. Ding. The host may enhance the goddess favor through strength to receive divine rewards. Task objectives are being established. Chapter 2. Forging the mightiest divine body. The embrace of the gentle boned rabbit. Task objective successfully locked. Spirit Hall. Hope Bibi Dong. By successfully courting the Empress Bibi Dong, one shall receive the true beast martial soul of the world. Current task progress. 0. Luo Yu, upon hearing the system's notification, felt no surprise. He had awaited this day for an extensive period. In truth, he had known of his system long ago, albeit it was rather unscrupulous, requiring a human body for binding to that time. His cultivation had already reached 300,000 years despite his envy of the system. He had no opportunity to transform, merely awaiting the monumental milestone of 1 million years. While other fierce beasts aspire to transcend and become divine, he held disdain for ascension. Did not becoming a deity merely equate to being a lowly existence in the divine realm? Furthermore, the divine realm discriminated against soul beasts, making it a challenging place to thrive. Thus, he had long since planned to seize this fortuitous opportunity to assume a corporeal form. This 24th grade sacred golden lotus was a gift from the system, a treasure to assist in his transformation, aptly named the tribulation golden lotus. Upon reaching 1 million years of cultivation, activating the lotus during the most formidable thunder tribulation would preserve his true spirit, converting the power of the tribulation and his million-year cultivation into nourishment for the lotus. This would cultivate the most perfect body in existence. While others possessed mere mortal flesh, he would forge a truly unparalleled divine physique. Such an opportunity was unprecedented in the Douluo continent. That it is hard to fathom the cultivation talent that such a divine body would possess. To be candid, Luo Yu himself was quite eager. Although the innate talent of the three-eyed golden lion was remarkable, even so, upon ascending to the divine realm, he would likely be relegated to a target for bullying. Did one not observe how formidable Gu Yue Na was? Yet she too remained concealed among mortals. The divine body and system were the robust foundations for the ascendance of a transmigrator. Moreover, it was time to relish the beauty of the mortal realm. To engage in romance, to embrace love, to spar with Tang San. Was that not a delightful pursuit? After traversing through time for so long, laboring daily for transcendence had become an exhausting endeavor. He cast a glance at the task panel within his consciousness. The objective was to captivate the Supreme Pope. Alas, this endeavor presents an insurmountable challenge for most. However, for him, the difficulty is not nearly as exaggerated, as he has previously encountered such trials. What, pray tell, is this true supreme beast martial soul? Could it possibly surpass the blue lightning tyrant dragon in magnificence? It must surely be a divine grade martial soul, otherwise it would be utterly unimpressive, he mused. In the core region of the Stardow forest, beneath a serene lake, lies a hidden paradise. This is the sanctuary of Gu Yue Na. The decor is rather unpretentious, featuring a grand jade bed, accompanied by a round table intricately carved from emerald and agate. At the heart of the room, a square pond emanates ethereal mist, suffused with the essence of heaven and earth. The 24th grade golden lotus, created by Luo Yu, was placed among them, receiving the nourishment of the spiritual liquid. You're lucky, these spiritual liquids are all my treasures. Now, can you explain to me what exactly is going on? Gu Yue Na sat beside, resting her elbows on the table, her hands supporting her chin. Her purple eyes filled with confusion as she blinked. Luo Yu gave a concise explanation, not intending to reveal the matters of the system. Not wanting to ascend, he chose to transform and rebuild. And this golden lotus is the treasure that can help him transform and be reborn. Gu Yue Na scolded, "Are you stupid? You clearly could succeed in the tribulation, so why provoke the tribulation cloud like that?" Luo Yu did not respond. "Do you know that if you successfully survive the tribulation, you'll have made it and become a god?" Gu Yue Na said with a pained expression, looking like she couldn't bear to see her failure. "What's so good about becoming a god?" Luo Yu replied in a muffled voice. "Becoming a god means you can ascend to the divine realm. You can have an endless lifespan." Gu Yue Na raised her delicate fingers, listing the benefits with a fierce expression that was incredibly cute, resembling a porcelain doll full of grace. "Yes, the divine realm has everything, but the divine realm doesn't have you." A faint voice echoed in the boudoir. Gu Yue Na immediately stood frozen in place, her purple eyes shimmering with countless glimmers. What did you just say?" The girl's voice trembled slightly. "It's nothing." Gu Yue Na's expression was complex, a hint of tenderness flashing across her face, but quickly faded away. "Then why on earth do you want to poke the tribulation clouds and seek death?" Luo Yu retorted. "So, why blow it up? Are you happy?" Gu Yue Na's emotions, which she had just suppressed, began to surge uncontrollably. Her heart trembled, her delicate body started to quiver, and her beautiful eyes flickered with waves of emotion, unable to maintain her composure and coldness. A million years of cultivation destroyed in an instant. I only ask you, is it worth it? Why don't you ask me if I regret it? Do you regret it? Gu Yue Na subconsciously inquired, as she no longer possessed the calm demeanor of a dragon king. No regrets. In that moment, the tranquility in Gu Yue Na's heart was completely shattered, and she was about to speak. Ha ha! Luo Yu's hearty laughter echoed from within the golden lotus. What are you laughing at? The atmosphere was disrupted, and Gu Yue Na furrowed her beautiful brows, tucking her messy silver hair behind her ears. Silly girl, I was just teasing you. I had my reasons for transforming. Oh, so you were playing me. Gu Yue Na's eyes seemed ready to spit fire. Luo Yu teased, speaking of which, did you just feel like you fell in love with me for a moment? Gu Yue Na, don't understand human emotions. Falling in love with someone else? That's impossible in this lifetime. That's good. I was really afraid you would fall in love with me. If I end up liking another girl, you might chop me up with an axe, Luo Yu said with relief. Don't be so self-important. How could this queen possibly like you? Right? I'm not worthy of you. Gu Yue Na replied angrily, her mouth forming the word bastard faintly. In the end, everything turned into a cold snort, seemingly dismissive. But there was a different sparkle deep in her eyes. Luo Yu sighed secretly. His system was destined to conquer the girls of Douluo. He didn't dislike it. But with Gu Yue Na's domineering personality, if they were together, any time he dared to flirt with other women in the future, he might end up with a knife in his back. Sorry, Xiao Na, but I promise you, on the day I become a deity, I will stand up for your soul beast clan, kill my way to the divine realm, and bring back justice. Luo Yu secretly vowed. In fact, there was one thing Luo Yu didn't quite know. The dragon clan had no concept of monogamy. 3 days later, the spiritual liquid in the pool completely disappeared, and the 24th grade golden lotus spun rapidly, radiating beams of golden light, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy from 100 miles away. With a loud bang, golden light burst forth and the lotus bloomed, filling the room with a rich fragrance. Gu Yue Na focused her gaze and almost became entranced. From the blooming golden lotus emerged an ethereal, transcendent youth. He looked about 12 or 13 years old, extraordinarily handsome, with slanted, elegant eyebrows, thin, cool lips, and a pair of deep, captivating black eyes that exuded a wild charm. The most eye-catching was his perfect physique, surrounded by a halo of golden light, with a golden ratio that radiated a special allure with every gesture, as if he possessed a captivating aura that could make young girls fall in love. Compared to his stunning looks, Luo Yu sensed the perfection of this body. All 9 orifices were open, and the 8 extraordinary meridians flowed unobstructed, with strands of golden light swirling through the blood vessels. It was worth noting that Tang San had cultivated the Xiantian art for over 10 years, and only with the help of divine herbs did he barely open the 8 extraordinary meridians. Luo Yu's innate physical talent was at a king level right from the start. Hey, wake up! Luo Yu waved his hand in front of Gu Yue Na. Huh? Gu Yue Na snapped back to reality and instinctively threw a punch. You pervert. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Damn. Ancestor, be gentle. I'm not at my peak. Luo Yu was instantly hit and spat saliva on Gu Yue Na's fair little face, and his whole body flew backward, embedding into the wall. After striking, Gu Yue Na realized the problem. The opponent's cultivation was no longer what it used to be. Her casual strike was terrifying for an ordinary person. She hurried after him. Luo Yu, don't die. Cough, cough. Not dead yet, but if you hit me again, I'll be crippled. Luo Yu covered his chest. Huh? Gu Yue Na was stunned, looking at his chiseled chest, and reached out to touch it. Gu Yue Na? What are you doing? Playing hide and seek? Are you plotting something against me? Luo Yu panicked. Your body has issues. You have issues. Your body is a bit too perfect. Isn't it? Gu Yue Na, disregarding the need to dodge, couldn't help but reach out to touch. Of course, otherwise, I would have been blown up by your punch just now. Luo Yu swatted her jade hand away. You better behave. If you provoke me, I might commit a crime. Gu Yue Na shot him a sidelong glance. Her face instantly flushed, and she quickly turned her back, covering her little face with both hands. Luo Yu was speechless. Was this silly girl slow to react, or was she just making excuses to take advantage of herself? However, he had no clothes to wear right now. Just then, the 24 golden lotus petals in the pond soared up and adhered to Luo Yu's body. What was going on? After the dazzling golden light, the lotus petals vanished without a trace. Luo Yu's black hair was styled up with a golden crown, wearing a deep blue outfit. With a soft jade ribbon and pendants at his waist, and stepping on cloud-like purple gold boots, his already handsome demeanor appeared even more extraordinary. Gu Yue Na had long secretly turned around, her fingers slightly revealing her purple eyes, lost in admiration. Luo Yu, what did you discover? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. You're a little bit handsome, Gu Yue Na said, pinching her pinky finger. Just a little bit, right? Gu Yue Na sincerely exclaimed, with this body of yours. You must be the #1 divine body in the Douluo continent, unmatched by anyone. And your appearance, to be honest, has a strangely extraordinary aura, like poison to women. If you go out, I really don't know how many women will be drawn to you. Luo Yu shook his head in silence. Come on, wake up. It's just a couple of simple sentences, no need to exaggerate. Gu Yue Na had a serious expression. I'm not joking, your body is really a bit special. Cough cough. You speak as if you tried it yourself. Get away, or I'll beat you up. Gu Yue Na showed her pearly white teeth and waved her fist in a threatening manner. Be more serious. Gu Yue Na expressed that she couldn't help it. She always maintained a queenly aloofness with others, but unconsciously turned into a sweet girl when it came to Luo Yu. Nah, I'm going to leave the mountain. You're leaving? Gu Yue Na's expression remained calm, but her eyes trembled slightly. Yes. Where do you plan to go? First stop, the spirit hall. And the second stop? Gu Yue Na asked. Luo Yu shook his head, not having thought it through yet, but it's most likely the Tiando Empire side. He felt that the system's first target was Bibi Dong, and the second one was uncertain. The subsequent targets might focus on Shrek Academy. After some calculations, it was just the initial period of Tang San's development in Douluo. Then you can go. Aren't you going to keep me? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. If you want to leave, can I really keep you? Gu Yue Na snorted softly. You should hurry and go, so I can rest and heal in peace. That sword for the Shura god is too domineering, and I can't recover properly in a short time. Luo Yu nodded and walked towards the door. Gu Yue Na's expression remained calm, but her tightly clenched hands betrayed her. Just as Luo Yu was about to reach the door, he stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn around and said slowly, Nah, don't worry. Whoever bullies you, I'll make them pay. The one who tried to kill you, I'll take their life. Gu Yue Na pouted and said, Stupid man, stop boasting. Do you even know who tried to kill me? That person is a top-tier existence in the divine realm. A ceiling-level existence. Not to mention you. Even at my peak, I couldn't defeat them. Only the dragon god might be able to match them slightly. I don't need you to avenge me. I just want you to be okay. By the end, Gu Yue Na's tone softened, and her eyes sparkled. Luo Yu pushed the door open and walked out. Outside the ajar door, a man's hearty laughter came in, filled with a hint of disdain, along with a touch of rogue and rudeness. Shao Nana, stop being so cryptic, just be honest. Isn't it the Azura God King from the Divine Realm Committee? If someone bullies me, no matter what kind of god he is, I'll smash him like I would with a thunder tribulation. Gu Yue Na's delicate body trembled. A warm current surged in her heart, and while she felt moved, countless doubts arose. He wasn't from the Divine Realm. So how would he know about the Divine Realm Committee? Knowing about the Azura God and still daring to say he would kill him? That's a God King. Gu Yue Na couldn't help but feel a rush of blood and sense the faint injuries in her body. Her face turned pale, and waves of helplessness and fear surged in her heart, until she remembered Luo Yu's parting words. An inexplicable sense of trust emerged in her heart, warming her slightly. He had already left. She whispered to the air, eventually revealing a faint smile, foolishly saying, Stinky man, I will wait for you. As soon as Luo Yu stepped out of the core area, he was stopped by a graceful young woman, dressed in pink, with delicate brows and beautiful eyes. Her skin was as flawless as jade, outshining the snow, exuding an enchanting beauty that seemed almost otherworldly in the forest. When a young woman saw Luo Yu, joy and gratitude flashed in her eyes. She bowed respectfully, her alluring figure nearly causing him to lose his composure. Wu pays respects to her benefactor. What brings you here? Luo Yu asked, puzzled. The woman replied respectfully, My lord has sent me a message, mentioning that you have recultivated. I am ordered to escort you to the human world. There's no need to trouble yourself. Luo Yu waved his hand. It's no trouble at all. It is my honor to take care of my benefactor. If you hadn't helped me back then, I might have perished in the hunting of the Spear Hall. I haven't had the chance to repay you all these years. I hope you can give me this opportunity. Wu blinked her long eyelashes, looking at Luo Yu with teary eyes, her feminine charm evident. I really don't need a bodyguard. Luo Yu refused again. Wu sighed and said, Benefactor, my daughter, Xiao Wu has been in the human world for a long time. As a mother, I am worried, so I would like to follow you to take a look. If I go out with such a beautiful girl like you, I might attract unnecessary trouble. Wu shook her head repeatedly, her body shimmering with pink light, transforming into a cute mini pink rabbit with beautiful patterns on its ears, and directly jumped into Luo Yu's arms. Benefactor, I usually exist as your pet. This shouldn't trouble you, right? I could protect you too. It's a win-win. Luo Yu felt the warmth in his arms and listened to that soft voice, unable to help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What the hell? It's a two-in-one deal, a woman, and a young one at that. Doesn't she know to be a little more reserved? This woman jumped into a man's arms and seemed quite pleased with herself. Is her soul beast really that thick-skinned? You're making it difficult for me. Are you really going to sleep with me too? Benefactor, just treat me like an ordinary soft-boned charm rabbit. Is this something that can just be taken for granted? The image of the woman's long, beautiful legs and graceful figure flashed in his mind, and Luo Yu was immediately speechless, feeling strange and not quite used to it. Unable to refuse her enthusiasm, he ultimately had no choice but to reluctantly accept this clingy little one, this clingy, soft-boned rabbit. Luo Yu set off on his journey. Along the way, a question flashed through his mind. The soft-boned enchanting rabbit, is it really enchanting? Is its bone truly soft? With a spirit of scientific exploration, Luo Yu inexplicably reached out to touch the soft pink rabbit fur. It's really nice. The feel of it is unmatched. I love it. I love it. Luo Yu has no bad intentions. He truly sees the rabbit as just a rabbit, just like petting a cat. He just hasn't noticed that the soft-boned enchantment rabbit hasn't made a sound, and its pink eyes are almost about to drip with water. After half a day, they finally arrived at the Spear Hall. Luo Yu gazed at the magnificent palace within the tall city, its golden and resplendent architecture. He chuckled softly, wondering if that woman still remembered him. Chapter 3. The stunning appearance causes a stir. Gu Yue Na approaches Wuhuan City, the most prosperous city in Douluo continent. Is the headquarters of the first power, the Wuhuan Hall. The residents bustling through the streets looked up at the towering and grand buildings in the center of the city with awe and reverence. Only one young figure stood out from the crowd, his ethereal demeanor setting him apart. Not only did his handsome face resemble that of a celestial being, but his deep, starlight black eyes were also enchanting. Around him, people of all ages, regardless of gender, were inevitably drawn to the young man's presence. TSK. This unparalleled aura must be from some noble family's young master out for a stroll. Obviously, with looks and charm like this, he probably surpasses the young masters of the 7 major sections. Hey, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. The young masters from prominent families are not someone we can discuss, a man sighed enviously while looking at Luo Yu. Naturally, there were also girls chattering nearby. A pure-hearted girl tugged at her friend's sleeve, urging, you have to look over there. There's a really handsome guy. Her friend remained still, teasingly scolding. You silly girl, you get all starry-eyed just seeing any man on the street. How can you be so unreserved? There are only rough men here. Whereas the handsome guy. But this girl stared blankly at Luo Yu, her mouth slightly open. He's really so handsome, my heart is racing. Hey, your expression is too exaggerated. Her friend laughed and scolded. You're really hopeless. I think you're just infatuated. As they spoke, her friend followed the girl's gaze. Her casual demeanor suddenly tightening, her lips slightly parted. When the girl noticed the silence beside her, she turned to her friend with a look of disdain. Woman, weren't you just saying I was infatuated? Please put away that lovesick expression on your face. I'm not, I didn't her friend vehemently denied. But her gaze remained fixed on the man. The girl scoffed. Some people really get slapped in the face. In public, staring at the man, you're practically drooling. How embarrassing. Her friend lightly spat. You little brat, don't say that. I think it's you who has lost your composure. Not only have you lost it, but you also ugh. You little brat, are you starting to daydream about that handsome brother now? Their quiet bickering made the girls passing by blush, secretly cursing the two for being so unreserved. The sisters thought to themselves, keep it in your heart. Don't say it out loud. It's so embarrassing. When they looked at Luo Yu, their cheeks were slightly red as well, feeling that this man was not just handsome, but also possessed an inexplicable charm that made them want to explore further. Hey, handsome young man, is this your first time in Wuhuan City? Luo Yu was walking towards the Pope's palace when he was suddenly stopped by a young girl. The girl who approached him was wearing an extravagant golden long dress, with a devilishly enchanting figure that was curvaceous. Her long, beautiful legs were slender and smooth, and her delicate features resembled those of a fairy, emanating a hint of purity mixed with a seductive aura. Her pink eyes seemed to captivate the hearts of those who looked into them. Countless men around were secretly watching the girl, drooling yet fearful, not daring to approach her. Luo Yu rubbed the soft fur on the back of the charming rabbit's neck with a big hand, sizing up the girl blocking his way. With her short golden hair and long, fair legs, she truly looked both beautiful and stylish, definitely a goddess in the eyes of others, as evidenced by the countless hungry, wolf-like gazes around. However, what did she want with him? He raised his eyes and asked, "Do you need something?" Hulaina's smile froze. As the saintess of the spirit hall, with unparalleled talent, she had never taken the initiative to approach a boy before. Today, while out for fun, she unconsciously found herself attracted to Luo Yu. Logically, she shouldn't have felt this way. There were plenty of handsome men in the spirit hall, and many who would fawn over her. Yet, compared to the stranger, they seemed like nothing. Without realizing it, she started to move her feet, wanting to talk to him. Originally, Hulaina was confident in her ability to initiate conversation. Apart from her own teacher, wasn't she the most beautiful woman in the spirit hall? When a beauty takes the initiative, wouldn't men be happy to respond? However, what shocked Hulaina was that this man was so cold. Hulaina instinctively touched her smooth face, finding nothing wrong. Seeing the woman in front of him remain silent, Luo Yu moved his feet and went around her. "Hey, stop!" Hulaina hurriedly chased after him, her slender legs moving swiftly. "Is there something you need?" Luo Yu frowned, unsure of what this woman wanted. "Hiss!" Hulaina gasped, her beautiful eyes slightly dazed. It was the first time she had heard a man speak to her in such an impatient tone. In the spirit hall, which talented person wouldn't fuss over her with care? But she had never taken the initiative before, and now that she finally did, she was met with a cold shoulder. This man is a bit lacking in charm." Hulaina pouted her moist red lips. Luo Yu had a strange look in his eyes. Miss, I don't think I know you." "Hey, you man, are you a bit of blockhead?" Hulaina pouted and complained. The men around who were secretly watching were mesmerized, their hearts fluttering as they saw the goddess acting cute and scolding. Hulaina felt quite hurt. As a stunning beauty, if she approached someone to chat, a simple response would suffice, and before long, they could have a story together. But with you pushing me away like this, what else can I say? Luo Yu's expression slightly changed. "This young lady, it's one thing for you to inexplicably block my path, but if you're going to talk to me like that, then we need to have a serious discussion." Looking at Luo Yu's sharp gaze, Hulaina pouted with her eyes slightly red, feeling extremely wronged. This was her first time trying to strike up a conversation without holding back, and it turned out so badly. She glared at Luo Yu. All she wanted was to get to know him, yet he was so unappreciative of her intentions. It was really too much. "You stinky man, I hate you." Hulaina stomped her foot, her soul light suddenly appearing. Cute fluffy ears popped up on her head, and a pink foxtail appeared behind her. She looked at Luo Yu angrily, clenching her silver teeth and shaking her fist in defiance. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. This woman must have the cultivation of the Soul Clan. The man opposite her was doomed. This was the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, someone he couldn't afford to provoke. I've never seen the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall get humiliated before. This guy is incredible. What good is that? If he annoys the Holy Maiden, he's probably going to regret it. Why act so aloof? If such a beautiful goddess were to talk to me, I would be so eager to please her. This guy is just asking for trouble. A man with a decent appearance looked at Luo Yu with jealousy, filled with resentment. Why was it that no woman paid attention to him? This kid was just a bit handsome and had some charm. Why was he so much more popular than himself? Want to make a move? Compared to the frightened crowd around him, Luo Yu appeared calm. His deep eyes were as calm as a still well, gently holding the soft-boned rabbit, and he stared directly at Hulaina. Hulaina showed a look of surprise. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Luo Yu glanced at her and asked curiously, "Why be afraid?" Hulaina's expression changed. It was the first time in her life that she had been so severely underestimated. Feeling wronged, she became even more indignant. "You guy, this is really too much." Boom! 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose from Hulaina's body. The surrounding crowd, even though they were only experiencing the aftershocks, felt it hard to breathe, their eyes bulging, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Chapter 4. The Empress is my fiancée. As long as my benefactor likes it, that's enough. Terrifying, too terrifying. The saintess of the Spirit Hall truly lived up to her reputation. Having such strength at such a young age, it's terrifying. The young man opposite has been wasted. Ha ha ha. What's the use of being handsome? It all comes down to strength. The man who had been jealous earlier spoke up again, gloatingly muttering, "Handsome guys are only fit to be pretty boys. When it comes to strength, they are nothing." At this moment, everyone thought that the aura of the 4 soul rings was enough to pin Luo Yu down. After all, he looked very young and didn't seem to have any strength, and even Hulaina thought so. Her beautiful eyes even showed a hint of hesitation, questioning whether she had been too harsh. knowing that no one among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall could compare to her cultivation level. And this guy was even less likely to do so. Gu Yue Na planned to hold back a bit of her power. In fact, she just wanted to scare the person in front of her and had no intention of hurting him. However, in the next second, she was shocked. The man across from her was completely unscathed, with a faint smile on his face. Foreign Soul Master, Fox Spirit Martial Soul, are you Gu Yue Na? Seeing Luo Yu unscathed, the onlookers were stunned, instantly erupting in commotion. This was not the script they had imagined. This guy was actually fine? How could he remain so calm under the pressure of a foreign Soul Master? What level of cultivation could he possibly have? With such impressive looks and temperament, could his strength be just as remarkable? Some people whispered in disbelief, this kid can't be just bluffing, right? A foreign Soul Master is already the limit that the younger generation can reach. I don't believe anyone of the same age can withstand it. At this moment, everyone in the crowd was dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief, and heavy question marks arose in their hearts. Facing the full power of the formidable genius Gu Yue Na, why could this young man remain calm? It was too unbelievable. However, the facts were right before their eyes, leaving them no choice but to believe. The man's mystery and strength reflected in everyone's hearts. Gu Yue Na was also a bit dazed now, shocked, her beautiful eyes looking at the man in amazement. This guy could actually withstand her pressure? Ordinary people wouldn't have such strength and courage, right? Gu Yue Na couldn't help but ask, who are you? And how do you know my background? Luo Yu smiled and said, it's nothing, I just heard about you before, and besides, people around are discussing you. Then how come I've never heard of you? Gu Yue Na racked her brains, but couldn't recall any impression of this man. Someone so special. If she had met him, she definitely wouldn't have forgotten. Luo Yu shook his head and said, you should put away your martial soul. There's not even a hint of killing intent. You can't even scare the rabbit in my arms. Gu Yue Na's face turned red when she was seen through, and she huffed, don't underestimate people. I'm a foreign Soul Master. Do you think I can't scare a rabbit? That's ridiculous. Luo Yu's expression was strange as he hesitated and said, to be honest, I'm afraid it would scare you. This rabbit in my arms could probably take on 10 of you. Hee hee. Gu Yue Na couldn't help but laugh and retorted, you're not even being realistic with your bragging. Just ask the people around us. Who would believe your nonsense? Luo Yu gently stroked the rabbit fur, and just because others didn't believe it doesn't mean it wasn't true. Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly. Speaking of which, you have quite a sharp eye, and your strength is quite mysterious. You're really not simple. I wonder what kind of martial soul you have. Luo Yu thought for a moment and answered honestly, my martial soul has not yet awakened, and my soul power is 0. Gu Yue Na pouted, that's too much. You bad guy are just here to fool me. There's no way you can withstand my imposing presence without any cultivation. Absolutely impossible. You're being too dishonest. Luo Yu was speechless. What I said is the truth. Why don't you believe me? Gu Yue Na looked him up and down, and finally raised her chin, proudly saying, in my opinion, you can withstand my aura without changing your expression. You must at least have a cultivation level of 30, or even the same as mine. My judgment will definitely not be wrong. As for you not awakening your martial soul, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Luo Yu rolled his eyes and said, unfortunately, you guessed wrong. I haven't awakened. Gu Yue Na stomped her feet in anger. Isn't everyone in Douluo continent supposed to awaken their martial soul at 6 years old? You're at least 12 now. What if I make a late breakthrough? Luo Yu shrugged. If you don't believe me, that's fine. How about a bet? What if what I said is true? Gu Yue Na confidently replied, if you haven't awakened your martial soul, I will call you daddy every time I see you from now on. Luo Yu thought for a moment, then shook his head seriously and said, but I don't want to accept you as my daughter. Gu Yue Na exploded with rage. The little fairy was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices, and her first soul skill lit up with a dazzling light. It's over, it's over. This kid is digging his own grave. No one can save him now. A self-destructive kid. Thinking that being handsome gives him the right to speak freely to the saintess. Now he's finished. The man with red eyes became excited, revealing a sinister smile. He was a bit disappointed earlier when he thought the fight wouldn't happen, as he just couldn't stand Luo Yu and was jealous of the attention he received. Whoosh! The soul light suddenly appeared, and Gu Yue Na moved. Everyone seemed to already see that in the next second, Luo Yu would be beaten to a pulp. Some were worried, while others were excited. Boom! Luo Yu stood there, completely unharmed, not even blinking. It was the man who had been whispering and mocking in the shadows who was kicked away by a beautiful leg. He scraped along the ground, his clothes tattered, flying far away with a face full of disbelief, spitting blood from his mouth. What are you hitting me for? He said, confused. his face still frozen with the malicious smile from just moments ago. The crowd watching was equally puzzled, and Luo Yu looked over in curiosity. Gu Yue Na landed back on the ground, slowly retracting her long, slender legs, her elegant hands combing through her striking golden hair. With her snow-white neck and pink eyes flashing a high and cold demeanor, she looked down with disdain at the man who had been knocked away. I heard you mumbling over there for a long time. Do you really think no one can hear you? Let me tell you, mind your own business. She boldly pointed at Luo Yu. This guy may be a bit annoying when he speaks, but at least he has good qualities, and he speaks straightforwardly without being vulgar. I like him. Or you, a jealous sour dog, whining from the sidelines. It's really disgusting and pathetic. The high cold voice of the goddess echoed, seemingly returning to her lofty and untouchable stance in front of others, not allowing any disrespect, decisive and merciless. The man on the ground was left speechless, not daring to look into Gu Yue Na's eyes, filled with fear, and he crawled away in shame, not daring to say another word. A gleam flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. This woman seemed quite spirited. As for that man who had scuttled away, he had actually heard their discussions long ago. He simply couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. Trash was ultimately trash, so why waste time on it? However, he didn't expect this woman to take action, which was somewhat interesting. Everyone disperse. Gu Yue Na cast a cold glance around, and the crowd shivered, scattering like birds and beasts in just a few breaths. They had fled far away, leaving only Luo Yu and the other person. Gu Yue Na retracted her martial soul and walked up to Luo Yu, saying, after chatting for so long, haven't spoken a single true word. Luo Yu curled her lips. I really don't have a martial soul. Don't believe me? Huh. If you have the ability, let me detect it. If you really don't have a martial soul, I'll directly call you Dad. I guarantee it in my capacity as the saintess of the martial soul hall. But forget it. I'm still young. I don't want to be a dad by surprise. You're just a big liar. You say you are, so be it. Anyway, I'm not being a dad today. Gu Yue Na wanted to scratch this man in front of her to death. How about we be friends? I think you're quite good, a bit mysterious. Gu Yue Na's eyes sparkled. Luo Yu smiled kindly and said, there's no need for that. We will meet again if it's meant to be. Gu Yue Na snorted. You saying such nice things are clearly just politely rejecting me. What do you mean by if it's meant to be? I spend most of my time in the spirit hall in seclusion and rarely come out. You probably won't have the chance to meet me again. We will definitely meet again, Luo Yu said confidently. Gu Yue Na shook her head. Impossible. It's not as easy to see me as you think. Maybe not, Luo Yu said playfully. What do you know? The holy maiden of the spirit hall can't just be seen whenever she wants. Gu Yue Na pouted angrily, feeling a hint of resentment inside. This man simply didn't understand that she was a key talent being nurtured by the spirit hall. And it wasn't easy for her to come out after being in the hall for so long. Even if this man was a genius from another force, he didn't have the qualifications to find her in the hall. Moreover, how could the spirit hall allow their holy maiden to interact with a man? So it would be very difficult to meet again. Luo Yu casually said, I want to see the Empress anytime. Why can't the Saintess? Gu Yue Na was startled upon hearing this, cautiously glancing around, and nervously said, You guy, are you crazy? Looking for death? How dare you disrespect the Empress in Soul Land? Luo Yuhan shook her head with a smile. Gu Yue Na, angry, waved her hand and left, but she didn't hear any voice calling her back. She stamped her foot and couldn't help but turn around to ask, Hey, what are you doing here in Soul City? Oh, it's nothing much. Just that a woman said she wanted to marry me back then, so I'm here to ask if what she said back then still counts. As Luo Yu spoke, a stunning figure flashed through her mind. The beautiful girl who was once lost and helpless must have become a queen reigning over the world today. What? Gu Yue Na's eyes widened in surprise, and an inexplicable jealousy surged within her. Who was that woman? No need to mention it. You wouldn't believe it anyway. Gu Yue Na pouted and retorted, You dare say it? I would dare to believe it. Luo Yu's lips curled in amusement. I said I'm the number one in the spirit hall. Do you dare to believe it? The number one in the spirit hall? Gu Yue Na murmured, her delicate body shaking violently. Could it be His Holiness the Pope, Teacher Bibi Dong? She raised her eyes to look at Luo Yu, as if looking at a fool. Are you seeking death? How dare you say such things? This is just me. If others hear this, you're likely to be thrown into prison and skinned alive. Luo Yu spread his hands and said, Look, I've already said it before, and telling you, you wouldn't believe it anyway. Stop talking nonsense. You dare to be disrespectful to His Holiness the Pope? Are you really asking for death? You absolutely must not say such things again. Luo Yu shook his head helplessly. Is it that no one believes the truth these days? Gu Yue Na said seriously, To be honest, even though it's our first meeting, I have quite a good impression of you. So I advise you to be careful. Her Majesty the Empress is a cold and ruthless, iron-blooded empress, and she has never shown any signs of liking men. Even if a titled Douluo confesses, it's a dead end. If you keep speaking so recklessly, it could easily lead to your own demise. Luo Yu clicked his tongue in surprise and said, "Nonsense. I suspect you're talking about Bibi Dong. She was quite gentle in front of me. So bold and reckless. You really don't know what's good for you." Gu Yue Na scolded and advised. "From what I know of our teacher, she would never put on a facade for men. Don't speak nonsense here." Luo Yu replied, "You probably don't know her well enough." "I don't know, who does?" Gu Yue Na became agitated. "I might know her better than you," Luo Yu said calmly. "Come on, you don't know my relationship with the Empress. That's why you're speaking so recklessly." Gu Yue Na looked at the seriousness and confidence in the man's eyes and found it absurd. This man didn't seem very old. How could he possibly know the teacher? Moreover, could he know the teacher better than her, the disciple? "All right, I won't persuade you anymore. Just take care of yourself. I hope you don't speak carelessly when you go out. Although you're unreliable in your words, I still..." Gu Yue Na did not continue. Turned to leave and whispered shyly to herself, "I still want to see you again." Seeing Gu Yue Na's alluring and graceful figure, those two long, fair legs disappearing at the end of the road, Luo Yu's lips curled up as he raised his gaze to the nearby Pope's Hall. "Soon, we will meet again." The voice drifted with the wind, unsure if it was directed at Gu Yue Na or that supreme and cold empress, Bibi Dong. In his arms, the soft-boned charm rabbit's pink eyes seemed to be about to drip water, becoming even softer and more comfortable under Luo Yu's touch, as if it had grown fond of being held. Wu felt a bit shy and nervous inside. Should she remind her benefactor that the soft-boned charm rabbit's ears are a sensitive area and shouldn't be squeezed? Forget it, as long as the benefactor likes it. Chapter 5. Stepping on the Soul King. My wife is the Empress, am I proud? Luo Yu stood outside the Spirit Hall. Looking around, the towering and magnificent palace complex shone brilliantly, filled with a sacred and majestic aura under the sunlight. Outside the hall, rows of silver-armored knights held sharp spears, solemn and dignified, patrolling and guarding the area. Luo Yu stepped forward but was stopped by a silver-armored knight. "This is a restricted area of the Wuhuan Temple. Stop right there. I want to enter the temple. Do you have a pass?" "You can't enter without a pass?" "Yes. Is there no other way to get in?" Luo Yu pressed on. The silver-armored knight showed a hint of impatience on his face, saying, "What are you talking about without a pass? Do you think anyone could just come here? Go away." Luo Yu frowned, a trace of displeasure flashing across her face. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" The silver-armored knight sneered, a look of arrogance crossing his eyes. "No matter who you are, if you don't have a pass, hurry up and get lost. Don't stand here." Luo Yu's expression grew increasingly gloomy. "Oh, still trying to cause a scene? A mere commoner thinks they can stir trouble here? They should first consider their own worth." The silver-armored knight spoke arrogantly, feeling invincible. "Can you enter without a pass?" "Of course. To show a cultivation level above Soul King. Other than that, even if you're the holy son or prodigy of a major sect, it won't work." As a Soul King, he could tell with just a glance that the young man before him had no cultivation at all, and immediately labeled Luo Yu as a pretty boy in his mind, showing no respect whatsoever. Luo Yu's voice was deep. "Do you know who I'm looking for?" The silver-armored knight's arrogant demeanor faltered as he cautiously asked, "Who?" "Bibi Dong. Impudent. How dare you mention the name of Her Majesty the Empress?" The silver-armored knight snorted coldly, 5 soul rings swirling around him, exuding a powerful aura that shocked the entire scene. Other silver-armored soldiers quickly surrounded them upon seeing the commotion. He sneered, "If you this pretty boy were looking for someone else, that would be fine, but even a sect leader can't just meet Her Majesty whenever they want. What qualifications do you have? Do you even deserve it?" Faced with the silver-armored knight's ridicule and the overwhelming pressure of his Soul King cultivation, along with the encirclement of numerous soldiers, Luo Yu lowered his head to look at the soft-boned charm rabbit, his body trembling slightly. This only provoked the silver-armored knight to laugh even more wildly. Looking around, he said, "Brothers, did you see that? I haven't even made a move yet, and this pretty boy is already shaking in fear? He wants to see the Empress, but he should take a good look in the mirror first. Does he even deserve it? Captain, look at this slick guy holding a pink rabbit. He looks like a sissy. Hurry up and make him roll out of here. Bleeding here would dirty the gates of the Spirit Hall and affect our image." The wild laughter echoed around them, and a cold voice came from the trembling Luo Yu. "I say, are all the guards of the Spirit Hall this brainless?" The group of silver-armored knights' eyes bulged in disbelief. They never expected this guy, trembling all over, would still dare to mock them. "You got some guts, huh? You're shaking in fear and still daring to provoke us? You must be in the wrong place." Boom! The crowd was stirred up, and circles of soul rings rose one after another, surrounding Luo Yu. The leading silver-armored knights, 5 soul rings shone brightly, the most prominent and arrogant among them. They looked down on him, seemingly already anticipating the scene where the unqualified Luo Yu would be crushed to the point of losing control. However, the imagined scene did not occur. As dozens of soul rings pressed down, Luo Yu stood straight, the trembling in his body disappearing instead. He suddenly raised his head, his tightly furrowed brows relaxing, a curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. Scanning the surroundings, he slowly said, "It's been too long since someone mocked me. I couldn't control my emotions and shook a bit out of anger. Sorry, I think that made you misunderstand something just now." Looking at his enchanting smile and the bizarre scene, the laughter of everyone present came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had suddenly choked them by the neck. Staring at Luo Yu in disbelief. Isn't this guy supposed to be without cultivation? He is so young. How could he possibly have a higher cultivation than us? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Isn't this just an attractive commoner? Everyone present wasn't foolish. They were sure that Luo Yu had no cultivation. The Empress had always disliked men and would never meet with one. Relying on these 2 points, they dared to act so arrogantly. At this moment, Luo Yu still emitted no aura of cultivation. However, the smile on his face made the surrounding silver-armored knights feel a chill run down their spines. Luo Yu's deep black eyes swept around, focusing on the Soul King of the 5 Rings. His voice was calm, but felt as if it were the judgment of the King of Hell, making one unable to suppress a shiver. "Let me ask you a question." The 5 Rings Soul King looked tense. In that moment, he could sense something was wrong and couldn't help but take a half step back. "You're so arrogant. Does your mother know?" The voice echoed, and the 5 Rings Soul King instantly had bloodshot eyes, his fists clenched tightly. "You're too arrogant. Maybe I was mistaken earlier. But no matter who you are, this is not your capital to flaunt in front of the Spirit Hall." He turned and shouted urgently, "Brothers, regardless of his background, we've already stirred things up. I'm sure this guy has no cultivation. Let's take him down together and be done with it, so he doesn't come back with his forces to settle scores later. If anything goes wrong and they blame us, we all stick to the same story and insist he provoked us first, that we were forced to act. After all, there is no one else here. We can say whatever we want. This way, his backers won't want to offend us at the Spirit Hall." Everyone, who had been panicking under Luo Yu's gaze, now showed determination and killing intent after being incited, moving their feet to close in. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "You really are a talent. You even made me laugh." He beckoned with his finger. "You guessed it right, I have no cultivation. Hurry up and kill me." "Huh, a kid just putting on a show, with death looming. You still dare to boast. Brothers, we can't delay. Let's act swiftly." The 5 Ring Soul King was the first to launch an attack. A phantom of a fierce tiger erupted into the air, accompanied by streams of soul light attacking in unison. An energy storm surged towards Luo Yu, coming down like a torrential wave, aiming to completely tear him apart. A bunch of fools. As the killing intent approached, Luo Yu remained unfazed, pinching the cute ears of the soft-boned, charming rabbit. Whoosh! Pink light enveloped the heavens and the earth. The combined attack of the Silver Armor Knights instantly vanished into nothingness. All energy storms were wiped away, leaving behind pairs of astonished and terrified faces, standing dumbfounded on the spot. What? What happened? Why can't I move? What kind of demon technique did this guy use? Voices of panic and fear erupted. All the arrogant expressions disappeared. Each Silver Armor Knight was frozen in place, unable to move, revealing eyes filled with pleading and sorrow. Facing the terrified Silver Armor Knights, Luo Yu slowly shook his head. "You people, when it's convenient, you act arrogant and domineering. When it's not, you lower your heads and submit. Since you are unwilling to be decent, then kneel and be dogs." Thud! The pink light came down like a mountain. A series of sounds echoed. All the Silver Armor Knights knelt on the ground, the silver armor on their knees, and the tiles shattered simultaneously. This group of Silver Armor Knights was completely scared out of their wits, all begging for mercy. Only the 5 Ring Soul King spoke with fear, yet a hint of threat. "Even when beating a dog, you must look at its owner. Even if we are in the wrong, if you kill us, it will be the Wuhuan Temple's face that is damaged, and the Wuhuan Temple will never let you off easily. Moreover, my uncle is the 8-Ring Soul Douluo Platinum Bishop. If you harm me, my uncle will not spare you." Luo Yu walked up to the 5 Ring Soul King, baring his teeth in a friendly smile. "Your uncle is Contra, right?" "Yes. If you know what's good for you, let me go now." Slap. Luo Yu raised his hand and delivered a hard slap, sending several teeth flying into the sky. And the Soul King's face quickly turned red and swollen. "How dare you?" The Soul King spoke with a mouth full of gaps. Did this guy not know the power of Soul Douluo? "My uncle is the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall." Slap. Another slap silenced him, knocking back the words he was about to say. Luo Yu looked at the swollen side of his face and nodded in satisfaction. "It looks good only when it's symmetrical. My uncle, the Soul King, is still struggling, his face full of grief and anger. The 4 sect leaders of the 7 major sects are only at the level of Soul Douluo. With such a background, he really has nothing to fear. But what is going on now? Who is this guy? Shut up." Bang! Luo Yu lifted his leg and swept it horizontally, harshly stepping on him. He leaned down, staring coldly into the Soul King's eyes, and said, "Are you the Soul Douluo of my uncle? Are you really that impressive? My wife is still the Empress. Do you see me being proud?" The Soul King was covered in blood, his eyes filled with resentment. You dare to insult the Empress. No matter who you are, you're dead for sure. I can feel my uncle coming." Luo Yu raised his eyes to the direction of the Pope's hall, watching several streaks of light rushing towards him, and chuckled softly. "Let us wait and see if your uncle can protect you. We'll be your death or your death." Chapter 6. Daring to insult the Empress. This kid is doomed. Several streaks of light flew in from the Spirit Hall, arriving in an instant. There were a total of 4 figures, all with avian spirit souls. Leading them was an elderly-looking man dressed in luxurious robes, with a pair of dragon wings, spirit soul shadows behind him. His face bore a cold, proud expression, and his narrow eyes sparkled with cunning green light. He was none other than the Platinum Bishop Palace, an 85th level spirit Doll, as mentioned by the Silver Armor Soul King. His expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings, taking in the sight of the silver-armored knights kneeling on the ground and his nephew, covered in wounds from Luo Yu's fan, lying scattered on the ground. Fueled by rage, he was about to unleash his fury when he noticed Luo Yu's extraordinary aura and appearance, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes. He quickly suppressed his anger, appearing calm and composed. "Bah, still not letting me go?" Under Luo Yu's feet, the silver-armored Soul King spat out blood foam and urgently shouted, "Uncle, this brat is arrogant and despises the dignity of our spirit hall. Quickly kill him. It's so noisy." Luo Yume's impatience flashed between her brows as she dug at her ears. She pointed her toes and kicked the silver-armored Soul King in the stomach, sending his body flying into the air like a ragged sack. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, landing perfectly at the feet of the Platinum Archbishop Palace. A flicker of anger crossed Palace's eyes, but he did not explode in wrath. Instead, he glanced down at the miserable state of his own nephew before retracting his gaze and smiling as he cupped his hands towards Luo Yu. "I don't know which sect my young friend is from, but my nephew has offended you in many ways, so I hope you can bear with it." Luo Yu's eyes flashed slightly. This old guy seemed a bit interesting. Just now, his provocative action would have been unbearable for anyone else. Yet this old fellow managed to suppress his anger and greeted him with a calm expression. As the saying goes, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Luo Yu said lightly, "I have no master, just a lone wanderer. As for what happened here, don't ask me, ask the one beneath your feet." Upon hearing the indifferent and dismissive tone of the young man opposite him, Palace's eyes darkened momentarily with a sinister glint, but he did not erupt. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. "Young friend, you jest. I'm very aware of my nephew's abilities. If you can easily take them down, you must have an extraordinary background. If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize." Luo Yu chuckled lightly. "TSK, it seems the Spirit Hall isn't all bad after all. There are some wise people." Palace's eyes twitched unnaturally, his teeth itching with hatred. "This kid is so arrogant. Who is he?" "The Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, second only to the elders in power. Even the leaders of the so-called lower 4 sects must show him some respect. When has he ever been looked down upon like this, especially by a young brat?" However, due to years of caution, he didn't want to act rashly before understanding the situation. "Get up and clarify the matter." Palace gathered his soul power into a large hand and directly grabbed the silver-armored Soul King by the neck, lifting him up. "Uncle, why are you hitting me? Hit him instead. This kid doesn't have a pass and is disrespectful to our Spirit Hall, even slandering Her Majesty the Empress. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths." Slap! A big hand struck his face, and Palace said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and apologize to this guest." The silver-armored Soul King was left dumbfounded. What's going on?" Luo Yu hugged his shoulders, a hint of amusement on his lips, wanting to see what this old fox was up to. He had just seen the ruthless look that flashed in the other person's eyes and didn't believe they would let it go so easily. Apologize, Pallas threatened coldly. The silver-armored knight looked confused but dared not defy him, awkwardly bearing the wind-blown gaps in his teeth as he deeply bowed to Luo Yu. I'm sorry, my lord. It was my lack of insight that offended you. I hope you can overlook my offense and let me go this once. Huh. Luo Yu gave Pallas a deep look, raised his hand, and said, since that's the case, let it go. Take care of yourself. If you provoke me again, it won't be so easy. The silver-armored Soul King gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but was pushed back by Pallas. Pallas stepped forward, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and said, thank you, young friend, for your generosity. Since you have come for a matter, please enter the palace for a discussion. I will have someone guide you. But Luo Yu's palm rubbed against the soft fur of the bone-charmed rabbit, nodding slightly. Pallas's eyes were cold. What an arrogant little brat. Let you frolic for a moment. And once I grasp your background, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. 2 guards led the way in front, with Luo Yu closely following. Pallas, accompanied by the silver-armored Soul King, brought up the rear. Uncle, you are a platinum archbishop. Even if this kid has some background, there's nothing to fear, right? The silver-armored Soul King lowered his voice, staring at Luo Yu's back with a face full of resentment and hatred. Pallas scolded softly, are you an idiot? A cautious approach leads to long-lasting safety. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to play with him once we understand his background? What if he's a tough nut to crack? So that's what you mean. This kid is indeed a bit strange. He suppressed me without any actions. I don't know what bizarre method he used. Pallas rubbed his forehead. I haven't exploded yet because of this concern. The silver-armored Soul King's expression changed. Could it be that this grudge couldn't be avenged? He gritted his teeth and said, Uncle, this kid just slandered the Empress, boasting that Her Majesty is his wife. Pallas's eyelids twitched, his hair standing on end. Is that true? Or are you just talking nonsense? The silver-armored Soul King asserted. It's what he said. Everyone present heard it. Pallas's eyes flickered, and he let out a sinister laugh in a low voice. Your revenge can be avenged. This kid dares to insult the Empress. Even if he has a powerful background, he is doomed today. What if he is a disciple of the upper 3 sects? Wouldn't that mean he can't die? The silver-armored Soul King expressed his worries. Foolish nephew, you don't understand. The Empress has been extremely hostile towards men in recent years. Even our elders must stand 100 meters away when summoned, and they can't look up, or they will either die or be injured. This is taboo. Regardless of his background, this kid dares to insult the Empress's purity in front of everyone. Even if the king himself came today, he couldn't save him. By then, I would only be adding fuel to the fire. Uncle, you are still a step ahead. The silver-armored Soul King looked at him with admiration. Kid, learn more. You're still too weak. Pallas raised his chin, his old face full of a sinister expression. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the delight and cruelty in each other's eyes, revealing a sinister smile. In front of the Pope's hall, Pallas clasped his hands and said kindly, Young friend, please wait a moment. I will go in and inform Her Majesty the Empress. There's no need. Luo Yu waved his hand. Pallas looked deeply at Luo Yu, thinking to himself, if I guess correctly, this young friend is probably visiting the Martial Soul Hall on behalf of the large sect behind him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. But what you don't know is that Her Majesty the Empress is extremely hostile towards men. Even we, the senior members of the hall, must bow our heads and be cautious when meeting the Empress. It's better for me to go in first to convey the message and say a few good words for you. Luo Yu fixed his gaze on Pallas, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then I must thank you for your kind words. May I ask what message you need me to convey? You only need to say that Luo Yu is here to visit. Pallas quickened his steps towards the papal palace, secretly laughing in his heart. Once he entered first, he could say whatever he wanted. By the time you, kid, enter the palace, you probably won't even have the chance to speak before being turned into minced meat by the furious Empress. The silver-armored Soul King chuckled to himself beside them, thinking, this fool, it seems he doesn't even realize he's being sold out. Just wait for my uncle to go in and help you with those sweet words. Ha ha. Luo Yu raised her gaze to the magnificent palace close at hand, secretly thinking that the stunning beauty, who was already extraordinary back then, must be even more enchanting now. She glanced at the system panel. Capturing Empress Bibi Dong will grant. True the world's #1 beast martial soul. Current task progress, 0. TSK. I wonder what kind of martial soul the reward will be. The 9 Dragon Kings? Golden Sacred Dragon? These are just mediocre. I hope the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex isn't included. It better not be too disappointing. It should at least be presentable. Luo Yu's lips curled into a confident and charming smile. already beginning to speculate about the rewards and the next mission objectives. As for the little thoughts of the Platinum Cardinal and the Silver-Armored Knight, the two of them could never imagine that his divine body was unparalleled in the world. With keen hearing and eyesight, having already taken everything in, but he simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Instead, he coldly laughed in his heart, "Two clowns. Please begin your performance." Chapter 7. The heart-fluttering Bibi Dong. Intense yearning inside the resplendent Pope's Hall, a woman of extreme beauty leaned casually against the throne. Her enticingly white, long legs crossed, wrapped in a dazzling golden gown that hugged her devilishly alluring figure. Compared to her sexy and fiery body, the woman's face was even more stunning, as if she were a favored child of heaven, radiant and enchanting. She exuded an air of noble coldness, revealing the aura of an untouchable empress, making it hard for anyone to dare approach her. Unfortunately, the hall was empty, and no one could appreciate the empress's unparalleled beauty. Only when alone would the cold and regal empress reveal such a sad and vulnerable demeanor. Her phoenix eyes flashed with deep longing, recalling the broad back of the man who once protected her during her weakest times. In the memories, Bibi Dong's gaze gradually became hazy. She thought that as time passed, she would forget the man who saved her, but unexpectedly, she fell deeper and deeper, missing him more and more, making it impossible to forget. If it weren't for that man back then, she probably would have been unable to escape the fate of being violated. It was he who rescued her life and brought her hope. During their time together, the man's humor and charm were deeply etched in her mind. "Brother Yu, I wonder how you are doing. Dong'er has waited for you for so long. All these years, I have always listened to you, not allowing any man to come near me. No one at all." The empress's red lips parted slightly, her murmurs filled with immense longing and affection, her gaze shimmering like water. If others were to know that the Ice Mountain Empress had been yearning for a certain man for many years, it would surely cause an uproar. Who knows how many men would be extremely jealous. Empress Bibi Dong, after all, was the undisputed first goddess of her time, with unparalleled talent suppressing her contemporaries and possessing a beauty that could topple cities. Countless titled Douluos revered her as their goddess and dream lover. Yet despite this, no one dared to pursue her over the years. One reason was due to their lack of strength, feeling ashamed. The other was that it was well known that the empress had long rejected men, not allowing any of them to approach her. No matter who you were or what your status was, as long as you dared to come close, it was just one word: get lost. However, this cold and haughty empress, at this moment, was filled with tenderness, longing, and waiting. She devoted herself to waiting for that man from the past to return in the Pope's Hall. Even after so many years, the empress had not given up hope, because he had told her that once he finished his business, he would definitely come back. Bibi Dong extended her delicate jade finger, caressing her smooth and fair face, murmuring dreamily, "Brother Yu, do you know? Dong'er has reached her most beautiful bloom. When will you come back? I really miss you so much." As she reached the end, Bibi Dong pouted her red lips and lightly hummed like a young girl. "Stinky Brother Yu, if you don't come back soon, Dong'er might not be beautiful enough. By then, you can't despise me." By the end of her words, a hint of shyness crept onto the empress's snow-white face, turning slightly rosy. Ding ding. The silence was broken by a faint knock on the door. Bibi Dong's warmth faded, her eyes suddenly becoming sharp, filled with authority and a murderous aura. "Who?" Outside the hall, the Platinum Cardinal Palace instantly shivered. The empress's voice was too cold, sending chills deep into his bones. He spoke with trepidation. "Your Majesty, Platinum Cardinal Palace pays his respects to you." No sound came from within the hall. Just as Palace was about to speak, a stern female voice rang out from inside. "Looking for death? Get lost." Palace wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly thinking that the empress indeed had a poor opinion of men. That kid actually dared to come looking for the empress. He must be some ignorant young master from a powerful family. "Since you were so arrogant, I must fulfill you today." Palace lowered his body, trembling as he reported, "Your Majesty, an outsider has come to visit you, claiming to be very familiar with you." Boom! The heavy hall doors were suddenly flung open, and a strong gust of wind rushed out. The empress revealed her figure, wearing a 9-curve purple gold crown and holding a luxurious scepter embedded with jewels, looking more beautiful than a mortal. She stood on the steps, looking down coldly at the door. "Palace, what does that person look like?" Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes focused sharply, staring intently at Palace, her voice trembling slightly. Palace's expression tightened. Could it be that this kid really had a good relationship with the empress? He cautiously described, "He is a very young and handsome guy, very charismatic. probably around 12 or 13 years old. Bibi Dong's expression instantly darkened, her anticipation turning to anger. Palace, do you know your crime? Palace bent at a 90-degree angle, hurriedly explaining. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. That person spoke arrogantly, insulting you. I originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but he insisted he had a close relationship with you. I really didn't dare to act. Do you think this empress would have such a young friend? Bibi Dong's tone was icy, and Palace felt as if he were in an ice cave, trembling all over. I also think it wouldn't be possible. I will personally go down and tear that audacious brat to pieces to warn others. Palace appeared nervous, but was secretly laughing in his heart. Now that he had the empress's confirmation, no matter what background that kid had, he dared to act recklessly. Palace walked towards the door, a ruthless smile on his lips. Stop. Palace turned back to find the empress had already turned her back on him, looking down on him with disdain. Even so, he still didn't dare to raise his head to look at her, cautiously asking, Does Your Majesty have any other orders for me? When that person met you, did he say anything? Palace's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Kid, the time for me to speak up for you has come. You better thank me. Your Majesty. The words he said, I dare not describe to you. Palace pretended to hesitate. Speak. The empress's voice was gradually losing patience. Forgive me for speaking bluntly. That kid was extremely arrogant, speaking inappropriate words. In front of everyone, he claimed you were his woman, saying that you had secretly loved him for many years. Palace's voice suddenly raised. How is this possible? How could the empress, of such status, possibly take a liking to an existence as insignificant as him? I naturally do not believe it. I originally wanted to directly bring people to eliminate this guy, to spare you the trouble. But he threatened us, insisting that if we harmed him, the empress would definitely come to destroy us herself. His words were truly extremely conceited. I was somewhat unsure, so I specifically came to ask for your instructions. Is what you said the truth? The cold and imposing voice of Bibi Dong changed, her tall figure trembling. Every word I say is true. The silver-armored knights outside the hall can testify. Palace glanced sideways, feeling ecstatic inside. Now the empress is so furious she's shaking. It seems I won't even need to lift a finger to kill you. This kid, Her Majesty will turn you into minced meat regardless of your background. Did that person say his name? The empress's shoulders shook even more violently, as if suppressing something. He said his name is Luo Yu, and that as soon as you hear his name, you will rush out to meet him. I, a mere fool, actually believed such nonsense. Reporting this is unnecessary. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Boom! A violent wind swept through the hall. An explosive soul power surged from Bibi Dong, making the entire palace seem to shake. She could no longer maintain her composure, her hurried voice suppressing overwhelming emotions. Where is he? Palace felt both scared and extremely excited. She was angry. The empress was finally angry. You kid are definitely going to be crippled here today. I won't even need to lift a finger to kill you, I'll capture him right away for you to deal with. Palace flattered with a dog-like eagerness, stepping forcefully as 8 soul rings swirled around him. Rushing out the hall, the empress turned around. Her beautiful face no longer held any authority, her expression excited, her beautiful eyes sparkling with infatuation, muttering as if in a frenzy. He's coming. Is it really him? Yes, it must be him. No, how can I let you go meet me? Dong should be the one to see him. Whoosh! The peerlessly elegant goddess could no longer contain herself, rushing out in a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, the hall was now empty. Chapter 8. Dominant Protection of the Husband. Capturing the Empress, rewarding the world's #1 beast martial soul. Outside the Pope's hall, the silver-armored Soul King dared not move recklessly, standing there respectfully waiting. Luo Yu started to wander around, admiring the surroundings and nodding from time to time. His hands were also busy, rubbing the soft ears of the charming rabbit. Little did he know, the rabbit's pink eyes were already filled with confusion and desire. Covered with a layer of mist, and its pearly teeth were biting its thin lips. Is the benefactor really treating the big dance as a pet? Or is he deliberately teasing? The big dance was currently extremely shy, a tingling sensation continuously rising in her heart. She felt a little conflicted but didn't dare to voice her opinions, only able to sulk shyly in her heart. Benefactor, please don't keep touching my rabbit ears. They're too sensitive. You should touch somewhere else. The big dance tried to move and adjust her position, but Luo Yu's fingers directly grabbed her ears again, holding on tightly. The charming rabbit's pink eyes were almost ready to shed tears, finally giving up the struggle. Forget it. It's just ears. If the benefactor wants to touch, then go ahead. The big dance can still endure. It's just that it feels weird and so shy, but it seems a bit comfortable too. Luo Yu is leisurely enjoying himself here. On the other side, the Silver Armor Soul King feels uncomfortable all over. Watching Luo Yu stroll around leisurely, he instinctively touches his swollen face that looks like a pig's head, a resentful look flashing in his eyes. He can't help but sarcastically say, "This is the Pope's palace. Do you even understand the rules? What are you wandering around for? Do you really think this is your own backyard?" Luo Yu paused, glanced at him with a sidelong look, and raised the corner of her mouth. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Ah! The disdainful gaze of Luo Yu, the aloof demeanor, and the contemptuous tone almost drove the Silver Armor Soul King mad. He was trembling with anger, his face contorted in rage. "How dare you look down on the Spirit Hall? You are truly too audacious." Luo Yu yawned and said, "Don't think too much. The Spirit Hall is fine. I only disdain you as an individual. You let it go." The silver-armored Soul King felt his mindset explode, with flames of anger scorching his heart and reason fading away. "It's being reckless, not letting it go." Luo Yu slowly corrected him. "If you have a gap in your teeth, speak less. If you don't open your mouth, no one will know you're toothless." "Ah, you are the shameless one." The silver-armored Soul King's eyes turned bloodshot. His lips trembled with rage, and 5 soul rings soared up, enveloping his body with a fierce tiger spirit. "Sigh." Luo Yu shook his head and sighed. "Do you know how many characters are written on your face right now?" After touching his face, the silver-armored Soul King sneered repeatedly. "Do you really think I'm a fool? Clearly, there's nothing there." "No, there are clearly 5 big characters up there." Luo Yu nodded affirmatively, speaking each word clearly. "I seek suffering. I seek education. You're seeking death." The silver-armored Soul King's eyes widened in rage. Luo Yu curled his finger, and his gaze grew colder. "To be honest, if you rush over now, I would still consider you a man. Just talking big without daring to take action. What are you worth?" The Silver Armor Soul King roared venomously. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. When my uncle comes out, it will be your death day. I can almost hear your cries and wails before you die." "Haha." Luo Yu sighed. "Poor child, perhaps what you hear is your own scream." The silver-armored Soul King revealed a cruel and confident smile. "Kid, understand whose territory this is. Let's wait and see who lives and who dies." Whoosh! Palace, accompanied by 8 rings of soul power, whistled in and soon arrived close by. The silver-armored Soul King asked anxiously, "How is it, uncle?" Palace laughed cruelly. "With me personally taking action, what could possibly go wrong? Her Majesty the Empress is furious. This kid can die." The silver-armored Soul King rubbed his hands together, cackling. "Kid, your time of death has come." "Oh." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Palace, with his massive and violent soul power, spoke harshly, still pretending to be tough when death is imminent. "The Empress cannot be insulted. Hurry and come with me to meet your end." "Didn't you say you would help me speak a few good words?" Luo Yu asked in surprise. "Foolish boy, did you really believe that? Daring to offend me and harm my nephew. No matter your background, how could I allow you to live? Now, I will personally take you to Her Majesty the Empress to meet your death." Crash! Palace's palm, covered in blue scales, swept towards Luo Yu's throat with a bloody wind. "Go to hell, arrogant kid." The silver-armored Soul King watched, exceptionally pleased and excited. Palace reached Luo Yu, and, just as he was about to succeed, a massive pink domain suddenly engulfed the entire area, directly shattering his soul power and firmly immobilizing his form. The silver-armored Soul King's smile froze, stunned on the spot. How is this possible? Palace's face was filled with terror as he struggled desperately to no avail. What has happened? He was a powerful soul Douluo. Why did he instantly become like meat on a chopping block, at the mercy of others? In Luo Yu's eyes, the playful expression vanished, revealing a cold demeanor. Slap! He raised his palm and repeatedly struck that grotesque, shocked old face, producing crisp sounds. "Did you think you were very clever? Did you believe that everyone else should be toyed with at your command? How does it feel now? Is it fun?" The silver-armored Soul King directly knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant. "It can't be. It's impossible." Luo Yu couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes. This was himself. If it were someone else, those 2 bastards would definitely have played him to death. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind arose, and the elegant and noble queen's silhouette soared through the air. The dazzling golden-fitted dress wrapped around her perfectly graceful figure, her slender long legs stepping into high-heeled boots embedded with jewels, and her flawless celestial face radiated endless authority. Top, top, top! Queen Bibi Dong moved her 2 rounded and slender long legs, walking step by step. "Kid, the queen is here. Let's see how arrogant you can be." "Your Majesty the Queen, come save me." Palace seemed to see a savior and called out urgently. However, Bibi Dong did not look at him. Her phoenix eyes fixed firmly on Luo Yu. The silver-armored Soul King crawled over, crying out, "Your Majesty the Queen, this person is audacious. Not only does he despise the Spear Hall, but he also uses filthy language to insult you. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Get lost." Bibi Dong's brows furrowed, and a purple light surged from her palm. Bang! With a scream, the silver-armored Soul King was blasted away, charred all over. The Queen's gaze remained fixed on Luo Yu, showing no concern for anything else. She approached Luo Yu, her delicate body starting to tremble. "Your Majesty, you got it wrong, you got it wrong. It was this kid who kept insulting you." Bibi Dong ignored him completely, her eyes only on Luo Yu, her red lips slightly parted as she asked, "What happened?" Luo Yu thought seriously for a moment, then shrugged and said, "It's nothing much. I just told him you were my wife. And he didn't believe it and wanted me dead." "How bold, how outrageous. Is the Emperor someone you can insult?" Palace roared. "Boom. You are the one being outrageous." Bibi Dong turned her head and coldly reprimanded. The Spider Emperor's spirit instantly manifested, and an immense pressure descended, a strong killing intent aimed directly at Palace. Palace began to tremble, almost scared silly. What is going on? Where did the problem arise? He was on the verge of tears. "Your Majesty, whose side are you on?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "Palace, don't you like to report others? Please continue your performance." Palace bit his gums until they bled. "Your Majesty, this brat is insulting you. Didn't you hear?" The Queen coldly glanced at him. "I enjoy it. Does it concern you? This is a madman." Palace trembled as he spoke, forcing himself to continue. The Queen's expression turned icy, her authority fully displayed. "This is my man. Who are you to speak of him?" "What?" Palace's eyes bulged, nearly shocked to death. "No way, it's impossible. How could the lofty Queen possibly have anything to do with this brat? She never approach men? How could she possibly like this guy? It doesn't make sense." Bang! Palace was blasted away by an energy blast. Blood mist erupting from his veins, a tragic sight. The one who attacked was none other than the Queen, whom he had always relied on. Sigh. One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Luo Yu shook his head. Why bother? Only the man and woman remained in the arena. The man was handsome and extraordinary, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, while the woman was beautiful like a celestial being, exuding an icy, noble aura. The golden boy and jade girl gazed at each other. Bibi Dong's amber-like eyes were misty as she gazed dreamily at Luo Yu. She reached out her delicate hand to touch the man's face, hesitated, and then shyly withdrew it, like a young girl in love. "You filthy man. You finally decided to come back." Luo Yu shook his head with a smile. "Didn't I tell you before that I was going to face the tribulation? You have changed." Bibi Dong shed her cold and regal demeanor, becoming gentle and charming. "What has changed?" Luo Yu asked with a gentle smile. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, looking even more handsome and captivating. TSK, with the praise from your Majesty, I, a commoner, can't bear it." Hearing Luo Yu's teasing, Bibi Dong lightly scolded, "Who is the Queen? Don't make fun of me. To you, I will always be that Donger who needs your protection. TSK. If this were to get out, I fear I wouldn't know how many jealous ones would come after me." Bibi Dong pouted her red lips. "With your strength, who could possibly be your opponent?" Luo Yu shrugged his hands and said, "I currently have no strength." "What's going on?" Bibi Dong's expression changed instantly as she quickly stepped forward and nervously grabbed the man's wrist. The smooth and cool touch made Luo Yu's heart waver. Bibi Dong also blushed shyly. Over the years, only Luo Yu had ever touched her. "What about your cultivation?" Luo Yu shook his head and said, "It's a long story. Overall, it's not a big problem. Breaking down and then rebuilding is a good thing. So for now on, I can protect you. Whoever dares to bully my man, I'll take his life." At the end, Bibi Dong's tone was cold and filled with murderous intent. "Who is your man? Don't just claim that." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Bibi Dong's expression froze, pouting her red lips. "You promised back then to let me be your fiancé, and you just said it again. That was just someone in your palace making up nonsense." Luo Yu denied vehemently. "You're being unreasonable. I clearly heard it." Bibi Dong pouted her red lips, her spoiled demeanor incredibly beautiful and intoxicating. But unfortunately, only Luo Yu could appreciate it. Luo Yu smiled silently. Bibi Dong mustered her courage and boldly grabbed the man's hand, stubbornly saying, "I don't care, since you're back. I'm your fiancé." At that moment, as Bibi Dong confessed her feelings, a series of notification sounds echoed in Luo Yu's mind. Ding. Empress Bibi Dong's favorability towards the host has reached 100. Ding. The host has successfully captured the Empress's heart. Current task progress, 100. Task reward. True Supreme Beast Martial Soul. Ancestor of 10,000 dragons, Dragon God. However, the system notification was far from over. Chapter 9. Ancestor of 10,000 dragons, Dragon God Martial Soul. Hidden reward. 9 Heavens Extermination Sword. Hearing the series of notification sounds, Luo Yu's heart was filled with ecstasy. He had envisioned many martial souls before, but he never expected that the system reward would be the Dragon God Martial Soul. Although the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is acclaimed as the world's #1 beast martial soul, it is ultimately just an ordinary item. The Golden Saint Dragon and any of the 9 great Dragon Kings would be stronger than it. While these martial souls may seem unparalleled, compared to the Dragon God Martial Soul, they are merely a world apart, with a vast difference between heaven and earth. It is important to note that the Dragon God is the master of all beasts, with unmatched strength and divine might. The Golden and Silver Dragon Kings are his avatars, and all 9 great Dragon Kings are under his command. When the Dragon God is enraged, millions fall, and all beasts submit. If one were to compare, the 9 great Dragon Kings are roughly equivalent to the level of divine martial souls, whereas the Dragon God Martial Soul is undoubtedly a super divine, peak martial soul. Therefore, it can be said without reservation that the Dragon God Martial Soul overwhelms all beast martial souls in the world. Luo Yu had no doubt that from now on, any soul master with a beast martial soul who encountered him would be instinctively suppressed, and those with dragon-type martial souls might as well kneel down. This reward was simply too incredible. Luo Yu hesitated a bit, feeling that the rewards given by the system might be a bit exaggerated. However, after thinking it over, it seemed quite normal. After all, if it weren't for his good luck in becoming a beast god ahead of time and entering Bibi Dong's heart when she was at her most vulnerable, would anyone else have been able to conquer the Empress with empty hands? It might be as impossible as trying to eat a peach. The difficulty level was hellish. Even if the system worked him to death, he probably wouldn't be able to unlock it. He might not even get close before being taken down. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Luo Yu had unknowingly taken a shortcut and gained a huge advantage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing the task in the shortest time and activating a hidden special reward. Luo Yu was slightly startled by the prompt. There are hidden rewards? This is getting a bit exciting. Hidden task reward. True ultimate weapon martial soul. King of swords. 9 Heavens Sword of Destruction. Luo Yu was taken aback. What kind of martial soul is this? It seems he hasn't heard of it before. The Emperor of Swords? What qualifications do you have to make such a bold statement? Are you looking down on the 7 killing sword and all that? Ding. System explanation. The 9 Heavens Exterminating Sword will only appear when the host perfectly completes the task for the first time. If missed, there will be no opportunity to obtain it again. So the reward is extremely generous. 9 Heavens Exterminating Sword. Ascend to slay the gods. Descend to defy the mortal world. The divine sword with 9 transformations, each transformation a world. Every soul ring possesses different divine abilities and forms. 9 transformations of the divine sword. What does that mean? Ding. Martial soul effects. Please explore on your own. Host. Hiss. No explanation and just ran away. Forget it. I'll study it slowly later. But looking at the system's introduction, why does it feel like this sword is even more extraordinary than the Dragon God Martial Soul? Never mind. With a dual-born, super divine level martial soul, combined with the immaculate divine body forged from the 24th grade Tribulation Golden Lotus, this talent should barely rank first in Douluo, right? Luo Yu's lips curled slightly. Tang San, are you ready to accept the baptism? I'll visit Xiao Wu and drop out to play with you. Yu Ye. A pure white, soft hand swayed in front of him. Luo Yu came back to his senses and saw this stunningly beautiful face right in front of him. The long eyelashes were gently fluttering, intently looking at him, and a faint fragrance wafted over. What are you thinking about? She asked with a mischievous smile. Bibi Dong sighed softly. Luo Yu was slightly taken aback. At such a close distance, he could feel that Bibi Dong was indeed more beautiful than in the past. It seemed like she exuded a unique charm, and her graceful figure radiated an intoxicating aura that drove men wild. However, the majesty and icy, queen-like temperament in her brows made others hesitate, afraid to defile her. Others might hesitate, but Luo Yu dared. The alluring fragrance of the woman was right in front of him, constantly stimulating his senses. If not now, then when? Without any hesitation, he directly aimed for her enticing lips and kissed her. Bibi Dong's eyes widened in surprise. She never expected Luo Yu to be so bold. He actually kissed her right here, outside the Pope's palace. How would he do this here? What if someone saw them? After so many years of not being close to a man, Bibi Dong's face instantly flushed red at the sudden intimacy. Yet, she showed no intention of dodging. The man's initiative surprised her, but it also brought her a hint of joy. She had been waiting for this man for so many years. How could she stop his actions? She couldn't bear to push him away. Shyly closing her eyes, her heart raced uncontrollably. The soft and enchanting rabbit-like figure was sandwiched between Luo Yu and Bibi Dong, showing a look of resentment and jealousy, as if it were a pet that had fallen out of favor. On the other side, the charred silver armor Soul King lay on the ground, even in extreme pain, unable to focus on anything but the shocking scene before him. He tightly covered his mouth to avoid making any sound. The breathless platinum Bishop Palace lay on the ground, feeling dizzy as he caught sight of this side. What was happening? Was the queen kissing a young boy? This was impossible, my goddess. How could she like men? The platinum bishop even forgot his injuries, his pupils fixated in shock. He still remembered that in the palace, an elder with the title Douluo was nearly beaten to death just for discussing the queen behind her back. What kind of miracle could allow someone to kiss the queen? This couldn't be real. It must not be real. Palace would rather believe he was hallucinating than think that the queen would one day show affection to a man. Ugh, this is annoying. I'm running out of breath. Bibi Dong pouted playfully and lightly punched the man's chest. Luo Yu pouted, feeling a bit unsatisfied. What kind of cultivation do you have? Can't even control your breathing? Facing the intense gaze, Bibi Dong avoided eye contact and stammered, "This is my first kiss. Can't I be a little nervous?" Luo Yu was about to take action. Bibi Dong blinked her sparkling phoenix eyes and said, "Brother Yu, let's talk in my palace." "It's not appropriate here." Luo Yu teased gently. "What's wrong? Afraid of losing face?" Bibi Dong pouted, "You're bad." "I'm not afraid of losing face. I just don't care what others think. I'm shy." The Supreme Empress's girlishly spoiled demeanor made Luo Yu's bones feel weak, and he exclaimed that he couldn't take it anymore. "Do you usually act so spoiled?" Bibi Dong huffed lightly. "Not at all, they don't deserve it. You know I have my shadows, and am extremely averse to men. Only in front of you, Brother Yu, do I want to be myself." She shyly blinked her eyes, turned her back, and her soft yet firm voice came out. "Brother Yu, do you know? All of Donner's tenderness is meant only for you." Swish! Luo Yu swiftly moved, wrapping one arm around Bibi Dong's slender waist, a hint of charm appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Little girl, you better think clearly. I'm not a good person." Bibi Dong's eyes were dreamy as her palm caressed the man's face. "You hold a significant place in my heart. No matter what, Donner will always belong to you in this lifetime. Let's go." Luo Yu suddenly let go, leaving Bibi Dong feeling empty inside. "Brother Yu, you really annoy me." Bibi Dong exclaimed. "What are you standing there for? If you don't lead the way, how would I know where your palace is?" Oh. Bibi Dong, like a young girl, smiled brightly, as if 100 flowers were blooming. The Empress gently held Luo Yu's hand and walked towards the palace. As for the two people struggling on the ground, they were completely ignored from start to finish. A giant dragon would not care about the life and death of ants. However, after Bibi Dong and Luo Yu disappeared, a silver figure slowly emerged in this place, having been hidden all along. Chapter 10. The Jealous Gu Yu Na. The Empress Bibi Dong's palace. Palace and the silver-armored Soul King were startled by the sudden appearance of the silver figure in the empty space. Their attention deeply attracted. It was a girl so beautiful that words could not describe her. Her long silver hair cascaded behind her, reaching her ankles, and her long, smooth legs were bare beneath a flowing skirt, her flawless feet untouched by dust. Her curled eyelashes were as beautiful as a porcelain doll. However, in her special purple eyes, it seemed as though fiery flames were about to burst forth, closely watching the direction Bibi Dong and Luo Yu had left. She pursed her lips and clenched her small fists. "Douluo, no wonder you rushed out. Turns out there was a dog outside." Gu Yue Na felt like she was about to be driven mad. How could she let Luo Yu go out alone? She couldn't trust Wu's strength, so she secretly followed him, staying hidden to protect the man. But just now, she witnessed the two of them reuniting and kissing. Instantly, she felt like she was done for. No, the whole dragon was done for. Was it because Gu Yue Na, wasn't pretty enough? Did he have to go find women outside? He should come after me. This guy's just too much. No, if I don't vent this anger, I might not survive today. He hasn't even kissed me yet. How could he kiss someone else? Gu Yue Na was extremely aggrieved, her purple eyes flashing with cold light, and she quickly gathered her soul power to form a sharp, wide-bladed hatchet. In the next second, her figure transformed. She stood in front of the struggling, silver-armored Soul King, holding the hatchet. What are you? What do you want to do to me? The silver-armored Soul King stammered in fear. Gu Yue Na's tone was chilling. Just now, it was you who spoke disrespectfully to him, right? I've tolerated you for long enough. The silver-armored Soul King's eyes were filled with terror as he tried to speak. Gu Yue Na wouldn't allow any excuses. With a swift motion, the hatchet fell, shattering the silver armor and splattering blood. Compared to the Empress's methods, Gu Yue Na was even more ruthless, directly ending his life. Don't come near me. Palace, the Platinum Bishop, panicked and desperately gathered soul power to try to escape. You were trying to scheme against him, weren't you? Do you deserve it? Without allowing any rebuttal, like a judge from hell, Gu Yue Na flung the bloodied hatchet, producing a sonic boom as it struck Palace, causing his head to burst and killing him on the spot. The hall fell silent. Gu Yue Na once again condensed a hatchet in her hand. No, it's still not big enough. Whoosh! A gigantic cleaver appeared. No, still too small. Clang! A 10-meter-long great axe that required both hands to wield appeared, smashing the tiles and sending stone fragments flying as it cut into the ground. This is more like it. Gu Yue Na nodded in satisfaction and dragged the axe towards the Empress's palace. Damn it. After spending so much time together, he didn't say he wanted to kiss me, but he is developing so quickly with someone else. Today, I'm going to ask you, is it because I, Gu Yue Na, lack femininity, or is it that I can't wield a knife anymore? Scrape, scrape. Deep scratches appeared on the ground, accompanied by the harsh sound of friction. After walking a dozen steps, Gu Yue Na's expression struggled, and her lips pouted. With a clang, the great axe was thrown to the ground. She sighed, forget it. Killing this dog man will be letting him off easy. I hope you know better, and don't forget your old love for a new one. Silver light flickered, and her figure vanished, leaving behind a dissatisfied reprimand. Inside the Empress's palace, it was luxurious and full of grandeur. A faint feminine fragrance filled the palace, and the scent from the canopied bed was particularly strong. Luo Yu hugged the soft-boned, charming rabbit and directly sat on the bed. Brother Yu, that's someone else's bed, Bibi Dong said, looking shy and unable to display the queen's imposing demeanor at this moment. I know, Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Bibi Dong hesitated to speak. To be honest, in this queen's palace, not even a male animal had the chance to step inside. Luo Yu is still the first man in many years to have the fortune of entering here. Moreover, he is sitting right on the Empress's bed. If this gets out, it would surely cause a stir in the entire papal palace. Who doesn't know what kind of temper the Empress has? To dare to sit on the Empress's bed? That must be madness. Because of this, Bibi Dong is so shy. However, in the end, she didn't say anything. Brother Yu, are you thirsty? Come over here. Luo Yu waved his hand. Huh? Bibi Dong moved her beautiful legs and walked over. Luo Yu directly pulled Bibi Dong into his arms and sat her on his lap. What are you doing? Luo Yu leaned closer to the Empress's flushed ear and gently blew a breath. Guess what I'm going to do? If you guess wrong, I'll let you off. The Empress's eyes were almost brimming with tears. Her cheeks flushed as she lightly scolded. Yugo, you're so naughty. Do you really think being the Empress is something given for free? How am I supposed to guess? No matter what I say, you could just say I guessed right. And then, what happens next? Luo Yu pinched Bibi Dong's red lips, while his other hand instinctively placed itself on her soft, delicate thigh. Bibi Dong's long eyelashes trembled, and she shyly tried to break free and evade him. But unfortunately, he didn't give her a chance. On the golden bedsheet at the corner, the soft-boned charm rabbit that Luo Yu had tossed aside had a look of resentment in its pink eyes. It felt like it would never be loved again. Just moments ago, it was praised for its comfortable fur, but now, having encountered something better, it was discarded without a second thought. Douluo glanced at the queen's enchanting figure, secretly feeling a bit dissatisfied. If she transformed into human form, she wouldn't necessarily be any worse. At this moment, the noble and elegant queen was in a state of confusion, completely lost in Luo Yu's rhythm, with soft jade in his arms. Just as Luo Yu was about to lose control and reach to untie the queen's robe, Bibi Dong's eyes regained a hint of clarity, and with a flash of brilliance, she escaped from the man's clutches. Brother Yu, you're too impatient. It's not the right time yet. Luo Yu also slightly regained his senses and glanced at the delicate bone charm rabbit in the corner, secretly cursing himself for being foolish. Don't underestimate the rabbit. There's still eyes watching here. Is it his fault? It's all because Bibi Dong has become so alluring that it's tempting, nearly causing him to lose control. Seeing Luo Yu's focused expression, Bibi Dong thought he was unhappy, so she gracefully walked over, sat down beside him, took his hand, and naturally placed it on her snow-white thigh. Brother Yu, don't be angry. Once you agree to marry me, Dong is willing to give you anything. Luo Yu raised his hand and stroked Bibi Dong's soft hair. I wasn't angry. I was just a bit impulsive earlier. Bibi Dong shook her head and softly said, don't blame brother Yu. I liked it a lot just now too. Strange, why does it suddenly feel a bit cold? Luo Yu wondered. Bibi Dong lightly exclaimed, I seem to feel a bit too. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows, Gu Yue Na was already gripping a hatchet, gritting her teeth and glaring at them, almost ready to rush out. By the way, brother Yu, I have to host a ceremony today. I'll come back to accompany you tonight, Bibi Dong said, while tidying her disheveled hair and half-unbuttoned clothing. Luo Yu nodded, appreciating the beautiful scene. Brother Yu, I have a disciple. I'll have her come over to keep you company in the hall for a while. Disciple? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Bibi Dong leaned in close to his ear and whispered, she's worried you might be lonely. That's why she is willing to bring my precious disciple over to keep you company. But just to be clear, my disciple is very beautiful. So you must not have any bad intentions. Luo Yu shrugged, as if recalling something, a smile on his lips. Don't worry about letting her come over. What bad intentions could I have? Bibi Dong clearly didn't believe him, spitting out, you better not harm me, not even sparing her disciples. Good things shouldn't go to outsiders. Do you want to separate from her? Get lost, you're such a mess. Bibi Dong laughed and scolded him, then gave a few more instructions, saying that Hulaina would arrive soon, and then hurriedly left. Luo Yu sat on the bed, instinctively grabbing the rabbit and curling up with it. What he didn't see was that the resentment in the rabbit's eyes disappeared, replaced by a comfortable gaze. Recalling his conversation with Hulaina on the street, a strange smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips. He clearly remembered what the other party had said. I wonder what kind of expression that girl would have when she suddenly sees me here. It's quite interesting. Chapter 11. The Shocked Saintess. How are you on the teacher's bed? In the corridors of the spirit hall, beautiful women of all sizes were standing together and talking. Each had their own beauty, but their legs were equally long and straight. Bibi Dong was the ice queen, exuding the charm of a mature woman, while Hulaina was elegant and alluring like a budding flower, but her waist and hips were as tempting as a ripe peach. Nana, what were you daydreaming about just now? And no, nothing. Hulaina waved her hands repeatedly to dismiss the shadow in her mind. The teacher has a task for you. Please give your orders. The teacher is going to attend this year's spirit awakening ceremony with the elders. You go and help me entertain the guests. Guests? Hulaina was surprised. Yes, he is in my palace. Take him around the spirit hall. He can go wherever he wants. Don't stop him. Hulaina was even more astonished. It was the first time she had seen the teacher display such a formal expression. Okay, I will definitely take good care of this guest for you. Hulaina quickly arrived at the entrance of the queen's palace, her curiosity piqued. Who could this esteemed guest be to wait in the queen's palace? The family members of the leaders of the three major sects? Or a hidden female expert? As for whether it could be a man, Hulaina shook her head repeatedly. How could that be possible? Betting on her years of understanding of the teacher. Even if the sky were to fall, there wouldn't be a male presence in the teacher's room. Knock, knock, knock. Hulaina gently knocked on the door, afraid of neglecting the honored guest. Focusing her gaze, she wanted to see who this esteemed guest that the teacher valued so much was. There was no response. Senior, my master ordered me to serve you. Still, there was no sound. Hulaina was puzzled. Was there no one inside? After hesitating for a moment, she pushed the door open and entered. The moment she stepped into the room, her pupils constricted, her delicate body struck by lightning. On the bed lay a person, facing away from the door. She could only see his back and not his face, but the broad back and attire unmistakably indicated that it was a man. Seeing the scene before her, Hulaina's voice trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. A man entered the queen's palace? The slap in the face came so quickly. Not only was a man inside, but that guy had the audacity to lie on the teacher's bed and sleep. Was he seeking death? Could this guest the teacher mentioned be him? No way. This was too exaggerated. How could the teacher allow a man into her palace, let alone sleep on her bed? It was impossible. Could it be that this guy took the initiative to climb up there? Hulaina tiptoed to the bedside. Strange, the more she looked at this back, the more it felt somewhat familiar. She walked around to the other side, and when she saw that otherworldly, celestial face and the chubby rabbit in his arms, a flash of lightning passed through her mind, and her mouth dropped open. Is it him? The noise outside woke Luo Yu. He blinked sleepily, opening and closing his eyelids, and saw a pair of beautiful rounded legs right in front of him. Looking up, he saw the astonished, golden-haired girl. You're here? You. How could you be on the teacher's bed? Hulaina's eyes widened. Her cherry-like mouth remained open, unable to close. Luo Yu slowly got up, stretched lazily, feeling sleepy. It wouldn't be a problem to take a nap on her bed, right? Big problem. Hulaina panicked. How dare you lie on the Empress's bed? Are you courting death? Luo Yu shook his head. I would dare to remove the words the bet as well. Huh? Hulaina was first taken aback. Then she reacted. Her face flushed, and she glared fiercely at him. I see your other name is unaware of danger. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, teasingly saying, You're the one here to entertain me, and this is how you talk? Entertain? Hulaina came back to her senses, starting to stutter. You can't be the guest that the teacher asked me to host, right? Are you silly? Is there anyone else in this room besides me? A faint silver light flickered in a hidden corner of the room. Hulaina still found it hard to believe, but had to accept it since the evidence was right in front of her. Forcing herself to suppress the shock inside, she stammered, Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with the teacher, and why are you here? Haven't I told you all these questions before? Didn't you not believe me? Luo Yu lowered his head, fiddling with the rabbit ears, and the texture really felt good. Nonsense. How could the Empress possibly have anything to do with you? Luo Yu glanced at her. These things are not important. The key point is, I said, we will meet again soon. Hulaina swallowed hard. This guy is too powerful, isn't he? The image of Luo Yu became increasingly mysterious in Hulaina's mind, stirring up a strong curiosity to explore it clearly. You wouldn't be some old monster who has returned to their youth, would you? Hulaina said timidly. Huh? What old monster? I've already said, I haven't awakened my martial soul yet. Luo Yu glanced at the transparent system panel. Dragon God, ready to awaken. 9 Heavens Extermination Sword. Ready to awaken. Come on, I don't believe it. Hulaina shook her head repeatedly, thinking that Luo Yu must be an ancient monster with immense soul power. Otherwise, how could he act so recklessly? The absolute truth. Still don't believe it? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. I just don't believe it. Stop lying. Hulaina huffed. If you haven't awakened your martial soul, I will call you it every time I see you from now on. Luo Yu felt helpless. Do you really want me to become a father at such a young age? Dare to let me take a look. If you awaken your martial soul, just call me Little Ant next time we meet. Hulaina was full of confidence. Come on, this holy maiden's brain is not for nothing. A person so ordinary could catch the teacher's eye. If it weren't for having met Luo Yu, I would definitely be feeling very restrained right now. After all, this guy is too mysterious. Luo Yu shook his head and said, There's no need to investigate. I can just show you my martial soul awakening on the spot to prove it. Hulaina sneered. I see you calculated that there are no awakening stones here. Luo Yu was speechless. With such a large spirit hall, there must be awakening stones. Keep acting, just keep acting. Hulaina, with her arms crossed, had a look that suggested she had Luo Yu under her control. Let's go. Take me to find an awakening stone. Today, I'll make you regret what you said. Hulaina glared. Let's go then. Coincidentally, our spirit hall is holding an awakening ceremony today, and I can take you to secure a spot. Awakening ceremony? Luo Yu was puzzled. Yes, didn't the teacher tell you? Hulaina explained. Every year on this day, all descendants of soul saints and above from the spirit hall are eligible to awaken their martial souls in the central square. Those with high talent can stay to receive the great offerings and blessings of divine light. If a top-tier talent appears, they can even be chosen in advance as the holy son of our spirit hall. Luo Yu pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat interesting, but considering the situation, she decided it was better not to go. TSK, can't continue the act. Hurry up and reveal your martial soul. I'm really a bit curious. Hulaina blinked her beautiful eyes, displaying a unique sense of pride typical of a young girl. I haven't awakened it yet. Why would I show you anything? Then why are you afraid to go? I'm afraid the awakening will make too much noise and draw too much attention. Bragging. To be honest, I'm mainly afraid that once my martial soul awakens, all those elders and worshippers will be begging to take me as their disciple and won't let me leave. Do you think I would believe that? Hulaina cutely blinked her eyes. All right, I can see that today you are a little girl lacking love, determined to acknowledge me as your father. Luo Yu got up, acting swiftly and decisively, directly grabbing Hulaina's small hand. Let's go. Fulfill your wish and take me to the central square. Chapter 12. Preparing to reap a wave of Spirit Hall benefits, the eve of the tremor. In the central square of the Spirit Hall, the crowd was bustling, creating a lively atmosphere. One by one, hexagram formations made of awakening stones were set up throughout the wide square, with soul saints and above bringing their juniors to prepare beside the formations. Bibi Dong, wearing a purple gold crown, sat with her beautiful legs crossed on the grand throne at the highest point, her phoenix eyes surveying the scene with the majesty of an empress. Looking down at the bustling crowd below, the noble aura surrounding her was so imposing that no one dared to meet her gaze. The elders and bishops, dressed in luxurious attire and exuding a fierce presence, stood in 2 rows below. It was quite a lively scene. Luo Yu gently stroked the soft-boned charm rabbit in his arms, standing at the edge of the square and looking around, feeling quite emotional. Before taking form, he had been constrained by the damned heavenly tribulation, only able to hide in the starry forest to cultivate. It had been a long time since he experienced such liveliness. Now that he had returned to the mortal world, he naturally wanted to fully enjoy this bustling world. Luo Yu's lips curled up in a smile, calculating the time. It was indeed a good moment. Xiaowu was still unmarried. Zhu Zhuqing had not yet found a match. Rong was still that little witch, and Bai Qinxiang was also on the verge of blooming. Counting with his fingers, it was truly a limitless scenery. And the future was promising. You guy, at first glance, it's clear you're not thinking of anything good, Gu Yue Na said disdainfully from the side. Nonsense. Oof. I saw your wicked grin just now. Luo Yu shot her a glare and teased. All right, smart one. When does the test start? I can't wait for you to change your mind. Hey, you can't be serious about participating in the awakening, can you? Gu Yue Na exclaimed in surprise. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you the one who called me here? Gu Yue Na looked at Luo Yu with scrutiny, shaking her head repeatedly. I still don't believe you haven't awakened. It simply doesn't make sense. You faced my pressure earlier without flinching. It's impossible to do that without soul power, right? Is that strange? Gu Yue Na covered her lips and smiled. If that's really the case, then I wouldn't be the top of the younger generation in the Spirit Hall. If you can do it, then go ahead. She sighed. Forget it. I'm not in the mood. I'd rather take a nap if I have the time. Luo Yu waved his hand disinterestedly. Why are you staring at me like that? Gu Yue Na's charming eyes were filled with curiosity as she gazed at Luo Yu, feeling that this man was very special. Completely different in temperament from the so-called geniuses in the hall. I'm wondering, are you really this confident, or are you just good at pretending? What do you think? After thoughtful consideration, Gu Yue Na confidently stated, I'm 100% sure that your soul power is at least level 35 or higher right now. Luo Yu raised his sword finger, blocking Gu Yue Na's thin lips. Sure, don't be anxious. At this moment, the ceremony was already prepared, and the Empress stood up, radiating a domineering and majestic aura throughout the venue. Completely different from when she was with Luo Yu. She now resembled a queen from the heavens, elegant and noble. Stunningly beautiful yet imposing. The powerful aura made everyone feel breathless, except for Luo Yu, who smiled faintly. Considering how outstanding his future wife was, should he ease up on his efforts? Perhaps think about living off her? When the Empress spoke, the entire venue fell silent, as if even the wind had stopped. Present were the most outstanding direct-line soul masters of the Spirit Hall, and I believe that the offspring you brought today possess the best bloodlines. And their awakened martial spirits are naturally even more exceptional. You are all the future of our Spirit Hall. Therefore, I, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, solemnly promise that those who awaken a top-tier martial spirit and have innate soul power reaching level 7 or above will be rewarded with 1,000 soul coins. Those with innate soul power reaching level 8 will receive 10,000 soul coins. For those reaching level 9, 1,000-year spirit herb will be awarded. If anyone can reach innate soul power level 10, Bibi Dong paused, scanning the crowd below, and a soul bone will be awarded. Wow! The crowd below instantly erupted. Soul saints, soul Douluos, and even titled Douluos grew eager, and the group of spirited young people became even more excited, eagerly wanting to awaken and prove themselves. The fathers looked on with anticipation, encouraging their children. Son, that's a soul bone. This time, the awakening ceremony of the Spirit Hall is actually offering a soul bone as a reward. You must perform well. I don't require you to get a soul bone. Just bring back 1,000-year spirit herb, and I'll die with a smile. Child, this opportunity is rare and only comes once. You must know that your father, as a soul saint, has served the Spirit Hall for so many years, but has never even seen the shadow of a soul bone. Just reaching innate soul power level 8 is fine. I've been training you since you were in your mother's womb. You must make your father proud. Luo Yu tilted his head to look at Gu Yue Na. Your Spirit Hall is really wealthy, willing to take out soul bones. Gu Yue Na scoffed dismissively, rolling her eyes. What good is it for everyone to shout? A full innate spirit power hasn't appeared for years. That's a true genius. The soul bone reward is at most just a decoration. What if there really is one? Luo Yu pondered. If there really is, Spirit Hall would be overjoyed. That would be finding a true treasure. They would probably be more than willing to part with 2 soul bones. Luo Yu's expression was strange. What if someone is at the innate level 20? What kind of reward would they get? What? Innate level 20? Are you thinking about peaches? Gu Yue Na stared wide-eyed, shaking her head repeatedly. Not to mention that such a person couldn't possibly exist. If they did, the spirit hall would treat them like an ancestor, begging them not to leave and giving them whatever they wanted. Ahem, that was an exaggeration. Luo Yu coughed. He was considering whether he could show off a bit and take advantage of the spirit hall. Soul bones? Those are good things, even if he didn't want them. He could give them to a girl, right? Gu Yue Na interrupted, saying, "All right, stop dreaming. These things have nothing to do with us. We can just watch the show from the sidelines." As the Empress announced the start of the ceremony, the square was filled with awakening arrays, shining brightly one after another. The lights varied in size. Some were small orbs of light, while others illuminated a distance of 10 zhang, with the awakening of martial souls. Some people were excited while others sighed. Most people awakened with around innate level 6 soul power. If they were in the outside world, they would definitely be considered treasures. But who was present? The worst among them were descendants of soul saints, and innate level 6 might not even be as high as their father's talent. So naturally, they felt downcast. The Empress and the elders on the platform were watching the strange phenomena below, and they all sighed. This generation seems to be lacking. Indeed, the innate soul power is generally a bit low. The offerings hidden in the shadows watching here might not find a satisfactory disciple, and one wonders if they will become furious. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the square, shining 20 zhang, revealing a fierce crocodile phantom within the golden light. Wang Tung. Martial soul. Thorn crocodile dragon. Innate level 8 soul power. The elders high above sighed repeatedly. Finally, someone decent has appeared. Not bad. This Wang Tung has the potential of a soul, Douluo. It seems this martial soul also carries traces of dragon lineage. Perhaps there's a chance to break through to title Douluo, making him a valuable talent. Wang Tung looked proud, and his father laughed heartily, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. The crocodile dragon contains dragon lineage with limitless potential. My son Wang Tung has great talent. Luo Yu stared in astonishment at this scene, feeling a bit dazed. Is this the level? Can they get so excited over this? Gu Yue Na pouted and said, "Come on, an innate soul power of level 8 is already pretty good, okay? Although it's not as good as mine. But in other places, that's the level of a pillar in an ordinary academy." Luo Yu thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. Tang San and Dai Mubai's group didn't have many with full soul power either. Unfortunately, the subsequent tests were unremarkable. Everyone was howling, but after the tests, they all stood dejectedly to the side. Only Wang Tung achieved a golden light that reached 20 zhang. It seemed that this generation only had this level. Sigh. One generation is worse than the last. The elders shook their heads and sighed, and the hidden offerings were filled with disappointment, having come for nothing and planning to leave. Only one of the 95th level offerings suddenly appeared, expressing a willingness to take Wang Tung as a named disciple, drawing envious glances from colleagues and thrilling Wang Tung and his son. Just as the ceremony was about to end in a bleak manner and enter the next stage, an unusual golden light suddenly burst forth in the square, attracting everyone's attention. All eyes focused intently on that spot. There, a tall and beautiful girl with golden hair stood beside, activating the awakening formation, while Luo Yu stood in the center of the hexagram formation, eyes closed and expression solemn. An extraordinary light began to surge from Luo Yu's body, growing increasingly intense, as if the heavens and earth were stirring at that moment. Chapter 13, A Groundbreaking Awakening. The Empress is excited. Truly my man. Crack. In the square, the golden light erupted, becoming increasingly brilliant. An unusual aura spread through the heavens and earth, capturing everyone's attention. From the offerings and elders above to the soul saint deacons below, hundreds of gazes turned in unison to notice that striking pair of handsome man and beautiful woman. Is that the saintess? Who is she hosting the awakening ceremony for? Who is that boy, and why have I never seen him before? Although the awakening ceremony had just begun, the elders all sensed something extraordinary, compared to their previous indifference towards others, upon seeing Luo Yu. Bibi Dong on the throne quickly set aside her crossed legs, sat up straight, and her phoenix eyes sparkled with curiosity. No one noticed that the usually cold and proud Ice Mountain Empress had her crimson lips curling into an enticing arc, her eyes filled with anticipation. What kind of martial soul would the man she favored awaken? Under everyone's gaze, Gu Yue Na felt a mix of emotions, her expression extremely odd. When the formation opened and she saw the golden light rising from the man, she was momentarily stunned, because this meant that the man had not lied. He truly had not awakened a martial soul yet. Gu Yue Na felt wronged and deeply impacted. How could this be? Logically speaking, who waits until 12 or 13 to awaken their martial soul. What was most unbelievable for Gu Yue Na was that this guy, without a martial soul, had previously managed to withstand the pressure of her soul sect with just his physical body. Upon reaching this conclusion, Gu Yue Na's spirit jolted, her eyes wide with shock, unable to suppress a gasp. No way, that is too unbelievable. What is this guy's background? However, isn't it a bit late to awaken a martial soul now? Wouldn't all that talent be wasted? Of course, there was one more thing that made Gu Yue Na feel extremely troubled and unable to face. She had confidently bet against him. What should she do now? She wouldn't actually have to call him dad, right? How could she even say that? It's so embarrassing. Gu Yue Na's heart raced, her expression tense and shy, her pearly teeth half biting her moist pink lips. Boom! In the center of the hexagram awakening formation, Luo Yu, who had his eyes solemnly closed, suddenly erupted with a powerful flow of energy, directly sending the stunned Gu Yue Na flying back. Stumble, stumble, stumble. Gu Yue Na took 3 steps back, her beautiful eyes wide open. What was going on? She had never heard of anyone's martial soul awakening having any destructive force. Not only was she shocked, but the high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall were also confused. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but be surprised, looking around. What is happening? Have you ever seen a martial soul awakening occur in such a manner? Unheard of. Ghost Douluo shook his head repeatedly. Look, someone shouted. In the formation, a whirlwind whipped up. Luo Yu's long, straight black hair danced wildly, and his already ethereal aura, under the golden light's reflection, seemed like a deity descending to the mortal realm. The golden light of the formation, representing talent, was also rapidly expanding. Others' awakenings grew inch by inch. The golden light around Luo Yu surged dramatically, instantly surpassing Wang Teng's 20 zhang, shocking everyone present. How is this possible? Whose child is this? Such an extraordinary talent. 20 zhang of golden light indicates at least a level 8 innate ability. No, with this explosive speed, there's definitely a chance for level 9 innate ability. The elders, who were originally disappointed with the awakening ceremony, became invigorated. The pairs of dim eyes hidden in the dark corners of the square also revealed sharp glimmers and began to stir. Boom! Luo Yu was surrounded by golden light that extended 30 zhang. The crowd opened their mouths in astonishment, but before they could exclaim, another explosive sound echoed. The golden light now expanded to a radius of 40 zhang. Wang Teng, who had just been arrogant and proud, was dumbfounded. So soon? Is it already double mine? He struggled to swallow. Gu Yue Na opened her mouth. What kind of martial soul was this guy about to awaken? As the leader of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, her own awakening had not been this exaggerated, right? However, in the corner of the square, the growth of golden light, representing martial soul talent, was not yet over, rapidly expanding like a dazzling little sun. Zhu Doluo's voice trembled. The Empress's martial soul awakening back then was probably no more impressive than this. The elders began to feel excited and agitated. The hidden eyes watching Luo Yu had already become incredibly fervent. The golden light reached 50 zhang. What kind of martial soul is this kid about to awaken? Gu Yue Na, Douluo, and others clenched their fists, as if they wanted to witness the emergence of a true prodigy with their own eyes. Crack, crack! Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The 6 awakening stones that formed the formation actually appeared with spiderweb-like cracks. The awakening stones are about to shatter. No way. How is this possible? What kind of martial soul is this kid about to awaken? Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them, rubbing their eyes in doubt, wondering if they were dreaming. Even the top martial souls in the world, with innate full soul power, shouldn't be able to explode the awakening stones. Boom! They exploded. Really exploded? The elders and attendants looked at each other, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The 6 awakening stones exploded simultaneously, and countless fragments flew in all directions. Not good. Someone shouted in alarm, realizing that after the awakening stones shattered, the golden light of the formation was rapidly fading. While the boy's martial soul had yet to be guided out, Gu Yue Na's expression changed. Her soul power erupted as she rushed to get another awakening stone for Luo Yu. She was fast, but a graceful figure was even more urgent and quicker than her. The throne exploded, and the Empress shot out, her 9 spirit rings blooming simultaneously, and the overwhelming soul power gathered all the awakening stones in the square, instantly forming a hexagram formation that covered the square. At that moment, it seemed to be fully stimulated. All the awakening stones in the square simultaneously erupted with strong light, the dazzling golden light, resembling an inverted golden bowl, enveloping the square above. At this time, the range of the golden light exceeded 100 zhang. An elder stared wide-eyed, exerting all his strength to express the shocking truth. The golden light reached 1,000 zhang. Before the words fell, as if in response, a thunderous dragon roar echoed in all directions. Suddenly, an immense aura erupted from Luo Yu, and a 9-colored beam of light shot up into the sky, overturning the golden light and heading straight for the heavens, forming a towering 9-colored pillar that connected the earth and sky. Everyone in the audience stood up, and the elders all looked up in awe. Gu Yue Na covered her mouth, unable to hide her shock. Wang Tung's body trembled, and with a thud, he uncontrollably knelt down on the ground. The enormous crocodile dragon martial soul behind him appeared on its own, roaring towards the sky in a declaration of submission. It wasn't just him. Everyone in the audience with dragon-type martial souls knelt down if they had lower cultivation, while those with higher cultivation experienced chaotic soul power. Only the top-tier powerhouses could maintain their composure, yet they were still filled with inexplicable dread. A soul sage-level enforcer from the spirit hall had a trembling thorn dragon phantom appear behind him. Wasn't that 9-colored beam? Why is my martial soul out of control? Roar. Another even more resonant dragon roar echoed, causing hundreds of awakening stones in the venue to shatter simultaneously. It was at this moment that the 9-colored beam dissipated, revealing the true form of the martial soul within. A colossal dragon, thousands of feet long, emanated an incomparably divine and majestic aura, with each irregular diamond-shaped scale shimmering with 9-colored divine light, elements converging, and blood vitality overwhelming, shocking everyone present. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes, revealing starry pupils that shimmered like 9-colored diamonds. At this moment, he seemed to be a true celestial being, and a 9-colored light emanating from his gaze was something even Tidal Douluo could not look directly at. Bibi Dong's enchanting eyes sparkled with infatuation as she looked around, surveying the scene with a regal demeanor. It was as if she couldn't help but declare, "Do you see? This is the talent of my man." Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions, her heart surging with waves. Even a matter of changing her words was suppressed by her shock at this moment. Compared to the two of them, the graceful figure secretly observing from the shadows trembled continuously, her purple eyes filled with mist, a single crystal tear dropping onto her smooth, jade-like foot. Gu Yue Na, the silver dragon king, who had never shed tears before, cried today, because the dragon god had returned. More importantly, the one who possessed the dragon god martial soul was none other than Luo Yu. As long as it was him, that was enough. Although Gu Yue Na was unclear about how this came to be, she knew that the future of soul beasts was secured. Her future with him was also secured. As long as this man was given enough time, everything would be fine. What was there to fear in the divine realm? Without the energy support of thousands of awakening stones, the illusory figure of the 9-colored dragon god quickly shrank down to 9 zhang in size and landed behind the man. The elders stared intently at the martial soul behind Luo Yu. The awakened children and their parents looked on with envy. Swish, swish, swish. A number of hidden worshippers could no longer contain themselves. Disregarding their postures, they all flew towards Luo Yu. These peak existences from the spirit hall looked at Luo Yu as if he were a rare treasure, their wrinkled skin beaming with joy while also displaying a flattering expression. Chapter 14. Mission. Capture Gu Yue Na. 100,000 years exclusive soul. Ring reward. Luo Yu controlled the newly awakened dragon, god, martial spirit. He felt as if all the surrounding elements were cheering and eagerly rushing towards his body, allowing him to autonomously improve his cultivation without any deliberate training. Looking down at his clenched fist, he experienced an unreal sensation. His skin shimmered with a golden luster, and his vitality surged. He could clearly sense the explosive power raging within him, as if there was an illusion that he could shatter space with sheer force. Young friend, I don't know where your family is, but could you invite them out for a meeting? Luo Yu had been surrounded by the offerings of the spirit hall in a circle. At that moment, an old man with a gray robe and a youthful face was speaking with a foolish smile. Old man, step aside. I was the first to come out. The old man in silver attire pulled him aside and leaned closer to Luo Yu's face. Little brother, are you interested in finding a master? Another old man jumped out nearby, speaking with righteous indignation. Don't be shameless, young friend. Don't listen to these two. I am a 96th level spirit master. The third offering of the spirit hall, with the white-armored sacred dragon spirit. I can guide you, since we share the same dragon-type spirit. Are you blind or are we blind? Who can't see that your white-armored sacred dragon is just a big white bug compared to the little brother spirit? What do you have to brag about? The elders and deacons in the distance looked completely astonished. Could you please pay attention to your status? Where's your high and mighty demeanor? Was this still the group of stoic, inscrutable offerings they knew? Now they seemed to be arguing like common folk, throwing out insults without any pleasantries, tearing off their masks and going head-to-head. However, upon seeing the shards of awakening stones scattered all over the ground and the radiant Luo Yu over there, everyone felt that it somehow all made sense and didn't seem so strange anymore. Compared to everything else, wasn't this guy a bit too frightening? For how many years, throughout the history of the Spirit Hall, had there ever been an awakening of a spirit that caused such commotion? Normally, when an awakening reaches a golden light of 30 zhang, that person could be directly cultivated as a holy son or holy daughter. Goodness, this young man directly erupted with 1,000 zhang of golden light. What kind of quality must this spirit possess? What heights would it reach in the future? Luo Yu was fully immersed in experiencing the changes in his body. He quietly felt fortunate that his body was an immaculate divine body nurtured by the tribulation golden lotus. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to withstand the awakening of his martial soul. The dragon god martial soul was something that ordinary people simply could not awaken. If it were someone else, they would probably explode and die at the very beginning of the awakening. However, if there weren't enough awakening stones, it would be difficult to trigger the dragon god martial soul. Fortunately, the martial soul hall was prosperous and had enough awakening stones to provide. It was indeed the right place to be today. Everyone stepped aside. An imposing elder stepped forward, his gray robe exuding authority without anger. The noisy worshippers instantly fell silent, filled with reverence. He approached Luo Yu and nodded in satisfaction. You are quite remarkable. I am Douluo, the owner of a divine-level martial soul, with a peak cultivation of level 99. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Luo Yu scratched his head, his face showing difficulty. If you have any troubles, feel free to speak up. I will satisfy you. Douluo appeared aloof, but his eyes flashed with passion, and his palms were sweating with excitement. May the martial soul hall be blessed. Luo Yu retracted the dragon god martial soul, and the surrounding owners of dragon-type martial souls, including Wang Tung, breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, but their legs were still weak as they looked over in shock. Do you still have any awakening stones? Luo Yu asked shyly. What do you mean? Douluo was taken aback. Aren't they all awakened? What do you need awakening stones for? The others also looked confused, scratching their heads in misunderstanding. I feel like I haven't fully awakened yet. Luo Yu blinked his eyes. Douluo let out a light sound, then seemed to realize something. His tiger-like body shook. Not fully awakened? The people paying attention here repeated it, and their expressions changed, their eyes fixed on Luo Yu. This guy can't possibly have a twin martial soul, right? No way. This martial soul is already so abnormal. Could there be another one hidden? Is it true? Hulaina tightened the hem of her skirt. Gu Yue Na, hidden in the space, was also in shock. As for Bibi Dong, her heart and eyes were filled with her beloved. Hearing the discussions around him and seeing Luo Yu's non-denying expression, Douluo's breathing quickened. He turned to the others and shouted urgently, Quick, bring out all the awakening stones stored in the hall. Hurry! On the debris of the square, a huge hexagram array was set up again, composed of thousands of awakening stones. Everyone was dispersed by Douluo to the side, leaving only Luo Yu inside to complete his awakening. Anticipation, surprise, and admiration focused on Luo Yu. The array was activated by Bibi Dong, and everyone waited for an even more spectacular scene to unfold. However, after 10 breaths, 30 breaths, there was no movement from Luo Yu. Someone let out a sigh of relief. Their body relaxed. Phew, almost scared me to death. I just thought this guy couldn't possibly have a twin martial soul. That would be unbearable. Someone next to him rolled their eyes and said, Come on, even if he has a single martial soul, you wouldn't be able to handle it. But a twin martial soul is quite unlikely. How monstrous would that be? Douluo looked slightly disappointed, but he didn't say much. Luo Yu's talent was already the best he had ever seen, so there was nothing to regret. He flashed to Luo Yu's side in the array and smiled to comfort him. Young friend, with your talent, if you take me as your master, even a single martial soul can be invincible in the world. Luo Yu ignored it completely, his eyes tightly closed. Being disregarded like this, Douluo's face showed a look of anger. Clang! There was no trace of golden light or movement in the square, yet a clang of a sword echoed out of nowhere, reaching everyone's eardrums without any barriers. Then, The thousands of awakening stones scattered on the ground suddenly and bizarrely turned to dust in an instant. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept by, and everyone shifted their shocked gazes back. Unbeknownst to Wen, Luo Yu had already opened his eyes, and before him appeared a long sword. The sword was 4 feet and 3 inches long, neither gold nor iron, but resembling jade, its entire body transparent like amber. It was exceptionally ancient, with an inconspicuous aura. Seemingly ordinary. However, no one was foolish. Often the bizarre meant absolute power. Didn't they see that the thousands of awakening stones just disappeared like that? This is the 9 Heavens extermination sword? The true weapon spirit of the world? Just because others couldn't see it, doesn't mean Luo Yu couldn't feel it. It seemed that this sword indeed didn't contain any energy, but its material looked extraordinary. Luo Yu couldn't help but recall the system's impressive introduction. If this was the level of it, it didn't seem very credible. Ding! The system detected the host awakening a martial soul. Task released. Capture the Saintess Gu Yue Na. Task reward. Exclusive 9 Heavens Sword of Extermination, a 100,000 year first soul ring. Exclusive soul ring? What does that mean? Luo Yu was momentarily stunned. The electronic voice echoed again. System explanation. 9 Heavens Sword of Extermination, 1 turn 1 world. The host cannot independently obtain the soul ring and must complete the task to acquire the exclusive soul ring. Only by possessing the exclusive soul ring can the true power of the sword soul be unleashed. Huh? Does that mean that even if my soul power is enough, I can't go out and hunt soul beasts? I have to complete the task. However, this exclusive soul ring seems to be compatible with the extermination sword. Could it have special functions? After all, the introduction can't be misleading, right? But can the first soul ring really be a 100,000 year one? That doesn't seem too bad. Holding the extermination sword in his hand gave Luo Yu a feeling of bloodline connection, yet it felt empty, as if something was missing. While he remained calm, others were already in an uproar. Twin martial souls. It really was a twin martial soul, and the quality of these 2 martial souls seemed quite astonishing. Compared to others' astonished reactions, Gu Yue Na's soft figure couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her face flushed red as she covered her face with her small hands, not daring to look in Luo Yu's direction. It's over. It's really over this time. She tried to form words, but her voice got stuck in her throat. This is a disaster. How could someone be so bold? I hope he forgets about this matter. Chapter 15. Creating a record of innate soul power level. The crystal ball exploded. In the square, Luo Yu had become the absolute center of attention. Every action he took stirred the thoughts of everyone present. Those in attendance were all high-ranking members of the Spear Hall. Who among them wasn't clever? How could they not see how terrifying Luo Yu's potential was? Each of them thought about getting closer to him, familiarizing themselves and ingratiating themselves. However, they couldn't even get close, as Luo Yu was already surrounded by the offerings. After witnessing the twin martial souls, Qin Daolu directly put on a serious face and eagerly promised, "Young friend, if you are willing to take me as your master, the position of future Pope of the Spear Hall could be promised to you." Luo Yu's gaze was unfocused, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. He waved the Zhutian sword in his hand a few times, creating a flurry of sword flowers. How bold! The grand offering is speaking to you. Yet you do not respond quickly? The 7th offering scolded sharply. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the person speaking. Just a single look made the 7th elder's heart tremble, as if he had been targeted by a fierce deity. This infuriated him greatly. After all, he possessed a cultivation level of 96, so how could he be intimidated by a junior? He said sternly, "You, young one, have extraordinary talent. But aren't you being a bit too disrespectful?" Luo Yu couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids this time. He casually traced the blade of the Zhutian sword with his finger and said dismissively, "What is it to you? Impudent." The 7th elder's anger flared as he puffed out his cheeks and glared, his cultivation at the 96th level erupting in an instant. Hiss! This kid is too arrogant. Daring to provoke the 7th elder? The 7th elder was known for being stubborn, placing great importance on hierarchy, and having quite the temper. Whispers of discussion rippled through the crowd. Just as the 7th elder was about to explode, Qin Daolu smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Old 7, he's just a junior. With such talent, it's only normal for him to have a bit of temper. Let's be more tolerant. But he can't disregard the respect for elders." The 7th elder fumed. "This kid is too arrogant. Shut up." Qin Daolu's smile vanished as he scolded sharply. The 7th elder immediately fell silent. Qin Daolu regained his warm smile and asked, "Young friend, would you like to be my disciple?" Luo Yuan's soul flashed, and he retracted his martial soul. Thank you for your kindness, great offering, but there's no need for this apprenticeship. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What? He actually rejected the great offering? To refuse an apprenticeship from the great offering? Has this kid lost his mind? Does he even understand what he is rejecting? Power, status, wealth? The great offering has never taken a disciple. He is the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. Even with talent, one shouldn't be so willful. Isn't this courting death? Qian Daolu didn't expect to be rejected so decisively. His old face stiffened, and anger flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly softened his tone and said, "Young friend, would you like to reconsider?" "All right, I'll think about it some more," Luo Yu readily replied. Qian Daolu. "Hey, I didn't mean for you to actually consider it. Moreover, your agreement seems a bit too casual. So, how's your reconsideration going?" Qian Daolu smiled stiffly. If it weren't for Luo Yu's outstanding talent, he would have erupted in anger and punched him by now. Luo Yu rolled his eyes, so quick to respond. "Do you think this is still consideration? What if I rashly agree, and one day I change my mind and betray the spirit hall? Aren't you afraid?" Qian Daolu was momentarily choked, feeling that his smile was about to break. "You are right. Then just wait until the young friend has made up his mind and inform me. As long as it's something the spirit hall has, I can give it to you." "Okay." Luo Yu nodded. Qian Daolu felt his blood surge and his temples throb. Am I accepting a disciple or becoming a disciple myself? However, he suppressed his frustration. The young friend hasn't done the innate soul power test yet, right? I happen to have a testing crystal ball here. Why not give it a try? After saying that, Qian Daolu took out a transparent sphere. "Just place your hand on this." The people around immediately perked up, focusing intently on this side. Luo Yu also wanted to know his current level, so he placed his hand on it. This crystal ball can determine the level of innate soul power by the intensity of the light it emits. Luo Yu asked curiously, "So making this crystal ball shine to its fullest means having innate full soul power, right?" Qian Daolu laughed heartily. "Little friend, you're joking. You might be able to make other balls shine completely, but this crystal ball is truly impossible for you to achieve that. If you can make it shine 1/3, it would already prove that you have innate full soul power." Luo Yu sensed his physical condition and hesitated, saying, "I feel like I might not just have a full innate soul power." Qian Daolu interrupted him confidently. "Don't worry, this crystal ball is very sturdy. For someone like you who is just awakening, it's absolutely indestructible. There's no way it can break. Just focus on exerting your strength." Seeing his confidence, Luo Yu decided not to say anything more. Qian Daolu smiled, circulating his soul power to activate the testing crystal ball. Luo Yu felt a surge of soul power rushing into his body in an instant. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the crystal ball emitted a brilliant light that was blinding, and then it began to shake violently. Following that, with a loud bang, it suddenly shattered, fragments flying in all directions. Qian Daolu's smile froze. He didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly, staring blankly at the remnants in his hand. Not just him, but the others around him were also stunned, with some unable to hold back their curses. "Damn, what did I just see?" It exploded. Sighing helplessly, Luo Yu slowly withdrew his hand. He had warned them long ago. He couldn't be held responsible for this. Was there a more durable one? Qian Daolu's heart was in turmoil. His palm began to tremble, looking at Luo Yu with a shocked expression as if he were looking at a monster. "Young friend, do you know what level this crystal ball is meant for? It's used only for testing soul masters of the soul emperor level." Qian Daolu was clearly a bit overly excited. "Do you know what it means for it to light up completely? It means the total soul power of the soul master has reached level 30. Qian Daolu's throat moved, his face filled with astonishment. "And you, Qian Daolu, have directly charged it to explode." Upon hearing Qian Daolu's explanation, those around them instantly understood, their faces reflecting a complex expression, feeling that the shock of a lifetime might have been used up today. Others dream of having innate full soul power. Yet this guy casually reached innate level 30? No. The crystal ball exploded. It couldn't be that simple at level 30. My God, what level is this guy? How can people even live? So terrifying. Is this kid even human? Could he be a soul beast in disguise? Bibi Dong stood quietly off to the side, watching with a radiant expression, her lips unconsciously pouting in a proud manner. She didn't like flattery, but hearing others praise Luo Yu made her feel very happy, very pleased, and her mood was quite subtle. Hulaina suddenly realized. She understood now, everything was clear. No wonder this man was unafraid of her pressure. His innate soul power level was not weaker than that of herself, who was praised as a genius. How'd he do it? So strong. Gu Yue Na looked at him with admiration. Then, after another test, Luo Yu's innate soul power left everyone astounded. Innate level 40. In all of history, there had never been such a thing. It set a true historical record for the Douluo continent. Douluo had already been astonished when he saw his granddaughter at innate level 20. Now seeing Luo Yu at innate level 40 left him speechless, vowing that he would do everything possible to keep such a talent in the Spirit Hall. Absolutely no leaks. Absolutely not. Douluo narrowed his eyes, realizing that since so many people were aware of the news, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't leak it. By then, the major forces outside would probably go crazy trying to recruit this young man. Relying solely on resources and status likely wouldn't be enough to keep him. Douluo was trouble for the first time in many years. Douluo's eyes lit up. A marriage alliance. His granddaughter was a beauty with unmatched talent and a divine martial spirit. If the two of them combined, even their offspring would probably be unparalleled. What a good idea. Chapter 16. How about I betroth Rinshua to you? A husband and wife team to reap benefits. Douluo immediately made a decision. He pulled Luo Yu aside, dismissing those around them, and said quietly, "Young friend, I'll be straightforward. I have a granddaughter who is waiting to be married. If you agree to stay in my spirit hall, not only will I accept you as my disciple, but I will also promise to betroth my granddaughter to you." Granddaughter? Where did this old guy get a granddaughter? Luo Yu was dumbfounded. He had long ago dealt a heavy blow to Qian Sun, and Bibi Dong was naturally well protected. How could this old guy still have a granddaughter? Did she just pop out from crack in the rock? He didn't even know what his granddaughter's name was. Rinshua. Seeing Luo Yu's strange expression, Douluo thought he was being disdainful and immediately began to promote. My granddaughter's beauty can eclipse the moon and shame the flowers, a rarity in the world, and her talent is unmatched except by you. Luo Yu was speechless. He always felt that the old man looked like a pimp with his excited demeanor. Rinshua probably still didn't know she had been sold out by her grandfather. However, a heavy doubt arose in his heart. If Bibi Dong was fine, then where did Rinshua come from? He couldn't help but ask, "Is your granddaughter for real?" Douluo heavily patted Luo Yu's shoulder, causing him to stumble, and exclaimed with wide eyes, "She's my biological granddaughter. How could that be fake? That's quite strange." Luo Yu murmured, "What? Nothing." Luo Yu secretly speculated about what was going on. It seemed that the child should be Qian Xuanji's, but he really didn't know who the biological mother was. There was no doubt that Bibi Dong had saved him. In fact, he had directly severed one of Qian Xuanji's arms back then, leaving him half dead and barely hanging on to life. Even when Qian Xuanji begged for mercy on the ground, he had no intention of showing leniency. However, in the end, it was still Bibi Dong who showed kindness, remembering that she had lost her parents at a young age and had always been cared for and nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, she would have long since died on the streets. That was why Luo Yu decided to spare his life. In the end, that guy didn't even dare to tell his father, Douluo, because Luo Yu's terrifying strength at that time filled him with despair and fear to the bone. He would never dare to provoke Bibi Dong again. Could it be that Qian Xuanji later hooked up with another woman in the hall? It's very possible. Luo Yu wasn't very clear about the process, as he had already returned to the Stardo forest to prepare for his tribulation during that time. It seemed necessary to ask Donger about the specifics later. "Young friend, how have you considered it?" Douluo smiled and asked. Luo Yu's lips twitched. "You old man aren't thinking of making me a son-in-law, are you?" "No way. How could that be?" Douluo smiled slyly like an old fox. "Just normally marry my daughter Shuer, and that would be fine." Luo Yu spread his hands and said, "I'm broke. I don't have any betrothal gifts. As long as you're here, what else do we need for a dowry? I'll spend money and effort to help you organize the wedding." Douluo shook his head repeatedly, looking like a scheming merchant as he rubbed his hands together. Luo Yu was momentarily speechless. He really wanted to ask, "Doesn't your conscience hurt for putting your granddaughter in such a predicament? How are your considerations going?" Douluo's eyes sparkled. "Well, please don't rush. Marriage is a serious matter and cannot be taken lightly. We haven't even met yet. This is too hasty. It would be better to meet first. And if we hit it off, we can talk further." "I don't think it's necessary." Douluo only wanted to push things forward and completely turn Luo Yu into a member of the Spirit Hall. "I think it's necessary." Luo Yu refused to be arranged, even if it was very tempting. "Kid, are you refusing to drink the wine offered and instead asking for punishment?" Douluo's expression was somewhat displeased. Luo Yu was neither humble nor arrogant, staring directly into Douluo's eyes without any fear. "I believe that love is not a commodity for trade, and marriage is certainly not a bargaining chip for sale. their gazes locked, each holding their own opinion, sparking a clash. Luo Yu resolutely refused the marriage proposal. From a distance, he seemed calm, but in reality, Bibi Dong had been eavesdropping and immediately patted her proud chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes sparkling. Brother Yu, he's always been quite nice, even though he sometimes acts a bit flirtatious. Not just Bibi Dong, in another space, Gu Yue Na, with her tense waist, also relaxed, shooting a fierce glare at Luo Yu as she waved her small fist. If you dare to agree to a marriage, I'll jump out right now with a machete, and I'll chop that old man too. In the end, Douluo gave Luo Yu a deep look. Instead of getting angry, he smiled and praised, "Good, very good. Young friend, with such temperament, I have a higher regard for you now. Then I will give you and Shui a chance to meet." Luo Yu's mouth twitched. This old man wasn't asking whether he wanted a wife or not. He was clearly trying to force a wife onto him. Bibi Dong quickly walked over to stop the conversation, her clear voice ringing like a phoenix's cry. "Great offering. Others have been waiting for a long time. We should start distributing the rewards, or it won't be in accordance with the rules." Douluo impatiently said, "I haven't finished my business yet. Let them wait a bit longer." Bibi Dong raised her beautiful eyes. "No, this emperor can't wait." She cursed inwardly, thinking that if she waited any longer, her man would be tricked into becoming a son-in-law. How could she still wait? The two were to stand off, but ultimately, Bibi Dong's momentum was stronger. Douluo instructed Luo Yu to wait for him, saying he would soon call back Qianrenxue for a blind date. The awards ceremony officially began. Prizes were distributed according to the level of innate soul power awakening. Wang Tang initially thought the rewards he was getting were quite nice and could show off a bit. But as soon as he thought of Luo Yu, he immediately felt deflated, as if everything had lost its appeal. Not only did it not feel good, but it also stung a bit, making him unable to be happy. Everyone couldn't help but speculate about what kind of reward someone with Luo Yu's talent would receive. After all, the previous reward limit was that reaching full innate level could earn a piece of soul bone. So what about this heaven-defying innate level of 40? It was a bit hard to imagine, truly making people envious. Some sighed deeply, feeling that the gap was too large to be envious. Finally, it was Luo Yu's turn to walk up to receive his award. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. The seventh offering jumped out and said, "Wait a minute." The crowd was puzzled, and the seventh offering sneered. "This kid, according to my investigation just now, is not from the spirit hall at all. He is an outsider brought here by the saintess on her own accord." Boom! The crowd erupted in an uproar. Before the heated discussion could begin, a loud bang echoed as the seventh offering, who had arrogantly exposed Luo Yu from above, was directly kicked out. Douluo, covered in golden six-winged angel wings, took his place standing firm. 9 soul rings burst forth, surveying the entire audience with a cold, murderous gaze. What outsider? Where did this outsider come from? How come I can't see them? Am I blind? Today, everyone standing here is one of our own. He looked at the other offerings. Do you all say there are outsiders here today? No. The other offerings shook their heads repeatedly. They weren't as foolish as the seventh offering and understood Douluo's intention. Why push such good talent away? With this talent, anyone who isn't one of their own would want to find a way to make them one. As for how they got in, did that matter? Obviously, it didn't seem matter. First, let us sugarcoat the pill and talk about it later. Bibi Dong coldly watched all of this unfold, saying indifferently, "Is everything all right now? If it's all good, this emperor will continue to distribute the awards." Luo Yu stood on stage opposite Bibi Dong. His innate soul power had reached the maximum level, earning him a soul bone as a reward. Bibi Dong handed him a left leg soul bone that was exquisite in appearance, adorned with starlight and crystal clear. Everyone watching, including the title Douluo, felt a surge of excitement. Soul bones are the most precious type of resource in the Douluo continent. Even among super Douluo, there are not many with a full set of soul bones. In short, obtaining a soul bone is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's just that the Spirit Hall has deep pockets, but their stock is not plentiful. Normally, an ordinary title Douluo would have to work hard for over a decade and still might not obtain one. Today's situation is exceptional. Luo Yu only glanced at it and knew the origin of this soul bone. The leg bone produced by the 80,000-year windstorm white tiger, suitable for a good item. Everyone thought the award ceremony was over, and Luo Yu thought so too. But unexpectedly, the Empress Bibi Dong cleared her throat again and said loudly, "The reward for innate full soul power is indeed a soul bone. But this young friend is far more than just full soul power." The crowd was confused, not understanding what the Empress meant. Therefore, after careful consideration, since this young friend is innate level 40, he should receive a quadruple reward, which means 4 soul bones. As soon as this statement was made, the entire venue fell into chaos. Wow, the Empress is too generous. When has the Spirit Hall been so generous? He didn't even ask for it, and you just want to give him 4? That's soul bones, not cabbages. Around 100 people were envious to the point of tears, and the elders' faces turned green in unison. Luo's expression twisted, his skin twitched, heart broken to the point of bleeding. He held back and didn't speak, only cursing in his heart. What is Bibi Dong doing? Why is she being so generous? This is the foundation of the Spirit Hall. The 7 elders crawled up from the ruins, clutching their chests and shouting, "No, absolutely not. This is not appropriate. Soul bones are incredibly precious. How can they be given away easily?" Bibi Dong coldly glanced at them and said solemnly, "Soul bones are indeed precious. But our Spirit Hall has always been trustworthy and fair in our actions. How can we go back on our word now?" Bibi Dong's righteous words left the crowd speechless, unable to refute, only able to admire the Empress's integrity. However, the 7th elder's face was grim, feeling pain in his heart. There is no however. The Empress's authority was fully displayed, her phoenix eyes cold. "I have made up my mind, this is settled." Luo Yu held tightly onto the soul bone he had received earlier, and 3 more good-quality soul bones were stuffed into his arms. He barely managed to suppress a laugh. No wonder my donger is so loved. It was worth the pain. At this moment, there was another person with a peculiar expression, and that was Gu Yue Na. She knew very well that Luo Yu was Bibi Dong's person. Chapter 17. The boldly biased Empress. The elders are jealous and cry. In the square, Luo Yu stuffed the 4 soul bones given by the Empress into his arms. His face was calm, and he showed no signs of being out of breath. Who? Seeing this scene, heavy breathing sounds came from all directions. There were pairs of oil-green eyes, staring intently at the soul bones in Luo Yu's arms that were emitting a strange glow. The high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall were practically dying of jealousy. They were on the verge of tears, especially when they saw Luo Yu's calm demeanor. It was a heavy blow to them, and they couldn't help but wail. Countless people in their hearts shouted, "For soul bones, that has 4 soul bones. How could this guy accept them so calmly? Didn't he even smile? If it were me receiving the award, my mouth would be grinning like a big pot, smiling all the way to the underworld." Dadayask, how did you manage to act like you reluctantly accepted such treasures? This is too showy, too demoralizing. In reality, Luo Yu wasn't acting. He really didn't care much for soul bones that were around 80 or 90,000 years old. But others didn't think the same way. Owning a single soul bone could greatly enhance one's strength, and having 4 would mean taking off straight from the ground. Among the titled Douluo present, despite their years of hard work, very few could claim to have 4 soul bones. Yet this guy casually received 4 at once. If he got 2 more, he could complete a set. Who wouldn't be envious? Everyone was both envious and mocking. They all simultaneously had a crazy thought in their hearts, to rush up and rob him clean. However, the remaining rationality inside them told them that unless they were looking for death, no one would dare to snatch it. Gu Yue Na was also feeling extremely envious. Those were soul bones. Who wouldn't want them? Although she was a saintess, she had never obtained a soul bone and might only have the chance to get one after working hard for another 2 years. Although she was envious, she wasn't jealous. Even knowing the inside story, she never thought of stepping forward to expose the relationship between Bibi Dong and Luo Yu. For some reason, seeing the man so much in the spotlight and receiving rewards made her genuinely happy for him. Especially when she saw that he might stay in the Spirit Hall to cultivate, she was even more excited. The opportunity has come. However, she suddenly remembered the bet she had made with him earlier and immediately squeezed her long, beautiful legs together, blushing fiercely, unsure of what to do. On the stage, Luo Yu had a mischievous glint in his eyes as he called out softly, "Your Majesty." You say? Bibi Dong cursed inwardly. That stinky man, pretending to be serious. Even better at acting than her. Just earlier, he was groping around in the palace, sweetly calling her Xiao Dong. And now he was out here, acting all serious, calling her Your Majesty? Since the award had been given, can I go back to rest now? As soon as Luo Yu's voice fell, a dissatisfied shout rang out. The 7th elder exclaimed in exasperation, "There has never been an early leave from the awakening ceremony. The ancestor worship and oath-taking have not even started yet. Are you planning to disregard the rules? Ancestor worship? Paying homage to the old ghosts of the Spirit Hall? And the oath? It's merely a pledge of loyalty to the Spirit Hall." Luo Yu, who already found it boring, felt even less inclined to stay at this point. Luo Yu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the 7th offering, who kept jumping out to provoke him. It was obvious that he was just a simpleton, not worth engaging with. He turned to Bibi Dong and subtly winked. The Empress seemed to have not heard, but she cast a sidelong glance with her phoenix eyes and said sternly, "Seventh offering, who is the most important in the spirit hall?" The seventh offering cupped his hands and replied, "That would naturally be your holiness, the Pope." Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, knowing he understood. "Nana, take your friend down first. Since he is unwilling to participate in the remaining processes, there is no need for him to stay." The seventh offering became anxious at that moment. "Your Majesty, the hierarchy cannot be broken, and the rules cannot be violated." Boom! Shut up. A powerful aura surged, and the Empress's phoenix eyes revealed a killing intent, sneering repeatedly. "Rules? I am the rule." The people around gasped and dare not speak. However, they all felt that the Empress seemed a bit strange today, but they couldn't pinpoint what exactly was off. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Luo Yu cupped his hands towards Bibi Dong and cast a smiling glance at the seventh elder, infuriating the old man to the point of nearly fainting with rage. He walked to one side, took Huoliana's hand without any hesitation, and left in a hurry. The seventh elder raised his trembling finger, pointing at Luo Yu's back, furious at how he dared to be so audacious. The Empress snorted coldly, completely ignoring him, and announced loudly that the ceremony would proceed to the next segment. However, none of the subsequent boring segments concerned Luo Yu. He had already run out with Huoliana. Whoosh! The two moved at incredible speed without using their soul power. "Slow down. You're too fast," Huoliana gasped, realizing that her slender, snow-white legs were struggling to keep up with the man's pace. This guy was too fast, too powerful. Her current physical strength was barely able to handle it. Luo Yu stopped in his tracks and discovered a spacious small garden, with beautiful scenery and the ground neatly paved with green stone slabs. Looking back at Huoliana, who was sweating profusely and breathing lightly, Luo Yu couldn't help but scoff. "Hey, you're being a bit dramatic, aren't you? Just walking a couple of steps and you're like this?" Huoliana looked at Luo Yu, who appeared unfazed and calm, and felt a shock in her heart. "You, do you not realize how fast you are?" Luo Yu spread his hands. "Isn't that just normal speed?" Huoliana's red lips twitched. "You call that normal speed? I almost feel like I'm being taken away by you." Looking at the girl's resentful eyes, Luo Yu coughed awkwardly. "Maybe it's because I just awakened my martial soul, and my physical body has improved a little bit." Huoliana's expression was strange, as if she were looking at a monster. "Just a little bit of improvement? I think it's more like a lot." After saying that, she curiously examined Luo Yu from head to toe, looking left and right. "What are you doing?" Luo Yu protected his shoulders and took 3 steps back. "I'm trying to see what kind of soul beast you transformed from, how your martial soul awakened so abnormally. And you even have twin martial souls. It's terrifying. Go away, go away." Luo Yu pushed Huoliana away with a look of disgust, stopping her from touching him randomly. Huoliana also realized that her behavior was inappropriate and blushed. She lowered her head and tiptoed to draw circles on the blue bricks, with sunlight reflecting off her cascading golden hair, making her look so beautiful and enchanting. The girl stammered, that. Luo Yu was confused. Huoliana reached out her delicate hand to tuck her golden hair behind her jade-colored ear and neck, looking at the man with charming eyes. Can you summon your martial soul and show me?" "Why?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Huoliana stamped her foot and pouted. "I'm just a little curious." Luo Yu shrugged and said, "Hey, Xiao Nana, didn't you forget something?" "What thing?" Huoliana widened her sparkling eyes, looking harmless. "All right, stop pretending. Since you can't remember, why are you blushing?" With her secret exposed, Huoliana quickly turned her back, covering her face with her hands. "Oh no, it's finally here." Coughing, she said, "I remember. A certain little girl made a solemn bet with me." "What was the bet about again?" Luo Yu teasingly leaned closer to Huoliana and said leisurely, "I advised you long ago not to gamble, but you wouldn't listen. So annoying. Bad guy, stop talking about it." The girl blushed deeply, her hair fluttering, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Luo Yu looked up and sighed. Forget it, I never took it seriously. It was just a joke." Huoliana turned around, slightly opening her fingers that were covering her face, and upon seeing the man's disappointed sigh, she immediately huffed. "What joke?" Huoliana, the saintess of the Spear Hall, I've always been a person of my word. I keep my promises. You wouldn't really call me, would you?" Luo Yu's expression was strange. Huoliana let go, revealing her stubborn little face. "Call me if you want. A bet is a bet. What's the big deal? Then let's do it." Huoliana lifted her snow-white neck, slightly blushing. "If I call you, will you dare to respond?" Luo Yu teased. "Someone's hospitality is hard to refuse." I can't say no. You're too bad. Don't turn the tables on me. I've never taken the initiative to say anything. Gu Yue Na stammered. Who knew you were such a weirdo? All right, hurry up. I'm in a rush. Luo Yu smiled widely. Are you going to call? If not, I'm leaving. Gu Yue Na blushed and shouted, I will. I will call, okay. Her playful voice carried far away, coincidentally attracting two men who were nearby and had a close relationship with Gu Yue Na. Chapter 18. Gu Yue Na acts cute, calling daddy in person. The furious pursuers. Gu Yue Na's fair skin turned red, her small hands nervously clutching her skirt, stammering and unable to speak. Finally, she mustered her courage, steeling herself to call out. But when she met Luo Yu's teasing gaze, she immediately faltered like a wilted eggplant, her voice stuck in her throat, unable to come out. She bit her cherry lips, looking weakly at Luo Yu, tugging at his sleeve. Can I not call you, big brother? What do you want me to call you? Gu Yue Na pouted, exuding the charm of her fox spirit martial soul. Please, big brother, let me off the hook. Luo Yu subtly withdrew his arm, using two fingers to disdainfully pinch Gu Yue Na's soft little hand and threw it back. Don't act like this, okay? If the people from your spirit hall see their saintess like this, they'll think I've bullied you and might just stew me. Bastard, aren't you just bullying me? Luo Yu glanced sideways. Gu Yue Na weakened her momentum, pouting in grievance. No, it's all because I'm young and ignorant. I shouldn't have made a bet recklessly. I warn you, don't play the emotional card. I don't fall for that. What do you mean? You're young? Where are you young? I don't see it. Luo Yu glanced at Gu Yue Na's proud figure, his eyelids twitching. TSK, if this body were younger, it would be without a doubt mature. Her waist was curvaceous, exuding endless charm, budding like a ripe peach. Her small backside was already incredibly round, ripe for the taking. Pervert, where are your eyes looking? Gu Yue Na pouted, quickly hugging her soft chest. It was only because Luo Yu was bold that anyone would dare to gaze at the holy maiden so indiscreetly in the spirit hall. Luo Yu innocently said, Look, you're not young. You know everything. Gu Yue Na retracted her charm and showed a difficult expression. It wasn't that she didn't want to call out, but she really couldn't bring herself to do it. Luo Yu chuckled. Didn't I say from the beginning that it was just a joke? I didn't plan to be serious with you. Gu Yue Na shook her head. That's different. I'm a saintess. How can I go back on my word after losing a bet? That would be too shameless. Look, you're just torturing yourself. There is nothing I can do about that. Luo Yu shrugged, but in his heart, he thought Gu Yue Na was not only beautiful, but also had an interesting personality. Quite charming. In this day and age, it's hard to find someone who keeps their word. Wait a moment. Just let me gather my thoughts first. Norus. Luo Yu replied with a smile. Not far from there, two men were walking together. One of them had red short hair and was dressed flamboyantly, looking quite extraordinary. He exuded a faint but explosive aura of flames. At this moment, he was gazing flirtatiously at the tall man with silver-gray hair beside him. Big brother Xiaoyu, do you think I should tell her that I like Nana? The silver-haired man turned his head. Yin, I advise you not to do that. You know my sister's temperament. When has she ever shown any kindness to men? Yin confidently said, I know that, but look at her spirit hall. In terms of looks and talent, besides you, big brother Xiaoyu, who among our peers can compete with me? Nana has no reason to choose anyone else besides me. And those men outside the spirit hall are all bumpkins. How can they compare with us? Yin's face showed disdain, exuding an air of nobility and arrogance. Xiaoyu nodded, lowering his voice. You're not wrong, but you see, Her Majesty the Empress is not interested in men, which has influenced my sister. She has no feelings for them at all. Big brother Xiaoyu, just because Nana doesn't have feelings for others doesn't mean she doesn't have feelings for me. I haven't even started my pursuit yet. How can I give up without trying? I believe I can do it. Yin said confidently, thumping his chest. You're that confident? Xiaoyu shook his head. Yin counted on his fingers. Look, our spirit hall, as saintess, can't possibly go outside to find a man. The men out there are useless. Within the spirit hall, I'm bold enough to say this. Besides you, big brother Xiaoyu, who else is there? As long as you're willing to nod and help me, I'm confident I can win Nana's heart. Xiaoyu looked at the pleading Yin and finally sighed. I can help you give it a try, but the odds are really low. I feel like Nana has no interest in men at all. Are you sure? Yin was skeptical. Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively, speaking as he walked. To be honest, I've never seen this girl take the initiative to talk to a man. Whenever she meets a man, her attitude is as cold as an ice statue, just like her teacher. Just as Yin was about to speak, he suddenly glanced sideways and saw something in the garden in the distance. Big brother, isn't that Nana over there? Xiaoyu stopped in his tracks, puzzled. Why is Nana here? Yin asked curiously, who is that man opposite her? Xiaoyu patted his shoulder, calmly saying, don't be nervous. I've seen this kind of situation many times. It might be my sister's suitor. Just wait and see. This guy will either get rejected and run off or end up knocked down on the ground. Yin frowned. Why do I feel like the atmosphere is not quite right? Xiaoyu laughed. You're overthinking it. My sister generally has only one response to unfamiliar men. Get lost. Then I can relax. Yin glanced at Xiaoyu, his brows slightly easing, and quickly pulled him to sneak closer to the garden to eavesdrop. They watched as Luo Yu looked up. Luo Yu smiled and said, Are you ready? Yin, who was lurking nearby and eavesdropping, looked at Xiaoyu with a face full of questions, his expression changing. What do you mean, ready? Xiaoyu shook his head in confusion, signaling him not to rush and to keep watching. Hu was biting her lip, glaring fiercely at Luo Yu. I really hate you so much. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at Yin, meaning to say, See, I told you, Nana just hates men. Yin was also beaming, pointing at himself vigorously, implying that no one else would do. It had to be him. Forget it. Luo Yu sighed and shook his head, feeling that this was too drawn out, turning to prepare to leave. The smile on Yan's face grew even more pronounced. With a cold and proud gaze, he displayed an air of superiority, thinking to himself, what kind of person dares to pursue the saintess? Look, he's already been embarrassed and can only leave in shame. That forget it sounds so lonely. It's rather pitiable. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, indicating that everything was as expected. However, in the next moment, Hu called out to Luo Yu. Seeing Hu subtle expression, Yan's smile widened even more. He happily thought, Nana must think that directly rejecting him is too cold-hearted and wants to give him a good person card before leaving. Poor man. What do you want? Luo Yu did not turn around. Dad. Luo Yu turned his head. What did you say? Hu red lips trembled as she struggled to speak, her voice filled with endless shyness, and finally, she mustered the courage to shout at Luo Yu, Daddy. In that moment, Luo Yu was fine, but Xiaoyu and Yin were completely stunned. Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with disbelief as he rubbed his ears vigorously. Yin felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his confident smile twitching uncontrollably. What? What did he just hear? Daddy? The goddess he had been dreaming about, the first saintess of the spirit hall, actually called someone else Daddy, and it was such a young guy. Remembering what he had confidently said just moments ago, the slap in the face came so quickly. Yin felt like the sky was collapsing and his head was about to explode. How could it be? How is that possible? What is my goddess doing? Isn't she someone who never pays attention to men? The world of a simp collapsed in an instant. That genuine daddy left Yin with no chance to deceive himself. Hu subsequent actions made Xiaoyu feel even more slapped in the face and drove Yin to emotional collapse, leading him to question his life. Chapter 19. The goddess blushes, exudes dominance, and crushes the simp Yin in the dark corner of the garden. Yan's crimson eyes trembled as he stared intently at the scene before him. He watched in disbelief, his heart screaming, My goddess, how could she do this? At that moment, if it weren't for Xiaoyu forcibly holding him back, he would have rushed out. He watched helplessly as the goddess, who usually ignored him, walked gracefully to Luo Yu, extending her delicate finger to poke the man's chest. In a seemingly spoiled tone, she scolded, Stinky man, are you satisfied now? Can I see your martial spirit? Luo Yu dug at her ear and joked, Actually, my hearing isn't very good. I didn't quite catch that just now. You're so naughty. Hu shot her a glare with her beautiful eyes, stood on her tiptoes, grabbed Luo Yu's ear, leaned in, and shouted loudly, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Did you hear that clearly? Luo Yu pushed Hu away, rubbing his ears and glaring. You venomous woman, do you want to deafen me with your wicked heart? Seeing the man in pain, Hu seemed to have gained the upper hand and giggled. Serves you right for bullying me. Now you can hear clearly, right? So stingy. It's just to take a look at the martial soul. I'm really just curious, Hu complained, mumbling, just as Luo Yu was about to take action. A hysterical and distorted roar filled the air. Whoever you are, stay away from my goddess Nana. Boom! A burst of flames filled with rage and sorrow erupted from a corner nearby, the golden red flames burning down the surrounding trees, and the explosive heat wave rushed towards him. Yan's face was twisted with fury, his entire body engulfed in flames, veins bulging on his forehead, and his blood-red eyes fixed on Luo Yu, resembling a man-eating beast. With a bloodthirsty madness at the corners of his mouth, Luo Yu was taken aback, turned his gaze, and spat angrily. What the hell suddenly jumped out? It scared the hell out of me. Yin gritted his teeth and said, Kid, who are you mocking? Luo Yu ignored him and looked at Hu pointing ahead and saying, Who is that? Is he crazy? Suddenly jumping out in broad daylight, like that is quite scary. Hu also looked shocked and asked in surprise, Yin, how did you suddenly appear here? The flames on Yin flickered, his heavy breathing like that of a bull, trembling as he pointed at Luo Yu. Nana, tell me, who is this man? What kind of sorcery did he use to confuse you like this? Hulaina furrowed her brows, trying hard to suppress her annoyance. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. What sorcery, what confusion? And how many times do I have to emphasize it? Don't call me Nana. After hearing this, Yin seemed to be hit hard and stepped back several paces, clutching his chest and lamenting, I heard it, I just heard it. If you weren't confused, how could you call someone what? Seeing him so anxious that he couldn't speak, Luo Yu asked friendly, you actually called such a young brat dad? Luo Yu nodded. Boom, kid, you're looking for death. Yin exploded on the spot, his four soul rings soaring into the air, resembling a bursting flame demon, with magma flowing all over his body and golden red flames covering everywhere, instantly flying out straight towards Luo Yu. Swish! A graceful figure flashed in front of Luo Yu, and a soul ring flew out, knocking Yin back. Yin trembled all over, unable to face what was before him. Hulaina stood protectively in front of Luo Yu, her alluring and sexy foxtail appearing at her hips, her beautiful eyes narrowing, revealing her displeasure. Yin, what on earth are you doing? Nana, what kind of charm did this wild man cast on you? How can you protect him like this? Enough. Don't call me Nana. Hulaina's blonde hair floated up, genuinely angry. We're all on the same side. Why are we so tense? Everyone calm down. Don't ruin the atmosphere. At this moment, Xiaoyu walked out from behind, grabbing Yin to ease the situation. Brother Xiaoyu, your sister calls someone else daddy, and just like that, she acknowledges him as a father. How can you still be so calm? You can tolerate it, but I can't. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression darkened instantly. He looked at his sister and said, Nana, explain, what exactly is going on? Where did this man come from? Hulaina's expression changed, embarrassed and angry. How can you do this? Did you eavesdrop on me just now? If we didn't eavesdrop, how could we have discovered such a big deal? Yin shouted angrily. His mindset was breaking down. The ice goddess he secretly loved was not only being sweet to someone else, but even calling him daddy directly? He couldn't tolerate this. Seeing that Hulaina was being misunderstood, Luo Yu explained, you two might have misunderstood. This was just a joke between me and Nana. Nothing serious. We were just playing around. Yin was furious upon seeing Luo Yu, feeling that he was trying to steal his love. Especially with Luo Yu's astonishingly handsome appearance. It made him feel a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. His anger boiled over, and he directly shouted, I mess with your mother. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, the smile disappearing, and the surrounding air instantly became thick and cold. Hulaina glared fiercely, angrily scolding, Yin, what nonsense are you talking? Hurry up and apologize to Luo Yu. Yan's eyes turned even redder, pointing at Luo Yu with a sinister smile. Hiding behind a woman is nothing to be proud of. Be smart and get lost. Maybe I'll spare your worthless life. My Wuhuan Temple Sanus is not someone a wild man, without status or background like you can seduce with a few sweet words and a stinky appearance. Luo Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent, ready to move. Hulaina grabbed Luo Yu's hand and shouted angrily, brother, aren't you going to do something about this idiot, Yin? Xiaoyu spread his hands and sighed. Nana, Yin is right. This guy seems unfamiliar to me. He shouldn't be from the spirit hall. Since he's just an outsider, why get so close? Brother, what do you mean? Hulaina's gaze grew cold. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. You're the holy maiden of the spirit hall. It's not good to get too close to those outsiders. Your teacher wouldn't agree either. If you like someone from spirit hall, I certainly wouldn't object. Yin rubbed a fireball in his hand and sneered, big brother, no need to waste words. Let me take care of this pretty boy who can only hide behind Nana and manipulate women. Let Nana see his true colors. Hulaina's expression was agitated, ready to defend herself. Luo Yu directly pulled her behind him. Hulaina wanted to speak, but Luo Yu pressed his fingers against her lips, shaking his head in judgment. He said, one is a brocon, mindless. One is a simp, destined for a bad end. Now, both have lost their minds. What is the point in talking to them? I'm too lazy to get angry. It lowers my worth. I'll use my own way to make them wake up. Wake up. Luo Yu stepped out, stretching his neck as the sound of cracking bones echoed. Hulaina looked at the graceful figure walking away, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. The two he had to face were both top talents of the Spirit Hall, and he had just awakened his martial soul. How could he possibly win? But Luo Yu glanced at the two people and calmly said to the woman behind him, what is it? Aren't they just two soul sect members from the fourth ring? Can they really break through the sky? Didn't you say you wanted to see my martial soul? Just right. I'll take them along to play around. Finally willing to come out from behind the woman? Let's see how long you can keep pretending. I hope you won't be begging Nana to save you later. Yin smiled cruelly, clearly unable to contain himself. If you want to seek death, Then I'll fulfill your wish today. Xieyu's expression was unpredictable. Luo Yu's previous mockery and disdain had truly unsettled him. Where did this wild kid come from, daring to be so arrogant? Do you think there's no one in my spirit hall? I might not kill you, but I have to teach you a lesson. Luo Yu smiled kindly and pointed at Xieyou. You're Nana's brother, right? Don't worry, I won't kill you. He then pointed at Yin, pondered for a moment, and finally sighed. Forget it, I don't know what you are, so it's hard to address you. You might want to be careful, because I can easily lose control and kill you. Facing Luo Yu's friendly smile, the furious Xieyou and Yin felt an inexplicable chill, as if they were being targeted by God of Death. Although he was smiling, it sent shivers down their spines. Yin couldn't hold back anymore. Flames erupted, bringing a scorching wave of heat as he swung his fiery fist towards Luo Yu, the air filled with a burnt smell. Be careful, Gu Yue Na said anxiously, wanting to intervene. Don't panic. Luo Yu turned his head and smiled gently at Gu Yue Na. The woman was extremely angry. It was a dire situation, yet this guy acted as if nothing was wrong. Yin had already rushed to the front, about to strike. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, followed by gasps. Xieyu's eyelids twitched, and Gu Yue Na covered her mouth in shock. Yan's explosive fire fist was firmly grasped by a fair hand, unable to advance even an inch. The golden red flames scorched the earth, but could not harm a single hair on Luo Yu. Chapter 20. Embracing Beauty, Xieyou. Elder brother, I bow to you. Yin was instantly taken aback. His fist power erupted, but was as ineffective as a mud cow entering the sea. No matter how hard he tried to break free, he couldn't. At that moment, Luo Yu wore a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned. Without even revealing his soul power, he had effortlessly subdued the top genius of the spirit hall. What shocked Yin the most was that this guy didn't even look at him directly, still facing Gu Yue Na. How could this be? Xieyu's voice trembled, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Yin knew all too well what kind of strength he had. He was no weakling, one of the top geniuses of the spirit hall. Being taken down like this? Yin was starting to tremble. The rationality, clouded by jealousy, was beginning to return. Luo Yu turned his head and shook it slightly. Your fire seems a bit cool. It's not even enough to warm my hands in winter. Could you please exert yourself a bit more, genius? If my martial soul hasn't awakened yet, don't fall down first. Yin roared. The flames burst and surged. Soul power wildly flowing, yet still unable to break free. Luo Yu's smile began to feel terrifying and haunting in his heart like a devil. Genius, are you constipated? Why is your face so red? Let go of me. Yin was almost mad, his soul rings pulsating. Oh, fine, as you wish. Luo Yu grinned, gripping Yan's hand tightly, and suddenly yanked it back. Yan's body immediately became uncontrollable, tossed around as if he were a rag doll, and was slammed down onto the ground with a powerful force. Luo Yu lifted his leg and kicked Yin right in the face. Yan's bloody body flew across the ground like a piece of broken scrap metal, crashing into the floor and shattering countless tiles, with dust flying everywhere. That blood-stained body slid far away, lying on the ground like a dead dog. The air was filled with dust and the burnt smell of flames. As she watched the twitching figure on the ground, Gu Yue Na was dumbfounded. She had thought Luo Yu was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. He hadn't even unleashed his martial spirit, yet he effortlessly exploded Yin? What a monster! There are monsters in the spirit hall. Xieyou stood there with his mouth agape, panicking. Just a moment ago, he had planned to intervene, but now he was so frightened that his soul felt like it was leaving his body, quietly retracting his soul power, terrified that Luo Yu would notice his little actions. He felt that even if it was all unreal, Yin was indeed lying there. With that lesson learned, would he still dare to make a move? That would be suicidal. Alas, this is getting boring. Luo Yu, still unsatisfied, took a step forward and slowly walked towards Yin. Grabbing him by the neck, she lifted him up directly. Xieyou, frightened, said, what are you doing? The spirit hall can't kill people. Luo Yu shook his head, feeling flustered. What are you panicking for? I see he's quite arrogant and probably unwilling to fall. Let's help him up and play a bit longer. Xieyou suddenly stared with wide eyes, his hair standing on end. He realized that this man was actually channeling soul power to heal Yin. After fighting, he was still helping others heal? With a surge of soul power, Yin quickly regained consciousness, and his aura visibly improved. The moment Yin opened his eyes, he was greatly shocked and quickly withdrew, keeping his distance. What are you doing? I warn you, it was my negligence just now. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have made it out. Yes, right, I know. It was your carelessness for not dodging. Luo Yu beckoned him with a finger. Come on, I'll give you another chance. Yin felt deeply wounded in his heart, but was also filled with fear. until he caught a glimpse of Gu Yue Na, who was completely focused on Luo Yu. His anger surged, and taking advantage of Luo Yu's moment of unpreparedness, he gritted his teeth and unleashed 4 soul rings. He was willing to injure himself to unleash his ultimate attack. Hell Lava Rush, Granite Demon Eruption, Lava Surge, Sandstorm Blaze. The 4 soul skills were released simultaneously, instantly incinerating the surrounding flowers and plants, and the rocks on the ground melted away. A terrifying expanse of lava surged towards Luo Yu. He spat blood and wore a mad grin, saying, "Kid, this is what you get for being arrogant. Did you expect that Grandpa still has hidden killing moves? No matter how strong you are, you'll be reduced to ashes in a hurry." Despicable, Gu Yue Na shouted, rushing over to assist. Luo Yu quickly dodged. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed across the land, and the dragon's might spread out. Luo Yu's dragon god martial spirit manifested, enveloped in 9-colored light. His fierce blood power bursting forth like a war god. A mere trick, not worth mentioning. Before his words fell, with his black hair dancing in the wind, Luo Yu raised his hand and threw a punch at the scorching fireball lava. The 9-colored fist light stirred up a gale, and with just one punch, he shattered the blazing, explosive lava, sparks flying everywhere, ultimately vanishing into nothingness under the force of his punch. At this moment, Gu Yue Na arrived by the man's side. But the crisis had long been resolved, so there was no need for her assistance anymore. Luo Yu's lips curled up as he extended his arm, effortlessly pulling the hurriedly arriving figure into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Gu Yue Na exclaimed, with his soft beauty in his arms. Luo Yu lowered his head and smiled at her. "It's nothing, I just wanted to hug you." Gu Yue Na was slightly lost in thought. The man's gentle tone was strangely domineering, making it hard for her to refuse. Moreover, the powerful aura of Luo Yu's vitality constantly wafted towards her, making her feel weak. Yen stood there in shock, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, unable to believe that even with the simultaneous use of the 4 great soul skills, such a lethal attack had not inflicted any harm on the opponent. Luo Yu held the goddess of someone else in his arms. With a push of his feet, the bricks shattered, and he soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, he reached Yan's side. "There was no choice. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Then it's goodbye." Yan panicked and tried to escape. Luo Yu extended his palm, creating a sound that cut through the wind. A massive 9-colored dragon claw phantom appeared out of nowhere above Yan's head, its scales clearly visible. It suddenly struck down, directly smashing him into the ground. The soul light dissipated, and his breath vanished, leaving his life and death unknown. Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. This was truly the first time she had seen such a strong and domineering man. Since her birth, she had always been above her peers. Why didn't she like Yan? That guy not only lacked intelligence, but also had poor character, and even his strength was inferior to hers. How could he possibly conquer her? After eliminating a genius of the spirit hall, Luo Yu felt nothing particularly special. He looked down at the radiant beauty and said softly, "Nana, I think I forgot someone." When Luo Yu turned his gaze to Xie Yu, he suddenly knelt down, his legs trembling. "Great brother-in-law, I bow to you." Gu Yue Na was stunned. Luo Yu also had a face full of question marks. What was this guy doing? He couldn't help but smile wryly. This was too straightforward. At least he could have put up a bit of fight before surrendering. Xie Yu wanted to cry now. It wasn't that he didn't care about his face. He was genuinely afraid. This guy clearly had the kind of ruthless demeanor that could kill while smiling. And had already been tortured to such an extent, he wasn't blind. So he didn't want to die. Crying on the ground was definitely better than being embedded in the ground and gasping for breath. "Bro, what are you doing?" Gu Yue Na struggled out of Luo Yu's embrace. Xie Yu awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, I suddenly feel a bit tired, and I find this position more comfortable. It makes me feel at ease." Gu Yue Na stopped speaking, looking at Luo Yu with a pitiful expression. Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders, saying, "I didn't do anything." "Well, you get up and talk. A proper man of 7 feet tall shouldn't he be kneeling?" Xie Yu's smile looked worse than crying, feeling wronged inside. "Do you think I want to kneel? I was scared into it. Great brother-in-law above, I bow to you, Xie Yu." "Get lost. Who is your brother-in-law? Are you out of your mind? You are Gu Yue Na's brother. If I were to address you, it would be as little brother-in-law." Luo Yu was speechless, and with a flick of his hand, he unleashed a burst of energy that directly blew up Xie Yu. Xie Yu chuckled awkwardly and ran over a few steps, trying to please him, saying, "From now on, let's each stick to our own business. You call me little brother, and I'll call you brother." "Brother, shut up. What nonsense are you saying?" Gu Yue Na's face turned crimson as she stomped her feet in anger. "Xie Yu, let me explain. That was all a misunderstanding. I don't have any relationship with Gu Yue Na yet. Luo Yu put away his martial soul and calmly clarified. Originally shy, Gu Yue Na should have felt relieved and relaxed upon hearing Luo Yu's explanation. But instead, a strange sadness welled up in her heart, a faint sense of loneliness lingering, filled with inexplicable feelings. Huh, no relationship? Xie Yu stood there in shock, but soon smiled flatteringly, saying, not now, but it will be in the future. Brother, we are all on the same side now, so we must communicate well. As long as we don't resort to violence, anything is fine. Chapter 21. Nana, you have to seize a good man quickly. Luo Yu looked speechlessly at the enchanting beauty beside him. Nana, has your brother studied face changing? He was quite aloof just now. And now he's... Luo Yu's words were not finished, but Gu Yue Na clearly understood. The man was obviously trying to save face by not continuing. Seeing her brother like this, she felt like she wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was really too embarrassing. Besides, she had nothing to do with Luo Yu. How could her brother randomly pair them up and sell her out like that? What would Luo Yu think of her? Would he think she was cheap? Gu Yue Na was both angry and ashamed, her beautiful eyes glaring. She even wanted to beat up Xie Yu. However, she could somewhat understand why Xie Yu was so cowardly. Luo Yu just casually, bloodily defeated Yin. And that scene was indeed a bit spine-chilling for anyone watching. Yin was not just any passerby. He was a top genius of the Spirit Hall, with strength comparable to that of the two siblings. Witnessing Yin being defeated was naturally disheartening for Xie Yu, who was scared to death, fearing that Luo Yu might turn that deadly hand on him next. Xie Yu cast a pleading glance toward his sister. Nana, help me plead with my sister-in-law. I was just being reckless and blind. Xie Yu, let's not embarrass ourselves. Gu Yue Na stomped her feet in anger. Who is your sister-in-law? Brother Yu is my friend, so stop saying nonsense. All right. Luo Yu stepped in from the side, stopping their conversation with a smile. It's all small stuff. It's over. Seeing that smile, Xie Yu couldn't help but shiver. Small stuff? He stiffly turned his head to look at the battered Yin. If small stuff could lead to someone being beaten like this, then what about the big stuff? Wouldn't it smash the Spirit Hall? However, seeing that Luo Yu didn't seem to want to pursue the matter really made Xie Yu breathe a huge sigh of relief. Phew. Finally saved. Gu Yue Na looked resentful. Xie Yu didn't care about his face, but she still did. Her brother was so cowardly. It was so embarrassing. Especially in front of Luo Yu. Gu Yue Na felt even worse. She pulled Xie Yu aside and said anxiously in a low voice, Brother, can you not be so unambitious? Luo Yu has a good temper, so cheer up a bit. Xie Yu had a mournful expression. Sister, I want to cheer up too, but I can't help being scared. Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes repeatedly. Great, he was scared out of his wits. There was no saving him now. Suddenly, Xie Yu's eyes shifted, secretly glancing at Luo Yu, and slyly said, Sister, if you get along with him, won't I stop being scared? Brother, can you be serious? Gu Yue Na puffed her cheeks in frustration. If you keep this up, I won't care about you anymore. Xie Yu earnestly said, Isn't this for your own good? Although I don't know where this brother comes from. Just the skill he showed earlier. Who among our peers can compare? You don't really think I'm cowardly, do you? It's just that there are levels to this. Besides him, just give me any opponent, and I'll strip them of their skin. Gu Yue Na sneered. This is the first time I've seen someone rationalize being afraid of the strong and bullying the weak so boldly. Today, I've seen it. TSK. Is there anyone who speaks about their older brother like that? Among our peers, as long as it's not this ancestor, I can beat anyone. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, Xie Yu solemnly advised. You need to grab hold of such a monstrous genius quickly. If you keep being reserved, it definitely won't do. Your dream guy might get snatched away by someone else. I don't want to hear you talk. Gu Yue Na's face turned as red as a tide. Is what brother said wrong? Besides, haven't you always been thinking about having a man who can truly subdue you? Gu Yue Na retorted, Brother, you were just telling Yin to stay away from me. Xie Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't realize he was so fierce. TSK. Should I say you're snobbish or that you have double standards? I don't want to be like you. Gu Yue Na disdainfully glared at him, leaving him behind as she ran back to Luo Yu. What were you two talking about just now? Luo Yu asked with a smile. Nothing much. Gu Yue Na became shy, lowering her head to look at her rounded bosom. Look how shy you are. I won't ask. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Luo Yu looked at the girl in confusion. You're really nice, hee hee. Gu Yue Na looked up and smiled sweetly. Xie Yu, watching from a distance, couldn't help but roll his eyes. His sister was clearly being disingenuous. He dared to bet that if his sister didn't have feelings for that man, he would eat 3 pounds of dung upside down. If she didn't have feelings, how could a saintess call another man dad? No one would believe it. Xie Yu secretly hoped, Sister, you have to grab onto this big, thick leg. Before today, Xie Yu had always thought he was the real big leg. After today, he felt like he had saved half his life. He suddenly realized, it turns out, the clown is me. I, Yu, am just a younger brother. I want to act cool anymore. Whoosh! A red flash of light, majestic and powerful, flew in from afar and quickly approached. It was an old man, the seventh offering who had been at the awakening ceremony, trembling as he stood beside Yan. Yu and Hulaina's expressions changed. Oh no, the seventh offering is Yan's master. Seeing his disciple in such a state, this old man would definitely crush Luo Yu, right? No matter how strong Luo Yu was, he couldn't defeat a super Douluo. Brother Yu, let's go. Hulaina nervously grabbed Luo Yu's hand, wanted to take him away quickly, but he remained still, quietly watching. The seventh offering's expression was filled with grief and anger as he trembled, placing his hands on Yan's body, channeling soul power for healing. My disciple, who hurt you like this? Master is late. It was him, it was him. Yan struggled to open his eyes, spitting blood and unable to speak, his finger weakly pointing at Luo Yu. Still not dead? Quite resilient. Luo Yu was surprised. Sister, this is not the time for jokes. Hulaina was anxious. The seventh offering, heartbroken, said, wait, my disciple, Master will avenge you. Boom! The seventh offering rose. 9 soul rings swirling around him, his hair standing on end as he gritted his teeth, glaring at Luo Yu. You little brat. I sense you weren't a good person earlier in the square. As I expected, you dared to recklessly injure my disciple. I will make you pay in blood. Luo Yu stood tall, facing the imposing aura of the 7 offerings without fear. Old guy, aren't you going to ask your disciple why he's being beaten? You want to condemn others without understanding the situation? The 7 offerings sneered, pointing at Yan. Facts speak louder than words. Facts? What facts? Your disciple brought this upon himself. He tried to force someone and ended up getting beaten instead. He couldn't act cool and ended up taking a beating. Can he blame others for that? Luo Yu and Hulaina were momentarily stunned, as they hadn't spoken yet. The voice came from behind them. Yu was openly mocking, vigorously defending Luo Yu. The 7th elder instantly shifted his gaze, exerting his soul power towards Yu, asking, what are you doing here, meddling and speaking for an outsider? Are you seeking death? Yu didn't have Luo Yu's resistance and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking pitiful, but quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's really funny. What do you mean by speaking for an outsider? First, I, Yu, only speak the truth. Second, that's my brother-in-law. After saying this, he cast a proud glance at Hulaina, as if to say, look, your brother isn't afraid. As long as it's not provoking this ancestor. Even a super Douluo, I dare to confront. The 7th elder was enraged, his hair standing on end. Have a younger generation of the spirit hall become so unruly? He originally wanted to deal with Yu first, but since he wanted to die, the old man would fulfill that wish. The 7th elder's old face revealed a cruel smile, while Hulaina's delicate face was filled with anxious worry. Whoosh! The 7th elder waved his sleeve, launching a bone-piercing nail condensed from purple soul power, rapidly shooting through the air, aiming directly at Yu's chest. Brother! Hulaina exclaimed in shock, her eyes reddening. Even if a super Douluo acted casually, she wouldn't have time to rescue him. What should she do? Even if she yelled or scolded, he was still her brother. Yu's face turned pale, wanting to cry, but having no tears, wishing he could slap himself for speaking out of turn just now. Now he had angered this old man, and his life was at stake. The bone-piercing nail whistled through the air, approaching rapidly. Yu's legs felt weak, unable to evade, terrified to the point of losing his mind, thinking this is it for me. However, Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. Clang! A loud sword cry soared into the sky. The figure of the celestial being rushed over with a sword, landing in front of Yu, raising the sword to block. Bang! The bone-piercing nail struck the sword body. The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed instantly. Hulaina opened her mouth, her reddened pupils suddenly constricting. Yu stood there in shock, never expecting he would come save him. Chapter 22. Empress Bibi Dong. Old man, try touching my man. Luo Yu stood in front of Yu, his clothes fluttering and black hair dancing. Holding the Zhutian sword, he resembled an immortal swordsman. Suddenly, the bone-piercing nail spun rapidly, rubbing against the ancient and transparent sword body like jade. Its power was formidable, yet could hardly leave a scratch on the sword. The sword was fine, but the person was in trouble. After all, it was an attack from a super Douluo master, even if it was just a casual move. Luo Yu had just awakened his martial soul. No matter how extraordinary his divine body and martial soul were, How could he withstand such an attack? With a loud bang, the bone-piercing nail expended its energy and exploded in an instant. Although he blocked this move, Luo Yu didn't fare well either. He let out a muffled groan, a metallic taste surging in his throat, and was forced back several dozen steps, but Xie Yu was quick to support him. Although Luo Yu was in a sorry state, the fierce face of the seventh offering hesitated for an instant, filled with shock. Although he had just casually attacked, easily killing a soul master was as simple as squashing an ant. Yet, this kid, who had just awakened his martial soul, actually blocked his sword? Brother Yu! A nervous exclamation rang out, seeing the man protect her brother with his own body and emit a painful groan. Gu Yue Na instantly fell heartbroken and rushed towards Luo Yu without a second thought. Xie Yu was also bewildered, shocked and confused, asking, "Why did you save me?" Cough. Without rushing to respond to him, Luo Yu raised his hand and glanced at his Jiuxiao Zhutian sword. It was completely unharmed. TSK, not to mention anything else. The material is really good. Moreover, it felt as if holding this sword granted him a special boost in speed. A fragrant breeze swept by, and Gu Yue Na, with her beautiful eyes wide open, nervously stared at Luo Yu. "Brother Yu, how are you doing?" Luo Yu waved his hand, revealing his signature faint smile. "It's nothing. But that old guy is really vicious this time, hitting me so hard that my blood is surging." Gu Yue Na, concerned, reproached, "Why did you help him? Don't you know you could get hurt?" Crack, crack. This is the sound of the evil moon shattering. Is this what they call forgetting your brother once you have a man? Luo Yu looked at Gu Yue Na's watery eyes, a slight smile on his lips. "If I don't take action, that old man just now would have left you without a brother." "Brother Yu," Gu Yue Na called softly, different emotions surging within her. Her nose feeling a bit sour. "It's over, my little sister is going to be completely smitten," thought the nearby Xie Yu, inwardly lamenting. "All right, I'm just teasing you," Luo Yu said seriously. "I have principles, and since your brother spoke up for me, he should be saved. By the way, you weren't about to cry just now, were you?" Who's going to cry? Don't underestimate me." Gu Yue Na pouted her delicate nose, secretly trying to hold back the tears in the corners of her eyes. "Hee, you really dare to ignore me, old man," the seventh elder said with a dark expression, revealing a fierce look. "Kid, you really have some skills. Even I can't help but admire you a bit. But no matter how high your talent is, if you don't understand respect and hierarchy, you're just a parasite. Now, let's see how you handle this move." With a swish, 100-foot-long purple spear condensed in the air, exuding a bloody and murderous aura aimed at Luo Yu. Xie Yu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes trembled. Luo Yu's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand to conjure a silver sword flower, producing a crisp sword sound. "All right, you two get lost. Let me play with the old guy by myself." Gu Yue Na stood silently, biting her lip and stubbornly gazing at the sky. Just as Xie Yu took a step forward with his weak legs, he saw a man and a woman standing side by side, looking ashamed. He gritted his teeth and pulled his foot back, cursing at the sky. "Seventh Elder, my sister is a saintess. Do you dare to make a move? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable?" "Ha! Her being a saintess is a treasure. But my disciple isn't a treasure?" The seventh elder's face twisted in anger. Suddenly, the 100-foot-long spear in the air stabbed down with a fierce wind. Luo Yu suddenly smiled, for he saw a golden-purple light appear at the horizon. A commanding woman's voice scolded, like the cry of a phoenix from the 9 heavens. "Old fool, if you dare to touch my man, I will take your dog's life." The Empress's authoritative voice echoed powerfully, even causing ripples in the air. The seventh elder trembled. His attack abruptly halted, and he looked warily into the distance. There, a stunningly beautiful figure rushed towards them, crowned and graceful, exuding an extreme beauty. Her phoenix-like eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. Without giving anyone a chance to speak, she raised her hand for a domineering strike, and a purple-gold spider shadow appeared in the air, instantly shattering the 100-foot-long spear and resolving the crisis. The seventh elder glared angrily at the newcomer, Bibi Dong. "My disciple has been crippled, and you want to even let me seek justice?" Bibi Dong ignored him and turned her concerned gaze towards Luo Yu. "Are you all right? I'm Yufine." Upon receiving Luo Yu's reply, Bibi Dong visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Bibi Dong, I'm talking to you." The seventh elder was ignored and instantly exploded with anger. The Empress turned her gaze, squinting her phoenix eyes as she coldly looked at the seventh elder, the surrounding temperature dropping dramatically, like an icy hell, as her chilling voice rang out. "Old fool, you should be glad he has fine. Otherwise, I would take your dog life today." The seventh elder's body tensed, for he truly saw the killing intent in Bibi Dong's eyes, with no hint of jest. He pointed at Yin in fury. Look, my disciple has been beaten like this. Do you expect me to do nothing? Humph. The Empress glanced sideways, sneering, Yin? What is Yin worth to compare with Luo Yu? The seventh elder's face darkened. I want justice. Justice? Bibi Dong's aura suddenly exploded, overwhelming and crushing towards the seventh elder. Old fool, let me tell you, if trouble arises, it's your disciple who caused it. Every single fault lies with your disciple. If you dare let him get hurt, you can just die. You're going too far. Infuriated and under the pressure of the Empress's aura, the seventh elder spat out a mouthful of old blood. Bibi Dong's cultivation was too high. He didn't dare to strike back. Bang! The Spider Empress's phantom appeared, the purple gold soul power covering the sky, the Empress's authority fully revealed. Old fool, stop wasting time. Take that trash below and get lost. I want to find the great elder to seek justice. The seventh elder, like a mourning beast, wrapped Yan's body in soul power and instantly fled, disappearing into the air. Oomph. The Empress coldly snorted, still furious, clearly unsatisfied to let him go just like that. If it weren't for her identity as the Pope, she would have wanted to directly eliminate this old fool. Anyone who dares to touch her man must die. Bibi Dong was angry, and the silver, beautiful figure hidden in the shadows revealed a murderous intent, already gripping a spatial blade, ready to strike. Daiwu, I have some matters to attend to. You go back to his side, don't let him get hurt. Gu Yue Na.'s purple eyes watched the direction the seventh elder left, her lips curling into indifference as her figure vanished from the spot. The enchanting beauty with lingering charm looked helplessly at the direction Gu Yue Na departed, feeling aggrieved. I just wanted to help my benefactor, but you insisted on getting angry because he has a woman outside, and then Wu Ti let me intervene, forcing him to suffer a bit. She shook her head and transformed back into a cute pink soft-boned rabbit, hopping towards Luo Yu. It's not good outside. It's still warm in my benefactor's arms. In the charred garden, Xiaoyu looked up at the sky with his mouth agape, the Empress's domineering posture deeply imprinted in his heart. Wow, does this brother have such a strong background too? It's terrifying. He turned to see Luo Yu still with a calm expression, gasping in his heart. With his talent and background, why not curry favor? Am I stupid? No. When I get back, I must keep a close eye on my sister. Where can I find a man with such good conditions? The Empress Bibi Dong descended to the ground, saying nothing, directly grabbing Luo Yu's arm, completely ignoring the astonished gazes of Hulaina and Xiaoyu, and dragged him away. Xiaoyu watched the two disappear, seemingly witnessing something incredible. His lips trembling as he said, "What is the relationship between the Empress and him? Isn't Her Majesty always distant from men?" "Don't ask me, how would I know?" Hulaina was distracted, pouting and looking at the place Luo Yu vanished, feeling a wave of reluctance, remembering how the teacher had pulled Luo Yu earlier. A hint of jealousy rose in her heart, and her mood wasn't very good. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought floated in her mind. Teacher, she wouldn't also like you go, would she? No, she shouldn't. How could that be? On the other side, Luo Yu had already been taken back to the palace by Bibi Dong. Bang! Luo Yu was directly thrown onto the bed by the stunningly beautiful Empress. Chapter 23. The Origins of Qian Renxue, Tempting Donger, in the Empress's dimly lit chamber filled with the fragrance of orchids. Bang! Luo Yu was pushed onto the bed by the Empress. Why are you in such a hurry to pull me back? Bibi Dong remained silent, her stunning face still wearing an icy expression, standing by the bed and quietly staring at the man. Luo Yu felt a bit uneasy under the woman's gaze, unable to decipher her thoughts. Logically speaking, when a woman pulls you back to her place to sleep and pushes you on her bed, the situation is quite suggestive, and what is about to happen seems obvious. However, Bibi Dong's eyes clearly indicated something was off. What's going on? Luo Yu wondered. Who upset our Dong? Bibi Dong's red lips spouted. Her eyes slightly red, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Don't you know your body is weak right now? Why don't you get a little closer to me? That way, I can protect you. What if something happens to you today? What am I supposed to do? What if I come late? Luo Yu listened to the almost scolding voice, feeling no impatience in his heart. Instead, he sensed a deep concern and fear. Yes, fear. Ever since Luo Yu rescued the despairing Bibi Dong from the clutches of Qiang Sunji in the secret chamber years ago, Bibi Dong's heart had been tied to him. During their time together, Luo Yu's humor and charm further healed her inner wounds and taught her many things. From that moment on, Bibi Dong deeply fell in love with this man and wanted to be with him. During their years apart, she constantly thought of him. However, The shadows of the past made Bibi Dong unwilling to trust any other man in her life, leading to an instinctive aversion to men, except for Luo Yu, to whom she could open her heart. It was as if all her emotions converged on this one person. This also caused her heart to spasm with anxiety whenever Luo Yu was in trouble, almost driving her mad. No longer the proud and noble cold queen. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Bibi Dong would always be that unattainable queen, even a decisive and ruthless thorny rose. But in Luo Yu's eyes, she was a completely different beautiful landscape. At this moment, the queen's shoulders trembled, and her eyes had already turned red. Luo Yu got out of bed, gently wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong's shoulders, and leaned close to her perfect, stunning face, even catching a whiff of the faint fragrance on her. He comforted her softly. "It's okay, aren't I fine?" "What do you mean fine? If I had come later, what would you have done?" Bibi Dong's pupils reddened, no longer displaying the imposing demeanor she had outside, but rather resembling a delicate girl in need of care. Luo Yu shook her head with a smile. "It's not that exaggerated. We also have bodyguards, just don't know where they want to play, but they should be nearby. If I'm in danger, she will show up." "What bodyguard?" "That soft-bone charm rabbit. She's already a beast-level existence, so protecting me is no problem." "Is it the one you were holding before? Is it soul beast?" Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened. Luo Yu also widened her eyes. "Others may not see it." "But can't you?" "I didn't see it. Isn't it just an ordinary gray rabbit?" Bibi Dong hesitated. "Huh?" Luo Yu was instantly shocked. How could she not know what she was holding? Besides, she wasn't colorblind. How could Bibi Dong say it was gray? That was just ridiculous. "Are you sure the rabbit I was holding before was gray?" Luo Yu asked, confused. Bibi Dong nodded confidently. "Yeah, I'm 100% sure." "Then that's just unbelievable." Luo Yu fell into deep thought, and then his eyes gradually brightened. "Oh, I understand now. What's going on?" Bibi Dong asked. Luo Yu slowly explained. "Someone must have deliberately cast an illusion on the soft-boned enchanting rabbit. To me, it appears normal, but to others, it looks like an ordinary rabbit." Bibi Dong shook her head repeatedly, saying impossible. "With my current cultivation level, who could cast an illusion in front of me?" Luo Yu mysteriously smiled and said, "Dong, compared to that person's mental strength, you really need to put in more effort and cultivate for a few more years." "Who? Male or female?" Bibi Dong asked in surprise. "Cough. Can't say, can't say." "Come on, brother, you just tell me," Bibi Dong said, grabbing the man's arm and shaking it. What was it like to have the queen act spoiled? Luo Yu didn't want to answer because his bones felt weak. However, after shaking for a long time, Luo Yu still didn't say anything. "Come on, how can I easily say that? If I do, it's a funeral pyre." If you won't say it, then you won't say it." "All right, Dong, enough teasing. I have something to ask you." Bibi Dong initially wanted to throw a little tantrum. After all, she had been alone for many years, appearing dignified and serious on the surface. But deep down, she also longed for the comfort and companionship of a man. However, seeing Luo Yu's serious expression, she withdrew her playful demeanor. "Brother Yu, go ahead and ask." Luo Yu didn't want to talk about it, as it would evoke Bibi Dong's memories, but he still wanted to clarify things in person. "After I saved you back then, you stayed for a while before returning to Douluo, right? What happened later in the spirit hall? Why is that guy Qin Xuanji able to have children?" "Brother Yu, do you suspect me?" Bibi Dong's phoenix eyes narrowed, and she became anxious on the spot. Luo Yu smiled wryly and explained, "No, I just wanted to know what happened afterward." Bibi Dong walked gracefully over and sat elegantly beside Luo Yu, crossing her alluring legs and wrapping her delicate arms around the man's sturdy waist. Her beautiful face rested quietly against his broad shoulder. "Brother Yu, let me tell you slowly. Back then, you beat Qin Xuanji half to death. Coincidentally, Qin Douluo was in seclusion, and that trash was so terrified of you that he didn't dare tell his father the truth, afraid you'd come back to finish him off. While he was licking his wounds in secret, one of his admirers happened to come and take care of him diligently." Hearing this, Luo Yu suddenly understood and added, "So, Qin Xuanji and that woman developed feelings over time, got together, and had a child named Qian Renxue?" Bibi Dong sneered. "Yes, Qin Xuanji was trash, but his family background and strength earned him plenty of fangirls. It's a pity those women never saw his true colors." "What happened next?" Luo Yu pressed. Bibi Dong suddenly laughed. "Evil begets evil. That Qin Xuanji didn't get to enjoy his life for long. He pursued Tang Hao the Clear Sky sect out of lust for his wife, and ended up getting beaten to death outside. That week, he just got beaten to death?" Luo Yu was surprised. "Logically, that shouldn't have happened." Bibi Dong rolled her eyes. "Actually, his death was partly your doing, Brother Yu. Back then, you severed his arm, greatly weakening his strength, and his injuries never fully healed. Tang Hao, though not as strong, had the Clear Sky sect's secret techniques. When he saw his wife sacrifice herself, he erupted in rage and killed Qin Xuanji on the spot. Poor little Xuanji, truly destined to seek death everywhere. Luo Yu had no sympathy for this at all. Scum deserved to die. Aren't you going to take revenge for him? Pope of the Spear Hall? Luo Yu teased. You idiot, you're going to die. Can such jokes be made? I couldn't care less if that guy dies a horrible death. Being hammered to death outside would be just fine, saving me from being annoyed by him lingering around. Luo Yu let out a dry laugh. The air suddenly became quiet. Their eyes met, so close that the atmosphere became suddenly enchanting. Brother Yu, be honest, did you have some doubts about me before? Bibi Dong leaned close to Luo Yu's ear, pouting her red lips with a hint of grievance. How could that be? Luo Yu immediately denied. Bibi Dong's smooth, cool little hand slid along Luo Yu's back, inch by inch, moving upward. Huh. Her alluring red lips blew a breath against Luo Yu's ear. How could you doubt me? Heartless. This empress has been keeping herself pure for you all these years, just waiting for your return. Donger, you're playing with fire. Luo Yu warned, his blood boiling. Bibi Dong's delicate fingers caressed Luo Yu's face, her breath fragrant, and she said dreamily, "It's okay to have doubts about me. Some things can't be faked. You know once you try." Buzz. Luo Yu's eyes turned red, feeling that if he didn't take action, he would definitely become a complete eunuch. Chapter 24. Special Punishment. Faced with the teasing of fingers as smooth as silk and as soft as jade, Luo Yu felt a flame in his chest, as if it were about to explode. Just as he was about to make a move like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, the woman smiled charmingly. She leaned in and gave him a gentle peck on the lips, then quickly withdrew her graceful body, leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake. Seeing Luo Yu's dissatisfied expression, ready to explode with anger, Bibi Dong let out a playful laugh, cleared her throat, and said with a hum, "Stinky man, you doubted me before. So today, I must tease you and give you a little punishment. I thought for a long time about how to punish you. Hitting you? I can't bear to do that. Biting you? That would be uncivilized. Finally, I came up with a good idea." Bibi Dong's phoenix eyes sparkled with pride as she let out a series of charming, bell-like laughs, raising her snowy white neck, proud like a beautiful little peacock. "I don't care about your punishment." Luo Yu didn't care about that and jumped up from the bed, rushing towards Bibi Dong. "You good, don't move around," Bibi Dong said. "Today, let Donger serve you well." With a slight parting of her fragrant lips, she emitted threads of soul power that instantly bound Luo Yu tightly, leaving him unable to struggle as he fell back onto the bed. "Bibi Dong, what are you doing?" Luo Yu said angrily. "Shoo, you good, don't speak yet." The elegantly dressed woman raised her jade finger to her crimson lips, throwing a seductive glance at Luo Yu. She slowly removed her luxurious and dignified pope robe, making her curvy and hot figure even more apparent. The purple gold crown on her head was lightly taken off and gracefully tossed aside. Every smile and frown from Bibi Dong seemed to carry an enchanting power, leaving Luo Yu's throat dry. "You enchantress, what exactly do you want? Let me go." The woman shot him a sultry glance and said coyly, "Yuga, don't be in such a hurry. Your punishment has only just begun." "What punishment?" Luo Yu struggled a few times, but it was futile. Bibi Dong bit her hair tie with her lips, lifted her silky jade finger, and elegantly gathered her smooth hair, then teased it back into a ponytail, revealing her delicate earlobes and long, smooth neck. With her red lips slightly parted, she seductively said, "The punishment I'm giving you has already started." She pointed in a direction. "Standing as punishment is probably the cruelest punishment for you men, right?" Luo Yu's face, resembling that of a fallen immortal, revealed a cold smile. "How dare this demon be so arrogant? If you have the ability, let go of this young master, and we'll battle for 300 rounds, sending you straight to the blissful world of the West." Bibi Dong covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes releasing a provocative gaze as she playfully beckoned with her finger. "Here I am standing. Why don't you come over? You really are quite arrogant." Luo Yu's face turned red. "Humph, after all, I am a woman. Some things I won't hold against you, but some things I will remember. It's all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Our Easter is magnanimous, so let me go quickly." "Not happening. The real show has just begun." Bibi Dong smiled seductively, displaying an unprecedented charm, her dress partially undone, revealing her smooth, fragrant shoulders with two thin straps taut like the strings of Luo Yu's heart. Luo Yu's eyes turned increasingly red, and his breathing became heavier. However, there was nothing he could do. He was tightly bound. Whoosh! A fragrant breeze approached as Bibi Dong drew near, using her soul power to immobilize Luo Yu. Their noses almost touching, She gently caressed his firm chest with her soft, boneless hands through his robe. Brother Yu's physique is really good. Your charm is even more captivating than the first time I met you. With such allure, I wonder how many girls will fall for you in the future. Bibi Dong whispered softly, but Luo Yu had no intention of listening. Below his line of sight, the softness and whiteness that peeked out from her clothing captured all his attention, making it hard for him to look away. Hee. Bibi Dong let out a delicate giggle, suddenly covering up the beautiful view with her hand. She turned her back to him, stepping within less than 3 feet of Luo Yu, twisting her slender waist and ample hips, leaving behind half of her enchanting figure like a water snake as she closed the distance. This fairy has gone mad. If she doesn't loosen her hold on him soon. Luo Yu felt like he was about to explode. It seemed Bibi Dong could sense his thoughts. Slowly turning around, she walked with a cat-like grace, her waist twisting like a water snake, her every step filled with charm. No longer the dignified queen, but clearly a bewitching fairy. Bibi Dong, I won't let you succeed. Luo Yu snorted softly, his exceptionally handsome face instantly turning serious as he forced himself to endure. Oh, someone with backbone, huh? Bibi Dong approached gracefully, her fingers grasping the man's collar. She leaned slightly forward, her lips hovering near Luo Yu's neck, gently exhaling. The warm and tingling sensation immediately spread through Luo Yu's neck, combined with the stunning beauty before him and the woman's captivating, languid scent lingering at his nose. He suddenly felt that the concentration he had worked so hard to maintain was about to collapse again. Brother Yu, is it easy to be a sage? If you can't hold on, then don't. As long as you ask for my help, I will let you go and allow you to act freely. A head can be severed, blood can flow, but can a man's dignity be lost? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and said defiantly, in your dreams, that's impossible. Oh, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes seemed to have seen through everything, and she shot a charming glance at the man. Donger was just joking with Brother Yu. The matters that need to be done must continue. If you don't personally step in, how can you verify Donger's innocence? With a flick of her hand, the soul power threads on Luo Yu instantly shattered and dissipated. Luo Yuan remained motionless, eyes focused on her nose on her heart. If you don't come, the others are already prepared. Bibi Dong unfolded her delicate arms, her slender and smooth legs fully liberated, slowly closing her eyes, the long curled eyelashes gently trembling, revealing that she was actually quite nervous inside. On this day, she had rehearsed countless times in her heart. It seemed like she was taking the initiative, but in reality, she had been shy from the very beginning. But everything was for the sake of making her benefactor, the man she liked, fall in love with her. As long as Brother Yu likes it, then everything is worth it. Brother Yu, Donger is already prepared. The truth and answers are here. Come and find yourself. Luo Yu could no longer hold back and directly approached Bibi Dong as if he were a fierce beast hunting, wildly embracing her. P.S. Thanks to all the handsome guys and beautiful girls for their support of this book. The author appreciates everyone here. Updates will be very stable. A friendly note about the previous plot. The protagonist actually took the initiative to disperse his million-year beast god body through the thunder tribulation, transforming it into the nourishment for the 24th grade Golden Lotus, which not only activates the system, but also allows the Golden Lotus to nurture an infinitely potential pure golden body through the tribulation, laying the foundation for a true heaven-defying killing god in the future. The following will gradually reach a climax, and everything everyone wants will be there. The 9 Heavens Extermination Sword will be very special, and everyone can guess who the next signing goddess will be. Chapter 25. The Women Who Vent for Luo Yu. The 7 offerings suffered a tragedy. In the sleeping palace, the fragrance was strong. The candlelight flickered and swayed, eventually extinguishing completely. Several hours later, Bibi Dong lay obediently in Luo Yu's arms, her lazy and charming eyes radiating happiness, her smooth fingertips lightly tracing irregular patterns on the man's chest. Look, Brother Yu, I didn't lie to you, Bibi Dong said, pointing to the vibrant color on the bedsheet. Luo Yu forced a smile and raised his finger to scratch the woman's delicate nose. To be honest, I did have a bit of concern at the beginning, fearing that you would be bullied when I wasn't around. But after you told me the whole story, I understood the situation. If you understand the situation, why are you still bothering her? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. Luo Yu said speechlessly, don't overthink it. I'm just purely lecherous when I touch you. It has nothing to do with proving my innocence. Bibi Dong pouted her pink lips. This is the first time I've seen a man so boldly admit to being lecherous. Luo Yu played with Bibi Dong's smooth hair and smiled lightly. Which man isn't lustful? It's not shameful to say this. What is shameful is those lewd and despicable people In a situation like ours, where both parties are willing, it has nothing to do with being lewd or despicable, right? Bibi Dong blinked her eyes, pouted her red lips, and her eyes seemed ready to shed tears as she pitifully said, I'm not willing. I'm being forced by you, the bad guy. You're so strong. And I'm just a weak woman. I can't resist at all. Hiss. Seeing this beautiful scene, Luo Yu couldn't help but exclaim, who can resist this? This enchantress is clearly trying to tempt him on purpose. Some women, in front of others, present themselves as icy queens or aloof beauties, but behind the scenes, they turn into alluring enchantresses, which is like a deadly poison and poppy for men. Luo Yu didn't know if others could hold back or not. Anyway, he didn't want to hold back for even a moment now and launched a second attack directly. Luo Yu was enjoying the wonders of life on one side, while the seven offering of the Spirit Hall was not so happy on the other side. The magnificent palace of the seven offering looked normal from the outside, but inside, it was a scene of chaos. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted, and powerful elemental orbs were hurled through the air. The seven offering spat out a mouthful of blood. His 9 soul rings almost shattered, and he was sent flying, beaten into a shrimp-like shape. He was deeply embedded in the wall, with dirt and stones falling around him. Ignoring the pain throughout his body, the seven offering stared in horror at the front. There stood a stunningly beautiful girl with bare feet, long legs, silver hair, and purple eyes. The girl's expression was icy, her brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes radiated a murderous aura. Top, top! The girl walked through the air with her delicate feet, seemingly intending to create sounds that would trigger the panic in the seven offerings' eyes. Who are you? What do you want from me? Who am I? Gu Yue Na disdainfully shook her head. You aren't worthy to know. As for what I want to do, Gu Yue Na smiled, summoning a fireball in her hand and throwing it directly at the seven offering, producing a sizzling sound. Guess. A scream erupted as black smoke rose from the seven offering, who was losing his soul power, emitting a burnt smell. He weakly threatened, this is the Spirit Hall. You can't act recklessly. Boom! Another bolt of lightning erupted, directly hitting his face and smashing his mouth to a bloody pulp. Gu Yue Na slowly lowered her jade hand, which was surrounded by lightning. Act recklessly? It seems you still don't understand the situation. In my eyes, slaughtering your entire Spirit Hall is nothing. The seven offerings' pupils instantly dilated, showing sheer fear. Based on his years of experience, he felt that the woman before him was not joking. Where did this expert come from? He couldn't remember when he had provoked such a terrifying existence. Top, top! Gu Yue Na stepped closer, breaking down the seven offerings' mental defenses. Your Highness, I have no grievances with you in the past, nor enmity in the present. Why do you treat me so ruthlessly? The seven offerings' voice was filled with complex emotions, including grievance, frustration, and most of all, fear. Gu Yue Na stopped, looked down at him coldly, and spoke indifferently. What is noble, and what is lowly? The seven offering was momentarily stunned. Why did that phrase sound familiar? Wasn't it something he emphasized repeatedly to that kid during the day? Could it be that this woman was sent by that kid? Impossible. How could he possibly know such a terrifying existence? A hand, formed from concentrated flames, directly grasped the seven offerings' neck, roughly pulling him out from the wall and suspending him in midair. Tell me, what is noble and what is lowly? The cold, stern voice seemed to turn the entire hall into an ice cave. I am lowly, and you are noble. The seven offerings' face turned a deep purple from the choking, as he hoarsely revealed his humility. Bang! The seven offering was thrown to the ground, dirt and stones flying, creating a pit. Please spare me. I really don't know how I provoked you. You didn't provoke me, but you provoked someone you shouldn't have. With a flip of her hand, Gu Yue Na conjured a small electric swamp in the hall, enveloping the seven offering inside. The sounds of his agonizing screams instantly echoed out. If not for the prohibitions, those sounds would have likely spread throughout the entire Spirit Hall. You should be grateful. If you've been harmed today, you would undoubtedly die. Remember, if you want to provoke him, you are not worthy. The seven offering did not have time to scream before he fainted from the pain. Just before losing consciousness, he understood everything. This woman must be seeking revenge for that kid. Just who is that kid? Why does he have such a terrifying backing? Had he known this would happen, no matter how foolish he was, he wouldn't have dared to provoke her openly. Glancing at the charred figure on the ground, Gu Yue Na showed a heavy disdain, and with a flash of silver light, she disappeared from the spot. In the Empress's bedroom, Luo Yu lay comfortably on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Bibi Dong rested her head on her jade arm, her curled eyelashes blinking as she murmured to herself, I need to be careful. With Yu Ji's current cultivation level, he can't be too reckless. I must remember to tell the kitchen to stew some supplements for him in the morning. But before that, there is something important to do. Bibi Dong's gaze turned cold as she quietly got out of bed, dressed herself, and left with a murderous aura. After she left, a graceful woman quietly entered, her charming figure and peach-like curves incomparable to those of a young girl. Seeing the sleeping Luo Yu, the woman lightly snorted, her face slightly flushed. In the end, she said nothing. With a flash of pink light, the woman disappeared, and a soft-boned charm rabbit appeared in Luo Yu's arms. Pressed against the man's chest, feeling his warmth and smelling his familiar scent, the rabbit seemed extremely comfortable, closing its eyes in satisfaction. Chapter 26. Surprised? Can the mother and daughter duo compete with you? On the other side, in the Hall of the Seven Offering, Bibi Dong had come with an imposing aura. However, she was now completely stunned. The outside of the hall seemed unaffected, but inside it was in ruins, with no intact place. The target of her vengeance was already half dead and lying on the ground, blacker than charcoal. What was going on? Bibi Dong was shocked. Could it be that the Seven Offering knew I was coming to take revenge and self-destructed to apologize? Looking at the Seven Offering's miserable state on the ground, Bibi Dong hesitated. Not gonna fight? Leave? No way, no matter what happened. Since you attacked my Yu Good during the day, if I don't take action today, Bibi Dong, won't be able to vent my anger. Whoosh! A gentle healing soul power appeared in Bibi Dong's palm and was sent out. The Seven Offering gradually regained his breath, his eyelids twitching. When he looked up and saw Bibi Dong, he immediately became excited. Your Majesty, you finally came to save me. You must take revenge for me. A woman came just now and beat me up without saying a word. You must avenge me. Bibi Dong frowned. Who hit you? Seeing the Empress backing him up, the Seven Offering excitedly gestured, crying with snot and tears, a silver-haired witch. Her strength is unfathomable, but she gave me a good beating. Why did she hit you? Mentioning this, the Seven Offering immediately felt a surge of anger, his teeth itching with hatred. Your Majesty, I have important news to report. This person came to take revenge for that kid named Luo Yu. This shows that the kid's background is very deep, and he is not someone from our spirit hall, nor is he on our side. We must be cautious and vigilant. Oh, really? Bibi Dong smiled. The Seven Offering struggled to get up and nodded heavily. But I think it's not appropriate to act against that kid for now. We must first capture those behind him, and then expose his true identity to let him understand. Tell everyone in the world that not everyone can swagger around the spirit hall. Indeed, Bibi Dong's smile was even more pronounced. Elder Chiji laughed and said, I may not be talented, but I'm willing to take the lead and secretly monitor that kid. However, I need your support from behind. After all, the people behind that kid are indeed hard to deal with. Bibi Dong nodded. Since you are so clever, why not take a guess at what I, the Empress, am doing here in the dead of night? Elder Chiji immediately responded without hesitation, smiling. Isn't it obvious? You must have sensed something unusual and come to save me. Are you so sure? Of course. Elder Chiji answered confidently, his old face filled with smiles. But when he looked up, he found the Empress's expression gradually shifting from a smile to one of absolute coldness. Unbeknownst to him, an additional layer of isolation barrier had appeared around them. Congratulations. You guessed wrong. Boom. Bibi Dong's imposing aura erupted, pressing down on Elder Chiji until he could hardly breathe, and a mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Elder Chiji was filled with fear and retreated repeatedly. What am I doing? Bibi Dong walked closer, a massive shadow of a spider king appearing behind her, and her mocking words echoed out. Let me tell you a secret. The Luo Yu you mentioned is my person. To be precise, he is my man. Elder Chiji's smile froze, his eyes became fixed, and a storm surged in his heart, sending chills down his spine. If Luo Yu were here, he would definitely want to ask him. Surprised? Unexpected? In fact, Elder Chiji was completely dumbfounded. He did not understand why, after merely provoking a junior, such terrifying beings kept coming to his door. Had he stirred up a hornet's nest? He wanted to cry. He couldn't understand why his cultivation at level 96 and his status as a worshipper of the Spirit Hall had no weight at all. Could he not even provoke a junior? Now, he felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, with no room to struggle. He wasn't just hitting a brick wall. He had kicked the ancestors. He kept retreating, pleading, Your Majesty, I am one of you. You can't harm me. I am devoted to the Spirit Hall. It was useless to say anything. Where was the arrogance he showed during the day? I have tolerated you for a long time. Boom! Elder Chiji was blasted to the palace ceiling and then rebounded by the barrier, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a large cloud of dust. "Spare me, Your Majesty, spare me. I know I was wrong." Bibi Dong looked down, her authoritative demeanor fully displayed. Without Luo Yu by her side, she transformed back into that domineering empress. "Tell me, what is respect, and what is contempt? Why is it this phrase again? Why is it this phrase again?" Elder Qiji almost cried out. He was scared, really scared, and no longer dared to provoke Luo Yu. This was too terrifying. "You are the respected one. I am the lowly one. I am worthless. I should have been so arrogant during the day." Elder Qiji no longer cared about his dignity. His life was at stake, and he couldn't care less about dignity. The killing intent in the Empress's eyes was evident and not a joke. The Empress shook her head, fixing her gaze on Elder Qiji, her soul power surging. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dense booming sounds echoed in the room. Bibi Dong's expression softened. Elder Qiji had already swollen up like a pig's head, beaten to a pulp. Lying on the ground, he was now out of breath from the repeated blows. "Listen carefully, I will only say this once. Apologize to him tomorrow. If he spares you, you live. If he does not spare you, even Qian Douluo cannot save you." As Bibi Dong was about to walk out the door, she turned and warned, "I've already placed spider poison on you. No one but me can cure it. You should know whether what happened tonight can be leaked." "Understood, understood." Elder Qiji responded with difficulty, his bloodied lips moving. After the Empress left, Elder Qiji lay on the ground, looking at the ruined palace, tears streaming down his face. No more pretending. He would never pretend again. Was it so bad to be a little cowardly? He couldn't understand Luo Yu's background, nor did he dare to think about it, let alone speculate. He only knew that he had provoked an ancestor he couldn't afford to mess with. And from now on, he would have to avoid him whenever they met. Luo Yu was completely unaware of this and was still dreaming. Bibi Dong quietly returned, took a shower and changed, becoming fragrant. When she got into bed, she suddenly saw an extra rabbit occupying her man, and her gaze sharpened immediately. However, having already received information from Luo Yu, she was not surprised by the rabbit's presence. She simply stepped forward, lifted the pair of rabbit ears with her delicate hand, and tossed it under the bed. Then, she glared at the rabbit in a show of dominance, claiming her territorial rights, before snuggling up to Luo Yu and wrapping her arms around him. Under the bed, the soft-boned, charming rabbit's pink eyes were filled with indignation. This was too much. How could she monopolize her benefactor all by herself? It wasn't he taking up any space. If this woman was so domineering, then maybe she would have to compete for her benefactor. If one person couldn't win her over, she didn't believe two couldn't. One must say, the thinking of Soul Beast was so simple and straightforward. It was infuriating. The benefactor was so warm, yet was all monopolized by this woman. This was unfair. The big rabbit pouted in discomfort, feeling it was time to encourage the benefactor to leave the spirit hall and visit their daughter. Chapter 28, Ao's Special Treatment. Gu Yue Na takes the initiative to visit the next morning. The warm sunlight streamed into the Empress's palace. Sizzle. A wet sensation on his arm awakened the sleeping Luo Yu. He opened his sleepy eyes to find a soft-boned, charming rabbit licking his arm with its light pink tongue. Luo Yu was suddenly startled, quickly retracting her arm and watching the rabbit warily. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to seduce me early in the morning? "What are you doing?" "Benefactor, it's just that I saw so many red scratches on you." The soft-boned, enchanting rabbit's pink eyes shimmered with tears, sounding almost like a wronged young woman. "So what if I have scratches? What does that have to do with you trying to seduce me early in the morning?" Luo Yu glared, feeling like even sleeping was quite dangerous. The soft-boned, enchanting rabbit said seriously, "Don't you know? The saliva of soul beasts can heal injuries. I saw all those scratches on you and wanted to help you recover. It's a way of repaying a favor. Please, is that even an injury? Besides, I can recover from that on my own by using my soul power." Luo Yu's forehead furrowed as he looked at the soft-boned charm rabbit with her pair of watery pink eyes, seemingly filled with innocence. It was hard to tell whether she truly didn't understand or was just pretending not to. The soft-boned charm rabbit said apologetically, "You got hurt while I was away. It's my fault for not protecting you well. I have to take responsibility. Moreover, this method heals external injuries super quickly." Luo Yu was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he realized the problem. He quickly lowered his head to look at his chest, then rubbed his back with his hand a couple of times. Smooth as jade, completely unharmed. What happened to the symbol of a man's glory on my back? He glanced at the soft-boned rabbit, which looked like it was seeking credit. "I've healed everything else for my benefactor. The arm was the last part." Luo Yu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "It's over. Has my brother become unclean?" Just like that, he was inexplicably taken advantage of by a rabbit. Benefactor, why do you look unhappy? Did I do something wrong? Wang felt a little nervous inside. It was actually her first time using this method to heal someone's external wounds. Although she had known about this method before, she had a cleanliness obsession and couldn't bring herself to do it. That's right. She even disliked treating her own wounds and preferred to slowly heal them with her soul power. However, seeing her lifesaver injured, she didn't hesitate to use the fastest and most effective method. It's fine. I'm very happy. You didn't do anything wrong. Luo Yu helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth and didn't want to say more. After all, the other party had good intentions. Well, Wang, if this happens again next time, you don't have to use this method. Just let me recover by myself, Luo Yu said earnestly. But healing external wounds this way is really fast. Fast is not good. There are differences between men and women, Luo Yu said with a stern face. I don't care. It's fine, a female voice replied. I care. Luo Yu glared and added, what if outsiders see us? So, you're afraid of being embarrassed? Then we could just do it secretly. Luo Yu's mouth twitched. Is this hard to explain? He felt it was time to let Wu experience some education from the human world. Otherwise, if Xiao Wu were to encounter her mother doing this in the future, how would he explain it? Wouldn't that cause a huge uproar? Benefactor, can I ask you for a favor? Sure. Wu sounds too bad. Just call her a Wu from now on. Okay. Luo Yu got up from the bed, and all the external injuries have been taken care of by a Wu. However, he could still feel a slight soreness in his muscles all over his body, and he shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed that having talent alone was not enough. He still needed to seize the time to improve his cultivation. Otherwise, his combat ability after a night of fighting would be in question. After getting up, he noticed that Bibi Dong was nowhere to be seen. The basin and towel had already been prepared and placed by the bedside. In the center of the room, a table was filled with dishes, all covered with plates, seemingly to prevent them from getting cold. There was also a note left on top, written in elegant handwriting. Luo Yu quickly skimmed through. The image of the queen's delicate admonition vividly appeared on the paper. I don't want to attend the morning court. I want to accompany you for a meal. However, due to the recent flooding on the west coast, several town civilians are in distress. As the queen, Donger cannot ignore this and must personally arrange for soul masters to provide support. So you'll have to manage on your own for now, brother Yu. On the table is a specially prepared, nutritious breakfast for you. Remember to finish it all. No leftovers, or I will be unhappy. Luo Yu smiled knowingly, feeling a warmth in her heart. She had thought that the empress was aloof and above worldly matters, but she didn't expect her to be so considerate. Everything was prepared perfectly for her. Outsiders would never guess that the imposing empress, who commanded respect outside, had reigned in all her sharpness when facing the man she liked, resembling a delicate and charming little wife. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came. Creak. As the door opened, a pair of long, snow-white, beautiful legs came into view, with hip-length shorts showcasing an astonishing curve. Looking up, she saw short, golden hair and exquisitely sculpted features that exuded both nobility and allure. How about that? Didn't expect me to come over, did you? Hulaina revealed a radiant, sunny smile, blinking her eyes. Luo Yubai rolled her eyes, and when she heard the knock on the door, she knew it was you. In this empress's palace, besides you, the personally taught disciple, who would have the guts to come. Hulaina pouted, feeling really bored. I hate dealing with smart people the most. There's no surprise at all. Is this hard to guess? Hulaina's delicate and pretty face instantly drooped down. Luo Yu shook her head slightly and turned to walk towards the dining table. Come in. It doesn't matter if it's surprising or not. I'm just happy you could come. Hearing the gentle voice coming from ahead, Hulaina immediately smiled brightly and quickly followed with her long, snow-white legs. I was just about to have breakfast. Do you want to join? Sure. I haven't eaten yet either. Hulaina readily agreed, her face slightly flushed. In fact, she had woken up early to practice every day, so she had already eaten, but she was afraid that if she had no reason to stay here, Luo Yu would send her away. Then let's sit down together. Luo Yu was in a good mood. Is it okay for me to just mooch off your food? Hulaina felt a bit shy. Luo Yu smiled and said, how could it be? It is a great honor to have the saintess accompany me. How many people dream of such an opportunity, but never get it? Ugh, you just like to tease me. Hulaina pouted, but the joy in her eyes could not be hidden. Looking at the man's handsome features and his ethereal temperament, Hulaina felt her pulse quicken. Remembering the man's dominance and charm during the fight yesterday, she felt herself on the verge of falling. In the past, no one around her compared to her, whether in looks, strength, or background. She was like a snow lotus on Tian Shan, blooming at a high place, only able to admire herself, with no one worthy of entering her heart. But after meeting Luo Yu, everything changed quietly. Gu Yue Na knew she was about to fall, yet she willingly immersed herself, wanting to savor this special emotional experience. She admired his handsome appearance, was shocked by his strength, and was even more fascinated by his demeanor, which was calm like a graceful scholar, but decisive in action. She wanted to connect with Luo Yu now, but she didn't know how to speak or what to do, as she had no experience in matters of the heart. What was she thinking? Luo Yu had already set the bowls and chopsticks and waved his hand in front of her. No, nothing. Gu Yue Na seemed calm on the surface, but scolded herself internally for being useless, getting infatuated at a time like this. She had feelings for him, but he might not feel the same about her. Moreover, this was too unreserved. Come on, let us see what delicious food your teacher has prepared for me. Luo Yu rubbed his hands and lifted the lid. Luo Yu was shocked. What is this thing? Beside him, Gu Yue Na was slightly taken aback and said in surprise, "Stewed old turtle with codonopsis? It nourishes and strengthens the kidneys, replenishing energy and enriching the blood. Brother Yu, are you having this for breakfast? Is it that nourishing?" Luo Yu suddenly had a bad premonition and quickly lifted one lid after another, his lips twitching. Black chicken and purple mushroom soup? Red braised earth dragon whip? This last dish looks a bit strange. Deep-fried big kidney? Luo Yu's forehead twitched with a black line. He was really losing his composure. What does Bibi Dong mean by this? Moreover, the main issue now is no longer what Bibi Dong means. The focus is on Gu Yue Na, who is beside him with her crimson lips, and her gaze towards him is gradually changing. Ahem, let me explain. Gu Yue Na stared with her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "Brother Yu, so this is how your talent is made up." Luo Yu was about to explain when he suddenly realized that Gu Yue Na had not thought of that layer of meaning, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling and nodding, he affirmed loudly, "Yes, as soul masters, we have to eat like this. If we don't eat well, how can we cultivate well?" What Brother Yu said is right. Gu Yue Na nodded repeatedly. Luo Yu always felt that this girl seemed to have a strange look in her eyes. At this moment, Gu Yue Na was secretly sighing in her heart. Heaven is jealous of talent. Who would eat such nourishing food so early in the morning? And it's all for kidney nourishment. Yuga must have some unspeakable secret. I've heard that men care a lot about such privacy issues. I definitely can't expose him. No, I still have to find a way to help Yuga. How can such a perfect man have a hidden ailment? Besides, he might. Gu Yue Na's face flushed, interrupting her thoughts. "Yuga, can you accompany me outside for a bit?" "Why?" Luo Yu asked, confused. Gu Yue Na slightly bit her lip, her cheeks turning red. I have something I want to give you, something you might need." "What do I need?" Luo Yu was puzzled, not understanding. Gu Yue Na shook her head, lightly scolding, "Oh, just come with me, and you'll know." Luo Yu was curious and was led out the door by her. Chapter 28. The Saint is stealing things. How exciting. The Spirit Hall, grand and magnificent, was filled with towering palaces. On the spacious avenue paved with green bricks, a pair of golden boy and jade girl walked through. Instantly, they stirred up a commotion among the crowd inside the hall. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with luscious red lips and enchanting eyes that seemed to smoke. Her long, straight jade legs beneath her shorts were perfect, making one unable to resist the urge to admire her. The man was tall and straight, walking with the grace of a dragon and tiger. His features were like those of a celestial being, and though his starry eyes seemed indifferent, they held a captivating depth, like purple lightning. Wow, who is this guy, able to walk so intimately with the saintess? This brother is amazing. He can even flirt with our pure and aloof saintess. What is going on? Is it true? Could it be that the saintess is taken? Gasps of surprise echoed continuously, and the disciples of the Spirit Hall rubbed their eyes, initially thinking they were hallucinating. After all, the saintess had a personality much like that of an empress, proud to the core. People like them, with considerable talent, will be celebrated outside. However, if they were to pursue the saintess, they would hesitate before even taking action. Sorry, they were all self-aware. They felt unworthy. No way. It wasn't an illusion. The saintess was truly walking so close to a man, and they were even laughing together? No way. Did the saintess fall in love? Most likely. When have you ever seen the saintess walking side by side with a man, so closely, almost shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand? One disciple wailed, as if mourning the loss of a wife. "Oh no, our Spirit Hall's shining pearl 1T be taken by a pig, will it?" Someone in the crowd couldn't take it anymore and looked over disdainfully. "Huh, who are you calling a pig? Which one of your eyes is blind? I might as well blind your other eye too. It's useless anyway. Just look at yourself. Do you even have 1/10 of his handsomeness? With this guy's looks, he is almost a match for the saintess. but he needs me to complete the pair. Ugh, you infatuated fool, shameless. Bang. The towering muscular man shook his fist. Looking proud. What good is being handsome? Can it be eaten? Strength is what earns respect. Men speak through their power. Please save it. Someone nearby couldn't help but criticize. Don't tell me you still don't know the news. Our spirit hall tested a daddy-level genius yesterday. Dual spirit souls. Innate level 40 soul power. If I'm guessing correctly, it must be him. How can your brute strength compare to him? Hiss. I've heard about that too. The previously proud, muscular man instantly lost his bravado and questioned. It can't be fake, right? Someone became excited. Fake my ass. My grandpa was there at the time. Let me tell you, this guy's talent is seriously impressive, praised by the elders as a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Is this guy even from the same species as us? This is a bit outrageous. You can say it's outrageous or not, but the facts are right in front of you. This is a daddy-level figure. If you have a brain, just curry favor if you can, and if you can't, stay far away. He is not someone to mess with. The previously arrogant muscular man immediately shrank his neck and retreated into the crowd, cautiously glancing toward the saintess, terrified that he might be overheard speaking just now. Someone flirted. Should I go over now and introduce myself? Get familiar with the future big shot? Are you an idiot? They're in love, and you want to interfere? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Hiss, you're right. Thanks for the life-saving advice. On the other side, Gu Yue Na, eavesdropping on their conversation, had a strange expression, her face slightly flushed. Hearing someone refer to her and Luo Yu as a pair, she didn't feel disgusted. Instead, there was an indescribable feeling, a hint of shyness. She glanced sideways at the man, finding him frowning in thought. Gu Yue Na whispered, Brother Yu, they're discussing you over there. Aren't you going to react? Trouble, Luo Yu frowned. What trouble? Gu Yue Na was surprised. You're quite the popular figure in the spirit hall now. Who would dare to cause you trouble? Luo Yu shook his head and said, Think about it. Since the disciples of the spirit hall have heard about me, it means this news will definitely reach the ears of major forces. What do you think they will do? Gu Yue Na paused for a moment, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of thought before analyzing. They will quickly investigate your news, get to know your background, and then either try to win you over or eliminate you. Luo Yu glanced sideways. You react quickly. Huh? Kiliana said proudly, Tisich, my position as the saintess isn't given for free. Luo Yu spread his hands. Now you understand why I sighed, right? Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes. What are you panicking about? Our spirit hall is large and powerful enough to protect you. I will have to leave the spirit hall sooner or later. What? You want to leave the spirit hall? Upon hearing this, Gu Yue Na instantly became nervous. At that moment, she wasn't concerned about whether the spirit hall would lose a genius, but rather about her own youthful feelings and thoughts. Luo Yu seemed unaware of Gu Yue Na's mood and said to himself, I'm not worried about my personal safety. I just hate it when various forces come to disturb me. How can I have a peaceful life? It's so annoying. Gu Yue Na concealed her inner tension and said with a grin, Yes, these forces will definitely have spies monitoring you all day. Once you step outside, you won't know how many forces will try to approach you. However, if you stay in the spirit hall, none of them will dare to act rashly. Luo Yu nodded absent-mindedly, secretly starting to think of a plan. He definitely couldn't stay here forever. He hadn't properly enjoyed the scenery of Douluo continent. Moreover, there was no need to think too hard. Given the system's nature, it would surely lock on a Xiao Wu and those girls sooner or later. Could he really stay indoors? Besides, he wasn't enamored with the power of the spirit hall. Not to mention, the Pope of the spirit hall was his woman. It seemed he needed to come up with a comprehensive strategy to shake off those pesky nuisances and keep them from bothering him. While he was pondering, Gu Yue Na brought Luo Yu to a dark-colored hall, paved with dark purple glazed tiles. Is this your place? Sure. Gu Yue Na put her finger to her lips. Seeing that the hall door was locked, Gu Yue Na let out a sigh of relief and felt a bit excited. She gestured for Luo Yu to follow her, leaped onto the roof, and pried open the glazed tiles covering the palace dome. With decisive movements, she jumped in like a female thief, directly entering the room. Luo Yu was shocked. Is she planning to take me to steal something? No need to wait until night. Doing bad things in broad daylight. How bold. Hurry up and come in. Gu Yue Na was below, gesturing with her hands. TSK, the saintess is here to steal. How thrilling. A playful smile appeared on Luo Yu's lips as he quickly landed, curious about what the woman wanted to do with him. Follow me. Gu Yue Na beckoned. Luo Yu said strangely, we're out here stealing things, and it's broad daylight, so we might as well not wear masks. This is too unprofessional. Gu Yue Na pouted her red lips and shook her head, saying, What are you talking about? We're not stealing, we're borrowing. What are you here to steal? no to borrow. Luo Yu was extremely puzzled. How could the holy maiden of the spirit hall have nothing and end up in a situation where she needed to borrow something? Hulaina bit her thin lips, her face flushed. Don't ask. We don't know when the owner will return, but there must be something you need here. Let's find it first. What do I need? How can I not know myself? Luo Yu was confused, but Hulaina had already begun to search the entire room. Eventually, she triggered a mechanism hidden in a vase in the corner, and with a click, one side of the gray stone wall slowly moved down, revealing a black opening with a winding stone staircase inside. Chapter 29. The Secret Room, the jade bottle with the label torn off, the man's principles. The gray stone wall descended, exposing a dark entrance hidden behind it, and the stone steps stretched downward, leading to an unknown destination. A curious look flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. Hulaina, however, wore an expression as if she had anticipated this, with a slight smirk on her lips. Where's this place? Luo Yu couldn't help but ask. He felt that the woman seemed overly familiar with this place. She knew exactly where the traps were and where the hidden passages were. Cough, cough. Hulaina showed an embarrassed expression and stepped forward to grab Luo Yu's arm. All right, don't ask so many questions, Yu Ge. Let's go in quickly. There are some treasures you need inside. Luo Yu now feels really confused. He has a big family and a prosperous business, so he lacks nothing, right? He can't figure out what this girl is mysteriously hinting at. Just like that, he is led by the girl directly towards the staircase in the darkness. After entering, Hulaina doesn't forget to rotate the internal mechanism, raising the stone wall again. Bang! As the stone wall rises, the space instantly becomes pitch black, with hands unable to see 5 fingers. It's very quiet and dark here, and both of them can hear each other's breathing so clearly. In a confined space with just the two of them, and with no light, the atmosphere suddenly becomes very subtle. Luo Yu nervously pinched the soft and slippery little hand he was holding. The girl seemed startled, and her shy voice came out. Brother Yu, why are you pinching me? I'm sorry. Luo Yu quickly released her little hand, habitually waved to apologize, but suddenly noticed something and flicked his hand away. A startled cry came out. Brother Yu. Hulaina pouted, starting to say something, but then trailing off. In the darkness, the girl hurriedly covered her chest with both hands, her face already flushed to the point of almost dripping water. Her mind was in chaos. What was Brother Yu trying to do? Was he planning something bad? Indeed, all men are big pig trotters. Was he doing it on purpose or not? Hulaina bit her thin lips. She had never shared a room with someone like this before and unconsciously started to feel tense. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, illuminating the dark space. Luo Yu's fingertips were gathering a ball of golden light. Are you okay, Nana? No, I'm fine, Hulaina replied, shaking her head. For some reason, at the moment the darkness was driven away, she felt a little bit of loss. Luo Yu began to survey his surroundings. The winding path led to a narrow tunnel, surrounded by rocks covered in moss. Is this place dangerous? Not at all. Are you so sure? Luo Yu grinned, feeling a strange sense of unease. Of course. Just follow me, Brother Yu. Hulaina moved her beautiful legs, and in the dim light, the girl's curvaceous figure appeared even more enchanting. Luo Yu was slightly taken aback. Not having any wicked thoughts in his mind, he genuinely found Hulaina's silhouette very beautiful. The graceful beauty moved lightly, captivating and charming, descending the stone steps. It was initially narrow, but then suddenly opened up, revealing a small secret chamber. A golden light flooded Luo Yu's vision. There were piles of golden soul coins, and jade and precious artifacts were dazzlingly displayed. However, despite the treasures scattered everywhere, Luo Yu merely raised his eyelids slightly, showing little excitement. He was interested in enhancing his strength and in beautiful things. As for money, he didn't lack it. Moreover, does a strong person really need to worry about lacking money? A beggar needs money and has to endure the wind and rain, plus prepare a broken bowl. But for a strong person, isn't it just a matter of reaching out? At that moment, Hulaina was over there touching the wall, seemingly searching for something. Luo Yu relaxed and looked at the transparent system panel. Strategy task: capture the Saintess Huilina. Task reward: exclusive 9 Heavens extermination sword. First soul ring of 100,000 years. Luo Yu had a different perspective on system tasks. His personality would not be controlled by the system. If the system told him to capture someone, would he just go and capture them? What is the difference from being a puppet? Moreover, the feelings developed in such a way are also fake, so what is the point? He was willing to take action for a girl, but she had to be a good girl, someone worthy of his effort. And he had to have genuine feelings for her as well. Otherwise, you want me to capture whoever? What a joke. Why would I be so obedient? Who is the master here? You or me? Sorry, that's impossible. The system is always the little brother. I am the one in control. The gaze in Luo Yuxing's eyes gradually became sharp and clear. In fact, this was also the reason why he had a brief interaction with Gu Yue Na after receiving the mission, rather than rushing to take action. Now, after getting to know her, he had already developed enough fondness for this girl. It was time to take the initiative. Found it. A voice of surprise caught Luo Yu's attention. Gu Yue Na was beaming with joy, tucking her messy golden hair behind her ear with one hand, while holding up a small bottle that looked like agate and glass with the other, waving it at Luo Yu. The bottle was transparent, and inside it swayed a light pink liquid, looking quite beautiful. Here, brother Yu, this is for you. Gu Yue Na blinked her lovely eyelashes and eagerly placed it into his hand. What is this? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, unable to guess what it was for a moment. The bottle felt smooth to the touch and was surprisingly warm. Huh? Is there a label here? A label? What label? Gu Yue Na shook her head repeatedly. Her cheeks slightly flushed and stole a glance at the scraps of paper in a hidden spot. Brother Yu, you should quickly take a sip and try it. Actually, I don't know if this thing is good or not. If it's not good, you can just keep it. Luo Yu looked at Gu Yue Na's expectant gaze, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and chuckled. What kind of medicine are you selling in that gourd? So mysterious. You have to tell me what this is before I can drink it. Gu Yue Na thought to herself. It is said that men are quite sensitive about issues in that area. If she stated it directly, would it make brother Yu feel embarrassed and leave in a huff? No, she had to pretend to know nothing. She must respect brother Yu's sense of masculinity. Gu Yue Na made up her mind and smiled. Brother Yu, you just arrived at the spirit hall, and I don't have much to give you. This thing just happens to strengthen muscles and bones, promote blood circulation, and significantly enhance physical functions. It's like a welcoming gift from me to you. Luo Yu's mouth twitched. With that tone and effect, it sounded so much like a roadside stall introducing a powerful pill. He originally wanted to refuse directly, but seeing Gu Yue Na's hopeful eyes and the enticing light pink liquid in the bottle, he hesitated. To be honest, he had never seen something like this before. Should he try a sip? He wasn't afraid of being poisoned. First, his pure divine body forged from the golden lotus during his tribulation was immune to all poisons. Second, he didn't believe Gu Yue Na would harm him. Hop! He uncorked the bottle, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Under Gu Yue Na's gaze, Luo Yu took a small sip. TSK. Luo Yu's eyes lit up as he looked at the girl in surprise. Is this alcohol? It was smooth and slightly sweet upon entry, with a faint fragrance. The rich aroma stimulated the taste buds on his tongue, and there was even a warm sensation flowing down his throat, warming his abdomen as well. Seeing that Luo Yu liked it, Gu Yue Na revealed a sweet smile. Brother Yu, if you like it, just drink it all. This is specially brought by Nana for you. Thank you, I really like this wine. After saying that, Luo Yu took a big gulp, drinking it with great satisfaction. Gu Yue Na smiled, even sweeter, thinking to herself, I'm such a clever little thing, helping brother Yu solve a big problem. This wine is really good. Why don't you try a sip? Luo Yu shook the jade bottle, feeling satisfied. No need. Nana doesn't want any. You don't want any? Luo Yu's face showed doubt. Gu Yue Na waved her hands repeatedly, changing the subject. By the way, brother Yu, after drinking this, do you feel a bit better, not so weak anymore? Luo Yu felt that something was not quite right. Nana, why do I have a hard time understanding what you're saying? Is there something wrong with this wine? Gu Yue Na innocently shook her head. What'd be wrong? It's just good for health and tastes great. Since we have everything, let's hurry up and leave. Wait a minute. Luo Yu tilted his head back and drank the contents of the bottle in one go. He then took out a small silver pot from the spatial storage pouch at his waist, holding the jade bottle over the pot's opening. A milky white liquid flowed out and quickly filled the small bottle. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Gu Yue Na asked curiously. The man placed the jade bottle on the ground, a faint smile appearing on his face. Did you not say that we came to borrow? Naturally. There's a need to return it. In my life, I have never taken advantage of others. This spirit liquid will serve as a token of gratitude. Gu Yue Na's delicate body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes deeply observing the man's faint smile, feeling an inexplicable charm emanating from him, causing her heart to flutter. While looks and strength certainly mattered, what truly touched the heart was the character displayed in every gesture. Even if they took something from here, the original owner would never know who did it. That milky spirit liquid was clearly a treasure, yet Luo Yu chose to keep it as a means of repayment. Let's go, brother Yu. Although Gu Yue Na didn't mention anything, her voice carried a hint of admiration and intimacy. Wait, Luo Yu's voice suddenly became a bit low. What's wrong? Do you feel like this room is a bit hot? Luo Yu couldn't help but tug at his collar. Gu Yue Na looked up and exclaimed, Brother Yu, Why is your face so red? Chapter 30. The Mighty Tiger Wine. Gu Yue Na secretly admired. Red-faced? Luo Yu instinctively touched his face. Goodness, it's so hot. Gu Yue Na furrowed her brows, anxiously looking at the man, unsure of what had happened. Luo Yu is now very confused. Just a moment ago, he felt fine, enjoying a little drink and feeling pleasantly warm. But then things started to feel increasingly wrong. His entire body became hot, and it felt like every pore was releasing steam. There was an evil fire in his dantian that shot straight up. His throat was dry, and when his gaze landed on that jade bottle, his eyes, which were gradually turning red, instantly fixed on the woman. Gu Yue Na, what exactly did you make me drink? Seeing the fierce look on the man's face, Gu Yue Na tightened her body and said pitifully, and no, it's nothing at all. Luo Yu felt a wave of heat invading his brain, an unknown fire growing stronger within him. As if his blood vessels were beginning to expand and his muscles were showing signs of tension and swelling. Hurry up and say something. Gu Yue Na noticed the unusual changes in Luo Yu. Her face filled with worry as she hurriedly approached him. Brother Yu, what is wrong with you? Luo Yu suppressed his restlessness and said dryly, stop talking nonsense. Just tell me what the hell I'm drinking. Gu Yue Na bit her thin lips. And hearing Luo Yu scold her, her voice became anxious and even choked with tears. It's nothing. That wine is just a supplement. Supplement? What kind of supplement can make me like this? Luo Yu's voice suddenly rose, feeling that this whole situation was absurd. Gu Yue Na anxiously explained, Brother Yu. Actually, I saw you eating so many supplements in the morning, so I thought. What? Just say it. Luo Yu felt that he was not well at all. He wanted to transform, to turn into a beast. At this point, Gu Yue Na could only brace herself and tell the truth. I saw that you ate so many kidney tonifying things in the morning. So I thought I would help you with the hidden ailments you have. Fortunately, I know there's such a treasure here that you might need. At this moment, Luo Yu felt a deep frustration in his chest, almost spitting blood from anger. How could he not understand the woman's underlying message? She might as well have said outright that he had kidney deficiency. So she had been vague and strange all along, bringing him here to find a remedy? Brother Yu, are you okay? Gu Yue Na was at a loss, having never seen a situation like this before, and it didn't seem like poisoning. It was fine before, but now it was very bad. Luo Yu glared at her fiercely with red eyes and emphasized, let me make it clear, I do not have kidney deficiency. I'm perfectly fine. I know, Brother Yu, what's wrong with you now? Gu Yue Na was genuinely anxious, as the man's celestial demeanor had completely faded, replaced by a wild and irritable aura that seemed ready to explode at any moment. You still ask me what's wrong? Is what you gave me a supplement? Luo Yu exclaimed in exasperation. Gu Yue Na's small face was filled with worry. Yes, it's a supplement. My brother boasted about it when he gave it to me, saying it was even better than the complete tonifying soup, that men who drink it will be full of energy and vigor. Luo Yu felt a darkness in his eyes, and he understood now. He fully understood. So this holy maiden of the spirit hall thought she was suffering from kidney deficiency and brought him to his brother's secret chamber to steal some herbal medicine? What's even more outrageous is that he actually believed her nonsense and drank it all. He even thought it tasted good. What kind of situation is this? Didn't he tell you what this thing is for? What's it called? Luo Yu's throat trembled. My brother told me this stuff is for nourishing the body, and its effects are unprecedented. He went to great lengths to get it, and the label says tiger's might. By the way, my brother said it has another name. What was it called? Luo Yu's voice was low, desperately suppressing his restless emotions. Dragon Rising. What the hell? What a fitting name, tiger's might. And what a perfect name, Dragon Rising. Amazing. Now he's really rising up. Not only rising up, but he's about to explode. Luo Yu has now figured it out. The girl in front of him is pretending to be confused while actually understanding everything. It's no wonder, being a saintess of her generation. How could she know about the tricks of men? As Luo Yu's body trembled, Gu Yue Na quickly reached out to support him. In the secret chamber, with just one man and one woman, the woman's fragrance drew near, and Luo Yu immediately felt he was about to lose control. Boom! The aura erupted, and the dragon god, Martial's soul manifested, directly suppressing Gu Yue Na. Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Gu Yue Na tried to resist. A strong masculine aura surged, and two arms like steel bound her, making it hard for her to breathe. What's wrong? You tell me what's wrong. It's all you're doing. Shouldn't you be responsible for helping me put out the fire? What? Gu Yue Na's eyes widened. Until now, she still hadn't realized that the wine was problematic. Hiss! She gasped, frowning, feeling pain in her earlobe. There, Luo Yu had bitten her. You said you slept with me today. Is it your fault or mine? Ryup. Her outer garment was torn apart, revealing a black undergarment that showcased her perfect figure. Hu tried to struggle, but couldn't tee at all, having been subdued by Luo Yu's dragon god martial soul beforehand. Looking into Luo Yu's slightly crazed eyes, Hu resignedly closed her eyes, a tear falling from the corner of her eye. She truly didn't expect it to turn out like this. Roar. A suppressed growl echoed in Hu ears. So close. Crying. Now you know to cry. I've been terribly harmed because of you. Hu you really hit me big this time. Luo Yu fiercely pinched those long, supple legs. Bang. Hu felt her body relax, and before she could open her eyes, she heard the sound of rocks shattering. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw a large hole blasted at the end of the stone steps, and Luo Yu had vanished without a trace. She was still draped in a man's coat. Brother Yu. Hu stared blankly at the man's coat on her body, tears welling in her eyes. Her feelings were complicated. If that moment was fear, this moment was an infinite worry for the man. Which bastard stole my family? An angry shout came, and Xiaoyu hurriedly rushed into the secret room through the hole in the wall. He was stunned when he saw Hu Sister, why are you here? He looked around, eyes wide, and asked, where's the thief? Seeing Xiaoyu, Hu eyes turned red, feeling extremely aggrieved. Xiaoyu, I'm going to kill you. Boom. With the demon fox spirit possessing her, Hu sprouted long ears and a fox tail and immediately struck at Xiaoyu. Sister, stop. What are you doing? Xiaoyu hurriedly defended himself, getting hit repeatedly and never expecting his little sister to attack him. After several moments, Xiaoyu covered his bruised face, feeling wronged, and said, your brother's house was robbed, and you're still messing around hitting me. Hu eyes were dazed as she pouted her red lips, crying, after all these years, I finally met a man I like, and now it's all ruined, because of you. Huh? What did I do? Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, feeling innocent. Soon, Hu recounted the series of events that happened after she brought Luo Yu here. Xiaoyu's mouth dropped open, and he slapped his thigh, saying, aren't you causing trouble by bringing an outsider to steal from your brother? His heart felt like it was breaking. Truly, a girl couldn't be kept. Forget it. As long as you're okay and nothing major happened. Xiaoyu sighed. Hu glared at him, teary-eyed. You think nothing happened? Didn't you tell me that thing was for replenishing energy? Why did brother you end up like that? Xiaoyu replied helplessly. I couldn't just tell you that thing was a special drug at that time, could I? Special drug? You mean that was a special drug? Hu felt as if struck by lightning, finally understanding why Luo Yu was acting so crazy and distressed. That was something she had secretly prepared for her master, using hundreds of spirit herbs blended according to a secret formula. She was hoping to find a suitable time to trade it for treasures with her teacher. Now, it was all gone. Xiaoyu was about to cry. Xiaoyu, will it be very uncomfortable to take that thing? Hu asked dreamily. Xiaoyu replied angrily. What do you think? That thing is different from a regular special drug. Its after effects are incredibly strong. Just one sip can turn dry wood into a blazing fire. Even saints could lose their minds. If not resolved, it could be unbearable. Hu trembled, touching the clothing left by the man. Her eyes moved. At that moment, even if he really did something, what could she blame him for? After all, it was all self-inflicted. But Luo Yu had resisted his instincts and pain, choosing to endure it rather than harm her. At that moment, if it were someone else, they might have taken advantage of her. Brother Yu. Hu pupils contracted, covering her mouth. Her heart stirred. Huh? What is this bottle filled with? Xiaoyu wondered. That was the spirit liquid that Brother Yu felt he couldn't take without giving something in return. Huh? Xiaoyu rolled his eyes painfully. What spirit liquid can compare to my treasure that's been around for so long? His disdainful voice suddenly stopped, followed by a shocked gasp. This is 10,000-year jade essence spirit liquid? Xiaoyu tried tasting a drop, feeling his soul power boil. Damn, it really is 10,000-year spirit liquid. Sister, did he say this was for me? Xiaoyu tightly gripped the jade bottle, his face filled with excitement and joy, completely forgetting the pain. Is this thing very precious? Hu asked, dazed. It's not just precious, it's more than that. This thing can only be found in the most core areas of the Stardew Forest. Taking this bottle could at least help me increase 4 levels. Hu already trembling heart was even more shocked, completely moved. At that moment, Luo Yu's shadow was deeply imprinted in her heart. Sister, what are you going to do now? Xiaoyu exclaimed. Hu graceful figure had already disappeared from the room. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Luo Yu's mind. However, he had no mind to pay attention to these, nearly losing his sanity. Chapter 31. Almost eaten by a rabbit, exclusive 10,000-year red soul ring for the Sword of Heaven. Luo Yu rushed out of the evil moon's secret chamber, controlling the little sanity he had left, and sped back to the Empress's bedroom. Faster, even faster. Luo Yu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his face turning as red as a boiled shrimp. Every joint began to tremble as he struggled to endure the waves of wicked fire surging within him. That spirit wine could rejuvenate anyone with just a sip, and with Luo Yu's exceptional talent, after downing a whole bottle, the consequences were predictable. His bloodline surged. If it weren't for his extraordinary resilience, he might have already taken care of Gu Yue Na in the secret chamber. Luo Yu is not a pedantic person, but in that situation, he really couldn't bring himself to take a girl. However, what he didn't expect was that his unintentional actions caught Gu Yue Na's attention, allowing her to see a brilliant side of his character, and she secretly fell for him. At this moment, the system continuously prompted information about task completion, but Luo Yu had no interest in checking it. The only thing left in his rational mind was the urgency to return to the Empress's palace, as the consequences of not doing so would be unimaginable. Soon, he arrived at the Pope's palace. Luo Yu Kuangya pushed open the door, his throat dry and his eyes red, ready to start a massacre, only to find that Bibi Dong had not returned yet. This is bad. Luo Yu inwardly cried out that it was bad. The last bit of rationality was about to be consumed by the fiery emotions in his heart. Benefactor, what happened to you? Oh, who was trapped inside the house, exclaimed. A swirl of pink light enveloped the air, and the charming rabbit transformed into a human form. A wave of fragrant air approached, and a mature woman with soft pink eyes appeared beside Luo Yu, her jade-like hand grasping the man's arm, her face filled with concern and tension. Luo Yu felt like a bomb that could be ignited at any moment. The enchanting and delicate figure of the woman, along with her faint body fragrance, completely set him ablaze. The alluring pink eyes before him were so tempting, her red lips as vibrant as rose petals, and her snow-white, smooth skin exuded an invisible allure, especially that familiar charm. Benefactor, what's wrong? Don't scare Ao. The woman shook Luo Yu's arm, puzzled. As her lips were suddenly attacked. Ao's eyes widened, and all her words were interrupted. Benefactor, you can't do this. Ao twisted her body to dodge, but was caught by Luo Yu. Rip! The fabric flew apart. A delicate cry escaped. Ao's face turned crimson as she exclaimed, her soul power gently separating her from Luo Yu. I'm so hot. Luo Yu let out a low sound. Seeing the man's pained expression, Awu suddenly felt a pang of compassion. The benefactor saved her life. Sacrificing a little for him was nothing. However, Awu bit her red lip, leaving a mark, her gaze flickering with hesitation, looking at the man's handsome face. Now, completely flushed, Awu made up her mind. Forget it. If the benefactor wanted it, then just give it to him. She shed her torn outer garment, revealing her perfect figure in her undergarments, her slender waist without an ounce of excess flesh, and her flawless legs as white as jade. She released her soul power control over Luo Yu and shyly opened her arms. It was truly unbearable. I don't need you, step aside. Awu's delicate body was pushed away from Luo Yu by an invisible force. A silver portal appeared in the room, and an annoyed female voice came from within. Then, a pair of smooth jade feet stepped forward, adorned with a delicate silver bell around the ankle, cascading silver hair flowing down, and the girl's purple eyes were filled with reproach, as if she was holding back some frustration. Master, please help the benefactor. What has happened to him? Awu seemed to see a savior. Gu Yue Na snorted coldly. What else could it be? He was drugged by a foolish woman. Whoosh! Silver light flickered as the spatial elements gathered. The room fell silent once more. Luo Yu and Gu Yue Na both disappeared. Awu looked bewildered, Master. It seems you've forgotten me here. Time passed without her knowing how long. Ahem. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyes and saw the jagged rocks. He reached out with his hand and felt the soft blanket beneath him. Getting up and looking around, he found himself in a strange cave, about 60 to 70 square meters. Where am I? Luo Yu rubbed his forehead and suddenly recalled what had happened earlier. He hurriedly ran back to the Pope's palace and confronted Awu. The image of Awu's last expression, as if inviting him to pick her at will, also surfaced in his mind. Hiss! What a sin! Rather than harm the innocent, it would be better to deal with the saint directly in the secret chamber. Luo Yu hesitated for a moment. It seemed that she was taken away by Gu Yue Na in the end. Wasn't she in the Stardow forest? How could she appear in the Pope's palace? Could it be that Gu Yue Na helped her solve the problem in the end? No way. Luo Yu's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The thunderous silver dragon king personally helping him vent his anger? It felt like a damn dream. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Gu Yu Na possibly do such a thing with him? Luo Yu lowered his head and bent over, seeing that his clothes were intact and neatly worn. He let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the problem wasn't serious. With Gu Yu Na's cultivation, she must have other ways to help him detoxify. The most important thing was that Luo Yu felt no fatigue at all, as if he had never done anything like that. Instead, he felt unusually energetic, and even his soul power had made a breakthrough. His skin was also glowing with a radiant light, seemingly more resilient than before. It seemed that this dragon-raising head, aside from side effects, really could strengthen the body. He glanced at the system panel. Luo Yu was surprised. When was the task completed? Task objective: capture the Saintess Julierna. Current task progress: 100. The host has successfully captured the heart of the Saintess. Task reward: the first exclusive soul ring of the heavenly sword of 9 heavens. 100,000-year soul ring. Frostbite, Red Lotus Ice Phoenix. Red Lotus Ice Phoenix? Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. Previously, the system had mentioned that the Zhu sword must be combined with a martial soul to reveal its surprises. And now it showed miraculous effects. It was said to be extraordinary, and he wanted to see what it was all about. Clang! The resounding sword cry echoed through the cave, stirring waves of echoes. A 4'3" ancient longsword appeared in Luo Yu's hand. The sword body was like a stone sword, its aura unremarkable and seemingly ordinary. However, the blood-red soul ring swirling around the sword was extremely eye-catching. In Luo Yu's eyes, a look of appreciation flashed by. He felt that the blood-red soul ring was so deep and striking, as if it contained another world, waiting eagerly for him to trigger it. Soul power surged, activating the soul ring. With a whoosh, red and blue light burst forth, extremely dazzling. In an instant, it seemed as if a red lotus bloomed, and an ice phoenix screeched. Deep blue coldness spread out, and a thin layer of frost instantly formed on the surface of the rocks in the cave. This Luo Yu stared blankly, dazedly looking at the Zhu sword in his hand. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he never expected such an astonishing change after activating the soul ring. Chapter 32. The simple and pure Gu Yu Na, the amazing and magical first soul skill. The Zhu sword now was no longer the ordinary appearance it once had. It had undergone a dramatic transformation. If it weren't for the sensation of the bloodline connection, Luo Yu would almost think this was not his martial soul. The sword body of Zhu had become wider, and its color had changed. It was entirely ice blue and transparent, sparkling with a strange light. The surface of the sword was engraved with patterns of ice phoenixes, full of spirit, as if it were a living being. A long blue ice chain extended from the hilt, spiraling around Luo Yu's hand and spreading up his arm. The blade presented a scarlet color reminiscent of a red lotus. Without even swinging the sword, the surrounding space seemed to be frozen by it. This is just too amazing. Luo Yu was shocked. His mouth opened wide and could not close for a long time. In the world of Douluo continent, every martial soul has its limitations. Even the martial soul known as the #1 attack power, the 7-killing sword of Jian Dao Qinshin, can only enlarge or shrink, enhancing its might at most. His own Zhu sword appears ordinary in its normal state, at most indestructible. But once the soul ring's power is infused, it is as if it has been reborn, shedding its former self. The overall form has changed. The color, attributes, and shape are all different now. As the sword master, he can clearly feel that this is only the initial release form of the first soul skill of a Zhu sword. It seems to contain an extreme icy power. Once released, it will surely be astonishing and extraordinary. Whoosh! A silver figure appeared outside the cave, attracted by the commotion caused by Luo Yu's soul skill. Gu Yu Na. Luo Yu shifted his gaze away from the sword and looked at the stunningly beautiful girl. You finally woke up, Gu Yu Na said with her purple eyes calm and serene. Was it you who helped me? Luo Yu focused on the woman's expression. Of course. Who else could it be if not me? Gu Yu Na snorted coldly and glared. You really are something, getting drugged by a little girl. Luo Yu's mouth twitched, and he awkwardly said, she meant well, but ended up doing something bad. I didn't think that thing could be a Chuan medicine. Gu Yu Na shot him a glance and said, what happened in the end? You were dumbfounded, right? Luo Yu shook his head and said, all right, let's not talk about that. Did I hurt you when I got out of that state? You? Hurt me? What a joke. Gu Yu Na glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, as if implying, do you think you are worthy? Luo Yu is not buying it. The girl is acting very cold. But after spending so many years with Gu Yu Na, how could he not notice the subtle differences in her demeanor? If you were really that calm, you should at least loosen the grip of the hand behind her back first. So annoying. Why do you have to dig deeper and ask about everything? Once Gu Yue Na's facade was exposed, she let out a playful voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. You would really help me, would you? Luo Yu felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Help what? You've already slept with that female pope. And you still want to touch me? No way. Gu Yue Na's expression turned icy again, her purple eyes narrowing, her eyelashes fluttering. How do you know so much about my business? Gu Yue Na, are you spying on me? Seeing Luo Yu's face turn pale, Gu Yue Na turned her head away, exposing her snow-white neck, and huffed. I'm not spying. I'm secretly protecting you. Why are you running around with me when you should be staying put in the Stardo? Luo Yu scolded. Luo Yu, what do you mean? This lady can go wherever she wants, with whoever she wants. Who are you to control me? Gu Yue Na glared with wide eyes, her tone rising. Luo Yu looked serious, staring directly at the girl with a domineering tone. Your injury isn't healed yet. Don't you know? Gu Yue Na's cold little face instantly lost its composure, her beautiful eyes sparkling. And the harsh words that were on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. Are you concerned about me? The girl's voice became softer. Of course. After so many years together, who else would I care about? In a vast Stardo forest, who else besides me would dare to take care of you? Even if someone dared, those fools wouldn't understand the pain in your heart, nor would they understand the trauma you suffered in the divine realm. Luo Yu's speech slowed down as he sighed. Gu Yue Na's beautiful eyes completely softened, all her sharpness disappeared, and she whispered, Brother Yu, it's my fault. I shouldn't have sneaked out. Luo Yu shook his head. You shouldn't have followed me. You should focus on recovering. Gu Yue Na's smooth jade foot drew circles on the ground. I'm worried about you. If I'm not here, who will help you solve your problems? Luo Yu paused. How did you help me resolve it? Gu Yue Na buried her head down. Don't think too much about it. Nothing special happened. Luo Yu frowned. I can't just be fine on my own, right? Just tell me what I did to you, and I'll take responsibility. Gu Yue Na snorted softly, shook her head repeatedly, and stammered. Using hands doesn't require responsibility, right? There's this kind of operation? Luo Yu was confused. Gu Yue Na would actually do such things. Who taught you these bad things? Gu Yue Na became anxious, pouting in dissatisfaction, and said, What are you talking about? Who would dare to teach me? Just watch me kill them. Actually, I saw the whole process between you and the Empress that day, and then I thought maybe I could help you solve the problem in a different way. Luo Yu looked deeply at Gu Yue Na, momentarily amazed by her beauty. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Is this the excellence of the Silver Dragon King? She understands everything without being taught. What are you looking at? With my cleverness, how could I let you, a smelly man, take advantage of me? Gu Yue Na said proudly, lifting her chin, her silver hair flowing elegantly. Luo Yu was momentarily speechless. Are you sure I'm not taking advantage of this? Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud, his gaze awkwardly darting towards that jade-like little hand. By the way, how did your martial soul suddenly change to this form? 100,000-year soul ring. Is your first soul ring really 100,000 years? Gu Yue Na slightly parted her cherry lips and swiftly approached. Her slender fingers poked at the crimson blade and the ice-blue sword body, full of curiosity. Wait, you've only just noticed this after all this time? Luo Yu complained. Gu Yue Na shot him a glance. Didn't you just ask me a question? Hurry up and tell me. How did your sword suddenly change like this? It's too amazing. I've never seen such a peculiar sight with my experience. Luo Yu immediately answered Gu Yue Na, but concealed information about the system. Wow, your first soul skill is too abnormal. The overall shape and attributes of the long sword have completely changed. Isn't this just like changing to another sword martial soul? Luo Yu smiled lightly. What you said does seem to be true. Wait, Gu Yue Na.After. You won't have an independent form for each soul ring release in the future, will you? Luo Yu shook his head. I'm not sure either, but what you said is indeed possible. Gu Yue Na stepped aside, beckoning with her jade finger. Come, it should still be in its initial state now. Let me test the true power of your first soul skill. Luo Yu was not hesitant. He knew exactly what level of cultivation Gu Yue Na had. She was just the right candidate for testing his skills. His soul power surged as he fully activated his first soul skill. A blue icy mist emanated from the sword, and the phoenix patterns on its surface came to life. The temperature in the cave rapidly dropped, covered in frost. Red and blue lights flickered. Crash! Behind Luo Yu, a pair of phoenix wings made of mysterious ice materialized out of thin air, each feather crystallized from cold ice, every detail visible and lifelike. But that wasn't all. Beneath his feet, 12 red lotus petals, completely formed from the overflowing cold air of solid ice, rose up. The lotus petals bloomed beautifully, completely enveloping and protecting Luo Yu inside. Gu Yue Na was instantly amazed. She had never seen such a stunning soul skill. Luo Yu swung his long sword, the crimson blade slicing through the air, and a blue ice phoenix phantom suddenly appeared. The temperature in the cave plummeted, instantly crashing towards Gu Yu Na. Bang! Crack, crack! The cave trembled violently, the ground cracked, and chunks of stone fell from the walls. Chapter 33. A Tender Kiss, a Beauty's Gift, Artifact, the Thousand Illusions Mask. Whoosh! Luo Yu gasped heavily, looking at the smoke swirling ahead. The 100,000-year soul skill was indeed powerful, but the cost was not insignificant. Just using this soul skill nearly drained his soul power. Fortunately, the terrifying power was visibly apparent. The burst of cold air and the final explosion exceeded his expectations. As the dust settled, Gu Yu Na was completely frozen in blue ice, becoming a beautiful ice sculpture. However, soon, the light flickered in her purple eyes, and the ice shattered instantly. Gu Yu Na stepped out gracefully. "How was the power?" Luo Yu asked. Gu Yu Na clicked her tongue in amazement, exclaiming, "The power of this soul skill is still limited by your insufficient soul power. Otherwise, it would probably be even more monstrous. Did you notice? I didn't control it well just now and almost got drained." Luo Yu smiled wryly. Gu Yu Na fixed her gaze on the Zhu Tian sword, sighing to be honest. This soul skill is truly unexpectedly powerful. It is definitely not an ordinary skill. All these special phenomena cannot simply be summarized as a 100,000-year soul skill. The phoenix wings behind you can probably soar as long as your soul power is sufficient. The red lotus beneath you protects you from disturbances while you gather your power. The icy chains wrapped around your arm also seem to have unique special effects that have yet to be revealed. Luo Yu couldn't help but give Gu Yu Na a thumbs up. As expected of the Silver Dragon King, her insight was indeed sharp, able to discern so many mysteries in such a short time. Gu Yu Na lifted her chin and snorted. "If I didn't have this level of insight, I would have perished under the Azura divine sword back then. How could I have survived for so many years?" Luo Yu's expression changed, and he spoke solemnly while raising his sword. "Don't worry, give me some time. With me here, no one can hurt you." Gu Yu Na's delicate body trembled slightly, but she soon pouted her red lips and said in a charming voice, "Stupid man, stop boasting. My enemies are not the small fries of Douluo continent." Luo Yu slightly shook her head and slowly released the soul skill. The Nine Heavens Extermination sword returned to its original ancient appearance. Although plain, it revealed a special aura, showcasing its unique, extraordinary nature. "Why aren't you speaking?" Gu Yu Na couldn't help but ask. Luo Yu was surprised and laughed. "Didn't you say you don't believe what I say? TCH, my enemy is not just a god, but the entire divine realm. Do you know how terrifying that existence is? Besides, you have already detached from your soul beast form, and it has nothing to do with us anymore. It's better not to involve you." Gu Yu Na turned around, facing away from Luo Yu, so he couldn't see her complicated expression, her hands gripping the corners of her clothes, tangled together. Luo Yu smiled, but did not respond to her, nor did he make any vows or guarantees. Some things, once decided to do, should just be done without saying too much. Time will prove everything. At this moment, he just wanted to appreciate the beautiful scenery before him. The girl's graceful jade-like back, her waterfall-like flowing hair, her perky little bottom, her straight and smooth, beautiful legs, and her untainted jade-like feet all showcased an alluring feminine charm. He was feeling a bit dry-mouthed just looking at her. Meanwhile, Gu Yu Na was whispering to herself in her heart. Luo Yu indeed possesses a unique dragon god martial soul, unmatched in the world, and perhaps in the future can stand against the god king Azura. However, in recent days, she has come to realize that her enemies are not merely limited to one Azura god. The 5 great god kings of the divine realm each have their own powers, supported by countless deities. How could Yu Gu possibly stand against the entire divine realm alone? "No, I can't put Yu Gu in danger for my own safety and drag her into this." Gu Yu Na bit her lip, thinking silently. A ripple of unease stirred in her heart. Yu Ji's sword martial soul is so special. Maybe in the future, it really could open the heavens with a single sword? Shaking her head, Gu Yu Na thought, "What am I saying? That's impossible." Suddenly, she felt someone patting her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw a man with a gentle and handsome smile. His starry eyes, radiating wisdom, seemed capable of seeing through her thoughts. "Take care of your injuries and stop overthinking. If that day really comes, if the sky falls, step back and let me as a man bear it." His calm tone, devoid of special emotions, instantly reassured Gu Yu Na, as if after years of evasion, she had finally found a sense of belonging. "Luo Yu," Gu Yu Na softly called. "What's wrong?" "Moi." Gu Yu Na tiptoed, sending her petal-like cherry lips to gently peck Luo Yu's lips like a chick pecking at rice, and then quickly darted away. "You woman, Aren't you afraid of provoking me? Gu Yue Na fluttered her eyelashes, her beautiful eyes rolling playfully, teasingly, saying, "Some people have fallen to the point of eating supplements to nourish themselves. It's hard to say how effective they are, tsk. Luo Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you bringing up things that shouldn't be mentioned? Whether I am useful or not, haven't you tried it already? Gu Yue Na's cheeks turned slightly red. Luo Yu smiled triumphantly, gaining the upper hand in their verbal sparring. Gu Yue Na, annoyed, suddenly flashed to Luo Yu's side, leaned in close, and gently blew into his ear. I tried it, it's quite big. Huh, you've learned to be bad. After their playful banter, the two were having a conversation. Gu Yue Na was a bit surprised. Aren't you planning to return to the spirit hall? Luo Yu shook his head. Well, since you brought me out, let's not go back for now. Bibi Dong is busy with disaster relief. And it's also not very convenient to meet with Hulaina for the time being, which is a bit awkward. The main reason for not staying in the spirit hall is that it's quite bothersome. My talent has already been exposed, and that group of elders will probably come to recruit me one after another. Although it's said that one shouldn't strike the smiling face. Repeatedly refusing them can be quite annoying, especially Douluo. That guy is determined to recruit me, a real sycophant. Others might not know, but I'm very clear about that old man's temperament. If I didn't have talent, he would turn on me in an instant. He's just after profit. Not a good person at all. As for introducing Qian Rinxue to me as a wife, Luo Yu doesn't care. Without his connections, do I still lack the ability to pursue Qian Rinxue? Cough, cough. Without Qian Daolu's introduction, do I still lack the ability to win over Qian Rinxue? Luo Yu looked seriously at Gu Yue Na and said, I need your advice on something. Go ahead, she replied. Luo Yu said helplessly, it seems that the news about my martial soul awakening has spread, and various forces might be paying attention to me. If they find out my whereabouts, they will probably swarm in, either to kill me or to recruit me. I can't live like this. It's really exhausting. Gu Yue Na pondered and said, so what you mean is, Luo Yu flattered, didn't you cast an illusion on a Wu before? Give me one too. Gu Yue Na rolled her eyes beautifully and said, come on, I was following you at that time, so I could use my mental power to create illusions. If I'm not around, she will return to her original state. Then what should we do? Luo Yu was momentarily at a loss. He felt a bit irritated. Is it really that difficult to be low-key? Don't worry, I have a solution. Gu Yue Na smiled mysteriously, and with a flash of light in her hand, she took out an item. It was a face mask shape, resembling a thin film, shimmering with a faint glow. What is this? This item is called the Thousand Illusions Mask. It has no offensive capabilities, but can change your appearance and aura, and even conceal the color of your soul rings. Is it really that useful? Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. Of course, this is a divine artifact that I obtained from the divine realm. Gu Yue Na raised her neck proudly, showing a hint of arrogance. Luo Yu opened his mouth, but didn't rush to reach out for it. Was this divine artifact just lent to him like that? Gu Yue Na stuffed the Thousand Illusions mask into his hand and raised her thin lips. It's not a loan. It's a gift for you. Anyway, I can't use this thing. The girl was generous, and her bright and charming smile stunned Luo Yu for a moment. But he quickly returned a knowing smile. Then thank you. No need to be polite. What Luo Yu didn't know was that this item was also very precious to Gu Yue Na. However, the girl deliberately didn't mention it. The Thousand Illusions mask was a special divine beast that surpassed 1,000,000 years, an artifact refined from the fur of an ethereal magic beast mixed with special materials. Gu Yue Na had been able to escape the pursuit and hide in the Douluo continent thanks to its ability to disguise and shield her presence. By the way, here's this for you too. Gu Yue Na-After Luo Yu. What is this? Don't ask so many questions, just keep it. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Gu Yue Na stuffed the sachet into Luo Yu's arms. Promise me, don't lose it, and definitely don't open it secretly. What are you being so mysterious about? Luo Yu pouted but still accepted it honestly. After all, it was the girl's goodwill. How could he refuse? Shaking the Thousand Illusions mask in his hand, Luo Yu slowly shook his head. He didn't actually plan to rely on others, but the food was automatically fed to him. With such delicious food and a beautiful person, it seemed really ungrateful not to have a taste. Sigh, I really want to work hard on my own. Then, Luo Yu instructed Gu Yue Na about a few things, asking her to help him deliver a letter to Bibi Dong. The content of the letter was roughly to comfort the Empress, telling her to focus on disaster relief and not to worry, assuring her that they would definitely meet again soon. After the silver light flickered, her graceful figure disappeared. Luo Yu stepped out of the cave, directing his gaze towards the direction of the Heaven Do Empire, a hint of anticipation and amusement appearing at the corners of his mouth. Tang San, with his unmatched hidden weapons, I wonder if he can take one of my swords, Dai Mu Bai, the white tiger of unparalleled strength. I wonder if he can withstand one of my punches. Ma Hongjun, the fire phoenix soaring through the sky. I wonder if he can burn my divine body. This time, he wanted to see if the legendary Shrek geniuses lived up to their reputation. A flash of brilliance swept through Luo Yu's dazzling star-like eyes. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice ringing in his mind again. Ding! The system relocks the target goddess. Chapter 34. Encountering a hot leather-clad beauty. First meeting Zhu Zhuqing. Huh? A new target so soon? LSP system. It seems you really don't want me to rest. Luo Yu lightly snorted and secretly began to guess who it would be this time. But it was indeed a bit difficult to guess. After all, in Douluo continent, not to mention anything else, there are beauties everywhere. The stunningly beautiful and fiery empress, the enchanting saintess Hulayina, the cat girl Zhu Zhuqing with a youthful face, the playful and pretty rabbit girl Xiao Wu, the pure yet seductive witch Ning Rongrong, and the cold and beautiful ice snow empress. With so many extraordinary beauties, Luo Yu couldn't count them all for a moment and really couldn't figure out who the system would choose. Ding! System successfully locked onto the goddess. Task released. Capture the nether spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing. Task reward. Exclusive Zhutian sword, 100,000. Year's second soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing, huh? Luo Yu was momentarily stunned. And a cat girl with a cold appearance, but a curvaceous figure flashed through his mind. Incredibly cute and charming. This dog system really knows how to pick people. As if recalling something, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Luo Yu's mouth. Sorry, Daimu Bai, but the system wants to put a hat on you. If you have any objections, take it up with it. This has nothing to do with me. Luo Yu. What bad intentions could I have? I just want a soul ring reward. Ever since he saw the extraordinary and cool first soul ring of a nine heavens slaying heaven sword, Luo Yu couldn't help but look forward to what kind of domineering form the second soul ring would take. It really felt like there was an itch in his heart. Like a cat scratching. He took out a map from his storage pouch and carefully compared it. He found a location of Shrek Academy. Just as he took 2 steps forward, the emotionless electronic voice sounded again. Ding! System prompt. Zhu Zhuqing has not yet joined the academy and is on her way to Shrek. Huh? Not joined the academy yet? On her way. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Yu immediately understood the time point. Knowing he wasn't late, it was just the right time. Luo Yu asked, do you know where Zhu Zhuqing is? The system did not respond, but a transparent panel suddenly appeared in front of Luo Yu, displaying a map. His location was marked with a golden dot, stationary. Another location was marked with a black dot, moving quickly. Hiss! Impressive. Luo Yu exclaimed 666. The navigation has been set up. This woman is moving so fast. Could it be that she has encountered some trouble? Luo Yu pondered for a moment, then darted off in the designated direction. The deep night had arrived, and the stars were dazzling. The bright crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a silver glow that fell into the jungle near Swoto City. Swish, swish. The sound of grass rustling echoed through the moonlit forest. Suddenly, a shadow sprang out. It was a voluptuous and alluring figure, with a tiny waist and ample curves. Her entire body tightly wrapped in a form-fitting black leather outfit that outlined her perfect figure, exuding an astonishing wild charm. This fiery beauty, however, had a youthful face that was completely incongruent with her body, and 2 adorable furry ears stood atop her head, adding a unique beauty. At this moment, the girl's delicate face was cold, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and irritation, biting her lip as she hurried along, glancing back from time to time. Seeing no one in pursuit, she let out a sigh of relief and slowed her pace. Suddenly, her previously relaxed gaze tightened again, her soul light condensing. Ahead of her, a flickering flame stood out in the forest, stark and bright. She crept forward quietly, stealthily parting the bushes, and spotted a boy around 12 or 13 years old. Facing away from her, sitting by a campfire, propped up on a wooden rack while roasting meat. After observing for a while, the boy showed no signs of anything unusual. Realizing there was no danger, she finally relaxed and boldly stepped out. Russell, who are you? The boy quickly turned his head. The girl in the tight leather outfit waved her hand and said, don't worry, I'm just passing by. No ill intentions. Oh, then come over. The boy turned back, continuing to focus on his barbecue. The girl approached step by step, her eyes filled with curiosity. Did this guy really dare to turn his back to a stranger in the wild, not afraid of being ambushed? His sense of caution was too poor. Perhaps he was just a naive newcomer. In a short time, the girl let down her guard and completely closed the distance. What she didn't see was the gradually rising corner of the boy's mouth. It seemed everything was as expected. This boy was, of course, Luo Yu. who had been waiting here early based on the route. To avoid attracting attention from powerful forces, he used the Thousand Illusions mask to hide his true appearance, even disguising his martial soul. So he appeared unremarkable. In fact, with the ability of the Thousand Illusions mask, he could make himself look more handsome. But Luo Yu felt it unnecessary. Being handsome for too long, occasionally pretending to be an ordinary person felt pretty good too. Isn't it more challenging to pursue girls this way? He felt relaxed and confident. Zhu Zhuqing curiously examined the young man in front of her. This guy completely ignored her, focusing intently on the meat roasting over the campfire. Not only was he naive, but he must also be a foodie. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but think. Throughout her life, every man who saw her had eyes full of desire. Even if it was subtle, she would notice, including her fiancé, and she despised such lecherous gazes. But this guy was completely focused on food. A bit special, yet seemingly a bit foolish. After a long silence, Luo Yu flipped the juicy meat over the rack. Drops of oil dripping into the campfire, causing crackling sounds and the savory aroma to waft out. Hey, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but speak up. Luo Yu glanced at her. Your sense of caution is way too low. Is there a problem? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Was this guy overly naive, or just foolish? Don't you know to be careful of strangers in the wild? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Are you reminding me to be careful of you? Zhu Zhuqing's calm state of mind was disrupted. What kind of logic does this guy have? She huffed in annoyance. Do you know that if I'd stabbed you from behind just now, you would be gone by now? Luo Yu blinked. Zhu Zhuqing's heart inexplicably raced for a moment, feeling that the other person's eyes seemed to have a special charm, particularly beautiful. But the other person clearly looked quite ordinary. She had seen many handsome men before and had never been moved. Perhaps it was because she had been chased for so long that she was too tired. Now that she had shaken off her pursuers, it was time to rest for a while. You lecher, why are you staring at me like that? Zhu Zhuqing spat. I was wondering, would you kill me? Is that even a question? If I wanted to make a move, you would have died just now. Luo Yu replied with a roll of his eyes. If you're not going to kill me, then why waste so many words just now? Zhu Zhuqing turned her head, concerned about her little barbecue. Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless by his words. After talking for so long, the fool turned out to be me? He doesn't even seem scared at all. Watching Luo Yu casually focusing on grilling meat, Zhu Zhuqing shot him an annoyed glance, secretly cursing in her heart. You should be grateful that you ran into me. Otherwise, with your level of vigilance, you would be a corpse by now. The forest was quiet, and they remained silent. But the aroma of the grilled meat grew increasingly rich. Luo Yu took out a sharp knife, sliced through the tender roasted meat, and sprinkled it with a homemade, fragrant seasoning, instantly filling the surrounding jungle with a delightful aroma. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, having been chased for so long that she hadn't had a proper meal. Damn, how could this guy make the meat smell so good? Want a piece? Luo Yu cut off a piece of roasted meat, wrapped it in paper, and handed it over. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to reach out to take it, her expression suddenly changed. Wait a minute, isn't this slapping herself in the face? She politely declined, saying, no need. Do you have any common sense? In the wild, you absolutely shouldn't take food from strangers. What if it's poisoned? Oh, afraid of being poisoned? Luo Yu smiled lightly, directly retracting his hand. Then you don't have to eat it. Hey, what's wrong with this person? Zhu Zhuqing's mood was once again disrupted. If I don't eat it, I have my own rations. Luo Yu began to feast heartily, even pulling out a wine flask to drink. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. The oil splattered, and the scent of the spices was enticing. Zhu Zhuqing's little red lips trembled as she bit down on her dry rations. The food that was about to go into her mouth suddenly lost its appeal. It just didn't taste good anymore. Hey, you really not going to eat? There's still a piece left here, Luo Yu suddenly said. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, tightly gripping her dry rations. Oh, you're not eating? Then I'll eat it for you. Luo Yu didn't say a word and tossed the roasted meat into his mouth. Smack, smack. Where did this guy come from? Why is he not playing by the rules? So annoying. Zhu Zhuqing felt her mindset breaking down, her good mood completely ruined by this guy. So irritating, so hateful. Oh, meeting is fate. How could I possibly eat alone? Look at your pitiful little expression. Luo Yu looked at her teasingly, as if performing a magic trick, and pulled out a piece of roasted meat wrapped in green leaves. The aroma was rich and very tempting. Don't want it? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, slowly opening his mouth, as if to retract his outstretched hand. I want it. Who said I don't want it, Why refuse something so good? Zhu Zhuqing quickly stretched out her small hand like lightning and took the roasted meat. Looking at her lips glistening with oil, Luo Yu revealed a faintly mischievous smile. She was still just a little girl, so innocent and cute. Chapter 35. The Beauty Under the Moon, Heart-to-Heart Talk. A man's ambition, the crescent moon hung low, and in the tranquil forest, the sounds of birds and insects filled the air. Crackle. The campfire occasionally spat out sparks as Luo Yu lay back with his arms behind his head, looking relaxed as he gazed at the starry sky. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing secretly poked out her tongue, quickly licking the oil residue from the corner of her mouth, then pursed her red lips, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Through their interactions, and having eaten the man's food, her guard had lowered significantly. This man felt a bit different to her. There was an indescribable feeling. In the Star Luo Empire, no matter which noble or royal offspring saw her, most wore a flattering expression, and even Dai Mubai was no exception, inevitably trying to please her in every way. She was a sensitive attack-type soul master, with keen observation skills, and had long seen through it. Those men claimed to care for her, but secretly, they were just lusting after her body. However, this guy, she was certain that from the moment they met until now, there had never been a trace of lewdness in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing touched her smooth and delicate face. There was nothing dirty on it. Her gaze gradually focused. If her charm was not the problem, then it must be something wrong with him. How many young men in their prime could ignore a beautiful woman? No matter what, there would be subtle fluctuations. This guy was probably not as simple as he appeared. Caution was the better part of valor. Zhu Zhuqing decided to test him. Secretly gathering her strength, she sent out a small shadow through the air. Whoosh! The shadow cut through the air, seemingly about to hit Luo Yu's body. It was as if he had eyes on the side of his head. He raised his arm and accurately pinched the shadow between two fingers. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils suddenly constricted. Although her attack had little lethality, at such a short distance, and being a surprise attack, how could an ordinary soul master react in time? This guy was indeed extraordinary. TSK. Using a gold soul coin as a hidden weapon, this beauty is quite extravagant. Luo Yu displayed a half-smile, with a gold coin skillfully spinning between his fingers. Who are you? Zhu Zhuqing asked warily. That should be my question to you, right? You look like a delicate young lady, yet you don't play by the rules and sneak attack me. Was my roasted meat just now fed to a white-eyed wolf? Zhu Zhuqing knew she was in the wrong and bit her red lips. That gold soul coin was my token of gratitude. Oh, it seemed that if I don't have some skills, I really wouldn't know how to handle your deep affection. Hearing the obvious teasing in his voice, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, I've been hunted down, and I've been a bit too tense. TSK, who is so lacking in appreciation for beauty that they dare to chase after such a stunning beauty. Mentioning this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression instantly turned cold, and she shook her head in silence. If you don't want to talk about it, there's no need to. Everyone has their own privacy. Hearing Luo Yu's understanding words, Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor softened slightly. She hesitated and said, Didn't you hear me clearly? I'm being hunted down. Aren't you afraid of being dragged into this mess? Luo Yu spread his hands and said, Then you should hurry and leave here so you won't implicate me. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned. Normally, when a man sees a girl in trouble, wouldn't he actively offer to help? Which girl in distress doesn't he hope to encounter a hero? Like a celestial being descending to save the day? Even if Zhu Zhuqing had a cold personality, she was still at an age filled with youthful longing. But here she was, not encountering a hero, but instead meeting an ordinary-looking and cowardly person who just added insult to injury. It turns out men are indeed unreliable. Just like that guy Dai Mubai. Afraid of internal family struggles, he abandoned her and ran to this corner of the Heaven Do Empire to hide. Men really are untrustworthy. Zhu Zhuqing's voice carried a sense of distance as she coldly said, Don't worry, my enemies won't catch up for a while. If they do, I'll take care of diverting them so you won't be implicated. Let me rest here for a moment to recover some soul power, and I will leave on my own. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and teased the woman. What's wrong, disappointed? Zhu Zhuqing frowned. What am I disappointed about? Stop pretending. Your lost expression is clearly written on your face. You must be regretting not meeting a hero and instead running into a coward like me, right? Zhu Zhuqing replied frankly. Disappointed? Maybe. Who hasn't dreamt before? But I'm not a naive girl fresh out of the woods. I can understand that. You don't know me, so it's only natural that you wouldn't help me. Why would you risk helping me? You can treat me to meat, and you haven't rushed to send me away, so I should be grateful. Luo Yu looked at Zhu Zhuqing's delicate little face, which bore a determination not typical for her age, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. He secretly despised Dai Mubai for a moment. What a piece of work. How could this fool think that sneaking away while leaving a woman behind to deal with everything was acceptable? He had no sense of responsibility at all. If he had at least taken Zhu Zhuqing with him to sneak away to the Heavendo Empire, Luo Yu wouldn't have looked down on him. He was truly bringing shame to men. If it weren't for the chance encounter with Tang San, who helped him out, he might have already been killed by his brother, and Zhu Zhuqing would have had to die with him. Sigh. Luo Yu sighed deeply. I'm being hunted down, and I haven't said a word. Yet you're the one sighing? Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes. Luo Yu shook his head, looking up and down at Zhu Zhuqing. I can't think of anyone who could be so cruel as to let a beauty like you end up in this situation. If you were my woman, I would cherish you like a little princess. This seemed to strike a chord with Zhu Zhuqing, and her eyes immediately dimmed, her heart aching as if cut by a knife. Her father allowed their family sisters to harm each other. Her fiancé cowardly ran away. In her life, besides herself, no one could be relied upon. She traveled thousands of miles, and what hope was she still seeking? Where was her home? Don't say so many nice things. Zhu Zhuqing sneered. Weren't you the one who immediately got scared when you heard someone was trying to kill me? Luo Yu retorted, that's not cowardice. That's called cherishing one's reputation. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, indicating her disbelief. Luo Yu asked, did you ask me to help you? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, no. Isn't that enough? Luo Yu shrugged, I help you, but what if you don't appreciate it? Wouldn't that mean I'm being overly sentimental? So why waste feelings? Zhu Zhuqing huffed. How do you know I won't appreciate it? Then why don't you ask me? I've never asked anyone for help. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head to the side. Luo Yu smiled and said, see, someone is willing to take life risks to help you, yet you are unwilling to ask for help. Who can you blame? Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, looked at him deeply, and finally shook her head. Forget it if it really comes to a fight. You might not even be my match, let alone those who are chasing me. You can't help me with this, but I still want to thank you for chatting with me. It's quite strange today. I actually haven't talked this much in a long time. Luo Yu smiled gently and looked up at the night sky again, calmly saying, maybe we just get along well. Perhaps. Zhu Zhuqing did not refute, feeling a strange sense of comfort in being with this person. She followed the man's gaze and looked up, her red lips curling. What's there to see anyway? Luo Yu said softly, do you have a goal? The sudden question from the man startled Zhu Zhuqing, causing her to hesitate internally. A goal? It seems like she didn't have one. What about you? What is your goal? Zhu Zhuqing blinked her eyelashes. Luo Yu's lips curled slightly, and his deep black eyes seemed even purer, a trace of confidence quietly rising within him. A slow yet exceptionally penetrating, low-humming voice emerged from the man's mouth, echoing through the forest. The night sky stretched for miles, with stars hanging and the moon rising high. With my 3-foot sword, I will fight at the pinnacle of Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing initially wore a nonchalant expression, but was jolted awake by Luo Yu's final words. Her watery eyes stared blankly at the man, filled with disbelief. How dare this guy have such ambition? He really thinks big. Isn't his goal too lofty? What's wrong? Luo Yu turned to Zhu Zhuqing. The girl opened her mouth slightly, still in shock. Aren't you too arrogant? Luo Yu shook his head. I don't think it's arrogance. Having a goal to pursue is far better than living a life of indulgence and aimlessness. A strange light flashed deep in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Though the guy in front of her looked ordinary and his talent might not be extraordinary, this mindset truly overshadowed that irresponsible man. Ha ha, this girl is dying of laughter. He.S. just a wild kid who hasn't seen much of the world, a small fry from a backwater place, daring to dream of the pinnacle of Douluo, truly unaware of the heavens and earth. A flamboyant laughter rang out, and a tall, fiery figure suddenly appeared. Her appearance bore some resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, but her attire was bolder. A black leather jacket barely covered half of her snowy white skin, and the deep cleavage was quite eye-catching. Hey! Zhu Zhuqing sprang up, her martial soul instantly manifesting, her face as cold as ice. What's wrong, little sister? Don't you miss your elder sister? It seems you've really fallen, chatting so happily with this wild kid. Shut up. Zhu Zhuqing scolded sharply. Zhu Zhuqing, my business is none of your concern. Oh, you've gotten bold, daring to speak to your sister like this? Zhu Zhuqing's features were playful as she laughed recklessly. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, anxiously turning back. What are you still doing sitting there? Hurry and run. Luo Yu was speechless and laughed softly. Run? Why should I run? Could it be that a stray dog could make me move? Chapter 36. Arrogant Zhu Zhuqing, a sudden confession. Luo Yu's disdainful words echoed, causing the air in the forest to freeze. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned, feeling anxious inside. Has this guy gone mad? Can't he see that my legs are trembling a bit? I'm stalling for time in front, and he's still not hurrying to escape. Thinking about what? Zhu Zhuqing widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. You dare to insult me? Her expression quickly turned ferocious, and she shouted sternly, "You wild brat from a remote place. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you know who I am?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, sizing her up from head to toe, and let out a light laugh. "I don't know who you are, but seeing how revealing you are dressed, your job must be quite exhausting, right? It's late at night. Why aren't you working honestly and instead wandering around? Don't you plan on making money? Damn little thief. How dare you insult me like this?" Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth in hatred. With her noble status, destined to be the royal consort of the Xinghua Empire, how could she tolerate such an insult? Boom! Her aura erupted, and her soul light surged as Zhu Zhuqing transformed into the form of a nether spirit cat. Her soul rings of yellow and purple instantly rose, causing the surrounding grass and trees to tremble. Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated, her expression tense, and angrily reproached, "You reckless man, are you looking for death? I'm buying you time. Why aren't you running away instead of provoking her?" Luo Yu suddenly grinned. "Are you silly? If I don't provoke her, how can I help you out of this situation?" "What?" Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment, not understanding what it meant. "Mountains and rivers may meet again. We will have a chance to reunite." Luo Yuhuan's soul power surged as he leaped up, leaving a deep footprint on the ground, quickly darting off in a determined direction. Before leaving, he couldn't help but turn back and beckon with his finger at Zhu Zhuqing, revealing an extremely provocative gaze. "Zhu Zhuqing, right? If you're not afraid of death, come chase me. Wild kid, I see you're tired of living." The woman shouted fiercely, watching as Luo Yu's figure was about to vanish from view. She glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing with a cold sneer, saying, "I'll go deal with that wild kid first. I'm not in a hurry to kill you anyway. Even if I let you go, you and your useless fiancé pose no threat to us." After saying this, she smiled contemptuously, her figure transforming into a shadow as she swiftly pursued Luo Yu. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. She truly hadn't expected that a man she had just met for half a day would risk his life to draw away the enemy for her. Why would he do that? Wasn't he supposed to be cowardly? Zhu Zhuqing's mind flashed to his carefree smile before he left. Words can be deceiving, but actions cannot. Regardless of his motives, at the moment of danger, he unhesitatingly helped divert the enemy, alleviating her crisis while putting himself in peril. Zhu Zhuqing felt her heart tremble inexplicably. For the first time in her life, a man was willing to take risks to protect her, and he was a stranger at that. The men in the imperial capital who liked her all retreated in fear once they learned about her family struggles, not daring to get involved. No matter what, I can't let someone like him come to harm. Zhu Zhuqing quickly clenched her small fist. Swish! In the jungle, Luo Yu was weaving through the trees ahead. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind, constantly closing the distance between them. How dare a lowly commoner insult me? Seeking death. First soul skill, Nether Strike. Whoosh! The yellow soul ring burst forth with light, and Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow, her speed skyrocketing as she swung her sharp claws directly at the artery in Luo Yu's neck. Clang! An ancient longsword appeared, blocking the beast's claw. Sparks flew in a flurry. Luo Yu held a long sword and swiftly landed in an open space. "Run! Why aren't you running?" Zhu Zhuqing sneered as she approached him, a black tail swaying behind her. In her martial spirit possession state, she was not only sexy and alluring, but also had an additional layer of wild beauty. Indeed, he was just a wild kid from a small city, daring to compete in speed with I see you really know nothing about strength. Luo Yu shook his head, seeming to think that things weren't going well. He had actually been caught up by you. "What's wrong? Are you scared now?" "It's too late." Zhu Zhuqing scoffed coldly and said, "If you crawl on the ground and lick my leather boots clean for 2 laps, I might consider sparing your life." TSK, TSK. It seems you don't quite understand what I just said. Luo Yu flicked the sword body with his fingers, producing a clear sword sound, and raised his eyebrows, saying, "What I mean is, now that you've caught up to me, your situation isn't looking too good." Zhu Zhuqing gave a charming smile, his flamboyant face twisting slightly. "Still talking tough, even when death is imminent? What makes you think you can oppose me, just because of that broken sword in your hand?" "Broken sword?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. "You better not regret it later." Zhu Zhuqing laughed instead of getting angry, saying, "I see you're just trying to be funny. What does your broken sword even count for? It's so lame. If the 7-kill sword were here, I would turn around and leave without a second thought." "Well, you better keep an eye on it." Clang! Luo Yu circulated his soul power, and a yellow soul ring floated up from the surface of the Zhutian sword. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been serious just moments ago, suddenly burst into laughter, her joy blooming like flowers. After being angry for a while, it turned out she had encountered a fool. You can't possibly expect to counter my 4 soul rings with just your pitiful little soul ring, can you? It's not about the number of soul rings, but their quality. One is enough to deal with you. Luo Yu shook his head. Huh. Zhu Zhuqing laughed even more wildly, her 2 white breasts hidden beneath her leather jacket, trembling constantly. Honestly, you're so adorably foolish that I really feel a bit reluctant to kill you. Luo Yu showed impatience. All right, don't keep babbling. Since you're a woman, I'll give you a chance. If you have any special skills, hurry up and show them. I'm worried you'll die with your eyes closed if I strike first. Zhu Zhuqing's laughter abruptly stopped, her expression turning grim. Who gave you this mysterious confidence? You can go die. With that, Zhu Zhuqing's speed suddenly increased. Blending into the night, once again, a pair of beast-like claws glinted coldly as they shot through the air, aiming for Luo Yu's throat. Luo Yu raised his hand, about to swing his sword to strike the enemy. Another graceful figure dashed in quickly, blocking the opponent's attack. Zhu Zhuqing retreated 3 steps in quick succession. The graceful figure let out a muffled groan, her face turning pale, and she almost stumbled and fell. Zhu Zhuqing, I've temporarily let you go. Do you still dare to come here, seeking death? How did you manage to catch up? Luo Yu was puzzled. Zhu Zhuqing, with a pale face, asked, Why did you help me? Luo Yu said speechlessly, You didn't come all the way here just to ask this, did you? How could I possibly involve others in my own matters? Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face was determined. You still haven't answered my question. Why do you want to help me? Does helping others really need a reason? It does. I don't believe anyone could be that kind-hearted. Zhu Zhuqing's face was full of stubbornness. Luo Yu nodded. So you guessed right. I'm really not the kind of pushover who helps everyone regardless of their situation. Just tell me, what exactly is your purpose? Zhu Zhuqing's sharp gaze seemed to want to see through Luo Yu's heart. Actually, I don't know if I fell for you at first sight or if it was just lust, but I just like you. Is that a good enough reason? In that instant, Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. Chapter 37. Your scraping service is not up to standard. The sisters were all shocked. Zhu Zhuqing's eyelashes fluttered. Her fair little face turned rosy, and she seemed a bit hesitant to look Luo Yu in the eye, her red lips slightly parted. Is this considered a confession? Isn't it a bit too casual? Luo Yu smiled and said, I haven't confessed either. Didn't you ask me what my purpose in helping you is? This is the reason. Zhu Zhuqing looked up, her watery black eyes showing confusion. Is what you said true? Luo Yu waved his hand, indifferent, believing it or not. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip and shook her head in refusal, saying, You can't like me. I already have a fiancé. Luo Yu asked, Then where is your fiancé, now that you are in such danger? Is he off indulging in pleasures? Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, tightly pursing her lips. Her small hands clenched together. After a few moments, her complex gaze turned to Luo Yu. You are willing to help me despite the danger. I won't forget you. You should leave quickly. I will hold her off here. If I survive, I would definitely like to be good friends with you. How boring. We've already become life and death friends. And you still want to just be friends? Luo Yu pouted. Zhu Zhuqing anxiously stamped her foot. What is wrong with you? I don't even know you well. We should at least get to know each other first. Who confesses right away? Are you hinting that I might have a chance in the future? Luo Yu smiled teasingly. Hint of my foot. At a time like this, you still have the mood to joke? First, let us focus on surviving today. After saying that, she stepped directly in front of Luo Yu, her face cold as she said in a stern voice, Zhu Zhuqing, grievances have their source and debts have their owner. If there is something, come at me. This person is innocent. Do we agree on who dies first? Don't worry, none of you will leave today. Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with disdain, and with a roar, her soul power erupted, unleashing hundreds of black claw shadows that surged forward. I'll stop her. You hurry and escape. Are you stupid? 1 soul ring is enough to help me fend off the disaster. You really have no experience in the martial world. Zhu Zhuqing scolded repeatedly, pushing Luo Yu away forcefully. She looked deeply into his eyes, as if wanting him to remember her forever, then resolutely charged towards the storm of claws. Zhu Zhuqing, with her 27th level cultivation, chose not to flee but to confront Zhu Zhuqing, a 4-ring soul master, head-on and naturally. She couldn't hold on for long. After a few dozen moves, her leather outfit showed multiple damages, exposing her snow-white skin marked with red claw prints. If she hadn't been dodging with all her might, those red marks would have likely turned into bloody scars. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing let out a muffled grunt. After a series of strenuous defenses, her strength was waning, and her body felt as heavy as if burdened with a 1,000-pound weight, becoming increasingly sluggish. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing was calm and composed. With a face full of mockery, each of her attacks was fierce, as if she were toying with her prey. Claw shadows flew towards Zhu Zhuqing's face, and she could no longer defend herself, only able to watch as the attack approached. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through her mind. That guy must have escaped by now. What a strange man. He dares to stand up for me against a four-ring soul master. Is he an idiot? But that bravery of his really makes one's heart flutter. I probably won't have the chance to see him again. Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Except for the man she just met, she felt very disappointed with this world. Stubborn little kitty, you finally resigned to your fate. Don't worry, Sister 1T really kill you. At most, I'll ruin your looks and waste your cultivation. Zhu Zhuyin sneered, her expression fierce, displaying the demeanor of a victor, as her claws were about to fall on Zhu Zhuqing's flawless face. At that critical moment, a shadow moved from the side. A sword shadow broke through the air and struck. Clang! The sword light shone, cold rays bursting forth, instantly pushing aside the smug Zhu Zhuyin. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes in confusion. Seeing the crisis lifted, a broad and tall figure stood protectively in front of her. Why are you back again? Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, looking frustrated, feeling that she had delayed for nothing here. I never left from the beginning. Luo Yu turned around, smiling faintly as he shrugged. Zhu Zhuqing stomped her foot in anger. Are you out of your mind? You're only at the first ring, while they are at the fourth ring. Staying behind would just mean one more person dying. It's not worth it at all. Luo Yu smiled slightly. Are you concerned about me? Zhu Zhuqing stared with wide eyes. I really admire you. The fire is already at your eyebrows, and you still have the mood to joke. Where's the fire? I don't see it. Luo Yu drew his sword and looked around, a relaxed expression on his face, finally pointing at Zhu Zhuyin. You're not talking about her, are you? She's just a small fry, not someone to make a scene as if it were a life and death farewell. Who are you calling small fry? Zhu Zhuyin's stunning face darkened with clouds. She hesitated to act, somewhat uncertain about the sword that had just forced her back. How'd he do that? Did he happen to find the flaw she had just exposed? What was she worried about? Just a first-ring soul master. Could he really be that formidable? As Zhu Zhuyin's expression grew increasingly fierce, Zhu Zhuqing quickly pushed Luo Yu away. You should leave. Don't be reckless. You're no match for her. Just step back and watch. Luo Yu's voice was calm, yet left no room for rejection. It seemed to carry an inexplicable charm, causing Zhu Zhuqing to swallow back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She quietly stepped aside, obediently watching the man. He flicked his wrist, sweeping the long sword, directly facing the fierce Zhu Zhuyin, and struck a starting pose. Hee. Zhu Zhuyin scoffed coldly, her red tongue licking her long dark purple nails, resembling a bloodthirsty leopard in the jungle, with four soul rings swirling around her. I found it puzzling. Who exactly gave you the confidence? You're just a one-ring soul master, yet you dare to provoke the powerful of the soul, time and again. Or perhaps you're just an idiot. Luo Yu shook his head and advised. It's better for you to say less. Although I won't kill your woman. If you keep blabbering like this, I'm afraid I might lose control and accidentally kill you. Zhu Zhiyun's face twisted in an instant, her hair flying wildly as she let out an angry roar. Third soul skill, Underworld Springfall. She brought her hands together above her head, the claws on her 10 fingers quickly merging into a sharp blade about a foot long. After infusing it with soul power, the black light blade condensed in a straight line and struck down towards Luo Yu. Quick dodge. You can't take it head on. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in alarm from his side. Luo Yu did not dodge or evade, casually raising his sword. Zhu Zhuyin sneered. Like a mantis trying to stop a car, overestimating yourself. My third soul skill is not so easy to counter. Let's see how you get split in half. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The fierce black light blade shattered instantly, while the seemingly ordinary ancient long sword remained steady in the air, the man unscathed. What? How is that possible? Incredulous gasps emerged simultaneously. Zhu Zhuqing's mouth dropped open. How did this guy do that? Zhu Zhiyun's eyes nearly popped out. That was my third soul skill. Just like that, it was gone? No, I don't believe it. Zhu Zhiyun's expression turned frantic, her soul power surging wildly as she lunged down with her sharp claws. Using her body's rapid spin and the penetrating power of her claws, she launched hundreds of attacks at Luo Yu in a very short time. But no matter how she exerted herself, Luo Yu followed her like a shadow, countering each move. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her hand tightly covering her mouth. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing. What is going on? This guy is only at rank 1. Yet he's exchanging blows with a rank 4 soul master? Slash! Zhu Zhuyin was swept aside by a sword, her leather pants torn, revealing her long, snow-white legs. At this moment, However, she had completely lost interest in such matters. Panting as she looked at the man, a storm of emotions surging within her, her eyes no longer filled with disdain, but filled with uncertainty and surprise. Luo Yu patted the dust off his clothes, blew a breath, and smirked. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Your scraping service isn't even up to par. Can you apply a bit more force? Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth. Fourth soul skill. Nether void slash. Energy erupted, and a strong wind swept in. Under the terrifying attack, Luo Yu didn't even raise an eyelid, letting out a light sigh. In the martial world, one truly cannot act freely. It seems that being low-key isn't easy. Now I declare the game over. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The forest trembled, the earth mourned, and the disguise of 1,000 illusions mask over the martial soul was instantly lifted. A terrifying, explosive aura burst forth from Luo Yu, surging out like a river breaking its dam. The ordinary martial soul in his hand and the low-quality yellow soul ring began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Chapter 38. Surprised? Unexpected. The 100,000-year soul ring stunned the entire audience. Rustle. A fierce wind rose, sending sand and stones flying. Trees shook, green leaves rubbed against each other, and bushes all toppled to one side. Luo Yu was surrounded by an overwhelming and boundless aura that surged from his entire being. In an instant, his demeanor changed dramatically. At this moment, he was surrounded by beams of light, transforming from a carefree, ordinary youth into an extraordinary genius filled with wild ambition. Reflected in the eyes of the Zhu Zhuqing sisters. Even more astonishing was, the ordinary long sword martial soul in Luo Yu's hand transformed from the hilt to the tip, shimmering with a radiant light, manifesting a true divine form. The ancient charm flowed, exuding a sharp aura. The yellow soul ring morphed into a deep purple. What? Is this real? The first soul ring is purple? Zhu Zhuqing's lips trembled, unable to utter a word, her mind shaken to the core, astonished to the extreme. How did this guy suddenly seem like a different person? Wasn't he just a one-ring soul master? How could he possess such overwhelming power? What kind of martial soul is that sword in his hand? And why have I never heard of it? It's too strong. Who exactly is he? Compared to Zhu Zhuqing's shock and curiosity, Zhu Zhuqing was filled with fright, a deep-seated fear rising within her. The long sword was unsheathed, exuding a murderous aura, and every hair on her body stood on end. But the attack had already been launched, and there was no retreat. She could only grit her teeth and forcefully activate her fourth soul skill, Netherworld Breakthrough slash. The black energy blade carried a wave of pressure as it struck down, seemingly wanting to cruelly cleave a person in two. Luo Yu raised his eyes, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, as the nine heavens extermination sword in his hand trembled lightly. Clang! The resonant sound of the sword was like a divine phoenix soaring through the nine heavens, screeching. The sword tip emitted a silver arc of light, swift as lightning, flashing by in an instant. Boom! With this strike, Luo Yu seemed to exert no effort, yet it shattered with overwhelming force. The ghostly blade light of the underworld instantly crumbled, transforming into countless black specks that were completely extinguished. The arrogant Zhu Zhuqing's black leather armor exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing heavily against a distant tree trunk, causing leaves to scatter and a loud thud to resonate. Zhu Zhuqing, who usually wore a cold expression, now stood with her mouth agape in shock, wearing a look as if she had seen a ghost. Am I not dreaming? She bit her tongue and shook her head. What she saw was all too real. The arrogant Zhu Zhuqing lay in a sorry state beneath the tree. The man stood there, calm and composed, slowly sheathing his sword. My sister is from the Soul Sect. Did she just get taken out in an instant? And this guy looks to be at most around my age. How could he possess such terrifying power? The man's sudden display of might truly left Zhu Zhuqing in awe. It was hard to believe that a seemingly ordinary foodie encountered randomly in the forest could unleash such astonishing combat strength. Luo Yu approached the tree trunk slowly, holding the Zhudiang sword. Zhu Zhuqing's hair was disheveled, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her clothes had become tattered rags, revealing a lot of her skin. She was extremely frightened now, curling up like a startled little beast, no longer exuding the arrogant demeanor of superiority. You don't come over. Is this fun? Luo Yu's lips curled into a smile. This smile sent chills down Zhu Zhuqing's spine, and she exclaimed in panic, "Who are you?" Luo Yu stepped closer. Don't be nervous. Am I not just the mountain villager you've been talking about, the so-called wild boy from the mountains? Don't come any closer. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head like a rattle drum, her face twisted in fear, her small legs nervously pushing against the ground, trying to retreat. What are you running for? What's wrong? Are you scared now? Weren't you quite interested just a moment ago? Zhu Zhuqing was on the verge of tears. Who knew you were such a terrifying figure? Otherwise, who would dare to provoke you? With a single sword, you could easily take me down like this. Zhu Zhuqing found it hard to imagine where such a top genius came from. Thinking back to how she had once insulted him as worthless trash, Zhu Zhuqing felt utterly ashamed. It turned out that in his eyes, she was the ignorant clown. Please spare me, Zhu Zhuqing began to plead. Luo Yu tilted her ear. What did you say? Please, let me go. Zhu Zhuqing bit her thin lips, her face showing a pleading expression, her chest seemingly intent on revealing itself, enticing the man. Luo Yu shook his head with emotion. Your change of face is too fast. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Zhu Zhuqing pleaded repeatedly, kneeling under the tree. I was confused and failed to recognize a master. I didn't know you had such strength, otherwise, how would I dare to provoke you? Huh, Luo Yu sneered, narrowing his eyes. Does being weak mean you deserve to be bullied? Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless by the questioning. Suddenly, a sound came from the other side. There's nothing to say. The strong eat meat, the weak eat shit. If you're weak, you should die. Swish, swish, swish. 3 powerful black figures suddenly flew out from the forest, all masked. The one speaking was the leader. They stood guard in front of Zhu Zhuqing, facing Luo Yu directly. Princess, we are late. It's fine, as long as you are here. Zhu Zhuqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up, leaning against the tree. He looked at Luo Yu with pride. Kid, your strength really surprised me. I didn't expect you to play the pig to eat the tiger. However, in the end, I still have the upper hand. You definitely didn't expect this, did you? I have helpers. After saying so much just now, did you think I really surrendered? Ridiculous. That was just to buy time. Now, how do you feel? Do you regret not killing me quickly just now? Luo Yu frowned. Why do I feel like you're a bit clever, aren't you? Hee hee. Zhu Zhuqing covered her mouth and smiled. Luo Yu shook his head and said, No, it's a bit cheap. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned cold. It seems you still haven't seen the situation clearly. San, show your cultivation level and let this guy see it properly. Yes. With a loud bang, 5 soul rings rose into the air, showcasing his Soul King cultivation level without reservation. Zhu Zhuqing's previously joyful expression instantly turned pale as she quickly rushed to Luo Yu's side. Zhu Zhuqing, your family actually gave you a Soul King level guard? Silly sister, our damn family isn't that generous. It's that Davis guy who is afraid I might be taken advantage of outside, so he found someone to protect me. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned ashen as she tugged at Luo Yu's clothing. You should escape quickly. Don't worry about me anymore. Escape? Why should I escape? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. I know you're very strong, but on the opposite side is a Soul King. There are no Soul King experts among the younger generation yet. With your talent, you must have an extraordinary background, so there's no need to take risks for someone like me. I believe if you want to leave, you can definitely do so. Hurry up and go. Zhu Zhuqing laughed coldly. Leave? Do you think I will let this guy who has insulted me multiple times go? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes revealed despair. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Luo Yu and said, Kid, don't you like to play the role of a pig to eat a tiger? How does it feel now? Exciting? Unexpected? Surprising? Oh, so you become a small villain so quickly? Luo Yu chuckled lightly. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a fierce glare. Today, I will teach you a good lesson about what it means to pretend to be a pig and end up as a pig. You 3, go and capture this kid alive. I want him unharmed. He just scared me a bit. I can't bear to let him die so easily. Yes. 3 powerful auras erupted simultaneously. 1 level 51 Soul King and 2 level 45 Soul Masters, all with wolf martial spirits. You hurry and leave. I'll stay here. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes showed determination. She pushed Luo Yu away but couldn't budge him. The man shook his head. Just trash, not worth fearing. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing laughed out loud. I can't beat you, but that doesn't mean others can't. You might have misunderstood my meaning. Luo Yu slowly explained. I'm not saying you're trash. I clearly mean that all 4 of you present are trash. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings were in shock. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him in disbelief. This man dared to mock a Soul King? Kid, you're asking for death. A Soul King cannot be insulted. Roar. The wolf martial soul howled, and the 3 of them fused their auras, slowly approaching, crushing him step by step, trying to break his will with their powerful soul power. Zhu Zhuqing took a quick step to stand in front of Luo Yu, crazily unleashing her soul power, exhausting her last bit of potential. Idiot, don't be brave. You can't defeat a Soul King. This is my problem. You don't need to worry about it. While I self-destruct, you should quickly leave. Forget it. Save your breath. Let me handle it. Luo Yu slapped her shoulder with a big hand, instantly suppressing her soul power and directly pushing her aside in disdain. Clap, clap was seen of deep affection and pleasure, perfectly harmonious. Zhu Zhuqing applauded and laughed recklessly. Luo Yu glanced sideways. You silly woman. You don't really think that was my full strength, do you? Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, just putting on a show. No matter how impressive you are, can you defeat a Soul King expert? Oh, Luo Yu replied, not bothering to refute. Boom! Facing the joint attack of the three. The long sword of Zhu Tian in Luo Yu's hand erupted with an even stronger aura, deep and oppressive, far surpassing before. A stunning purple soul ring floated up, and it underwent yet another transformation. Purple to the extreme, it morphed into pure black. Then that black color actually advanced again. Everyone gasped, holding their breath. The final touch of blood red was so striking and dazzling in the night. What? 100,000-year soul ring? What is going on with this soul ring? This scene stunned everyone. They all knew what that red color meant. Zhu Zhuqing was dumbfounded. The masked Soul King was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. A layer of ominous premonition enveloping her heart. How many hidden techniques does this guy have? What is his limit? Luo Yu grinned, repeating the woman's words from earlier. Her voice echoing through the forest, so clear. So are you surprised? Unexpected? Chapter 39. The heavenly soul skill reveals its power, instantly defeating the Soul King, dominating the scene. In the dark forest, the campfire had long since extinguished. In night, the man's blood-red soul ring was so dazzling and piercing. It reflected in everyone's wide-open eyes. The man's voice echoed with amusement, and Zhu Zhuqing found it unbearably harsh. She didn't expect the slap in the face to come so swiftly. The words she had just mocked him with were instantly thrown back at her. Her slender fingers covered her open cherry lips, concealing her intense shock. Her eyelashes trembling and pausing, the man's figure infinitely magnified in her eyes. Looking at that rare 10,000-year soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing's retort was stuck in her throat. Unable to come out, her heart racing. How could he possibly possess a 10,000-year soul ring? How did he achieve that? Tiger Boss, what's going on? The two masked soul masters' voices trembled, their legs feeling a bit weak. A red soul ring. They had only heard of it and had never seen one. The strange phenomena appearing on Luo Yu made them feel uneasy. Damn it, who the hell am I supposed to ask? The masked Soul King, Hu San roared angrily. Just think about it. Our star Luo Empire's king doesn't even have that red soul ring. Do you really think this kid could have one? It must be some kind of trick. Yes, the boss is right. It's an illusion, definitely an illusion. The two masked soul masters echoed in unison, bolstering their courage with their loud voices. 100,000-year soul beast? Not to mention killing it. I've never even seen one in my life. So this kid's soul ring must be fake. It's an illusion. They felt they had uncovered the truth. And their previously suspicious gazes began to solidify as they stared at Luo Yu with predatory intent. Luo Yu smiled lightly, a playful look at the corners of his mouth. Not in a hurry, quietly watching them. Soul King Hu San took a couple of steps forward, clapping his hands repeatedly, and said in a sarcastic tone, "You kid are impressive, really good tactics. Not only can you create such a realistic illusion, but your expression is also flawless, almost scaring the three of us to death. However, you really underestimate our intelligence. Do you think a young boy can have a soul ring that is 100,000 years old? You should at least make your act more convincing." Damn! The masked soul sect members nearby were hissing. Big brother, this kid is so cunning. Luckily you saw through his trick, or we would have almost let him escape. Hu San raised his head and casually waved his hand. It's just a bit of experience from the rivers and lakes, not worth mentioning. You still have a lot to learn in the future. He basked in the admiring gazes of his two little brothers and cast a disdainful glance at Luo Yu. With a light sneer, he spoke earnestly, "You too, when you go out in the future, you need to think more. Do you understand? When encountering enemies, you should learn to analyze calmly. Don't let any random person with a bit of trickery scare you. It would be embarrassing if word got out that you were with me." The little brothers nodded repeatedly, looking at Luo Yu, and then spat on the ground with a fierce expression. This time, they almost embarrassed themselves greatly. Damn, 100,000-year soul ring. Is that even possible? Are you playing tricks on me in the middle of the night? Looking at their confident analysis, Luo Yu almost believed them himself, his expression becoming increasingly strange. Hu San coldly snorted, "All right, you two, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Stay here and reflect, and keep your eyes wide open to see how I capture this little brat." Boom! Hu San's left foot stomped down suddenly, creating a deep pit in the ground. 5 soul rings rotated around him, hot and fiery. A 3-meter-high wolf shadow appeared, fierce and terrifying, with the residual force blowing the surrounding leaves, making a rustling sound. The two little brothers looked like sycophants. Big brother is awesome. Big brother is mighty. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing was also swayed, no longer feeling afraid. She shouted loudly, "Hu San, today I commend you as long as you capture this kid. I will reward you with a great merit." Hu San laughed heartily, overflowing with confidence. "Rest assured, Your Highness, to deal with such a young junior. I want to even need 3 moves. 1 move is enough for me to capture him alive and present him to you." "That sounds great." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Hu San was radiant, having seen through something that others did not, which gave him a sense of superiority. The fourth soul ring erupted with strong light. His body grew rapidly, bursting his clothes, revealing gray wolf fur, sharp teeth, and explosive muscles under the thick wolf fur. He wore a proud expression, showing a bloodthirsty smile. "Your Highness, just watch how easily I handle this." Boom! The ground shook, and Hu San's gaze was confident, bringing a bloody wind whistling towards him. In the distance, the airwaves blew through his black hair, brushing against his face. Luo Yu remained as still as a mountain, calm and composed, even yawning. "Finally finished with the chatter? Actually, seeing you so clever and brave, I think calling you Tiger 3 is a pity. Tiger 13 sounds much better." Tiger 3's movements paused for a moment, and then his eyes instantly turned blood red, furious as thunder, his attacking power surging once again. The attack was imminent. Luo Yu's playful demeanor instantly vanished, as if he had transformed into a different person. His expression became solemn, exuding an air of authority without anger. He gently waved the long sword in his hand, and the blood-red soul ring burst forth with a strong light, merging into the sword of heaven's punishment. Clang! The sound of an ice phoenix's long cry resonated through the land, causing the surrounding air to suddenly drop in temperature. Frost covered the leaves and plants, and a piercing ice-blue light followed, prompting those nearby to instinctively close their eyes. A majestic wolf howl rose into the sky. The 2 soul sect members, initially anxious and unsure of the situation, suddenly felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the powerful wolf howl. "It's the big brother's voice. From this momentum, I bet my big brother can crush that kid in 3 moves. It's dark at night, and the brightness almost blinded me. Despicable tactics, 1 T amount to anything. I bet 2 moves, that kid will definitely die, and if he doesn't T, I'll eat shit." Big brother was so confident just now. "I bet 1 move is enough." Boom! After a deafening explosion, a fierce wind surged, the grass and trees swayed, and the blue light gradually dissipated. Zhu Zhuqing quickly opened her eyes and scanned the surroundings with concern. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms, tilting her chin up, observing coldly and proudly. The 2 younger brothers exchanged knowing smiles, looking on with anticipation. When the light faded and the situation became clear, everyone's pupils contracted, a massive shock coursing through them, making their blood feel frozen, as if their hearts had momentarily stopped. There Luo Yu stood towering like a celestial being. Behind him, a pair of enormous ice-blue phoenix wings extended, each feather clearly defined, surrounded by a circle of red lotus flowers. The long sword in his hand had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its exquisite ice-blue blade was engraved with phoenix patterns, and the crimson edge exuded endless cold. The icy chains extending from the hilt coiled around his forearm, making it seem extraordinarily impressive. Meanwhile, the previously wild and unruly Soul King, Hu San, had lost all his momentum. His soul light dissipated, his features exaggerated in shock. As he stood dazed before Luo Yu's sword, he was drenched in blood, covered in hundreds of sword marks, each wound frozen with shards of ice, his appearance tragically grim. Luo Yu looked expressionless, no longer playing the cynic, just slowly shaking his head and calmly murmuring sound. "Is this the Soul King?" Nothing more than this. Chapter 40. Zhu Zhuqing, whose heart was shaken, kneels down and begs for mercy from the stunning sister. The forest, restored to silence, was filled with the cold aura emanating from the blade of the extermination sword. The man's indifferent voice was not loud, yet it struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Looking at the tragic state of Soul King Hu San, the smiles of the 2 soul sect members shattered, as if they had seen a ghost, their lips trembling incessantly. A chill rising from their feet straight to the crown of their heads, their bodies exuding coldness. The Soul King has been defeated? This guy took down the Soul King in 1 move? Who exactly is he, and why is he so terrifying? Zhu Zhuqing's expression froze. An indescribable fear and panic overwhelming her, a penetrating chill sweeping through her body, her lower abdomen trembling uncontrollably, her legs tightly clasped, trying to maintain control. Zhu Zhuqing's mindset was completely different. The young girl's eyebrows danced with joy, her beautiful, fair face bursting with intense delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement and admiration, making it hard to express her current feelings. Her emotions tonight were like a roller coaster, akin to falling off a cliff and suddenly soaring back up. All of this was because of the man before her. The woman tightly clenched her small hands, her proud fullness rising and falling with excited breaths. In the past, she didn't believe in legends and stories. Now she believed, even though she wasn't a princess, when she encountered danger, a prince or celestial being truly descended from the heavens. Looking at the long, majestic figure pointing a sword at the Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing's bright, beautiful eyes erupted with intense brilliance, her face flushed, her palm covering her chest, feeling that strong heartbeat. No one could understand her feelings at this moment, because they wouldn't comprehend the joy of transitioning from despair and silence to being filled with life. Although the man didn't seem handsome and sometimes liked to joke and annoy her, he suddenly intruded into her inner world. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing bit her red lips, feeling a strong curiosity towards this man she encountered in the forest. Who exactly is he? Crack, crack, the ice layer thawed, and fragments fell in clusters. The rigid body of Soul King Gu San regained sensation. Fear surged from the depths of his heart, and he began to tremble violently. Looking at the terrifying ice-blue sword and the crimson blade so close, he had long forgotten his earlier arrogance and let out the most hoarse scream of his life. Help! Help me! That panicked cry echoed through the forest, startling countless flying birds. But who would come to save him? The two Soul sect members, along with Zhu Zhuqing, were all terrified. Without a moment's hesitation, their soul power surged wildly as they turned to flee. Luo Yu raised his eyes and softly uttered two words. Stop! The three people trying to escape trembled instantly, their hair standing on end. One of them, a soul master, was terrified and shouted in panic. Only a fool would stop. Quick, separate, and run. That's the only way to survive. That perverse soul skill he used earlier could never be unleashed a second time. Zhu Zhuqing and another person wanted to flee upon hearing this. Suddenly, a blue arc of light split the night sky, leaving a magnificent rainbow in the darkness. With a whoosh, the soul master who had just run out found himself frozen in midair, staring blankly at the sword tip protruding from his chest. No blood flowed from the wound. His entire body was encased in the sword's chilling energy. He stiffly turned his head to look at the long, dark ice chain, filled with confusion. What kind of martial soul is this? Boom! He exploded into countless icy shards. The chain surged, and the sword light returned, held firmly in Luo Yu's hand. After killing one person, the man's face remained calm and unperturbed. The Zhutian sword blade also radiated divine light. Untouched by a drop of blood, the surface exuded a chilling brilliance that made one feel the bone-chilling cold behind its stunning beauty. The other soul master dared not move an inch. Zhu Zhuqing was firmly rooted to the ground, unable to take a step forward, her two jade legs tightly clamped together. If it weren't for her last shred of shame, she would probably have already wet herself from fear. Why aren't you running? The remaining soul master's tears were scared out of him, silently cursing his teammates for being so reckless. Zhu Zhuqing's head shook faster than a rattledrum, and due to overwhelming fear, her tightly bitten red lips had already oozed bright red blood without her realizing it. Luo Yu's gaze swept across the crowd, and she spoke indifferently. Kneel. Thud. Without any hesitation, the soul sect immediately knelt down. I'm a princess. I cannot kneel. Zhu Zhuqing retained her last bit of stubbornness. Oh, Luo Yu nodded, twisting his wrist, and the shadow of the sword suddenly rose. A flash of cold light passed by, and the kneeling soul sect member was shattered into ice fragments. He was filled with confusion, wondering why he was still killed even though he had already knelt. Luo Yu smirked. Sorry, I hold grudges. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing's mind collapsed, and she directly knelt on the ground. What dignity mattered more than life? She understood clearly that this guy was a devil. He could laugh and talk normally, but once he made a move, it was like he became a different person, decisive and killing, showing no mercy whatsoever. Luo Yu turned his gaze to the Soul King in front of him, a smirk appearing on his lips. Not going to kneel. Swish! A phantom blade sealing the throat. Before the Soul King fell to the ground, his heart was filled with grief and indignation, thinking, am I not kneeling? I want to, but my whole body is frozen and numb. How can I kneel? This is so unjust. The three fell silent, and Luo Yu stepped forward with his sword. Zhu Zhuqing knelt obediently on the ground, her enchanting face now pale and devoid of color, all her pride turning into humble pleas for mercy at this moment. She was terrified by the man's decisive, killing intent. "I beg you, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I was too arrogant. I didn't know what was good for me. I was reckless." Her heart-wrenching pleas for mercy caused Zhu Zhuqing, who was watching nearby, to show an unusual expression. She had never seen Zhu Zhuqing like this. When had this woman ever not held her head high, noble like a princess? Yet before this man, she had fallen from the heavens to the dust, humiliated to the ground. Zhu Zhuqing did not dislike the man's ruthless nature. Rather, it made her heart race even more, in stark contrast to Dai Mubai, that cowardly man who fled. These three were indeed all damned people who aided in tyranny. The infighting within her family was far more brutal than this scene. Her heart had long been cold, yet today, unexpectedly stirred with ripples. The tip of the sword dropped down as Luo Yu walked up to the woman. "If I remember correctly, didn't you say I wasn't worthy of licking the soles of your shoes?" "No, absolutely not." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, her hair disheveled, her eyes deep red, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and the whiteness of her chest was even more exposed. Luo Yu slowly raised the tip of his sword. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's pupils contracted to the extreme, panic set in, and she crawled 2 steps to Luo Yu's feet, saying, "It's my fault. I don't know what's good for me. I will serve you. Please forgive me." After saying that, she urgently stuck out her tongue and leaned down towards Luo Yu's golden-patterned boots. "Get lost. You don't deserve it." Luo Yu Jian slapped Zhu Zhuqing's cheek with the back of his sword, and the woman fell to the ground, ignoring her swollen face. She got back on her knees, tears as big as beans falling down. "Please spare my life. I, Zhu Zhuqing, am willing to do anything for you. I can serve you in any way. Please give me a chance to start over." "Huh? Do you think I'm a garbage dump?" Luo Yu's gaze remained unwavering. A pitiful person must have their despicable traits. She remembered how arrogant this woman had been before, and if he were weak today, she would undoubtedly die. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she cried out urgently in a delicate voice, "I'm not trash. I'm still a virgin. I'm still clean. Please give me a chance." Is it really necessary? To save her life, she would sacrifice her dignity? Luo Yu felt no disgust at the scene before him. After all, even ants struggle to survive. However, he had no good feelings for this arrogant and cruel woman. He quickly raised his hand, and the Zhutian sword in his palm shone with a brilliant blue light. What a ruthless man, unaffected by beauty. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with despair, her gaze lifeless, and she fell silent, quietly awaiting her death. In an instant, she was overwhelmed by endless regret about her past life. Perhaps this was the retribution for fratricide, if she hadn't made mistakes. How could she have ended up in such a situation? At this moment, she felt hatred, not towards Luo Yu, but towards her twisted family. If she hadn't been born into such a family, where she was indoctrinated daily with the perverse idea of either you die or I die, she might have been a good girl in this life. How ironic, regretting only at the moment of death. It's utterly laughable, Zhu Zhuqing mocked herself inwardly. She could already feel the bone-chilling sword energy before her. Little brother, could you please pause for a moment?" A soft, delicate voice like a weak little cat suddenly came from behind. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, cautiously approaching with light steps, carefully watching the frost-faced man. Chapter 41, Regretful Tears. The beautiful Zhu Zhuqing announces surrender. Luo Yu's raised long sword suddenly paused in midair, not striking down. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was close to him. Due to the height difference, he could glance down at the girl's incredibly voluptuous chest and the perfect figure tightly wrapped in black leather. The girl bit her red lips with a hesitant and complicated expression, saying, "Can I ask you for something?" Luo Yu looked at Zhu Zhuqing's difficult expression and couldn't help but show a strange look. "What do you want from me? You don't mean to ask me to let her go, do you?" Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned to the woman kneeling there, her eyes vacant, her small hands tightly clenched, knuckles slightly white, as if she were making a difficult choice. In the end, she took a deep breath, met the man's eyes, and nodded affirmatively. Luo Yu showed a surprised expression. "No way. This woman has been chasing you relentlessly, and you still want to let her go?" Zhu Zhuqing sighed and said, "Actually, she's a pitiful person." Luo Yu sneered and scolded. "You feel pity for her, but what about yourself? Instead of wasting your compassion on her, why not care a little more for yourself?" Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered. Although the man's words were harsh, for some reason, she seemed to detect a hint of concern within them, and an unusual feeling surged in her heart. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and gently explained. Even though she treats me this way, I don't hate her. What I hate is that cold-blooded, heartless family that treats its children like breeding puppets. Where as long as there is one strongest child, it doesn't matter if the others die. Being born into such a family is a tragedy. If you don't strive to eliminate your peers, the only one who will perish is yourself. If I had an age advantage like her, I might also choose to eliminate all potential threats. Luo Yu lightly flicked the sword's edge, producing a crisp sword sound. Isn't this just perfect? With one strike, I can clear away the obstacles for you, and from then on, the sea will be vast and the sky will be open without any threats. Zhu Zhuqing showed a look of struggle on her face. I had countless fantasies in the past, imagining that if I could seize the opportunity, I would definitely kill her, and then I would be completely free. But when that day really came, in the moment you swung your sword, I wavered. After all, she is my sister. The family is wrong. Should I follow their mistakes as well? What difference is there between me and those cold-blooded, heartless people in my family? Tears welled up in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she gazed at Luo Yu. And I truly hope that one day I won't become the kind of person I once hated the most. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been kneeling on the ground, waiting for death, suddenly shuddered. Soon, her shoulders began to tremble slightly. No sound emerged, and her expression remained unseen as she kept her head down, only glistening tears the size of beans continuously dripping to the ground. The little girl has shown some awareness. That's commendable, Luo Yu nodded. Just as Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face revealed a look of joy, Luo Yu suddenly changed her tone. Although you're willing to forgive her, I never said I would let her go. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing looked astonished, her small mouth agape. Luo Yu snorted and said, don't forget. She and I have no blood relationship at all. Why should I forgive her? If it weren't for my skills, she might have already been a cold corpse. Zhu Zhuqing's face flashed with anxiety, but she didn't know what to say. Finally, with a shy expression, she softly pleaded, then I beg you, let her go, okay? The girl's blushing appearance radiated a different kind of charm, and Luo Yu felt his heart sway as he subtly curved his lips into a slight smile. Rejecting her plea, we're not related, so why should I let her go just because you ask? Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face stiffened, and she stammered, we are friends. Do you even know my name? Luo Yu replied with a half-smile. Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless. Luo Yu shook his head. You just mooched off my barbecue, and then I saved you. Now you come asking me to release you? Do I really look that easy to talk to? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, realizing that she might have gone a bit too far. There was no connection between them. Why should the other party listen to her? Being saved was already a huge favor. I see you as a good person, so stop. Just stop right there. Luo Yu hurriedly interrupted. Wow, giving yourself a good person card? That's not going to happen. He continued. All right, enough with the empty words. Can we talk about something practical? Practical? Zhu Zhuqing looked confused. Luo Yu looked her up and down. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she were completely exposed, like a naked lamb, her fair face flushed with color, looking bright and charming, full of allure. TSK, with such good looks. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms over her shoulders, trying to block the other's aggressive gaze, resembling a frightened little cat. Taking a few steps back, what do you want to do? Luo Yu withdrew his gaze and shook his head repeatedly, with such good looks. It's a pity not to use them to wash my clothes and cook for me. What? Zhu Zhuqing's face was full of astonishment. She thought the man would make some outrageous demands. She was not an inexperienced girl. She understood everything. In a place like this, with just a man and a woman, if the other party wanted to take advantage of her, it wouldn't be a problem at all, and she wouldn't be able to resist. What is their problem? Luo Yu smirked and said, today I was greatly frightened and feel very wronged. If you don't make some real compensation, I can't forgive her. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were peculiar, and she internally scoffed. You were frightened? What a joke. Clearly, everyone here is terrified of you. She realized that this man was cold when killing, but completely different in normal times, much more humorous and a bit rogue. This relaxed her, and she playfully winked at him. All right then, at worst, I can serve you tea and water in the future. Just be magnanimous and forgive her. I believe after this experience, she won't dare to be arrogant again. Luo Yu glanced sideways. You're doing this voluntarily, right? No one is forcing you. No one is forcing me. It's all my choice. Zhu Zhuqing raised a black line on her forehead, unable to help but doubt whether this guy was really the same person as the one who was filled with killing intent just a moment ago. However, men have such a personality, and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't find it in herself to dislike him. On the contrary, she felt it was very genuine and special, and she had some anticipation for their future interactions. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, and with a flash of sword light, the Zhutian sword was put away. He cast his gaze towards the tattered, kneeling beauty, his expression completely different from when he faced Zhu Zhuqing. The smile disappeared, and his voice turned cold. Raising her head, Zhu Zhuqing shuddered and obediently lifted her face. Her bright features contorted with emotion, streaked with tears of regret, her red lips pressed tightly together to stifle her cries. Luo Yu shook his head, thinking if he had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? You heard what your sister just said, right? Zhu Zhuqing nodded heavily, her once proud eyes now filled with immense shame. Zhuqing knows she was wrong, and I am willing to compensate you, my lord. Let me do what you asked my sister to do. The cause of all this is because of me, so naturally I should repay it. Come on, let me hear how you plan to compensate. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Zhu Zhuqing cautiously glanced at her sister and timidly said, Zhuqing knows her sins are deep. I am willing to be at your disposal, but I have some requests, and I will comply with all of them. Hiss. This woman doesn't seem like a good person. Luo Yu secretly speculated whether it was his own misunderstanding or if the woman was hinting at him. Opening her mouth, Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate and obediently parted her red lips. Whoosh! A pill shot straight into her mouth. Luo Yu said softly, if you truly repent and turn over a new leaf, then I will release you. But if you don't change your ways, don't blame me. Zhu Zhuqing nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes flashing with fear. Luo Yu spoke, all right, get up. Zhu Zhuqing respectfully stood up, looked at her sister. Her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand, didn't pay much attention to her, and curiously blinked her long curled eyelashes as she leaned closer to Luo Yu. She looked around, her heart full of countless questions to ask. Chapter 42. The two sisters attentively served, and there was only one room left. The bright moonlight spilled down, falling into the dark, dense forest. A bonfire was burning. Under the nearby large tree, a wide white blanket was spread out. Luo Yu lay on top, comfortably resting his head on his sister Zhu Zhuqing's long and smooth thigh, eyes closed in a pretense of sleep. Meanwhile, his sister Zhu Zhuqing was diligently working below. With a focused expression, her delicate hands glided over Luo Yu's thigh, gently kneading and tapping, seriously providing service and massage to the man. She had changed into a new outfit, and whether intentional or not, this black leather outfit was pitifully small, barely covering one side of her soft chest, exposing her alluring hourglass figure and sexy navel. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing's attentive and compliant service, there was even a hint of flirtation in her demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, felt so embarrassed that she wished she could dig her toes into the ground. Her fair face was already flushed as she buried her head between the soft, ample curves. Too shy to look at anyone. Why had she ever maintained such a position with a man? Even her betrothed Mubai was not allowed to touch her body. How did she end up agreeing to this outrageous request from man? It must be out of gratitude. The woman found a suitable reason for herself within, her expression relaxing significantly, and her courage growing as she stealthily lifted her gaze from her chest to glance at the man. Her heart was secretly curious. Why was this guy so unique, both in terms of martial spirit and soul rings? She had never heard of anyone so remarkable in the Douluo continent before. Remembering the imposing scene of Luo Yu slaying 3 people with his sword, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. In the past, she had always endured hardships alone. This was her first experience of being protected by someone. Gradually, the man's ordinary face seemed to emit an inexplicable pull, drawing the young girl's gaze, and her eyes began to grow hazy. The man's eyelashes fluttered slightly, causing Zhu Zhuqing to hurriedly withdraw her gaze, her little heart racing wildly. Luo Yu rested his head on the woman's legs and looked up. The scenery truly was magnificent and breathtaking. He couldn't help but sigh, wondering how this girl, who must have suffered since childhood, managed to have such a rich physique. Have you seen enough? What do you mean by seen enough? Zhu Zhuqing feigned ignorance. TSK. Still not admitting it? So people were just staring. Zhu Zhuqing firmly denied it. No, I was just looking at you for no reason. Because I'm handsome, Luo Yu said, a hint of confidence curling at the corner of his mouth. Zhu Zhuqing snorted. So shameless. I have reason to suspect that your strength is all exchange for good looks. Actually, I'm really handsome. Barely. Can't tell at all. Luo Yu smiled lightly. So are you saying you think I'm ugly? Zhu Zhuqing felt a strange tug at her heart, fearing the man would misunderstand. She waved her small hands and explained repeatedly, I didn't. I don't think you're ugly. It's very pleasant to look at. I'm not someone who only cares about looks. Really? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Really? Zhu Zhuqing nodded seriously. See, you just admitted that you were looking at me the whole time. Luo Yu smiled proudly. You're too cunning. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, her cheeks puffed up. All right, I'm not joking with you anymore. Actually, I'm really handsome. Before Zhu Zhuqing could reply, someone interjected from under Luo Yu. The master is indeed very handsome, especially when wielding a sword. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful face showed both fear and admiration, completely convinced. I didn't ask you, shut up. Oh, and also, your sister is right here. Is it appropriate for you, as the older sister, to keep calling me master? Zhu Zhiyun's stunning face revealed a seductive smile. As long as you're satisfied. She can't control me. Luo Yu suspected whether he had knocked some sense out of this woman, or if this person originally had a masochistic tendency, needing to be treated harshly to be satisfied. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him with disdain, then curiously looked at Luo Yu. The person still doesn't know your name. Do you want to hear my real name or my fake name? Zhu Zhuqing's mouth twitched. Was there even a need to ask? Of course, the real name. Saying the real name is fine, but it can't be spread. My name is Luo Cece. Never heard that name before. The two sisters were somewhat taken aback. Luo Yu waved his hand. You'll understand in the future. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and said, I really don't understand what kind of twisted hobby you have. Your strength is probably enough to surpass your peers, yet you choose to pretend to be an ordinary person to scare people. Zhu Zhiyun below looked pitifully and pouted her little mouth, almost crying uncontrollably. She had suffered greatly because of it. Luo Yu couldn't help but retort. I never said I was ordinary. For example, I still emphasize that I'm very handsome. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with intense curiosity, and one delicate hand couldn't help but reach out. After being touched a few times, Luo Yu sighed and lay back, looking as if he had lost all hope. It's over. I'm no longer clean. You have to take responsibility. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and spat. Don't talk nonsense. I just wanted to see if you were wearing a disguise. Luo Yu's lips curled up. Want to see so badly? You might as well call me Brother Qing, and I might reluctantly show you a glance. I don't want to call you that. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly. Brother Qing, I really want to see it. Luo Yu's scalp tingled as she shot an angry glance at the enchanting woman. Shut up, I didn't ask you to speak. Zhu Zhuyin pouted, feeling wronged. As sisters, why was the treatment so different? She was unconvinced. Did you really change your appearance? Zhu Zhuqing's small hand reached out again. Slap. Luo Yu swatted her small hand away. If you want to see, just call out. If you don't call, then there's nothing to see. Zhu Zhuqing pouted her pink little mouth, resembling a rose petal, and said she didn't want to. She wouldn't look anymore. It was all so mysterious, definitely because it was too ugly to be seen. Just give it up. The provocation tactic won't work. Zhu Zhuqing's momentum dwindled, feeling completely at the mercy of the man. By the way, why are you covering yourself so tightly? Do you have any enemies? Luo Yu spread her hands, wanting to give examples of celebrities from her past life wearing masks when going out. However, she felt that these two wouldn't understand, so she briefly said, if you want to be my enemy, then you need to have the qualifications. I just don't like being stared at wherever I go. Such a bold statement. The two sisters were momentarily stunned. Even their parents wouldn't have the courage to say such things. But then they remembered Luo Yu's astonishing sword strike. Zhu Zhiyun's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled with a pair of hearts. This is a man. I'm in love. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was deeply shaken and unconsciously compared Dai Mubai with the man in her arms. No need to compare. Dai Mubai is not worthy. Luo Yu frowned. You should lift your legs a bit. It's uncomfortable to rest on them. No way. Zhu Zhuqing coldly refused, but her beautiful legs moved slightly, unconsciously making it more comfortable for the man to lie down. After chatting for a while longer, Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing decided to head to Shrek Academy together, while Zhu Zhiyun adhered to her role as a maid, allowing the man to take the lead. The forest was not far from Soto City. The man and two women hurried along the night road into the city, passing through the silent, empty streets. It was already late at night, and only one hotel was open. The exterior of the hotel was entirely decorated in rose red, resembling a blooming rose with its three-story building. As soon as the three entered the hotel, the male attendant at the counter was stunned. Wow, dude, you're impressive. You come in with two beautiful twin sisters, one pure as a lotus and the other a fiery enchantress. This is a heavenly rhythm. Such class, such taste. TSK. Doesn't this have much higher status than that guy who just took two girls upstairs? Luo Yu politely said, little brother, please open 3 rooms for me. Zhu Zhiyun leaned over and said, Master, 2 rooms will be enough. I'll attend to you while you sleep. Hiss. The waiter gasped. Wow. If a man could reach this level, it would truly be like a little cow returning home. That's impressive. Luo Yu frowned. You don't have to demean yourself like this. Zhu Zhuqing blinked her beautiful eyes. I'm doing this willingly. Just give me a chance. Although I don't know much and can't do much, I will work hard. Ah, the elder cried. The waiter felt like he was about to burst into tears. When had he ever seen a goddess-level figure so obedient to a male peer? No, this wasn't just simple obedience. It was clearly adoration. Luo Yu didn't think too much about it, only feeling a headache. What is up with this woman? Either she is extremely arrogant, or she has such a heavy, submissive nature. Is the impact of childhood family trauma that terrifying? Luo Yu lightly tapped the table and said, "Waiter, give me 3 rooms." The waiter started to get anxious. Dude, are you a man? The goddess is being so proactive, and you're still indifferent? Wait a minute. The waiter suddenly realized, thinking this guy must be high level. Isn't this a case of feigned indifference? I must help you. He seemed to understand, a suggestive smile appearing on his lips. Sorry, sir, there's only 1 room left. Chapter 43. Zhu Zhuqing's emotions, a room filled with roses. Only 1 room left? 2 girls exclaimed simultaneously. Zhu Zhuqing's little hand clenched in shyness. Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting face was filled with excitement. The waiter sincerely said, "It's true, there's only 1 room left. Recently, the guest rooms are quite tight. Why don't the 3 of you make do? Our bed is very big. 3 people won't be crowded." Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. No way. Let's change to another place. Zhu Zhuqing huffed. Change to what? I think this place is just fine. What's wrong with sharing a bed? Didn't we just huddle on a blanket in the woods? Hiss. The waiter was instantly amazed. What have I just heard? Goodness. From the sound of it, they must have already had a battle in the little forest. He looked at Luo Yu as if he were worshipping a master. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, biting her thin lips, feeling hesitant. Sharing a bed with a man? How could that be possible? You guys stay here. I'll go find another place. The waiter quickly added, "Ma'am, you don't need to consider that. In the entire Soto city, we're the only ones still open at this hour." Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face instantly froze. Fine, 1 room it is. It's better than staying out in the wilderness. Luo Yu decisively took out a jingling purse and handed it to the waiter. All right, please wait a moment. Soon, the waiter handed Luo Yu a key with a pink tag. It's on the 3rd floor, just turn left, the pink beauty king-size room. Zhu Zhuqing was already feeling nervous, and upon hearing that name, she became even more bashful, her small hands fidgeting as she secretly scoffed at the name, which sounded so inappropriate. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, had her eyes shining brightly. Sir, here is your remaining change. Luo Yu shook his head and said, No need to look for one. We will stay for 2 days. If there are any available rooms tomorrow, please remember to reserve 2 for us. All right, no problem. If there are available rooms, I will definitely reserve them for you. The waiter said earnestly. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction and took her sisters upstairs. The waiter waved and called out, Sir, 12 golden soul coins are enough. You still have a lot left in that bag. Luo Yu paused for a moment, raising an eyebrow. There's still some left? Then you can keep it for yourself. The waiter looked down at the remaining gold soul coins in his pouch, which were almost more than his annual salary. His eyes instantly sparkled, and he couldn't help but smile widely, his mouth almost reaching his ears. He realized he had encountered a big spender. There was no doubt about it. Their earlier clever operation must have pleased the boss, or else he wouldn't have given such a generous tip. He held the pouch with gratitude, watching Luo Yu's back. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee there will be a private room tomorrow. As long as you bring a girl, our little shop will always have only 1 room left. Speaking of which, having these 2 twins share a room together seemed a bit too mischievous. The hotel corridor was filled with the fragrance of roses. The soft carpet and dim pink lights created an atmosphere full of ambiguity. Luo Yu was searching for the room while holding the keys. The tall and alluring sisters were following at the bottom of the stairs. Zhu Zhuqing looked around excitedly, exclaiming softly, The environment here is so beautiful. Zhu Zhuqing, already blushing and feeling extremely nervous, glared and said, Haven't you been to places like this with Davis? What a joke. I would never come to such a place with him before marriage. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her neck, stating that a woman's chastity was her last capital. If a man had it, it would lose its value. Look at me keeping him hanging. Isn't it easier for him to treat me well? Zhu Zhuqing pouted. Aren't you being too opportunistic? Giggle. Silly sister. You are just too naive. Zhu Zhuqing's face revealed a touch of sadness. Born into a family like ours. If we want to survive, we have to learn to use every advantage we have, including our bodies. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled slightly as she said hesitantly, But what? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head with a bitter smile. Silly sister, I won't be as naive as you to yearn for love. I just want to find a man who can protect my safety and then give myself to him completely. serving him wholeheartedly. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flickered, feeling a bit hesitant. Doesn't Davis meet your standards? Him? Zhu Zhuyun scoffed, her beautiful eyes revealing unmistakable disgust. That guy relies on his identity as a prince to mess around. Who knows how many dirty things he's done behind the scenes? Which woman would want her man to be like that? Maybe if there's no other choice, I would choose to submit, but I'm also a woman. And I have desires too. This scene resonated with Zhu Zhuqing's emotions, and she murmured sadly, "What use are all the desires and fantasies? We don't have the right to choose our own love. We didn't have it before, but we have it now." Zhu Zhuyin raised her head, her long gaze very firm, aimed at the broad back of the man ahead. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and looked forward following her gaze. Her delicate body trembled, and she covered her open cherry lips with her jade hand. "No way, this is your first time meeting him. Do you know what his identity is?" Zhu Zhuyin glanced at her, scoffing and shaking her head. "Silly sister, you really don't know how to appreciate things." "Don't know how to appreciate?" Zhu Zhuqing's eyes showed confusion. "Just because you can't see the details doesn't mean I can't see them." Zhu Zhuyin proudly curled her lips. "You can say I'm reckless and shameless, but this man, no matter what, I'm determined to pursue." The woman's gaze was exceptionally firm. Ignoring Zhu Zhuqing, she tugged at her collar, not quite satisfied, and gently pulled it down to display her impressive assets. Only then did she reveal a charming smile, twisting her astonishing waist and hips, creating a fragrant breeze as she gracefully followed along. Zhu Zhuqing watched her sister go to flirt with the man. Logically, it shouldn't matter, but she inexplicably felt a surge of crisis, as if some treasure was about to be snatched away. What was happening to her? She wouldn't have felt this way before. It couldn't be because of this newly met man, could it? How could that be possible? Zhu Zhuqing bit her pink lips like a peach, her steps unconsciously quickening as she followed along. The voices of the two girls were very soft, but Luo Yu, with his unique physique, could naturally hear them. He didn't feel any particular liking or dislike, but his aversion to Zhu Zhuyin lessened a bit. Click! The door opened, and the scent of roses flooded in. Even though he was mentally prepared, Luo Yu was still shocked for a moment. What came into view was a floor covered with rose petals. A spacious room of several hundred square meters, a magnificent chandelier resembling crystal and agate on the dome, carved with pink patterns, releasing enchanting dim light. After the two sisters stepped into the room, their beautiful eyes also changed color. Which girl doesn't like roses? And which girl hasn't fantasized about traveling with the man she loves, being deeply cherished in a luxurious room at night, achieving a perfect soul connection? Ahem. Let's go take a look inside. Luo Yu coughed. On the surface, he appeared calm like an old dog, but inside, he also felt a bit unusual. It was his first time in such a place. Don't. Zhu Zhuqing buried her head in his chest. Zhu Zhuyin was completely different, smiling seductively, stepping forward to link her arm with Luo Yu's. "Master, I'll accompany you." Luo Yu's throat was dry. "What do one do?" Zhu Zhuyin blinked her innocent, watery big eyes, naughtily rubbing against his arm, saying, "I'm not doing anything, just accompanying you to the bedroom to see if the bed is big enough." The sensation from her arm made Luo Yu secretly exclaim in surprise. He glared at the woman. "You better not regret this." Zhu Zhuyin rubbed against him again, her enchanting face showing a hint of innocence. "Regret what? I am your female slave. Serving you is what I should do." Luo Yu's mind buzzed, and he pulled his arm back sharply, giving her a deep look. "If you're not crazy, then act normal and don't degrade yourself." After saying that, he turned and walked into the bedroom. For some reason, this scene made Zhu Zhuqing, who stood on the other side, suddenly have a jolt in her heart. Forgetting her shyness for a moment, Zhu Zhuyin stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes looking at the man with a complex expression. The gaze in her pupils became increasingly determined. It seemed like she really had chosen the right person. Chapter 44. The Awakening of the Beautiful Maiden, the Heartless Zhu Zhuqing. The two sisters, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyin, didn't stand there for long. Unable to contain their curiosity, they followed Luo Yu into the bedroom. As soon as they entered the room, they could feel the enchanting atmosphere, and their eyes widened in surprise. The heart-shaped red bed nearly occupied all the space, with light pink curtains hanging down from the ceiling, obscuring the top of the bed and giving a beautiful, hazy feeling. Zhu Zhuqing glanced to the side, her pupils shrinking, and she let out a delicate cry, covering her face and turning away, stomping her feet repeatedly. "How can you take off your clothes?" Luo Yu had just taken off his outerwear, exposing his strong upper body with muscle lines outlining perfect curves. Hearing the girl's exclamation, he raised his head, feeling speechless. This bedroom just happened to have a bathroom, and I thought you two weren't planning to come in, so I thought I'd go in and take a bath first. Zhu Zhuqing pouted and said, "What are you taking a bath for? You've been on the road all day, you're filthy." Luo Yu shook his head, walked to the bathroom door, and chuckled. "Hey, Zhu Zhuqing, do you want to wash up with me?" Zhu Zhuqing, who was already covering her face and looking down, suddenly shivered and repeatedly shook her head in refusal. "Stinky man, who wants to wash with you?" After a while, without any response, Zhu Zhuqing didn't dare to lift her head. "All right, stop being self-indulgent. The master has already gone in." "Huh?" Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, parting her fingers that were covering her face, and indeed, the man had long since disappeared. Was he just teasing her? While she breathed a sigh of relief, her heart felt a little vacant. "Sister, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhu Zhuqing scanned her from head to toe, then pouted her red lips and wondered. "I have a chest, waist, butt, and legs. Why is the master fixated on you? Not even willing to look at me?" Zhu Zhuqing glared at her. "Are you crazy? What are you thinking?" Zhu Zhiyun's gaze turned towards the bathroom, listening to the sound of running water, and licked her pink tongue over her lips. "It's a pity you didn't see the master's figure just now. It was so attractive." "Who said I didn't see it? Do you think I would be as infatuated as you? With just those little muscles, what's there to look at?" As Zhu Zhuqing scolded, the image she had seen earlier flashed through her mind. The man's strong and full muscles exuded a sense of beauty and strength, seemingly possessing an incredible allure. It had seemed quite good-looking. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes grew dazed, suddenly realizing and shaking her head repeatedly. "What's wrong with me today? I won't be infected by this crazy woman. Will I?" Zhu Zhiyun smiled gently. "Sister, speaking of which, he should be coming out soon. Are you going to wait for him here?" "Not a chance. If I'm waiting, I'm going to stay on the sofa outside." Zhu Zhuqing shyly ran away. After sending her sister away, the enchanting woman looked at the empty bedroom and the large red heart-shaped bed, immediately revealing an extremely ambiguous smile. She gazed towards the flowing water in the bathroom, her eyes distant, emanating a faint glow, whispering softly in a voice only she could hear. "Silly sister, you still can't compare to me. Can't you see that this man is the one worth devoting our lives to? With astonishing strength, yet low-key demeanor. Decisive in actions, yet humble in dealing with others. Full of charm, yet respectful towards women." Although their time together was short, Zhu Zhuqing had already noticed the man's uniqueness through careful observation. The ability to single-handedly defeat the three top experts. The terrifying and astonishing 100,000 year soul rings and the unpredictable martial soul. Daring to challenge the pinnacle of Douluo with just a 3-foot-long sword. Even when dealing with ordinary service staff, he remained humble and polite. Faced with a beauty like herself who actively approached him, he could still maintain his composure, unshaken as a mountain. One must ask, where could such a man be found? Zhu Zhiyun felt that today was not unlucky, but rather that heaven was favoring her, compensating her for the suffering she endured over the years, allowing her to meet a true treasure. She found it hard to imagine that just through known observations, she could discover such an extraordinary man. If the mysterious veil of this man were truly unveiled, what kind of shock would it bring? Zhu Zhuqing said she was crazy, but in fact, she was not only not crazy, but her mind was also exceptionally clear. Davis was merely a fiancé imposed on her by her family, someone she did not like. Otherwise, how could she have maintained her integrity all this time? Deep down, she had her own pride. Why was she so humble today? It was simply because the one in the bathroom was a man who could truly conquer her and make her willingly submit. Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of urgency. If she did not seize this special opportunity today, perhaps this man would become her lifelong aspiration, something she could never reach again. She bit her red lips, deciding to take a gamble on her life, wagering her youth and future. Creak. The bedroom door was gently closed by her and locked, leaving Zhu Zhuqing outside. Then, with a shy gaze, Zhu Zhuqing playfully moved her delicate fingers. Her sexy black outfit and leather pants fell to the ground. She walked step by step toward the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Luo Yu was enjoying a relaxing bath in the wooden tub, soaking comfortably while enjoying the cascade from the shower above. The sound of running water was so pleasant to the ears. Ah, this is life. Having dreams, goals, and enjoying food, drink, and fun. This kind of life is complete. Otherwise, wouldn't one become an ascetic? Luo Yu smiled lightly, and then suddenly thought that something seemed to be missing beside him. At this moment, it would be great if Donger were here. As for the two outside, the sisters, Luo Yu, being a man, of course felt a stir of emotions. Moreover, they were not just any sisters. They were stunningly beautiful with hot figures. However, While Luo Yu admitted to being lecherous, he was not lewd, and he would never force someone into an uncomfortable situation. That Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was always a bit unruly and had indeed sparked quite a bit of desire in him, almost making him lose control. He just wasn't sure about this woman's intentions. Was she acting that way because she feared he might kill her? Besides, with Zhu Zhuqing still around, it would be quite awkward if something were to happen. Would he even be able to complete his task? This was related to the second soul ring. He was very curious about the second soul ring. But speaking of it, he really liked the girl, Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, amidst the sound of flowing water, the gentle sound of a door opening and footsteps was heard. Luo Yu instinctively turned his gaze and was instantly stunned by the sudden, beautiful scenery before him. His eyes widened, his head buzzed, feeling a surge of heat rush to the crown of his head. Hiss, you. Before Luo Yu could finish speaking, her lips were blocked horizontally by two jade-like fingers. The enchanting woman let her hair fall, smiled seductively, and said, "Shoo, I've locked the bedroom door. If you make a sound, my sister will find out everything." Luo Yu's throat moved slightly as he struggled to pull back his gaze and said in a deep voice, "If it's about the poison, you don't need to be like this. When the time comes, I will let you go." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her enchanting eyes shimmering. Leaning close to Luo Yu's ear, her red lips parted slightly as she exhaled softly. "It has nothing to do with that. Don't say anything. Today I am yours." Luo Yu was about to get up, but the woman gently pressed down on his shoulder. "Master, you don't need to worry. Let Yin'er serve you well today." Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhu Zhuqing was completely unaware of what was happening in the closed bedroom, where the bathroom was filled with steam. She was cold as frost, her gaze radiating endless murderous intent, listening intently to the unusual sounds coming from the adjacent suite. Chapter 45, Psychological Game with the Young Girl. Sounds from next door. Splash. The sound of flowing water echoed from the bathroom. Amidst the noisy water sounds, there were faint muffled groans that resembled those of a small cat. It seemed the source of the sound was trying hard to control it, suppressing something with great effort, fearing that the woman outside the bedroom would discover the unusual activity here. Time passed. At this moment, Luo Yu's brows relaxed as he soaked comfortably in the warm water. Closing his eyes to rest, his perfect, muscular torso floated on the surface of the water, with his arms naturally resting on the edge of the tub, enjoying the meticulous massage from the young girl's delicate hands. Zhu Zhuqing, with a rosy complexion, was obediently kneeling beside the bathtub, her fair knees slightly reddened. She extended her smooth little hands to tenderly help the man relax his shoulders and neck. Her beautiful eyes were filled with satisfaction, as if they could drip water, exuding an alluring charm. Her black, lustrous hair clung to her neck, and she had changed into a black strapless lingerie and short shorts, highlighting her impressive and fiery figure. "Master, are you satisfied with Yin'er's service?" Luo Yu's eyelids were closed, and her lips moved slightly. "No one is forcing you. Why do you choose to do this?" Zhu Zhuqing smiled charmingly. "I belong to the master. Serving you is what a servant should do. Compared to lies, I prefer to hear the truth." The man's tone was calm, yet seemed to carry a heavy authority. Zhu Zhuqing's movements instantly froze. She leaned down, her cherry lips gently kissing the man's broad shoulder, her flirtatious demeanor disappearing, replaced by a hint of pitiful innocence. "Yin'er asks for little and does not seek a title. She only hopes to follow by your side in the future, serving you, and that would be enough." Luo Yu frowned and snorted. "Put away your acting. I'm not falling for that." Zhu Zhuqing propped herself up and stood, looking steadily at the man, her eyes flickering. She took a deep breath. Since ancient times, beautiful women have recognized heroes. Although Yin'er may not be a beauty, she recognizes you as a hero. How can the heart of a hero be accessible to ordinary people? Therefore, I'm willing to seize the opportunity, bet everything for once, and gamble that in the future, there could be a place for me by your side. Luo Yu slowly opened his eyelids and turned to look at the woman. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other for a long time. The corners of his mouth curled up. "I underestimated you, woman. I didn't expect you to have such courage, to dare to gamble your own chastity. Aren't you afraid of regretting it in the future?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly laughed. "What if I don't regret it if I lose the bet?" Luo Yu shook his head and smiled, saying, "Sorry, but that will disappoint you. I'm not a hero." The charming Zhu Zhuqing seemed completely unconcerned with what the man said, blinking her long, curled eyelashes. "Everything that Yin'er has, I've given to you. It's too late to regret now. From now on, whether you want to kill or torture, it's all up to you." Luo Yu took a deep look at the girl, pondered for a moment, and said, "Actually, I didn't give you any poison at all. Just a blood-replenishing pill. If you want to leave now, I won't stop you. I'll let you go. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned upon hearing this. The man's actions were beyond her expectations. She thought she had served him well, and at the very least, he would be reluctant to part with her. But instead, he wanted to let her leave directly? Was she really that unappealing? Zhu Zhuqing bit her red lips slightly and asked, "You're just going to let me go like this? Aren't you afraid I'll go back to the Star Luo Empire to seek revenge?" Luo Yu raised her eyebrows playfully and said, "You can certainly give it a try." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly, saying, "I won't try. I've already made up my mind. I'm sticking with you from now on. I have no intention of going back to that dirty and filthy empire." Luo Yu shook her head in refusal. "You can go. I won't keep a woman skilled in scheming by my side." Zhu Zhuqing's calm little face instantly turned pale, and she stammered, "Master, please don't drive me away. I didn't intend to scheme. I really do like you a bit. If you let me go back and Davis finds out about my current situation, he will definitely kill me." Luo Yu nodded. "All right, then I'll let you observe for now. If you have any ulterior motives, tisk, you've seen my methods of killing." The air in the bathroom seemed to freeze instantly, exuding a chilling coldness. Zhu Zhuqing's mind flashed with images, and her delicate body shivered. The brief conversation gave her a deeper understanding of Luo Yu's capabilities. She would never dare to entertain any ulterior motives again. She concluded that while this man appeared gentle on the surface, his domineering nature was evident. Submission was the only option. There was absolutely no possibility of control. Yinner had no ill intentions and only wished to wholeheartedly assist you in the future. "That's very good." Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, his cold demeanor withdrawing as if it had never appeared, a gentle smile creeping onto his lips. "If you behave yourself in the future, I won't treat you unfairly. Perhaps I can even give you a proper title." Zhu Zhuqing's heart trembled, her red lips slightly parted, just about to say something. Luo Yu waved his hand and said there was no need for pleasantries, so let's change clothes. "All right then." Zhu Zhuqing obediently revealed a sweet smile, feeling as if her heart was smeared with honey. Luo Yu was very satisfied with this effect when dealing with a clever woman like her. Only a combination of a big stick and sweet dates can truly win her heart. If not, why did Prince Davis of Xingluo fail to win over that little beauty in the end? Isn't it because his methods were lacking, which instead benefited someone else? The two of them dressed neatly, and just as Luo Yu was about to go out, he was stopped by Zhu Zhuqing. "Is there something?" Luo Yu asked. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and whispered, "Does the benefactor have any interest in my sister?" "What do you mean?" Zhu Zhuqing said playfully. "My sister may not be good at conversation, but if you can get into her heart, she is quite passionate." Luo Yu was surprised. "It's one thing for you to accompany me, but you wouldn't want to drag your sister into this too, would you?" "What do you mean by dragging her down?" "It's her fortune to be with you." Zhu Zhuqing smiled charmingly and said in a teasing voice, "Master, don't you want to try the service of sister flowers?" Luo Yu's gaze paused, and she took a sharp breath. "This fairy, it's really outrageous." "Don't worry, I will definitely help you," Zhu Zhuqing said, her eyes showing excitement. Luo Yu suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart, glanced at her, and coughed. "I advise you not to act recklessly." Zhu Zhuqing pouted her red lips. "I know my limits, and I will definitely satisfy you." She then reminded him, "By the way, Master, you must not tell her about our relationship. It's not the right time yet." Luo Yu almost stumbled, looking speechless. Was he being foolish? This matter shouldn't see the light of day. What kind of woman was she? He impulsively accepted her and didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Creak! The bedroom door opened, and Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing were instantly shocked by the scene in the living room. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face was clouded with anger, her beautiful eyes wide open like copper bells, filled with a chilling aura. The pink sofa she was sitting on had been torn apart, and the room was filled with floating willow fluff. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. It shouldn't have happened. How could they be discovered? She had clearly managed to hold back her voice just now, and with the sound of running water covering it, how could she possibly hear? Luo Yusin's heart trembled violently, her face stiff as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing, awkwardly and hesitantly saying, "You listen to me explain." Zhu Zhuqing's tone was icy. "What do you want to explain to me?" Luo Yu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, looking like a cat that had stolen fish. Just as he was about to confess, the wall behind the sofa suddenly trembled slightly, and the piercing, lascivious cries of two women penetrated through the wall. "Young Masterby, you are too strong. Please slow down. We really can't take it anymore." Luo Yu's fearful expression suddenly became strange, as if he had realized something. Chapter 46, Dai Mu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing, you actually dared to find a wild man. There were continuous gasps from next door, one after another. It wasn't that the hotel had poor soundproofing. Perhaps the battle was too intense. Bai Xiao, twins? Luo Yu showed a strange expression, secretly thinking, could it be so coincidental? Is it possible to randomly book a room and run into Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé? No, this is not just a random encounter. Luo Yu suddenly thought that. According to the timeline, 2 days before the Shrek Academy recruitment, this guy really did come out to indulge in pleasure. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's eyes filled with killing intent, he became even more certain of his guess. Daimu Bai. Oh, Daimu Bai, it's not that I'm not giving you a chance. It's that you yourself are not up to the task. You played a good hand so poorly. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes turned towards him. What were you going to tell me just now? Cough, cough, it's nothing. I just wanted to explain that I wasn't intentionally undressing in the bedroom before. It's fine. Compared to this, that's a small matter. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze continued to fix on the wall, her teeth clenched in hatred. Every moan from over there felt like a knife stabbing into her heart. The man's heavy breathing made her want to bite her gums until they bled. Zhu Zhuqing initially felt confused, until a voice from over there called out, Mubai, use a little more strength, she suddenly realized. She looked at Zhu Zhuqing with sympathy. With her fiancé causing such a ruckus, which woman could stand it? Zhu Zhuqing secretly poked Luo Yu and whispered, Master, your opportunity has come. That dog of a man over there is Zhuqing's fiancé. Luo Yu glared at her, and without needing a reminder, he guessed it. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, not daring to speak further, confused in her heart. She wondered how the man had managed to guess it so smoothly when she had thought for a long time before realizing it. Luo Yu slowly walked in front of Zhu Zhuqing and asked, Is that your fiancé you mentioned? Zhu Zhuqing's black eyes were icy. Her red lips stubbornly pouted. Yes, that's right. Do you think I'm ridiculous? Luo Yu shook his head, wondering why she would say that. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth. A man who forsakes his original responsibilities, abandoning his fiancée, in danger, escaping to this small place and indulging in women all day. The ridiculous thing is, I actually still think about this kind of person, hoping to find him, help him regain his confidence, and work together to confront Davis. Now it seems all of this is just a joke. Luo Yu said decisively, It's not that you are ridiculous, but that he is not worthy. He doesn't deserve a woman like you. And he certainly doesn't deserve you traveling thousands of miles to find him. Zhu Zhuqing revealed a bitter smile and said with disappointment, Are all men like this? No, you are mistaken. Luo Yu shook his head in denial and said solemnly, It's true that men are lustful, but no matter what, they would never abandon their woman to run away alone, nor would they cowardly escape out of fear of responsibility. Such cowards do not deserve to be called men. Zhu Zhuqing, with red eyes, looked at Luo Yu, who was comforting her. Remembering his protection of her not long ago, her furrowed brows relaxed a bit. The loud gasping sound from next door made Zhu Zhuqing explode completely. She could no longer endure it. The excited voice of a strange woman, with a high-pitched tone of comparison, said, Dai Xiao, I heard you have a fiancé. Between us sisters, who do you prefer more? Of course it's you two, my little darlings. The man's voice was filled with frivolity and charm, clearly a master at sweet-talking girls. That woman was like an ice cube, engaged for many years without allowing anyone to touch her. No matter how good her figure was, she was merely a decoration, beautiful but useless. What was the point of that? Daimu Bai, I want your life. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her small fist tightly, and with a loud bang, her martial soul manifested. She leaped off the sofa, filled with killing intent, and burst out the door. TSK, TSK, looks like there's going to be a good show to watch, Zhu Zhuqing said with excitement in her eyes. Luo Yu glanced at her. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Zhu Zhuqing pouted. I'm just happy for you. Look, the opportunity has come. This girl has been hit hard by a scumbag. If you seize the chance to take advantage of her vulnerability and make it happen. Shut up. Luo Yu scolded, then said, When I pursue a girl, I may not do it in a perfectly upright manner, but I disdain using such petty tricks. That would tarnish the feelings. After speaking, he dashed out. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned by his words. Then her red lips moved, sketching a stunning arc. It seemed her judgment had not been wrong. In the spacious hotel corridor, there was an explosion. The carpet became charred, the chandelier from the dome swayed dangerously, and the door to another room had been blown open. The sudden commotion nearly scared the fierce Daimu by half to death. The pair of twins hurriedly shouted and dove into the covers to hide. Zhuqing, what are you doing here? Seeing the fierce figure at the door, Daimu Bai was utterly shocked. His pair of evil eyes almost popped out, and the hair on his body stood on end, his back soaked with cold sweat. Huh, you're something, Daimu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing sneered, already half beastified, Her long claws gleamed like specters, flashing with a sharp cold light. Zhu Qing, listen to my explanation. Dai Mu Bai frantically grabbed his clothes to cover himself. Hee, an explanation? Fine, I want to see how you explain this today. Dai Mu Bai hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Zhu Qing, listen to me. I love you. These two women are just substitutes, mere playthings. Zhu Zhuqing coldly snorted, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Who would believe your nonsense? Do you think I didn't hear what you were saying next door? It's not like that. I was just talking nonsense. Dai Mu Bai waved his hands repeatedly. Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws reflected her cold expression as she sternly scolded. Dai Mu Bai, I've seen through you today. Our engagement is hereby annulled. No way. Dai Mu Bai panicked immediately, his white tiger martial spirit directly manifesting. 3 soul rings rising in the air, the overwhelming force shattered the bed beneath him, and he lunged at Zhu Zhuqing. The girl twisted her body and activated her soul skill, barely dodging the tiger's pounce. Still won't make a move? What do you mean? Dai Mu Bai stood in the corridor, urgently calling out, You've lost your reason. I must help calm you down first before we can talk properly. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out, and Dai Mu Bai turned his gaze to see an apparently ordinary man standing there. The man cast a disdainful look. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen someone so unashamed as you. Caught red-handed, with solid evidence. What else do you want to explain? Dai Mu Bai was furious. You're looking for death? What is it to you? You're not allowed to talk about him. Zhu Zhuqing immediately coldly reprimanded, firmly standing beside Luo Yu. Dai Mu Bai's evil eyes suddenly narrowed, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the two, incredulously asking, You two, what is your relationship? Zhu Qing, tell me. Who is this man? How, what qualifications do you have to ask me? Dai Mu Bai's head ached, his face turning a terrifying shade of red, his angry roar shaking the entire hotel. Ah? Zhu Qing, how dare you insult me by finding a wild man outside? Watching Dai Mu Bai lose his composure, almost going insane, Zhu Zhuqing felt even more ironic. Me finding a wild man? How ridiculous. You shamelessly suspect others? Dai Mu Bai was hysterical. Then tell me who this wild man is. How could you come to the hotel with someone like him? What's so good about him? How can he compare to me? The man grew increasingly frantic, while Zhu Zhuqing gradually calmed down, revealing a mocking expression. Dai Mu Bai, I warn you, he is not a wild man. He is my savior. I was in a life and death crisis while you were indulging in pleasure. Why do you have to criticize others? Also, I solemnly warn you, he is 1,000 times better than you in my heart. You're not even worthy to speak ill of him. If you dare say one more word, I'll cut out your tongue. Every word from Zhu Zhuqing struck like a heavy hammer, pounding on Dai Mu Bai's heart. He exploded instantly, his face twisted and ferocious, his evil eyes resembling a devil as they fixed on Luo Yu, arrogantly and bloodthirstily saying, So it's you who covets my Dai Mu Bai's woman? Who gave you the courage? Chapter 47. Arrogant and overbearing Dai Mu Bai. The silent contrast between two men. Who gave me the courage? Luo Yu shrugged helplessly, seriously examining the hysterical Dai Mu Bai a few times, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. It seemed that facing someone like you, I didn't need anyone to lend me courage. Who? Dai Mu Bai's chest heaved. Breathing heavily, his blood-red eyes filled with madness, his fist cracking loudly as his heart burned with a raging fire. You're seeking death. Boom! A strong, pale light erupted crazily from Dai Mu Bai, his already tall frame swelling again, bones cracking and popping, muscles expanding to the limit, his purple electric eyes exuding a beast-like bloodthirsty gaze. In an instant, he crushed the floor beneath him, shooting out explosively, waving his beastly, massive, sharp tiger claws. Pouncing forward to kill, Luo Yu maintained a harmless smile on his face, but a hint of indifference flashed deep in his eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. However, before he could make a move, the black figure beside him acted first. Second soul skill, Shadow Claw. Dai Mu Bai watched as the sharp claw aimed for his throat from the side, instantly flipping back and dodging to the side. His blood-red eyes lost their luster as he shook his head repeatedly, his hair dancing wildly, looking heartbroken at Zhu Zhuqing, asking why. Why are you helping this guy? What's good about him? He looks ordinary. His strength is unremarkable. Does he deserve you? Suddenly, Dai Mu Bai's eyes widened, and he spoke hurriedly. I understand now. You're deliberately using him to provoke me, wanting me to focus and work hard, right? I get it. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her gaze calm as still water. Even the earlier anger had vanished, and she spoke in a steady tone. Dai Mu Bai, I will only ask you 3 questions. Who was it that didn't dare to take responsibility, became a coward, a deserter? Who was it that heartlessly left me, a woman, alone in the star Luo Empire facing a crisis? Who was it that, while I faced pursuit, was flirting with other women? Dai Mu Bai was eager to retort, but was left speechless. He angrily pointed at Luo Yu, saying that no matter what, as my fiancé, you should behave properly. How dare you be with another man here? Dai Mu Bai, clean up your mouth. Don't think everyone is like you. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes grew colder, as if she had completely seen through the person before her. And you have never fulfilled the responsibilities of a fiancé. Our engagement ends here. Ha ha. Dai Mu Bai staggered back a few steps, suddenly laughing out loud, looking at Zhu Zhuqing with a wicked smile. You're doing all this for such a man? Don't regret it. By yourself, facing Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, there's only one way to die. Zhu Zhuqing replied in a deep voice. This has nothing to do with you. You might not know, Dai Mu Bai sneered. I have joined the Shrek Academy, which only recruits monsters. Even if I can't defeat that Davis guy, I can rely on the teachers' backgrounds to keep me safe. What does this have to do with me? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flashed with impatience. You and I joined Shrek together, developing in peace. We can ultimately rely on our martial soul fusion skill to carve out a way forward. In the future, we might even be able to return to the star Luo Empire. But if you choose this kid, can he protect you? Come with me now. Let me deal with this kid, and our future will be bright. Dai Mu Bai passionately finished speaking, his face regaining confidence and arrogance. He didn't believe his words wouldn't move Zhu Zhuqing. Just the martial soul fusion skill alone would make her reluctant to give it up. Moreover, that kid, even if we don't mention strength, does he have even 1/10 of your charm? He is a prince. Even a fool knows how to choose. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward. Dai Mu Bai revealed a triumphant smile, feeling like a spring breeze, even casting a contemptuous glance at Luo Yu. He slowly opened his arms, confidently welcoming her to his side. Zhu Zhuqing stopped and said with an unruffled tone, Dai Mu Bai, since we're old friends, let me advise you one last time. Don't provoke him. Leave now, or you will die. Dai Mu Bai's smile abruptly stopped, never expecting this outcome. At that moment, the sisters in the room had finished dressing and came out, caressing his shoulder flirtatiously. Young Master Dai, it's just a woman, not worth your anger. We are here with you. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed and turned to walk towards Luo Yu. Get lost. Dai Mu Bai shoved them away. With the support of soul power, the two women were roughly thrown against the wall of the corridor. He didn't even look at the two women again, his eyes fixed on Luo Yu. His brows furrowed tightly, and his voice was as furious as an angry lion, filled with endless coldness. Kid, the root of all evil is because of you. Today, I will tear you apart into pieces. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly turned around, her tone eerie. Dai Mu Bai, do you really want to die? Are you going to protect him? Dai Mu Bai sneered repeatedly, squeezing his massive tiger paw, a look of arrogant disdain crossing his face. I warn you, if you don't get out of the way, I'll take you down too. I'm going to kill him today. Even the king of heaven can't protect you. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly laughed, stepping aside and making a gesture to invite him in. I have already warned you, since you seek death, then take care of yourself. Dai Mu Bai threw back his head and laughed, his tone rising, almost insane. Are you kidding me? I, Dai Mu Bai, 15 years old, level 37 battle soul master. Want to kill me? Does he even qualify? Boom. Third soul skill. White tiger transformation. Terrifying muscle contours emerged with black patterns. His tiger paws expanded once again. His whole body enveloped in dazzling golden light, and his blood-red eyes exuded the aura of the king of beasts. He stepped towards Luo Yu, each step causing the entire building to tremble. With a cruel look of disdain at the corner of his mouth, he didn't want to crush his opponent directly. That would be boring. He wanted to slowly eat away at his opponent's psyche, magnifying their fear, forcing them to kneel before him, letting Zhu Zhuqing see how inadequate the man she chose was. Dai Mu Bai grinned menacingly and said, Kid, if you're scared, just say it. Kneel and call me Grandpa, and I might consider sparing your life. Luo Yu shook his head and sighed. It seems you took others' reminders as mere whispers. I can't figure out who gave you such confidence to be so arrogant. Dai Mu Bai smirked. Kid, do you think I'm as foolish as others? I know you may have your own trump cards. However, my third soul ring is the top-tier 1,000-year soul ring, and the soul skill I obtained perfectly complements my top-tier beast martial soul. My strength, attack, and defense will be doubled. What do you have to compare with me? Hearing Dai Mu Bai boast about his 1,000-year soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't bear to look. A stunning red figure flashed through her mind. The two men were compared invisibly. One flaunted his 1,000-year-soul ring, while the other kept a low profile with his 100,000-year-soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing felt a stir in her heart as she cast her gaze toward Luo Yu, her eyes flickering. She knew that Dai Mubai was finished today. Chapter 48. The dragon god martial soul appears, crushing the evil-eyed white tiger, rubbing against the floor. Bang, bang, bang. Dai Mubai was bathed in the golden light of a white tiger transformation. Tiger steps and dragon strides approached. Each step left a deep footprint in the ground. Exaggerated muscles radiating fierce blood power, sharp tiger claws exuding a blade-like cold gleam. He looked down from above, gazing condescendingly at Luo Yu. Dai Mubai was confident. At the same age, he was invincible with no rivals. Even if there were, it wouldn't be this plain-looking kid in front of him. He displayed a cruel smile, like a cat mocking a mouse, cold and proud. Zhu Zhuqing, look at the man you fancy. Why isn't he daring to speak now? Today, I will completely crush this man in front of you, shattering his dignity into pieces. Let you know who the true strong one is. Get ready to regret it. Zhu Zhuqing, the stunning black-clad girl, shook her head nearby, indicating that this person was beyond saving. Her beautiful eyes were filled with immense sympathy. Dai Mubai's tragedy was already destined for provoking this calamity. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. Dai Mubai twisted his feet, erupting with pale light. His figure surged out, and a ferocious white tiger phantom appeared in the air, bringing with it a fierce wind as it pounced toward Luo Yu. The floor shook violently, and the chandelier on the ceiling instantly shattered, dust falling in clusters. The white tiger phantom came at full force. Dai Mubai had already rushed in with overwhelming momentum. Looking at Luo Yu, who remained motionless and unresponsive, he revealed a fierce expression and grinned menacingly. I'm a top-tier assault-type beast martial soul, unmatched in attack. Since you dare to be so arrogant, then die. Whoosh! Dai Mubai, filled with invincible confidence, flexed his muscular arms, suddenly exerting force. Swinging the enormous, sharp tiger claw, it produced a sonic boom as it viciously struck toward Luo Yu's head. The next second, it seemed like brain matter would burst. Dai Mubai's lips had already formed a victorious smile in advance. Bang! A muffled sound, a fierce wind surged. Dai Mubai's expression froze, his pupils constricted. The gigantic tiger claw, seemingly with the strength of 10,000 pounds, was firmly stopped by a pair of hands as clear as jade, unable to advance even a fraction. Luo Yu looked at the shocked eyes of the other person with indifference, shook his head and sighed. He originally didn't want to bother with you, but since you were so eager to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Dai Mubai seemed to have his throat choked, his voice becoming shrill due to excessive surprise. You haven't even summoned your martial soul. How could you possibly withstand my white tiger Vajra transformation? Luo Yu's black eyes became even deeper as he said calmly, Dai Mubai, your white tiger martial soul may indeed have some arrogant capital to show off in front of others, but when it comes to me, you might as well save it. You're talking nonsense. Dai Mubai roared in anger, his veins instantly bulging as his soul power surged wildly. A powerful, explosive force erupted from his body, and a pair of sharp claws seemed to stir up a fierce wind, each strike lethal. A thunderous dragon roar echoed. Luo Yu's gaze was cold. His long black hair flowed without wind, and a nine-colored radiance erupted from his body. The dragon god, martial soul, suddenly appeared, and the overwhelming power of blood and energy condensed around him, causing the intense dragon might to make Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul flicker and waver. Boom! This time, Luo Yu moved. He did not dodge or evade, directly facing the opponent's frenzied attack. Bang, bang, bang! The punches collided, and though it was a clash of muscles, it resonated with a series of metallic sounds. There was no suspense. The wildly ferocious Dai Mubai was forced to retreat step by step. His sharp tiger claws shattered by Luo Yu's 3 punches, with nails splintering and blood flowing. The so-called white tiger diamond transformation seemed like a joke in front of Luo Yu, who was possessed by the dragon god martial soul. Awoo! The white tiger let out a mournful cry as Dai Mubai's painful and piercing scream echoed. His thick, bull-like arms were actually bent and twisted into a grotesque shape by Luo Yu's sheer force. Crash! Everything was just beginning. Luo Yu's face showed a fierce determination as he unleashed punch after punch, bathed in divine light, resembling a battle immortal descending to the mortal realm. Each strike landed with force, leaving Dai Mubai utterly defenseless. His chest caved in, and he spat out blood. The so-called resistance was merely a futile struggle against overwhelming odds. Zhu Zhuqing stood by, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes reflecting the figure of the fallen immortal, completely shocked. She had known from the start that Dai Mu Bai would be in for a rough time, but having warned him and him not heeding her advice, it could only be said that he deserved it. What left her mind reeling was what she had seen. Wasn't this man's martial soul a long sword? What had just appeared was a dragon shadow, right? What was this overwhelming, explosive power? Dai Mu Bai's white tiger martial soul was already a top-tier beast martial soul. But when faced with the man's 9-color dragon shadow, it seemed to turn into a little kitten, as if there were an insurmountable gap. What kind of level was this martial soul? Also, could he be a twin martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock at the mere thought, astonished at how monstrous this man was and how many secrets he was hiding. It was simply terrifying. Zhu Zhuqing, watching from a distance, had her red lips agape, as if she could fit a fruit in there. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. Watching Dai Mu Bai being brutally beaten, the imposing figure of the man radiated power. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like stars, her heart fluttering, feeling somewhat confused and infatuated. After all, he was her man. She instinctively touched her slightly aching lower abdomen. Immensely relieved by her earlier decision, everything she had given was worth it. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing thought that perhaps the hardships of the past were merely heaven's way of tempering her, so she could meet such a desirable husband. She had to seize this opportunity. The words the man had spoken were etched in her heart like iron rules. Boom! Another loud sound echoed, causing the entire building to tremble. Finally, it returned to complete calm. Dust and smoke filled the corridor, with a faint smell of blood mingling in the murky air. As the dust settled, the Zhu sisters saw the scene before them, and their delicate bodies trembled, taking a sharp breath. It was too ruthless, too brutal. Luo Yu knelt on one knee, one hand tightly gripping Dai Mu Bai's neck, violently smashing his head into the ground, embedding it into the floorboards. His body reverted to its original form. The white tiger martial soul had collapsed. His chest caved in and battered, as if countless fist marks covered him. His body was drenched in blood, continuously bleeding. Crack, crack. The ground split open with numerous spiderweb-like cracks. Luo Yu exerted force with his palm, pulling back hard, and Dai Mu Bai was yanked out, bringing up countless fragments of stone. That handsome face, once filled with a devilish aura, was now swollen beyond recognition, and his once piercing eyes were dull and lifeless. All arrogance and dominance had vanished, leaving only endless panic. Luo Yu grinned, revealing a charming smile. How about it? Are you enjoying it now? Chapter 49. The White Tiger Crouching. Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming sense of security. The hotel corridor was in disarray, with pits and debris everywhere. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister covered their cherry lips, staring in shock at the scene ahead. Incredulous exclamations echoed around. Impossible. How could I possibly lose? And how could I lose so badly? Dai Mu Bai's evil eyes dimmed, revealing a dazed expression. He couldn't believe the reality he was facing. What a huge irony. In just an instant, the man he had just mocked had defeated him in a heartbeat. Now, not only was he experiencing excruciating pain all over his body, but what terrified Dai Mu Bai even more was that his once proud white tiger martial soul was trembling within him. It was as if he had encountered an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, an absolute suppression at the level of martial souls. His white tiger diamond transformation, the so-called top-tier millennium soul skill, seemed like a joke before the opponent's iron fist. Like paper, he had no power to resist. That iron claw-like hand was tightly gripping his throat, and the smiling face was like that of the Grim Reaper, making him tremble in horror. What kind of person are you? Blood seeped from Dai Mu Bai's mouth, and his eyelids trembled. Naturally, someone you can't provoke. Luo Yu replied with a faint smile, applying more force with his hand. Crack! Dai Mu Bai's eyes bulged, his neck turning a purple hue, struggling like a drowning person, his face showing an expression of extreme fear and pleading. Please, let me go. The humble plea echoed from Dai Mu Bai's throat. Let you go? You must be joking with me. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Luo Yu showed a strong expression of mockery. What's wrong? Now you know fear. Sorry, it's too late. Crack, crack. Dai Mu Bai's bones made cracking sounds. His breath grew weaker, on the verge of death. Wait. Zhu Zhuqing's voice suddenly came. Luo Yu exerted force in his palm and paused. He glanced sideways. The stunning girl pursed her red lips and walked over with a flicker in her eyes. Can you not kill him first? Okay. Luo Yu did not hesitate and swung his arm. With a bang, Dai Mu Bai was smashed against the wall like a rag. Upon seeing Luo Yu's decisiveness, Zhu Zhuqing looked surprised and stammered. Aren't you going to ask me why? Luo Yu took out a white handkerchief and wiped the dust off his hands, speaking in an indifferent tone. After all, he is just a waste, not capable of anything significant. It doesn't matter when he dies. Dai Mu Bai had already gotten up from the ground, covering his neck with lingering fear, gasping for breath, and looking gratefully at Zhu Zhuqing, feeling that he hadn't lost completely. She must have her own reasons. Otherwise, why would she plead for him? Zhu Zhuqing cautiously looked into Luo Yu's eyes, as if afraid he might misunderstand something, and weakly said, "Actually, I don't want to cause you trouble because of my issues. This guy is from Shrek, and I'm afraid if you kill him, the Academy's teachers will come to take revenge on you." Dai Mu Bai, who had initially felt pleased, suddenly looked dumbfounded, his body shaking violently as if struck by lightning. In contrast, Luo Yu felt a slight displeasure rise within him, but he didn't show it on his face. However, upon realizing that Zhu Zhuqing was thinking of him, that displeasure immediately dissipated. Zhu Zhuqing noticed that the man remained silent, and for some reason, she felt inexplicably anxious. Having witnessed Dai Mu Bai's arrogant demeanor and his ugly pleas for mercy when defeated, Zhu Zhuqing was already extremely disappointed in him, and at this moment, she had no thoughts left for him. Now, she was worried about Luo Yu's thoughts. He wouldn't misunderstand me, would he? Zhu Zhuqing's small face turned pale, and she hurriedly explained, "I really am not concerned about him. I'm just afraid that my issues will bring you trouble and create a strong enemy for no reason." Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders, feeling that since they had already provoked him, not killing him would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Zhu Zhuqing's next words made Dai Mu Bai, who was already feeling down, even more desperate. "The last time you control my sister, why not give him a pill too? That way, you won't dare to speak recklessly." Hiss. Luo Yu's gaze suddenly became strange. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhu Zhuqing said somewhat shyly. Luo Yu clicked her tongue and said, "You're really ruthless." Zhu Zhuqing stamped her feet repeatedly and huffed. "I helped you come up with ideas just to reduce trouble. And you still want to mock me? I don't want to talk to you anymore." Cough, cough. "Isn't it strange? He's your fiancé, and I have nothing to do with you. Why are you helping me? Who said we have nothing to do with each other?" Zhu Zhuqing immediately pouted. "You are my savior. Without you, I would have been dead." She then coldly looked at Dai Mu Bai, asking, "What has this man done for me? He only leaves me in danger while he goes out enjoying himself with other women, and then says I'm just a decoration that can only be looked at but not used. How can I have any good feelings for him? There's no friendship, only hatred." Dai Mu Bai's face turned ashen at that moment. Every word Zhu Zhuqing said was like a knife cutting into him, making him feel worse than death. And the worst part was that what she said was all true, leaving him with no way to refute it. Luo Yu slowly got up and reached out to stroke the long black hair of Zhu Zhuqing. The woman did not refuse, allowing the man to act. The sound of rustling filled the air. Zhu Zhuqing felt the warmth from the large hand, and her heart, which had been wounded by Dai Mu Bai, began to warm up. The indifference on her face disappeared, replaced by gentleness and relief. "All right, I understand what you mean. I'll handle the rest." Luo Yu retracted his hand and walked towards Dai Mu Bai in the corner of the wall. As his hand left, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of loss. Looking at the man's back, she suddenly realized that she had unknowingly developed a strong dependence on him, having lacked a sense of security since childhood. Suddenly, a tearing sound. A large piece of fabric was torn from Dai Mu Bai's clothing by Luo Yu and thrown on the ground. "What are you doing?" Luo Yu sneered. "I ask you, do you want to live or die? If you want to live, then I want to live. Please spare my life. I was blind to your worth." Dai Mu Bai answered in panic. Then right above, Luo Yu pointed to the cloth strip. "Right what?" Dai Mu Bai was taken aback. Luo Yu squinted his eyes. "Isn't your engagement with her still valid?" Dai Mu Bai shook his head repeatedly, his lips still bleeding. "It's not valid. It's not valid. You and her are truly a match made in heaven." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhu Zhuqing beside him spat angrily, her face flushed, but she didn't speak up to refute. Luo Yu stared, not understanding what to write. Dai Mu Bai shivered slightly, and then said helplessly, "You see, I don't have a pen either." Luo Yu's eyes flashed. It seemed that your bloodshed was still not enough. Dai Mu's gaze trembled as he immediately knelt on the ground, dipped his fingers in the bloodstains, and tremblingly wrote a line of blood letters, respectfully handing it to Luo Yu, his eyes filled with a pleading expression. "I, Dai Mu Bai, feel unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing, and from today onward, the marriage contract is invalid." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes showed relief. The shackles that her family had imposed on her for many years were finally lifted. From now on, she would be free. Zhu Zhuqing cast a grateful glance at the man, as if her life had started to brighten little by little since she met him. I have done everything you asked me to do. Can you let me go now? Dai Mubai pleaded. Luo Yu glanced at him and said, do you think everyone else is a fool? I wouldn't dare. Dai Mubai seemed to have his thoughts instantly seen through. He opened his mouth. Whoosh! A black pill flew into Dai Mubai's mouth. What did you make me eat? Dai Mubai exclaimed in fear. Luo Yubing said coldly. No need to say more. As long as you behave yourself, nothing will happen. If you dare to have any crooked thoughts and bring people to cause trouble, no one will be able to save you then. Shrek, no way. The Star Luo Empire. The same goes for that. The cold killing intent flashing in Luo Yu's eyes instantly reminded Dai Mubai of the fear he had experienced earlier. He no longer dared to cause trouble, thinking, these injuries are all my own doing and have nothing to do with anyone else. Just leave. Luo Yu let a cold snort. Dai Mubai felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, stumbling away without even bothering to help the two twins who had been knocked unconscious by the aftershock. Stop! Dai Mubai's footsteps halted abruptly, and he turned back in panic. Luo Yu frowned, thinking he could just get up and leave. First, clean up the hallway, help with the repairs where needed, compensate for the damages, and call back those who ran out. All right, I'll do it. Dai Mubai quickly started moving stones and cleaning the scene. Zhu Zhuqing watched from behind, feeling dizzy. The man's dominance made her completely fall for him. So manly, so reassuring. Let us go back to the room. Luo Yu turned to walk back. Yes, master. Zhu Zhuqing's heart and eyes were filled with thoughts of the man. Dai Mubai noticed Zhu Zhuqing and heard her refer to Luo Yu as master, and his heart trembled. Master? Isn't she Davis's fiancée? What's going on? Chapter 50. The Sisters' Inquiry, Achieving Hidden Accomplishment. Generous Rewards. Bang. The door closed. Dai Mubai stared blankly as the man led the Zhu sisters into the room. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. The two twins by his side were only mediocre in looks. How could they possibly compare to the fiery and unparalleled Zhu sisters? The difference in temperament was like heaven and earth. Why wasn't he the one who got to embrace the beauty? Dai Mubai, frustrated, was about to swing his hand to smash the wall, but his movements suddenly froze. The pain in his body made him deeply aware of the man's terror, and he didn't dare show it. He didn't want to die yet. Who exactly is this man? And how did he manage to win over such a proud woman like Zhu Zhuqing? Dai Mubai fell into doubt. He remembered how proud Zhu Zhuqing was when facing him, like a princess, yet she called this man master. In that moment, Dai Mubai almost thought he was seeing things. Is this really the aloof Zhu Zhuqing he knew? It felt too fake. Hiss. The pain of his wounds and the departure of the woman made Dai Mubai extremely frustrated. He cast a resentful glance at the door, gritted his teeth, and quietly swore vengeance. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Just you wait. With this in mind, Dai Mubai began to seriously clean and repair the corridor, lifting one broken brick after another, returning to the pink suite filled with ambiguous vibes. As soon as the door closed, Zhu Zhuqing pounced in front of Luo Yu like a curious baby. Master, you're not a twin martial soul, are you? Earlier, I saw you as an ethereal sword immortal, and now with the second martial soul, you turn into a violent demon god. That is way too wild. But I really like it. Zhu Zhuqing, can you please be a bit more reserved and not be so infatuated? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't stand it and scolded her. The woman, flaunting her impressive assets, raised her snowy neck and said, Sister, I'm happy. He is not your man. He is my master. I can do whatever I want. You have no say. Zhu Zhuqing, you're going too far. Zhu Zhuqing glared with round eyes, filled with anger. What? Is this too far? To be honest, as long as the master is willing. I even want to have his babies. Do you still want to maintain your dignity? Zhu Zhuqing's little face turned red with anger. Dignity? Zhu Zhuqing raised her eyebrows. If losing dignity could win a master's favor, then I would give it all up. It's all yours. All right, you two be quiet for a moment. Luo Yu's body trembled, and the two sisters instantly wilted. However, they still exchanged glances, like children, making faces at each other. I'm tired. I need to rest. Luo Yu yawned and, disregarding the two girls, walked into the bedroom. Luo Yu had just comfortably laid down on the bed, and within mere seconds of closing his eyes, he felt a fragrant breeze sweep in and sensed a movement beside him. He opened his eyes in shock. Two women had appeared on the bed, one on each side of him. The one on the left was fiery and enchanting, with alluring eyes and luscious red lips, wearing a black strapless top that could barely contain her extraordinary assets. The one on the right was pure and charming, with a youthful face, but a completely different, alluring figure, creating a strong contrast. Her black leather outfit accentuated her perfect S-shaped body. The two women's stunningly beautiful faces were strikingly similar, and being together on the same ambiguous heart-shaped bed heightened the man's senses. At this moment, even a monk in deep meditation would probably have his heart racing. The twin sisters, Zhu Zhuqing, were now filled with uncontainable curiosity in their eyes, staring at him and scanning his body up and down, as if they were trying to uncover something. Luo Yu tightened his clothes and said vigilantly, "What are you trying to do while I'm sleeping? You better not mess around. I'm an honest person." Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance filled with charm, implying that she knew exactly what kind of person he was. Zhu Zhuqing then lightly snorted, stuck out her tongue, and made an exaggerated expression as if she were about to gag. Luo Yu immediately snorted, "You two are crossing the line, climbing into my bed in the middle of the night, not letting anyone sleep." Zhu Zhuqing said shyly, "What are you pretending for? I didn't know who it was before, but resting your head on my legs is one thing. Your hand and not behaving either. Do you really think I don't know?" "Exactly," Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, recalling the indescribable events in the bathroom. Being open and bold, her face was flushed. "Speaking of which, you know I'm not behaving, yet you specifically come to my bed." Luo Yu had a teasing expression. "Could it be that you two really have improper intentions towards me?" "Shameless. Not all." "Oh, so you two are teaming up against me, huh? Since both of you said so, if I don't show off a little, it will be too unfair to you." Luo Yu instantly got up, both hands reaching towards the slender, smooth legs of the two women. Zhu Zhuqing quickly dodged, avoiding the man's grasp. Looking up, she found that her sister had no intention of avoiding it at all, standing still and even seeming to lean forward a bit, allowing the man to stroke her beautiful legs. Slap! Luo Yu felt a tap on the back of his hand and glared. "Zhu Zhuqing, why did you hit me? Don't touch my sister." Zhu Zhuqing said angrily. Luo Yu had a ghostly expression, looking left and right. "When did you sisters become so close? You're just not allowed to touch." Zhu Zhuqing's momentum weakened as she muttered. In fact, she didn't really care whether Zhu Zhuqing would be touched or not. But if the one doing the touching was Luo Yu, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Luo Yu was speechless and said, "What exactly is going on with you two? To speak up." Zhu Zhuqing and her sister exchanged a glance, looking like curious little babies. "What is your true identity? And how many secrets are there that we sisters don't know about?" Luo Yu shook her head and said, "Let's talk about it later." Zhu Zhuqing fluttered her eyelashes, her sparkling eyes sending flirtatious glances, "But it's already later." "Sister, what are you talking about?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. "Ahem, ahem, ahem." Luo Yu initially didn't react until he saw the woman's ambiguous gaze. This girl was too lewd. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes revealed anticipation. "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Can we see your martial soul again? It feels so powerful." When it appeared, I felt my nethercat martial soul trembling. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, seemingly reminiscing. "When your martial soul appeared just now, I felt like my martial soul had a special sensation. Wasn't it fear?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at her sister. "I feel like my experience is different from yours. It wasn't fear." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, unable to articulate it clearly. After hearing her sister say this, Zhu Zhuqing became even more curious about Luo Yu's martial soul, feeling a bit resentful. "It's all Dai Mubai's fault for being too weak. We didn't even get to see the martial soul clearly before the battle ended." Luo Yu's lips curled slightly, showing no coldness towards his enemy, but instead revealing a hint of mischief. Just looking wouldn't do. So smooch. Before he could finish his sentence, his cheek was attacked by the beautiful red lips. "Zhu Zhuqing, what are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing was unhappy, her lips instantly pouting high, not even understanding why she was so angry. "Sister wants to see the martial soul. I'll give him whatever he wants." Zhu Zhuqing was nearly driven to the brink of anger. "All right, you're the last one." Luo Yu's mischievous aura was palpable. "I don't want to. It's too embarrassing." Zhu Zhuqing covered her face, shaking her head repeatedly. "Then forget it." Luo Yu leaned back with his arms as a pillow. "No way." Zhu Zhuqing was a bit anxious. When the man's martial soul appeared earlier, she felt a special tremor from her own martial soul. However, before she could fully comprehend what was happening, he retracted his martial soul. "Qinger, the master has saved you 2 or 3 times and is so good to you. Isn't it reasonable to give him a kiss?" Zhu Zhuqing said earnestly. "No way, I don't want to be like you." The girl blushed furiously, and she suddenly realized that her feelings were merely shyness, not rejection. Zhu Zhuqing leaned close to her sister's ear and suddenly whispered something. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes trembled, first hesitating, then steeling herself. Although her face was flushed, she still leaned down and planted a kiss on Luo Yu's face. This scene stunned Luo Yu. What's going on? What did Zhu Zhuqing say to her? How did this girl suddenly become so bold? While he was surprised, a series of electronic sounds suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a hidden achievement. Successfully collected 5 goddess kisses, receiving a hidden achievement reward package. God-level movement technique, celestial wind, moon, gazing step. God-level sword technique, swift wind, thousand sword technique. Chapter 51. A mere twin martial soul. The Empress is truly my woman. The system's voice just finished. Luo Yu hadn't had the chance to ask a question when his mind suddenly exploded with a loud bang, plunging him into a state of distraction. It was as if he had entered another world, where he saw an ethereal old man standing atop a mountain peak, gazing up at the sun, moon, and stars. The old man took a step forward, and as he did, it seemed as though countless clouds and mist sprang forth beneath his feet, his figure transforming into thousands of illusions, ultimately condensing into one, soaring through the void, chasing stars, and embracing the moon. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yu felt a spark of inspiration in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending the god-level footwork. Celestial wind moon viewing step. The scene shifted, and Luo Yu found himself in a new world. On a battlefield filled with flying flesh and blood. A man clad in silver shoulder armor and a long cloak stood alone, wielding a long blade, facing hundreds or thousands of enemies with an arrogant demeanor. Unafraid in the slightest, he swung his sharp blade, creating illusions as a fierce wind arose. Amidst the flickering silver light, it seemed that countless fierce gusts of wind surged forth, with millions of sword shadows mixed in the tempest, sweeping across all directions and sweeping the fields. In Luo Yu's eyes, the countless sword shadows mixed in the howling wind were reflected, and a sudden realization struck him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the god-level sword technique. Gale, thousand swords technique. All the magnificent visions suddenly vanished, and Luo Yu's mind returned to reality once again. Are you okay? The fiery Zhu Zhuqing had crawled over from the bedside, curiously waving her jade hand in front of him. I'm fine. Luo Yu shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. To the two women, he might have just been lost in thought for a brief moment, but in the spiritual world, it felt as if a long time had passed. It seemed that the system intentionally wanted him to experience firsthand the power of these two divine skills after they reached perfection. With this experience, he felt that he had not only gained a flexible and varied footwork and exquisite swordsmanship, but also a deeper understanding of the sword path. The two powerful martial souls bestowed upon him unparalleled strength. And now, these two divine skills provided him with the techniques to perfectly wield that power. Strength without technique is like a brute bear, while technique without strength is just flowery fists and embroidered legs. The true path lies in the combination of both strength and skill. With the long-missing shortcoming filled, Luo Yu naturally felt joy in his heart. He didn't expect there to be hidden achievements, and the rewards were so generous and considerate. He was now lost in thought. Collecting kisses from 5 goddesses could summon rewards. What if it were 10? Perhaps he was thinking too narrowly. If he extrapolated, could there be other hidden achievements, like sleeping 10? Cough. Luo Yu showed a strange expression and scolded himself. I'm a serious person and never think wildly. Sister, why do I feel like he suddenly has a somewhat creepy smile? Zhu Zhuqing pointed at Luo Yu, weakly shifting her voluptuous body back a bit. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled, teasingly said, maybe the master is thinking about how to eat you, little kitty. Huh? Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned crimson. Slap. Zhu Zhuqing's curvy rear was smacked by a big hand, producing a crisp sound. Luo Yu shot her a glare and said, don't talk nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person? Zhu Zhuqing pouted her red lips and kept rubbing her little butt. Without even looking, it was obvious that there would be marks. This man was serious. Am I that kind of person? Luo Yu asked again. No, master is definitely not that kind of person. Zhu Zhuqing replied hastily, her voice raised. Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders and looked innocently at Zhu Zhuqing. See, even your sister says I'm a good person. Zhu Zhuqing, standing aside, secretly rolled her eyes and thought, isn't it strange? I saw you didn't hesitate at all before, directly taking advantage of someone in the bathroom. You kissed her too, so your martial soul can show us a bit, right? Zhu Zhuqing's shy gaze was filled with strong curiosity. Isn't it just a martial soul? Easy to talk about. Luo Yu circulated his soul power, consciously restraining it, so as not to create too much of commotion. A dragon shadow quietly appeared, surrounded by a 9-colored divine light, with rich and powerful blood energy surging forth. Just the overwhelming dragon might that was emanating made the Zhu sisters feel frightened. The sisters widened their beautiful eyes. They were already astonished when they saw the man's martial soul from a distance. Now observing it up close on the same bed, they could feel the extraordinary dominance of this martial soul. Master, what kind of martial soul is this? It's too terrifying. Zhu Zhiyun's stunning face was filled with shock. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed nervously, her delicate fingers poking at Zhu Zhiyun's slender waist. Sister, you've got the focus of your shock wrong. This guy has a twin martial soul. Zhu Zhiyun's delicate body trembled. She was so intimidated by the dragon god martial soul that she almost forgot the man had another martial soul. That mysterious long sword martial soul. Why you? Zhu Zhuqing's throat trembled as she spoke. Zhu Zhiyun's enchanting eyes sparkled with various colors. Luo Yu waved his hand. There's no need to be so surprised. It's just a twin martial soul, not just me who has it on Douluo. Hiss. The two sisters' beautiful eyes trembled, and their hearts twitched for a moment. Goodness, just a twin martial soul? Do you hear what people are saying? What more do you want? The man's calm demeanor was driving the two women crazy. They stared at him without blinking for a long time, really unable to find even a hint of smugness on his face. That was a bit frightening. This indicated that the other party probably really didn't care much about having a twin martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was complicated, and she couldn't help but ask, do you know what having a twin martial soul means? Yes, Luo Yu nodded. Zhu Zhuqing, who usually had a calm mindset, breathed rapidly. Then do you know that the last owner of a twin martial soul has already become the most powerful empress in Douluo continent? How can I not know? Luo Yu rolled his eyes. That's my woman. What did you say? Zhu Zhuqing and her sister exclaimed in unison, covering their lips. That just slipped out. Luo Yu's expression paused for a moment, and finally, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. Since that's the case, I won't hide it from you two anymore. I'll come clean. Queen Bibi Dong is my woman. The two sisters blinked their eyes, looking at the man's serious gaze, and suddenly burst into laughter. Their laughter was vibrant and captivating, full of charm. Luo Yu's face was filled with speechlessness. Really? Is it that funny? Zhu Zhuqing was on the verge of tears from laughing. Please take your joke seriously, old man. Playing around is one thing, but you can't joke about the Empress. She is a top-tier genius in the history of Douluo continent, and she is a genius who has grown up the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall. Zhu Zhiyun's eyes also sparkle with admiration. She is a role model for us Douluo women. You have no idea how much I admire Empress Bibi Dong. Luo Yu nodded. All right, then I have a chance to take you all to the Spirit Hall to find her for some fun. TCH, the more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance. If you were born in the same era, you and the Empress might really have a chance. But now the gap is still too big. Zhu Zhiyun looked at him with admiration and encouraged. Master, you possess such talent. I believe your future achievements will definitely not be lower than the Empress's. Luo Yu's mouth twitched, and you two still don't believe me. Stop bragging. If the Empress were your woman, I, Zhu Zhuqing, would serve you on my knees in the future. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, completely unconvinced. She had the fortune of witnessing the Empress's grace, and how could such an icy Empress fall in love with a man? Luo Yu smacked his lips and glanced at Zhu Zhuyin. What about you? Don't you believe it either? Zhu Zhuyin smiled sweetly. The Empress is not your woman, but I, Yinner, am also willing to kneel and serve you. All right. Luo Yu realized that this woman didn't believe it either. By the way, didn't you say before that your body had a reaction when my martial soul appeared? Zhu Zhuyin nodded. Yes, actually I'm currently suppressing the excitement of my martial soul. It feels like there is something special, but I can't quite describe it. Then release your martial soul and let me see what's going on, Luo Yu said, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Chapter 52. Incredible skills can actually help others upgrade their martial souls. Zhu Zhuqing knelt gracefully by the bed, her smooth legs forming an M shape. A hint of suspicion rose on her pretty face, wondering why she didn't feel the same sensation her sister mentioned. Their martial souls were clearly the same. Swish! A flash of dark brilliance passed by as Zhu Zhuyin released her Nether Spirit Cat martial soul. The Nether Spirit Cat is considered one of the top beast martial souls in Douluo continent, but the moment she saw Luo Yu's Dragon God martial soul behind him, she instantly bent her forelegs and crawled in the void, adopting a submissive posture towards the opponent's martial soul. Luo Yu suddenly felt that his Dragon God martial soul seemed to have established a special connection with the other party. Is this what you just mentioned about the martial soul resonance? Luo Yu asked. Zhu Zhuyin frowned, communicating with her martial soul, and finally hesitantly pointed at the phantom of the Dragon God martial soul, saying uncertainly, "It seems like you have the power I need over there." Hmm? Luo Yu focused his mind to sense and attempt to draw upon the power within his martial soul. Roar! A roar echoed from the phantom of the dragon god. Then, a beam of 9-color divine light was unleashed from the dragon's mouth, directly shining upon the crawling nether spirit cat. This scene caught the attention of both Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. Boom! As the nether spirit cat received the illumination of the 9-color divine light, its body suddenly underwent a transformation. Its size instantly surged, becoming more menacing and terrifying. The deep, dark skin began to shimmer with a faint luster. Its sharp teeth rapidly expanded, glinting coldly and becoming even sharper, while its overall form clearly evolved toward a higher level. An incredibly excited roar erupted, not a dragon's roar, but a dramatic change occurred in the nether spirit cat. After a flash of intense radiance, Zhu Zhuqing rubbed her eyes, completely unable to believe what she was seeing. At that moment, the nether spirit cat was no longer just a spirit cat. It had clearly transformed into a terrifying nether saber-toothed tiger. Besides its sharper claws and glistening teeth, a pair of ominous, dark wings had emerged from its back. If not for the feeling of bloodline connection, Zhu Zhuqing would have found it hard to believe that this was still her martial soul. "How does it feel?" Luo Yu asked. Zhu Zhuqing parted her cherry lips, feeling the immense power of the martial soul, and cautiously said, "I feel like my martial soul has become even stronger. You should try to summon your martial soul. That should help you determine it," Luo Yu suggested. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed the shock and countless questions in her heart. She jumped off the bed, her smooth jade foot landing on the pink carpet of the bedroom. Martial soul, manifest. Boom. This time, Zhu Zhuqing's transformation was different from her previous beast form. She became even more enchanting and otherworldly. Of course, the most apparent change was the pair of black wings that sprouted from her back, resembling a dark, seductive angel, with an aura far surpassing before. Just a gentle wave of her palm created a sonic boom, something that had been unimaginable in the past. Feeling the surging power continuously flowing from all parts of her body, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes erupted with an unparalleled shock, mixed with profound joy, making it hard to describe her feelings at that moment. Zhu Zhuqing's voice began to tremble as she looked at Luo Yu, as if he were a deity, asking, "How did you do this? Why has my martial soul suddenly become so powerful?" Luo Yu rubbed his forehead and shook his head, saying, "This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. You saw the whole process just now." Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard and said hesitantly, "No way. Your martial soul only emitted a beam of divine light, and my nether spirit cat can evolve to this extent?" Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes trembled. She witnessed the entire process from the side and was shocked to the point of disbelief. What kind of incredible power does this man possess that he can help others' martial souls evolve? This is terrifying. It is well known that the quality of a martial soul is closely related to a person's combat power. A high-quality martial soul means that the attributes enhanced by the martial soul will be stronger. If the quality of the martial soul is weak, it can only be described as tragic. Not to mention, Zhu Zhuqing now clearly feels that her strength has increased threefold, and her already proficient speed has improved by more than 5 times. The nether spirit cat martial soul only accepted the divine light bestowed by the other party's martial soul and was able to leap directly to the level of the top martial souls. The man's ability to change talents and evolve martial souls is simply unbelievable. Zhu Zhuqing feels that her newfound strength is so unreal, as if she is dreaming. She looked at the man in shock. His ability is even more exaggerated than any support-type soul master. No matter how good a support-type soul master is, they can at most help someone improve their physical condition. This guy is incredible. He directly helps someone evolve their martial soul. Luo Yu shook his head. "Don't look at me like that. I only found out about this today." Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. If it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing being present, she would have probably rushed to Luo Yu's side to give him a sweet kiss. It's no exaggeration to say that the surprise brought to soul masters by the evolution of martial souls is an indescribable thrill. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, "Your methods are simply terrifying. You can actually help with martial soul evolution." Luo Yu shook his head and said thoughtfully, "It shouldn't be that exaggerated. I can feel that the divine light spewed from the dragon's mouth probably has a time limit. It's not a permanent evolution of the martial soul. Even if it's not permanent, it's still quite exaggerated and terrifying. Okay?" Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with lingering shock. "Do you have any idea how frightening your methods are?" Luo Yu didn't say much and continued to try. With a special sense he felt in the depths of his soul, he waved his hand. A nine-color divine light gathered within Zhu Zhuqing, flying out and then disappearing back into the dragon body. Without the divine light, Zhu Zhuqing was instantly reverted to her original form, and all the transformations vanished, turning back into the nether spirit cat. She pouted with resentment. Thinking her master was really stingy, why withdraw so early? She wanted to fully experience this amazing power. However, it was indeed the first time in her life that she felt her martial soul was so strong. It was truly exhilarating and made her reluctant to part with it. By the end of her words, Zhu Zhuqing was already flushed with excitement. She was now wholeheartedly following the man without any second thoughts. Can I try it too? Zhu Zhuqing, though a bit shy, was very curious about that state and wanted to experience the taste of martial soul evolution herself, feeling a tingle of anticipation. She summoned her martial soul, waiting for Luo Yu's bestowal. However, there was no response from the man for a long time. What's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled. Luo Yu shook his head and said, No, it seems that there is a lack of connection with your martial soul, and you can't release the nine-color divine light at all. What's going on? It shouldn't be like this. My sister can do it, so why can't I? Zhu Zhuqing looked confused. Luo Yu and Zhu Zhuqing's hearts skipped a beat as they exchanged glances, seemingly thinking of the same thing simultaneously. No way. Luo Yu's eyes showed a strange expression. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body trembled. Could it be that there was such a benefit to offering oneself? Chapter 53. Beautiful eyes quivering, heart shaking. The pleading girl. Zhu Zhuqing almost instantly confirmed her suspicion. It must be because of the embarrassing things that happened between her and the man in the bathroom that created this connection. There was no other possibility. She and Zhu Zhuqing shared the same bloodline. Their martial souls were indistinguishable, and even their soul skills were quite similar. Why was she special? Why could she experience such a fortunate event as martial soul evolution? Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing's already affectionate gaze became even more passionate, to the point of shining. As she looked gratefully at Luo Yu, everything, all the special things, were because of this man's grace. She could not describe the excitement in her heart. Growing up in such a cold and unfeeling family, Zhu Zhuqing had never trusted anyone, valuing her purity as something extremely important, the most precious thing. After seeing the hidden brilliance in Luo Yu, her heart trembled, and she gritted her teeth, taking the risk to bet her entire happiness on this man she had just met. This would be a huge gamble. If the man's character was questionable, she would have nothing from then on, and her life would fall into the darkest, most desperate state. Davis would never let her go. If there was still some hesitation and anxiety in her heart before, now, being close to the man and smelling his strong, masculine aura, Zhu Zhuqing felt incredibly at ease. She was grateful that she made the most correct decision of her life. This man before her, although she had not seen his full appearance, just the bit of temperament and talent he displayed had already brought endless shock and surprise to her and her sister. As Zhu Zhuqing's heart was shaken, a strong premonition suddenly arose. She recalled a legend. In the north, there is a mysterious bird that hides in the deep mountains and does not sing for 3 years. When it finally does sing, it is astonishing. Wasn't this enigmatic man before her the same? He was probably just playing around in the world right now. When the day came that he no longer wanted to play, he would never keep a low profile like this. By then, the entire continent would tremble and be shocked by him. A heaven-defying, twin martial soul. A monstrous 100,000-year soul ring. Casually taking a nap could lead to his martial soul evolving. And this was just the tip of the iceberg of his strength. What kind of terrifying man had she followed? Zhu Zhuqing's crystal-clear, watery eyes instantly became dreamy, filled with infinite expectations. The man's mystery and power completely conquered her, both body and soul. Sister, why does your martial soul react to him, but mine doesn't? Zhu Zhuqing pouted, her pretty face full of envy, continuously shaking Zhu Zhuqing's arm, pulling her thoughts back. Do you want to be like your sister? Zhu Zhuqing's red lips curled up. That's martial soul evolution. As long as I'm strong enough, my family will no longer be able to control me. The pure girl with a youthful face revealed a longing gaze. Silly sister, what good is it to tell your sister this? Go ask that man beside you, as long as he is willing to help you. Do you still need to be afraid of our scummy family? Zhu Zhuqing shyly glanced at Luo Yu, proudly lifting her neck, and huffed. I don't want to be useless like you. Girls should be self-reliant. If I beg him, he'll just use it against me. Are you sure? You want to take a shortcut? Zhu Zhuqing's red lips curved into a seductive arc. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled, firmly declaring, in the future, if I want to be with a man, it will only be because I like him, not for some other messy reasons. Oh, I understand now. Zhu Zhuqing nodded with a smile. What do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing became anxious. You haven't told me how your martial soul evolved. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her. Didn't you just say you want to rely on yourself to get stronger and not depend on men? Yeah. Then why are you asking? Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's little face was confused. What do you mean? Zhu Zhuqing smiled playfully and pointed at Luo Yu. My martial soul undergoes a mutation. That's all thanks to the master's grace. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly froze. Her neck stiffly turning to look at the man beside her who was yawning and doing nothing. Just after saying she wouldn't rely on others. She never expected to be slapped in the face so quickly. She bit her thin lips, her heart falling into hesitation. This was not a small matter. It was the temptation of martial soul evolution. Which soul master did not dream of such an opportunity? Luo Yu shook his head and pushed his hand away, saying, Don't look at me, I don't know anything. No. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said firmly, I know what kind of talent my sister has. The evolution of the martial soul must be because you helped. Sai, a certain woman just swore that it was all thanks to herself. How come now? Sister, shut up. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and glared at Zhu Zhuqing. All right, I won't say anything. This slippery little face feels so painful. The alluring mature woman revealed a sexy and teasing smile. Zhu Zhuqing ignored the teasing, her beautiful black eyes eagerly gazing at the man, remaining silent, while faint bite marks appeared on her peach-like red lips. Luo Yu is feeling a bit overwhelmed right now. Can he help with this? He is afraid that if he speaks up, he might get attacked with a flurry of punches and then be called a rogue. Ahem, I'm sorry, but I can't help with this, Luo Yu said, refusing. Zhu Zhuqing bit her red lips, her pretty face buried in her ample bosom, and softly said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have boasted earlier. I'm begging you to help me. I really need to improve my martial soul. Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders. You saw it just now. That's not permanent evolution. It's time-limited. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head repeatedly. It's okay. If I can experience such an opportunity, maybe I can seize the chance for my martial soul to evolve. But I really can't help with this. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and her gentle voice trembled slightly. Actually, you've saved me time and again, and I have no way to repay you. I shouldn't trouble you again, but the family power is really strong, and with my current strength, I can't resist them. Luo Yu waved his hand dismissively and said, Isn't it just the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? It's no big deal. Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a long time. In fact, what she was thinking was that if she relied on men for everything, she would feel useless and was also afraid that men would see her as just a pretty vase. She didn't want that. In truth, Zhuqing also wanted to impress her benefactor. A faint sigh echoed in the girl's heart, but she was too shy to voice it. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing's decisive dedication, facing the excellence of men made Zhu Zhuqing feel a bit inferior and eager to catch up. Silly little sister. Actually, the master doesn't want to help you. He just knows you definitely wouldn't agree to that method. What method? Zhu Zhuqing looked sideways at her sister. If you can do it, why can't I? Of course you can't. At that moment, the smile on Zhu Zhuqing's face seemed to Luo Yu like a big bad wolf deceiving a good woman. Quickly tell me. I can definitely do it. Zhu Zhuqing urged. Are you sure? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. I'm sure. I slept with the master, can you? I can. Faced with her sister's provocative words, Zhu Zhuqing answered without thinking. It wasn't until she saw the strange looks exchanged between the two that she realized. Her face burned like fire, turning red. What the heck? How can sleeping with someone help evolve a martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing's shy voice echoed in the bedroom. Chapter 54, Crazy Jealousy, Progress with the Goddess, 100. See, you kept asking, and even when they told you, you still didn't believe it. Zhu Zhuqing gave her a big eye roll. The bright girl covered her flushed face, shyly shaking her head repeatedly. Nonsense. How could that possibly help someone evolve their martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing shrugged, lightheartedly saying, Do as you wish if you don't believe it. That's fine. Zhu Zhuqing gradually calmed down, lowering her small hand, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the other. You really didn't lie to me? Why would I lie to you? Have you ever seen an older sister who would actively push her younger sister into a man's arms? Zhu Zhuqing wore a look that said believe it or not. Luo Yu couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain beside her, thinking, Isn't that you? Zhu Zhuqing, however, didn't notice, tightening her small hands as she tugged at the edges of her body-hugging pants, lowering her head and stammering. How do we sleep for that? Of course, we have to hold each other for it to count, Zhu Zhuqing replied in a teasing tone, like a devil tempting one to commit a crime. Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed up in an instant, her long, shapely legs becoming even more taut. All right, you should go out. Zhu Zhuqing smooth, jade-like foot stepped onto the plush carpet, her proud figure clearly visible as she stood, pulling the young girl's smooth, fair arm toward the bedroom door. What are you pulling me for? If you don't want to evolve your martial soul, I still do. Go on, don't take up space. Zhu Zhuqing said while dragging the girl outside. You're being too unreserved. Can modesty fill your stomach? Zhu Zhuqing completely pushed the girl out of the door and slammed the bedroom door shut with a bang. What do you know, girl? Even if it's not for evolving the martial soul, I still want to sleep with the master. Click. As the door locked, the atmosphere in the bedroom instantly became ambiguous. Zhu Zhuqing first shot a captivating glance. She twisted her supple waist like a water snake, swaying her stunningly full hips, stepping out with her flawless, snow-white legs. Walking gracefully like a cat, inching closer to the man. Luo Yu's throat moved slightly. A heart-shaped big bed, a man and a woman alone in the same room. And this enchanting woman was using all her charms to actively tease. Who could resist this? Zhu Zhuqing was like a little wild cat, her bright eyes sparkling, sticking out her delicate tongue to lick her claws. Master, the little wild cat that disturbed the peace has been chased away by the maid. We can finally enjoy our time alone together. She ran her hands along the edge of the bed, leaning forward to reveal a breathtaking scene, her beautiful legs standing straight, her fiery figure presenting a perfectly enticing S-shaped curve. Hiss! Luo Yu felt a sudden thump in his heart, as if his bones had turned soft. This little was truly too good at tempting people. A man's visual and auditory senses could be fully satisfied by her. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, like a spider spirit, had slowly crawled onto the bed. Just as Luo Yu was about to take action, Zhu Zhuqing pressed her jade finger against his lips and leaned close to his ear, whispering, Master, don't move around. I'm helping you. Helping me? Luo Yu was puzzled for a moment. Sure. Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her jade finger and placed it by her lips. Trust me, that girl actually has a crush on you, but she's still very shy and can't let go. I'm just adding a little fuel to the fire. Luo Yu suddenly understood the woman's intention. By the way, what did you say to her before she kissed me? Actually, I just said one thing. You don't have a fiancé now. You're already a free person. Luo Yu was puzzled, thinking it was fake. Can saying that work? Zhu Zhuqing gently pointed at the man's chest and said softly, so, that girl really has feelings for you. It might not be possible normally, but you left an indelible mark in her heart when she was at her most vulnerable. Luo Yu was about to speak when he was interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing. The woman slowly withdrew her red lips and whispered, Don't say anything. Leave it all to me. Don't worry, based on my understanding of this girl, she won't be able to resist coming in soon. Zhu Zhuqing was standing outside the door, listening to the incredibly enticing sounds coming from the bedroom, her shyness gradually turning into intense jealousy as she clenched her small fists. Shameless, too shameless. Zhu Zhuqing, how can you act like this when you're a respectable young lady? The creaking sound of the bed could be heard. Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety grew stronger, and some inappropriate images even flashed through her mind. No, they can't do this. Bang, bang, bang. What are you doing? After a series of knocks, Zhu Zhuqing's dissatisfied voice came from inside. Zhu Zhuqing stomped her foot and said, You can't do this. Do what? It's because you didn't want that my sister went in. She's having fun now. Don't bother me. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, unsure why she was so anxious. Just the thought of what might happen between the man and Zhu Zhuqing inside made her uncomfortable. Before, she hadn't thought much about it. It was just that the woman's voice was too suggestive. Bang, bang, bang. The door opened, revealing Zhu Zhuqing's displeased face. What are you knocking for? If you don't want to, why delay someone else's good time? Zhu Zhuqing bit her pearly teeth, firming her little face, and said seriously, You come out. What for? Zhu Zhuqing stepped out. Whoosh. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly slipped into the bedroom, and with a bang, she closed and locked the door. The action was seamless, trapping Zhu Zhuqing outside. What are you doing? Open the door. If you want to do something bad, not a chance. You'll sleep outside tonight. Zhu Zhuqing spat, then turned around. When she saw the man on the heart-shaped bed looking bewildered, her expression froze, and the air suddenly became strangely quiet. The stunning girl felt a bit flustered. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing's sultry voice came from outside the door. Oh, so my little sister has finally figured out men? As your sister, what's wrong with giving you the master for one night? Just be careful with the noise. With a whoosh, Zhu Zhuqing became flustered, unsure of what to do. If she opened the door and ran away, wouldn't that give Zhu Zhuqing an advantage? She absolutely couldn't let her succeed. But in this room, it was just her and the man. She could almost hear her own nervous heartbeat. Luo Yu spoke at this moment. Are you okay? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. What I mean is if you're fine, you can go out and let your sister come back. I can help her upgrade her martial soul. Luo Yu's words made Zhu Zhuqing's head buzz, and she immediately became angry. Not knowing where her courage came from, she ran straight to the bed. Don't help her tonight. Help me. Looking at the bulging little chest, the enticing waist, and the innocent sister completely different from the enchanting older sister, Luo Yu hesitated and said, Help you? Are you sure? I'm sure. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, tightly closed her eyes, and wrapped her arms around Luo Yu's waist. The trembling eyelashes indicated that her heart was not calm. Luo Yu shook his head. Do you know what it takes to upgrade a martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing's flushed cheeks were pressed tightly against the man's body as she huffed. I don't care what you want to do, just don't go looking for that woman. It makes me unhappy. It's no longer a matter of upgrading the martial soul, but after going through a thrilling experience, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized that a bad guy had intruded into her once calm heart. Luo Yu was filled with astonishment, his empty hands hesitating to go downstairs. Although he intended to cooperate with Zhu Zhuqing, he never expected the girl would be this jealous. Suddenly, a notification sound rang in his mind, leaving him both shocked and enlightened. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing the goddess Zhu Zhuqing. Task progress, 100 task reward, a 100,000 year exclusive second soul ring. Chapter 55, Capturing Zhu Zhuqing's heart, heavenly soul ring reward. Task reward, 9 heavens exterminating sword exclusive second soul ring. 100,000 year soul ring, blade flower sea, 1,000 cherry dance. As the series of voices in his mind ended, Luo Yu's starry eyes sparkled with excitement. Having witnessed the power of the first soul skill, he had already gained some understanding. The exclusive soul ring of the exterminating sword, although seemingly just 100,000 years, possessed incredibly astonishing power. As his soul power continued to advance, the power of that soul skill would also multiply day by day. Luo Yu thought to himself. He wondered what kind of extraordinary transformation the soul technique would bring to the Zhutian sword, and what kind of divine power it would possess. He felt an itch in his heart, eager to rush out of the hotel and find a place to test its power. Hey, why did you suddenly stop talking? Zhu Zhuqing's soft and nervous voice came from behind. Luo Yu finally came to his senses and secretly cursed himself for being foolish. When is it not a good time to test soul skills? This opportunity is not something that comes by often. The woman's smooth, delicate arm wrapped around him from behind, crossing in front of his abdomen and holding him tightly, as if she were afraid he would escape to find Zhu Zhuqing. What made Luo Yu even more restless was the way the woman held him like that. Luo Yu's throat moved slightly. What do you mean by that? Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face rubbed against the man's back, her voice a bit flustered as she stammered. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just don't want you to sleep with her tonight. Are you jealous? Luo Yu teased. No way. Why would I be jealous of you? Zhu Zhuqing huffed. Hearing the girl deny it, Luo Yu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Having already received a system prompt, how could he not understand Zhu Zhuqing's feelings? The little beauty who says one thing but means another. Now it seems that her inner embarrassment is at play. He tried to turn around, but the woman's arm suddenly tightened its grip, preventing him from moving. Do not turn around, okay? Zhu Zhuqing pleaded like a frightened little deer. Would Luo Yu really be so obedient? Of course not. Sometimes he could listen to a woman, but at other times, doing so would definitely mean he wasn't thinking straight. Now was the time to seize the opportunity and take decisive action. He grabbed the woman's delicate, fair hands, and with a gentle yet powerful force, he slightly shook them and instantly broke free from the constraint of her jade-like arms. Zhu Zhuqing let out a surprised gasp, not expecting the man to launch a sudden attack. Covering her face, she was about to jump off the bed and escape, not wanting him to see her nervous expression. However, before the fiery girl could run out, a pair of large hands directly wrapped around her slender, soft waist, pulling her back roughly. Zhu Zhuqing lost her balance and fell into the man's embrace, the robust scent of a man engulfing her senses, a smell completely different from her own body fragrance. Let go of me, Zhu Zhuqing protested, swinging her small fists and hitting the man's chest. Not letting go, Luo Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head, and his strong arms tightened around her. Zhu Zhuqing continued to hit him, but she couldn't break free. You rogue, she huffed, glaring up at the man with her dark, watery eyes. But in an instant, she froze, because being in the man's embrace at this angle, she could see his face clearly as she looked up, and she could even feel his breath. The distance was just too close. Zhu Zhuqing stared into the man's deep, starry eyes, her actions of trying to break free halted, and her beautiful eyes widened slightly, as if deeply captivated. Her heart fluttered for a moment, secretly wondering what kind of extraordinary looks the man had to possess such enchanting eyes. Some qualities truly cannot be hidden. Although Luo Yu used the Thousand Illusions mask to conceal his looks, both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing could sense the man's uniqueness, and in their hearts, they had long imagined a perfect image of him. Do I look good? Luo Yu asked with a confident and charming smile. Zhu Zhuqing nodded instinctively, then immediately shook her head, her face flushed. You have to let go of me, this is not good. I don't think there's anything wrong at all. As Luo Yu spoke, he accidentally pinched the woman's smooth, jade-like beautiful legs. As expected of her legs had no excess flesh and felt extremely good. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip and angrily said, "You rogue, is this how you bully others?" Luo Yu said with a smile that seemed not to be a smile. "If you say that, then I'm innocent. Clearly, you locked your bedroom from the inside and climbed onto my bed. Why didn't you let me leave when I wanted to?" Zhu Zhuqing snorted lightly. Luo Yu shook his head, his large hand not behaving, and while speaking, he pinched her beautiful leg again. "TSK. Do you think this place is somewhere you can come and go as you please? What exactly do you want to do?" Zhu Zhuqing was completely flustered inside, entirely dominated by the man's initiative. It was undeniable that she had feelings for men. Because of what had happened, those feelings had actually deepened significantly. Otherwise, how could someone who valued her reputation so much muster the courage to barge into the bedroom? However, her inner shyness made it difficult for her to express her feelings. The man's initiative and dominance made her extremely shy, while also giving rise to a different kind of feeling in her heart, and this sweet feeling was rapidly growing. "What do I want to do?" Luo Yu blew gently into Zhu Zhuqing's silver-like ear and said, "You tell me with the little lamb that comes to my door. How can I not eat her?" Zhu Zhuqing caught hold of that reckless claw, and in a weak mosquito-like voice said, We can't do this. Why can't we?" The man's voice seemed to carry a certain temptation, echoing continuously in her ears, making Zhu Zhuqing's heart even more chaotic, to the point where she became so nervous that she lost the ability to think rationally. "We've only just met for how long? We don't have any relationship at all." Luo Yu gently said, "The wrong person will never become a lover no matter how long you know them. The right person can make you fall in love at first sight, even if it's your first meeting." Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled slightly, and images of her life after meeting the man appeared in her mind. At first, this guy was a bit infuriating, speaking freely and making her feel special, because the men she had encountered before always catered to her and appeased her. Later, when she was at her most desperate, it was this guy who came to her aid, and he seemed like a different person, displaying a domineering demeanor, almost like a demon god. One must ask, which woman doesn't like a true strongman, especially one who has lacked a sense of security since childhood? Later, when Dai Mubai personally declared the annulment of their engagement, Zhu Zhuqing felt a shackle that bound her body and mind disappear, and her heart gradually began to accommodate another person. Luo Yu noticed the change in the woman's expression and gently said, "Zhu Qing, you can call me lecherous or a rogue, but I have to confess that I had feelings for you the moment I first saw you." As their eyes met, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes became dreamy. Luo Yu was about to speak when he was interrupted by the woman reaching out her hand. "Don't speak, kiss me." Chapter 56. Is the soul bone just sent to you like this? The beautiful girl in pink stockings. Although Zhu Zhuqing always appeared shy in front of Luo Yu, when she was determined to do something, she would definitely go all out. Her actions were somewhat awkward, but she was really trying hard, cooperating earnestly. The next morning, soft sunlight poured into the hotel room. The pink rose petals on the carpet seemed to become even more fresh and delicate. Creak! The bedroom door opened, and Luo Yu stepped out, just stretching a satisfying yawn when he was almost startled. Zhu Zhuqing was kneeling on the sofa with her beautiful legs curled, her enchanting face drooping down, her beautiful eyes filled with endless resentment, and her pouted red lips looked like they could hang an oil bottle. Luo Yu leaned closer, noticing the red blood vessels in the woman's eyes and the heavy dark circles under them. Hesitatingly asked, "You didn't sleep at all last night, did you?" Mentioning this made Zhu Zhuqing feel wronged. Her nose tinged with bitterness, and she almost cried out loud. "You guys are doing bad things inside. How could I sleep?" "Doing bad things? Who did bad things?" Luo Yu looked around. "Stop looking, it's you, it's definitely you," the woman accused tearfully, like a neglected wife in a deep boudoir. "What did I do?" Luo Yu shrugged. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and snorted, "Master, I heard the noises. Are you going to keep pretending?" Compared to those exaggerated shouts, This subtle, muffled groan was even more tormenting, wasn't it? Luo Yu touched his nose. Did you misunderstand? Zhu Zhuqing wished she could hit the man in front of her with a hammer. Misunderstand? Could she really misunderstand? The noise was just like what she heard earlier in the bathroom. Master, you don't love me anymore. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was a bit hoarse, as if she were accusing a heartless man. Luo Yu recalled, did I ever say I love you? Zhu Zhuqing instantly turned pale, suddenly feeling like she could never love again. As expected, men are all big pig shrouders. Once they have a new love, they forget their old ones. Isn't the older sister more appealing than the younger sister? Why does this guy keep focusing on Zhu Zhuqing? Look at me more. All right, don't be so downcast here. This is for you. Luo Yu threw an object that shimmered with a silver light, landing precisely in Zhu Zhuqing's arms. Oof, you arrogant man. Don't think that a casual little gift can soothe the heart of a wounded woman. Zhu Zhuqing thought proudly, but when she saw what was in her arms, her heart skipped a beat, and her eyes widened in shock. She incredulously picked up the object, examining it repeatedly, her breathing quickening, her beautiful eyes staring wide open. Fixated on Luo Yu, unable to believe, is this really for me? Luo Yu yawned, still feeling sleepy. He had indeed been a bit tired last night. After receiving the man's confirmation, Zhu Zhuqing's heart was even more shocked. What she was holding was a crystal-clear soul bone, surrounded by wisps of gentle breeze, containing a special energy, clearly extraordinary. This is a soul bone. This guy just casually gives it away. Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming emotions took a long time to settle. Coming from a prominent family, she had seen all kinds of gifts in her life. Yet here was a man who so nonchalantly took out a soul bone to give away. What kind of background does he have? Even a first force of Douluo, the spirit hall, wouldn't he be this generous, right? Luo Yu already had a towering image in Zhu Zhuqing's mind, and it was further expanded infinitely. Looking at the soul bone in his hand, Zhu Zhuqing liked it more and more, and with a sense of gain and loss, she asked, are you really sure you want to give it to me? Do you know what its function is? Luo Yu waved his hand and said, it's just a soul bone, nothing to make a big deal out of. Here, take it. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, finding it really difficult to resist the temptation in her hands. Such a gift is too precious. How could Yinner be worthy of it? Luo Yu's expression became serious. You are very smart, but I hope you can use it in the right place in the future. Follow my woman closely, and I won't treat her poorly. If you have other thoughts, Yone understood. Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently. It was the first time in her life seeing such a divine being who was even willing to give away a soul bone. That was truly terrifying. Carefully examining the soul bone in her hand, it was clearly not an ordinary item, one that money couldn't buy. She swallowed and asked, have you already attached the soul bone? No. Then why don't you keep it for yourself? Luo Yu waved his hand. This soul bone might be a rare treasure for others, but for me, it's still lacking a bit. I have better goals and choices. Hiss. You can't even look at a soul bone with this appearance and quality. Are you trying to go to heaven? Zhu Zhuqing felt as if 1,000 alpacas had trampled through her heart in an instant. As for the resentment built up from listening to sounds in the living room all night, it vanished the moment Luo Yu took out the soul bone. Thank you for the generous gift, benefactor. Zhu Zhuqing treasured the soul bone. All right, I don't like formalities. Luo Yu raised his hand. You and Zhu Qing each take one. The soul bones I've selected are suitable for both of your situations. Just absorb them directly. So thoughtful. I love it. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes almost sparkled with heart shapes. The first half of her life was ordinary, but after meeting men, it felt like she had stepped into another world. Wuhuan evolution requires gifted soul bones. This was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of before, yet it actually happened. Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her inner excitement, fluttering her long curled eyelashes. Master, you are so good to me. I don't even know how to repay you. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Are you not angry now? Angry? What am I angry about? Zhu Zhuqing leaned in closer and kissed Luo Yu's cheek. If you need anything, my sister and I can serve you together, I don't mind. Luo Yu felt a black line appear on his forehead. He didn't expect a soul bone to have such a good effect. The woman's emotional changes were too fast. Just a moment ago in the bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing had cheered and celebrated for a long time after receiving the gift, showering him with hugs and kisses. A soul bone from around 80,000 to 90,000 years old. Even if he didn't give it away, he wouldn't be able to use it himself. Both women had a close relationship with him now, so he didn't feel bad about giving it away. With the pure divine body, forged from the tribulation golden lotus, absorbing these low-year soul bones would be too wasteful and devaluing. He already had a real goal in mind. Luo Yu was somewhat unable to bear Zhu Zhuqing's burning gaze. He rubbed his old waist and arranged, you sisters can absorb the soul bones upstairs. I'll go for a walk. I'll wait for you to come back. Zhu Zhuqing threw a highly ambiguous and flattering look. The Rose Hotel had its damaged areas repaired overnight by Dai Mubai. Although there were slight imperfections, the issues were mostly resolved. At Luo Yu's request, Dai Mubai even compensated the hotel and reassured the other guests before sneaking back to Shrek. Just as he stepped outside the hotel and took a couple of breaths of fresh air, Luo Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. A man and a woman were approaching from a distance down the street. The man had an ordinary appearance, adorned with a fancy belt, but his clothes were very plain. The woman, on the other hand, was breathtakingly beautiful, with incredibly pure features, wearing a pink little jacket. What caught Luo Yu's attention were her long, slender legs tightly wrapped in pink stockings, rounded and straight, looking stunning to the extreme. Ding! Target goddess detected. The system's voice almost synchronized with Luo Yu's gaze, focusing on those pink legs. Chapter 57. Locking onto the little princess Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu takes the initiative to strike up a conversation. Luo Yu was slightly taken aback. He had just experienced Zhu Zhuqing's cold exterior and warm interior last night. And the system started again? It seemed that it really didn't intend to let him rest. He shook his head and gazed at the transparent panel in front of him. Task issued. Capture the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong. Task reward. Exclusive 9-heaven sword, a 100,000 year 3rd spirit ring. System prompt. If the host can tame the little witch Ning Rongrong's proud temper, there will be an additional mysterious reward. Huh? Ning Rongrong. Luo Yu was momentarily stunned. His gaze was fixed on the street corner, where a fairy-like, stunningly beautiful girl was gracefully walking toward him. The girl's charming little face was a rosy white, and her pink outfit hugged her developing figure, with her slender waist being almost too delicate to grasp. Her long black scorpion tail braid covered her rounded, perky backside, cascading down to her slim legs wrapped in pink stockings. This iconic, beautiful leg could only belong to Xiao Wu. How did it end up being Ning Rongrong? Could it be that the system was also getting confused? Luo Yu was momentarily at a loss. Why would you choose a distant target when you can't even lock onto a nearby one? The system's mysterious operations are truly puzzling. Luo Yu was deep in thought when the beautiful girl with long legs and stockings and the boy beside her had already reached the hotel entrance. And the two were talking. Third brother, can we go to Shrek to enroll today? No, the teacher told me that tomorrow is the enrollment day for Shrek. We have to wait until tomorrow? Xiao Wu pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Tang San smiled and said, anyway, there's no rush. Let's just stay at the hotel for now. Xiao Wu said with concern, it's such a waste to spend the money we've saved on a hotel, and this place looks really high-end. Tang San said boldly, it's fine, let us indulge this time. I'll go out later and look for a better blacksmith shop. I might be able to find some work to earn some money. All right then, I haven't spent the sole master allowance I got from the Wuhan Hall this month. It should be enough to cover 2 rooms, Xiao Wu nodded. 2 rooms? Tang San questioned. What is wrong, third brother? Tang San shook his head. Actually, we could share a room. You can sleep on the bed, and I'll take the sofa. The money we save could buy you some good food. Xiao Wu pouted and shook her head, smiling. Third brother, before I left home, my mom specifically told me that I couldn't stay in the same room with a boy. And I always listened to my mom. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling a buzz in his head. This wasn't the first time he had heard Xiao Wu say this. Third brother, my mom doesn't allow me to hold hands with boys. Third brother, my mom told me I can't share a meal with boys. He had known Xiao Wu since they were in the junior academy in Notting City. Although Xiao Wu respected him and didn't reject him, she always maintained a slight distance. This mother he had never met seemed terrifying. She had blocked all possible intimate gestures Xiao Wu could have with boys. Tang San smiled helplessly. Xiao Wu, you're already grown up. You don't have to listen to your mom about everything. The beautiful girl shook her head repeatedly, her charming eyes showing determination. No, I have to listen to what my mom says. Tang San was puzzled. Xiao Wu, it seems like you have no rebellious spirit at all. What your mom says isn't necessarily right. You should listen critically. Xiao Wu's enchanting eyes sparkled with emotion as she recalled past events. Third brother, I encountered a terrible enemy when I was young. I still remember that my mom would rather use her life to hold off the enemy than let me be caught and escape. If it weren't for someone rescuing me later, I wouldn't have my mom anymore. How could I not listen to her? Who was your enemy? Tang San asked. Xiao Wu shook her head, playfully sticking out her tongue. Third brother, everyone has their little secrets. Don't ask so much. A powerful figure unconsciously flashed through the girl's mind. It was that man who had descended like a deity during the most desperate times for her and her mother, saving them. Even after so many years, Xiao Wu still couldn't forget that figure. As they talked, they entered the Rose Hotel, and Xiao Wu curiously blinked her beautiful eyes, looking around, until she saw a strange man to the side, realizing he was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and Xiao Wu suddenly felt a jolt, slightly distracted, and unconsciously slowed her pace. Sensing the unusual behavior of the girl beside him, Tang San asked, "What is wrong, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu looked into the strange man's eyes, as if trying to recall and confirm something, feeling a strange sense of familiarity rising in her heart. "Third brother, wait for me a moment." "Huh?" Tang San was confused, realizing that Xiao Wu had already left him behind, hurriedly walking towards a strange man at the entrance of the hall. Luo Yu is a bit confused now. He just stands quietly over here, not doing much. Xiao Wu, wearing pink stockings, walked over a few steps and stood 1 meter in front of him, carefully examining him up and down, repeatedly looking into his eyes. Ahem. Luo Yu pretended to cough. Xiao Wu came back to her senses, and the surprised look on her face faded. She bowed to Luo Yu in apology, saying, "I'm sorry. I felt your eyes and temperament were somewhat familiar. I actually mistook you for someone else. I apologize for the intrusion." After bowing an apology, Xiao Wu quickly turned and left. Tang San smirked and said, "Xiao Wu, what were you doing just now?" Xiao Wu seemed still lost in thought and murmured, "I felt that his gaze was very similar to someone I know. When I got closer, I realized it wasn't him. That person is very important to me, really super important." Tang San looked at the faint glow on Xiao Wu's pretty face, and his heart sank. "Who is that person who's so important to you?" Xiao Wu replied earnestly, "It's the person who saved me and my mom." Tang San's heart, which had been tense, immediately relaxed. The person who saved Xiao Wu back then must have aged by now and wouldn't have any impact on him, so there was no need to panic. Luo Yu was a bit confused at first, not understanding why Xiao Wu suddenly ran over and stared at him. It wasn't until he heard their conversation that he remembered when he saved a Wu from the spirit hall back in the day. Xiao Wu was also there, but she hadn't transformed into her human form yet. No way. They'd only met once back then, and so many years had passed. Could it be that this girl still remembers him? Luo Yu was indeed a bit surprised. He had changed his appearance with the 1,000 illusion mask, and the only thing that hadn't changed was his eyes. How could he still be recognized? This was too exaggerated. Luo Yu would never know how terrified Xiao Wu was when facing the pursuit of the spear hall back then, and how desperate the situation was when her mother risked her life to protect her escape. The man's unmatched talent, which emerged like a comet and overshadowed everyone, had long been deeply engraved in her fragile heart. The instinct of soul beasts combined with a woman's sixth sense allowed her to catch that familiar feeling. The trajectory of history had already undergone subtle changes because of Luo Yu's appearance in Douluo. "Brother, we need 2 rooms." Xiao Wu and Tang San arrived at the counter. The waiter looked them over for a moment and finally said sincerely, "I'm sorry, but we only have 1 room left." Tang San frowned slightly and turned to Xiao Wu, saying, "How about we just share 1 room?" Xiao Wu bit her lip and shook her head, indicating that it wasn't possible. The waiter timely added, "But we really only have 1 room available." Tang San nodded. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, caught in a dilemma. "Didn't you leave me 2 rooms? Just give them 1. Luo Yu strode over and said loudly to the waiter. Chapter 58. Tang San gets jealous, encounters 3 beauties. Huh? Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the waiter all focused their attention on Luo Yu, who had suddenly spoken. "You should have the 2 rooms I asked you to reserve for me yesterday, right?" Luo Yu asked as he approached the counter. Yes, yes. The waiter replied quickly and repeatedly. He was well aware of the battle that had occurred last night and was filled with apprehension towards this fierce man, but fortunately, this gentleman had no intention of causing trouble. Luo Yu nodded, saying that it was fine to have 1 room for them. Sure. The waiter quickly agreed and soon brought 2 keys to Tang San. Looking at the 2 keys, Tang San couldn't help but frown. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, blinked her beautiful eyes, curiously looking at Luo Yu. Why are you helping us? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. Luo Yu smiled gently and said, It's just right that I don't need 2 rooms, so it's no problem to give you 1. Xiao Wu's eyes curved into crescent moons, feeling a bit strange, as she inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity and warmth towards the man in front of her. Then I really have to thank you. If there was only 1 room, I would have a hard time. No need to be polite. Luo Yu casually waved his hand, just as Xiao Wu was about to speak again. Tang San stepped in front of her, frowning and looking at Luo Yu with suspicion. Who are you? Why are you helping us? Luo Yu shook his head and said gently, meeting his fate, it's just a small favor, nothing to worry about. Tang San stared intently at Luo Yu, brushed his storage belt, took out a money pouch, and handed it over, saying in a deep voice, I can help, and I appreciate your kindness. However, Let me be clear, I advise you not to have any thoughts about my sister, or else don't blame me for being rude. Luo Yu looked at the money bag being handed to her, and with Tang San's distant demeanor, her smile began to fade, replaced by a hint of coldness at the corners of her mouth. Sometimes, being a person should be simpler. Don't overcomplicate things for others. Let her stay in the room, and forget about the money. Just put on my tab. Seeing the sudden change in atmosphere, Xiao Wu stepped forward, about to say something. Luo Yu had already turned and left the hotel. Xiao Wu stamped her foot and complained, "Third brother, what are you doing? That person was clearly helping us. How can you speak like that? It's too hurtful." Tang San snorted softly and shook his head. "Xiao Wu, you still don't understand how treacherous people's hearts can be. Why would a stranger help us? They must have ulterior motives towards you." Xiao Wu repeatedly shook her head. "Third brother, I didn't see any ill intentions in that person's eyes at all." Tang San comforted her. "All right, there's no need to argue over a stranger. We won't see him again anyway. Just let it go. I just offered him money, and he didn't want it, did he?" Xiao Wu rolled her eyes in annoyance. "With that attitude of yours, it's no wonder he wouldn't accept it." Tang San said nothing, but he was very clear that he had a strong possessiveness toward Xiao Wu. Unfortunately, she always kept her distance from him. After getting the keys, the two were about to go upstairs when they were stopped by a waiter. "Sir, I advise you not to anger that gentleman from earlier. He is not an ordinary soul master. He almost destroyed our little shop last night." The waiter said in a low voice. Tang San chuckled. Then, a confident smile appeared on his face. "So what if I anger him? Don't worry. He's not the only soul master. We are too. That guy looks like he is at most my age. Among peers, I'm invincible." Xiao Wu advised, "Third brother, you can't be too absolute. There's always someone better." Tang San, not in a good mood, said grandly, "After all these years, you still don't know my abilities? What can those people my age use to compete with me? Their lives?" Xiao Wu nodded slightly. She knew about Tang San's hidden weapons and talents. Indeed, he was unmatched among his peers, a true genius. But we should still be a bit nicer to them next time. "All right, I understand." Tang San tightened his grip on the two keys, feeling uneasy in his chest. On the other side, after Luo Yu left, he walked down the street. The encounter with Tang San did not affect his mood. Since you have a bad attitude, then don't blame others when you get beaten up later. Luo Yu is least afraid of others pretending to be cool. It makes fighting feel effortless and even a bit exhilarating, compared to the desolation of the night. The bustling street during the day is filled with traffic, small stalls, and people coming and going. Luo Yu only glanced at the street scenery before focusing his attention on the transparent panel that only he could see. It was a detailed topographic map. A black dot represented himself, while a golden dot represented another person's trajectory, constantly moving. Having experienced Zhu Zhuqing's capabilities, Luo Yu knew that this golden dot represented Ning Rongrong, who was presumably also here to join Shrek Academy. Since he had nothing else to do at the moment, Luo Yu headed straight towards the direction of the golden dot to get a glimpse of the runaway princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In a luxurious clothing store in a narrow alley, noisy female voices were constantly coming out. In front of the counter, the shopkeeper was awkwardly holding a beautifully crafted, exquisite white short skirt. Three charming young women with distinctly different temperaments were confronting each other. Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white fairy-like long dress, had watery eyes that were both pure and alluring, and her delicate, fair face was flushed with anger as she glared at her opponent. The woman opposite her was exotic-looking, with a red neck and wide-open eyes. She had short purple hair, green nails, and wore a soft armor belly wrap, exposing her snowy shoulders and sensual navel. Another sweet girl with an ethereal aura stood quietly aside, her gaze calm and still, like a deep and undisturbed sea. Ning Rongrong expressed her discontent. "This skirt was my first choice. Why do you think you can take it away?" The purple-haired girl, Gu Yue Na, responded with a huff. "It's not a robbery. As I said, I'll give you double the price. Please let me have this skirt." "Huh? You're talking about money with me?" Ning Rongrong glared with wide eyes and pursed lips. "Then I'll give you 4 times the price. I want this skirt. You should give up. Then I'll offer 6 times. Gu Yue Na refused to back down. Is having money that impressive? Ning Rongrong pulled out a large money bag and slammed it onto the counter. The sound of gold coins clattering rang out. "No matter how much you offer today, I'll add double. You can't take this skirt." Gu Yue Na's expression changed. She didn't expect to encounter such a wealthy girl casually. The gentle girl tugged at Gu Yue Na's arm. "Yin Yin, we really shouldn't be fighting over this. Just let her have it." Gu Yue Na shook her head resolutely, lingering. "Today is your birthday, and this skirt is perfect for you. I must buy it as a gift." "No need. Let's look for something else in another store." We've already been to so many stores. This one is the best fit for you." Don't say anything. I'll handle it. Gu Yue glared at Ning Rongrong, decisively stating, you need to let go of this dress. I'll compensate you with double the price. Ning Rongrong sneered. Do you think I lack your little bit of money? Since that's the case. Gu Yue's eyes flickered. With a loud bang, a green-scaled snake shadow appeared behind her, 3 spirit rings swirling up, its imposing aura pressing down. The shopkeeper trembled nearby. Ning Rongrong also let out a muffled grunt, her expression darkening. She was only at level 27, and didn't expect her opponent to be a powerful soul master above the 3rd ring. TSK. Are young girls nowadays so irritable? Even buying something requires fighting? A mocking voice came from the entrance. Who? Ning Rongrong and Gu Yue quickly turned their gazes. An unremarkable ordinary man stood at the door, smiling as he watched the scene unfold. Gu Yue fixed her gaze, noticing that the man had an unremarkable aura, and immediately frowned. Who is this guy? Doesn't he fear for his life? He dares to make fun of my business. The shopkeeper behind the counter was sweating profusely. Sir, didn't you notice how tense the atmosphere in my store is? There's no time to hide. How dare you meddle in this? Luo Yu scanned the exotic and graceful figure of Gu Yue up and down, shaking his head and sighing. You were once a beautiful person, but why are your words so fierce? It's a pity for such a good exterior. Boom! Gu Yue's soul power surged. Her purple short hair floated up, and her beautiful eyes locked onto Luo Yu. Kid, I warn you, stay out of matters that don't concern you. I don't like to harm the innocent, so don't provoke me. Facing the woman's fierce threat, Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing at the corner of his mouth. TSK. Your business has nothing to do with me. Why should I intervene? It was I who made a sudden comment earlier. I'm just a bystander watching the excitement. You handle your own problems and treat me as if I don't exist. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door, making a gesture of invitation. He looked completely unconcerned, waiting to see the fun. Gu Yue's nails shimmered with a greenish light as she said in a low voice, Kid, I feel like you're deliberately looking for trouble. If you want to fight, I can accommodate you right now. Luo Yu shook his head with a smile. Umph. Gu Yue thought the man was cowardly and gave a disdainful snort, not intending to squabble with a small fry anymore, and turned her gaze back to Ning Rongrong. The aura of her 38th level soul power was fully displayed. She pointed to the exquisitely crafted fairy skirt in the shopkeeper's hand and said arrogantly, You can give to me now. Don't worry, I won't snatch it. I'll pay you double the price. Ning Rongrong bit her red lip, remaining silent, filled with frustration. She had sneaked out of her home alone as a 27th level support soul master, lacking any offensive capability. If she clashed with the other party here, she would undoubtedly suffer. During her hesitation, Gu Yue had already walked up to the shopkeeper, proudly raising her head and provocatively glancing at Ning Rongrong, like a proud peacock. Reaching out to take the skirt, then she pulled out 2 money bags, slapping one on the counter for the shopkeeper and directly tossing the other at Ning Rongrong's feet. Here, this is your compensation, every bit of it. You. Ning Rongrong glared with her beautiful eyes, her body trembling with anger. What's wrong? Are you not convinced? Gu Yue, in a victorious posture, waved the skirt in her hand. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, her eyes turning red as she said, You wait. I will get this debt back sooner or later. As a little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had never been humiliated like this. Feeling pleased, Gu Yue retracted her smile, squinting her eyes coldly, and said, Oh, you have a big temper despite lacking ability? What? Do you want to retaliate? If that's the case, it seems I need to teach you a little lesson today. What are you going to do? Ning Rongrong's pretty face changed, taking a step back. Her martial soul was the best in support effects in the world, but she had no combat power at all, and naturally couldn't compete with the opponent's blue line snake martial soul. Scared now? Only just realizing you're afraid? Gu Yue laughed repeatedly, stepping closer to Ning Rongrong, applying psychological pressure on her. I warn you, if you make a move against me, you'll definitely regret it. Ning Rongrong felt completely insecure. Regret? Gu Yue sneered. With your outfit and demeanor, you should have some background, but I don't care about that. Today, I'm going to make you remember this. Don't come over. I'm from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, retreating step by step. She regretted it deeply. If she hadn't impulsively sneaked out, how could she be bullied like this? Gu Yue paused, surprised. From the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Yes. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes regained some calm. You can use your identity to pressure others, but save it for me. Gu Yue chuckled frivolously. My grandfather is a titled Douluo, and my fiancé is the young patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan from the top 3 sections. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Ning Rongrong's face turned pale. Even if the other party's background was not better than hers, it couldn't be too much worse. Was she really going to suffer this silent loss today? She was unwilling and couldn't swallow this anger. Her gaze scanned around, automatically ignoring the shopkeeper who had shrunk into a corner, and noticed Luo Yu, who was leisurely leaning against the door. She bit her lip and shouted, "Hey, you over there, young man, come help me block this crazy woman, and I'll pay you." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and said, "Reward? Sorry, but I don't lack money, and I'm not used to being someone's thug." Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes froze, not expecting the other party to refuse so decisively. Gu Yen scoffed with a smile. "If you're scared, just say so. There is no need for all these reasons." She looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "You're really just grasping at straws. In the entire Soto city, who can match our imperial fighting team? Rely on a passerby to help you? That's ridiculous. Do you think my strength is made of clay? Look at him. Does he dare to take action against me?" Ning Rongrong saw the woman's confident demeanor and clenched her small fists tightly, her beautiful eyes seeming to burst with flames. She shouted at Luo Yu, "Since you dare to tease this woman just now, you must have some strength. Don't be afraid of her. My support spirit is very strong, and if it comes to a real fight, I can definitely lend you a hand." Gu Yen let out a laugh. In this small Soto city, were there any decent young experts? Besides, this guy at the entrance looks as ordinary as can be. You wouldn't even be able to pick him out from a crowd. Even if you use the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to assist him or add other means. Do you think that guy would dare to confront me? Ning Rongrong's expression turned ugly. She actually agreed with what Gu Yen said. In a remote little city, how could there be any decent young soul masters? With her support, that guy's poor foundation would probably still be unable to contend with Gu Yen and her. She realized she had been foolishly optimistic just now. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to give up and swallow her frustration, a man's voice came through. "You wanted to hire me to take action, right? It's fine to stop her for you, but my appearance fee is very high. You need to pay more." Yi Lingling, who had been silently observing, quietly scrutinized the man. Gu Yen sneered, "Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't harm your body for money. I want to hold back when I make my move." Ning Rongrong was also a bit uncertain. After examining the man from head to toe, she truly found nothing special about him and couldn't help but doubt. "Can you really do it?" Luo Yu's lips curled up in a sly smile. "Don't worry, boss. As long as the money is in place, I'll take care of the enemies." Arrogant. How ignorant are these rustic villagers? What can you use to compete with my cultivation at the Four Rings? Gu Yen scolded angrily, truly not believing that there could be anyone among the young people in Soto City who could match her. "Come over to my side." Ning Rongrong waved her little hand. She leaned closer to Luo Yu's ear and whispered hopefully, "If you have a cultivation level around 25 and your martial soul and soul ring quality aren't too bad, I can assist you in fighting her. But if you don't even have a second ring, no matter how much money you give me, we won't be able to beat this woman. It's better to give up." After saying this, Ning Rongrong felt a bit disheartened. In a small place like Soto City, is it really possible for just any passerby to have a cultivation level above the second ring? It's simply unlikely. Luo Yu slowly reached out his hand. "What are you doing?" Ning Rongrong asked. "I'm asking for money." Luo Yu replied straightforwardly, "You give me money, I'll do the job. Can you really do it?" Ning Rongrong's eyes showed doubt. "If you keep hesitating like this, I'm leaving," Luo Yu said as he took a step outside. "Wait." At this point, Ning Rongrong had no choice but to take a leap of faith and trust this guy. She threw the heavy purse of money to the man. Luo Yu jingled the clinking coin pouch and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a little princess, "So extravagant." He turned to look at Gu Yen and Yi Lingling. "TSK, the boss is paid. So what now? Are you going to fall on your own, or should I step in?" Chapter 60. Turning the tables to suppress Gu Yen. Ning Rongrong was stunned. A faint tone echoed in the clothing store. Ning Rongrong's mouth twitched, and she instantly felt a headache. Did she really just hand her money over to a fool? What level of cultivation do you have to be so arrogant while speaking? Although Ning Rongrong didn't like the purple-haired woman in front of her, she had to admit that the other party's level of 38 was definitely a rare genius among the younger generation. Her companion, though not showing any strength, probably wasn't simple either. Ning Rongrong felt a bit speechless. She really let her anger cloud her judgment, believing that just any passerby could help her. Could it be that a peerless genius just fell from the sky and happened to land on her head? How could that be? What are the odds of that? At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt that she had definitely lost face today. Gu Yen was directly amused and looked at Luo Yu with a strange expression. "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see the 3 shiny soul rings on me? You dare to come here and provoke me for a few coins? I really don't know whether to say you have guts or that you're tired of living and are sincerely looking for death." Luo Yu shook his head and said, "As for me, I actually don't like hitting women. This short skirt, don't think that just because you paid double, it doesn't ultimately count as something you forcibly took from someone else. If you return the clothes now and apologize, I can take charge of this matter today, and there's no need for any big conflict. We can just let it go like this." "Huh," Zhu Zhuqing scoffed and disdainfully said, "How ridiculous. Who do you think you are to dare teach me how to handle things here?" Luo Yu smiled. Since reasoning doesn't work, it seems that action is the only option. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes turned cold as she sarcastically said, "In Douluo continent, after all, strength is paramount. It's all about the fist. What does reasoning matter? If you can defeat me, then everything can be discussed, including an apology. The weak have no right to speak to me as equals." Luo Yu nodded and said, "All right, I understand." "Understand what? Finally seeing your own position?" Dong Guyan sneered. The blue-scaled snake martial soul manifested, with fine blue lines appearing on her skin, and her aura rapidly rising, adding a touch of enchanting allure to her already fiery exotic charm. The 7 treasures turn out to be glazed. A rainbow of colors flashed through the store, and a 7-colored glazed pagoda appeared in Ning Rongrong's hands, crystal clear and radiant, surrounded by 2 rings of soul rings. "Exuding a divinoha." She looked at Luo Yu and said, "I'll help you from the side. As long as your cultivation is above the 2nd ring, and your martial soul isn't too weak, we have a chance to deal with her." "A chance to deal with her? Sorry, you have no chances at all." Dong Guyan displayed a proud smile, as if she had everything figured out. "Do you think you're the only support soul master? Sorry, I have one too. Ling Ling, unleash your martial soul and show them some knowledge." Swish! 3 soul rings floated up from Yi Lingling's feet. A pink begonia flower rested in her palm, composed of white and pink petals, vibrant and beautiful, filled with astonishing vitality. 9 hearts begonia? Ningrongrong eflimet. She had heard her father mention this martial soul. If it weren't for this martial soul being passed down only through one line, it would be hard to say whether the 7 treasures glazed tower would still be the #1 martial soul. It's over. The moment she saw the 9 hearts begonia, Ning Rongrong felt a jolt in her heart. The opponent's martial soul quality was not inferior to hers, and their cultivation was even higher. Starting off with a full disadvantage, how could they fight this? She turned her gaze to Luo Yu and sighed quietly. With this kind of combination on the opposite side, "We have no chance, let's give up." Luo Yu shook his head, looking at Yi Lingling's martial soul with great interest. Compared to the high-profile and bold Dong Guyan, Yi Lingling resembled a deep and serene lady. Paired with this 9-heart begonia, she added an extra charm of vitality. Dong Guyan snorted and said, "Are you scared now? Sorry, it's too late. You must suffer a bit to remember your place." Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and said to Luo Yu, "I will support you with all my strength. Let's try to break through." Luo Yu raised his hand and said, "There's no need to be so troublesome. Just leave it to me." Ning Rongrong was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Luo Yu stepped forward and stood in front of the girl, chuckling lightly. "For opponents of their level, I won't stoop to needing the help of an auxiliary soul master. Just stand here and watch as I handle this." Ning Rongrong looked at the man's confident expression and became anxious immediately. "What are you thinking at a time like this? Do you even know what the 9-heart sea tang is? It's a freakish martial spirit that ensures the soul power never fades and the teammates never die." Du Guyan laughed heartily and said to Ning Rongrong, "It seems you've indeed found a fool who can't recognize the difference in strength. I'll deal with him first, then punish you." The 2 sides were about to engage in battle when the shop owner lamented, "Oh dear, esteemed soul masters, could you please take your fight outside? This little shop is too fragile to withstand your brawling." Luo Yu glanced at him and reassured, "Don't worry, it will be over soon. I bet she will fall in just a second, and it won't be able to harm your little shop at all. What time is it? And you still dare to talk so big?" Boom! Du Guyan's eyes were blazing with fury, and her soul rings surged. The 3rd purple soul ring shone with endless green toxic mist, all the poison gathered with overwhelming momentum, taking the shape of a fierce beast, lunging at Luo Yu. Ning Rongrong was ready to grit her teeth and manipulate her soul skills for support, but Luo Yu pressed her shoulder down. "I said, we don't need assistance to deal with them." The toxic mist attack was imminent, and Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, wondering what this guy was trying to do. Boom! Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming, extraordinary aura suddenly surged from his body. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed, followed by a swirl of 9-colored light around him, and a terrifying dragon god phantom appeared. Under the vast dragon might, the poisonous mist that rushed towards him was instantly shattered and dissipated. Ning Rongrong was stunned by the scene before her. her red lips agape in shock, completely taken aback by the powerful aura Luo Yu displayed. She couldn't understand how the seemingly ordinary boy could suddenly become so terrifying. Gu Yan's lips trembled, her face turned pale, and the confidence she had just moments ago vanished. She was trembling all over, and the green-scaled snake martial soul she possessed was flickering precariously. Gu Yan stared intently at Luo Yu, her eyes filled with immense fear and disbelief. Impossible, it can't be. What kind of martial soul does this guy possess? Why was she left in such a pathetic state just from hearing a roar? She could clearly sense the deep-seated fear and lament of her green-scaled snake martial soul. And when the dragon god phantom truly appeared, her martial soul almost collapsed in an instant. With her cultivation level over 30, she hadn't even had the chance to exert her power before being utterly crushed by the man's martial soul's might, like a subject in awe of a higher being, which was truly terrifying. How does it feel now? Is it fun? Luo Yu walked slowly, bathed in divine light, exuding an imposing presence without anger, creating immense pressure. With each step he took, the soul power fluctuations from Gu Yue crumbled a bit more, and the Bai Lin snake martial soul let out a fearsome wail, utterly tragic. The situation of strength and weakness instantly reversed, and the entire venue fell silent. Chapter 61. Overbearing Luo Yu, Gu Yue in choking fear. The beautiful woman's pleading gaze. At this moment, inside the clothing store in the alley, the air seemed to gradually become thick and solid. Luo Yu's demeanor was natural, surrounded by 9-colored divine light, exuding an inviolable majesty and silence, while the dragon god's phantom behind him displayed a domineering and overwhelming aura. The blood power constantly surging from his martial soul enveloped the entire room, making the 3 girls and the shopkeeper feel a heavy pressure on their breathing. The shopkeeper, hiding behind the counter, was dumbfounded. He had thought that the girl who had just revealed 3 soul rings was already a prodigy. But he didn't expect the true great deity to begin to unleash their power. Without even moving, just relying on his momentum, he had already suppressed the previously proud and strong girl to the point where she had no temper left. The shopkeeper's mindset began to crack. What right do I have? I'm just a clothing seller. Why are you ancestors making a fuss here? Even the weakest one would make me cry. The shopkeeper kept praying in his heart that these little ancestors would not make a move here. If anything got damaged, he wouldn't dare to ask for compensation. A small business couldn't withstand losses. He was just a commoner, and his whole family relied on the business of his small shop to survive. Compared to the shopkeeper's nervousness, Ning Rongrong was in a state of continuous shock, her rosy lips slightly parted. Even she, with her family background, was overwhelmed by Luo Yu's dominance. What kind of divine luck is this? Just casually finding someone to help, and they have such terrifying skills? Ning Rongrong felt a bit dreamlike, doubting whether she was still asleep. With her keen eye, she could see a lot from the details. The man's appearance was ordinary, but his martial soul and aura were no joke. Even in her sect, she had never seen such a young expert. This was quite frightening. What was the background of this man who was helping her? How could someone from an ordinary background possess such strength and talent? Could it be that she had been deceived by her father all these years, and that the 7-treasure glazed tile school was not one of the top 3 sects, but just an ordinary sect? Otherwise, how could it be explained that she casually encountered someone outside with terrifying strength that could crush all the disciples in her sect? It was too unbelievable. Ning Rongrong, whether in terms of family background or martial soul talent, was top-notch, and her character was naturally a bit arrogant. As there were few peers who could catch her eye, although the talents within the sect were not weak, she felt they were just SOSO, and there was no one who stood out to her, making her feel that life was dull, which was why she had sneaked out from home. She never expected to discover such a huge surprise upon arriving in a small place like Soto City. Her beautifully curled, long eyelashes fluttered as her eyes were filled with a desire for exploration and curiosity, carefully scrutinizing the man in front of her. As for the annoyance from her earlier dispute with Gu Yue, she had temporarily set it aside. Luo Yu slowly stepped forward, although his footsteps felt light. Gu Yue felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on her, and her azure scale snake martial soul was constantly wailing, conveying a desire to escape from this place. How could this be? Gu Yue's heart was filled with intense self-doubt. This feeling of being crushed was something she had never experienced before in her life. Her azure scale snake martial soul was not a weak one. It was among the top-tier martial souls. How could it be so miserably suppressed by the opponent's martial soul, leaving her without even a shred of desire to resist? Even when facing the #1 beast martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, she had never felt such a bloodline trembling sensation. What kind of martial soul do you have? Why is it so terrifying? Gu Yan's pearly teeth chattered as she looked at the man in fear, especially at the martial soul behind him. She had been secretly trying to tightly squeeze her long, snow-white legs together, forcefully controlling her knees from trembling. Or else, she would have long since knelt down under the oppressive pressure of the superior. In response to the woman's question, Luo Yu shook his head slightly and said, "Did you not just say that weaklings have no right to speak to you on equal terms? Do you think I qualify now?" Boom! The long dragon god martial soul manifested, bones crackling with a popping sound, muscles rising rapidly like diamonds. The surface of the skin shimmering with a faint glow, exuding a dark red aura of blood power. Crack! The green-scaled serpent martial soul wailed and instantly collapsed and dissipated. Gu Yan let out a muffled groan, a metallic taste rising in her throat, her face as pale as paper. A bitter taste surged in her mouth, leaving her speechless in response to the man's questioning. Was she too arrogant? No. Their Imperial fighting team had been in Soto City's Grand Soul Arena for so long. And which team had not been crushed by them? They had won so many times that she naturally felt there was no one in Soto City, and gradually became proud. However, the man's overwhelming pressure struck her like a wake-up call, instantly bringing her back to reality. Gu Yan took a deep breath, retaining the last shred of pride, and said, "I am willing to acknowledge your strength. But today, you cannot touch me. My fiancé is the young patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and my grandfather is a titled Douluo. Cannot touch you?" Luo Yu slowly shook his head, then suddenly fixed his gaze. Boom! The floor of the store instantly shattered, leaving two deep footprints. A 9-colored figure flashed by. Gu Yan disappeared from her spot, being swept away. With a crash, the walls of the clothing store trembled. "Yin Yan!" Yi Lingling exclaimed in worry. The man's movements were too fast for her to provide support. At this moment, Luo Yu was like a ferocious beast, his large hand tightly gripping Gu Yan's white, swan-like neck, pinning her against the wall, spiderweb-like cracks already appearing behind her. "I'm sorry, I don't like being threatened. Moreover, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and the poison Douluo that you rely on are nothing in my eyes." Gu Yan's pupils suddenly constricted, her fair and delicate face flushed red. Suppressed by the dragon's might, she couldn't muster any strength. Her green-nailed hands weakly fell to her hips, her sexy leather outfit covered in dust. The feeling of suffocation made it hard for her to breathe. The man's large hand seemed to threaten her life with just a little more force. A fear of death rose from the depths of her heart. "I was wrong." She struggled to raise her limp arm, clinging to the man's body. A pleading look emanating from her beautiful eyes, her gaze turning pale, her consciousness gradually beginning to fade. Luo Yu suddenly withdrew his hand. Gu Yan was reborn, greedily gasping for fresh air, completely indifferent to the 5 finger marks on her snow-white neck. She looked at the man in fear, with no doubt in her heart that if she hadn't softened just now and dared to continue threatening him, he would definitely have killed her. "Where did I go wrong?" Luo Yu asked. Gu Yan, still feeling frightened, replied, "It was Yenner who was blind and shouldn't have provoked you." Luo Yu's eyes flickered, and Gu Yan's delicate body trembled as she hurriedly added, "I shouldn't have taken someone else's skirt." Luo Yu shook his head. None of it was right. Gu Yan's face turned pale. Her heart was anxious to death. Her back was already drenched in fragrant sweat, yet she couldn't understand what the other person was pointing at. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a pleading expression, begging the man to let her go. Chapter 62. Subduing the proud girl, the man's charm. In Yi Lingling's trembling heart, Gu Yan's fair neck was bruised, marked with 5 finger scratches. The already thin and sexy camisole armor was now covered with scratches from gravel, revealing glimpses of spring. She looked at Luo Yu with a pleading gaze, terrified in her heart. In the past, every man she encountered had shown her tenderness and care. Even the most talented Yu Tianheng from the Royal Combat Academy was infatuated with her and came to propose. But this one, when angry, truly was ruthless. For the first time in her life, Gu Yan, who had lived a life of luxury, felt genuine fear towards a man. This was also the first time she had been mercilessly beaten by a man. She cautiously asked, "Yenner doesn't know where she went wrong. Please guide me." Luo Yu looked into her eyes and calmly said, "Actually, you're not wrong. The law of this world is that the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon. However, too much of anything is not good. If the strong rely on their power to act recklessly and without restraint, then this world is not far from destruction." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling, who had been independent and struggling since childhood, seemed to ponder over it, while Ning Rongrong and Gu Yan, 2 girls who had been spoiled since they were young, looked confused and completely did not understand. Luo Yu continued. Imagine if you rely on your strength to bully the weak and trample on their dignity. Then, if my strength is greater than yours, can I trample on you without regard for your life? And what if I encounter someone even stronger than me? You can imagine what such a world would be like. Besides the absolute strongest, who can guarantee that their dignity won't be trampled upon? Therefore, the strong must respect themselves and have their own bottom line. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, then striking back with thunderous force is the right path. Luo Yu did not continue speaking, and the hall fell into silence. Gu Yue trembled slightly, her eyes showing a complex expression as she gradually came to a realization. Yi Lingling's always calm gaze stirred waves, deeply looking at Luo Yu, her beautiful eyes revealing an unusual brilliance. Ning Rongrong was deeply shaken, lost in thought for a long time, never expecting that a man would say such words. Her father had also said similar things, but at that time she couldn't comprehend and did not take them to heart. However, after what happened today, hearing the man's explanation, she suddenly understood some truths. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper, who had been trembling in fear, now looked at Luo Yu with different eyes. His previous words had resonated deeply with the hearts of these common folk. Gu Yue deeply bowed to Luo Yu, feeling ashamed, and said, I was wrong in my mindset before. Your words were enlightening and awakened me. I have truly learned something this time. As long as you understand. Luo Yu nodded with satisfaction. Previously, when he saw Gu Yue robbing others and still willing to offer double the money, he knew that this woman was not inherently bad, which is why he had the patience to say a few more words and offer some guidance. Otherwise, if it had been someone beyond redemption, he would have already punched them out. Gu Yue moved her feet and walked in front of Ning Rongrong, extending the beautifully crafted short skirt in her hands and apologizing. I have offended you before. It was my fault. This belongs to its rightful owner. Please forgive me. Ning Rongrong took the skirt in a daze, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the sudden change in the other person's attitude. Yet she could see the sincerity in her eyes, which genuinely surprised her. She remembered her father once said, it's easy to defeat a person, but changing a person's will and winning their heart is very difficult. Yet this man managed to subdue this woman in such a short time. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, Luo Yu was holding the heavy money bag that Ning Rongrong had just given him. He took a few steps and arrived in front of the shopkeeper, handing over the money bag. The shopkeeper looked surprised and respectfully asked, What is this for? Luo Yu said softly, I was a bit too rough just now and indirectly damaged the decorations in your shop. Consider this as compensation. The shopkeeper trembled slightly, an indescribable emotion rising within. Even if the other party didn't mention it, he wouldn't dare to ask for compensation. But the other party actually brought it up voluntarily. He had encountered soul masters before. Although they wouldn't bully people casually, they didn't show much respect for commoners either, always looking down from a high position and never considering your feelings. However, he saw true equality and respect in the eyes of this exceptionally talented young man. It's too much. It won't cost this much to repair the shop, the shopkeeper said. Touched, Luo Yu frowned. As for the rest, just consider it as compensation for your mental distress. No need, really no need. I wasn't that frightened. Instead, it's my honor to have the opportunity to see a talented young man like you today. It's truly an eye-opener. The shopkeeper, looking cheerful and admiring, carefully took out a few gold soul coins from the money pouch and tucked them into his pocket, while respectfully handing most of the remainder back to Luo Yu. This scene naturally caught the attention of the three beautiful girls inside the hall. A strange feeling suddenly rose in their hearts as they noticed the change in their gaze towards the man. They had never seen a man behave like this before. In the Douluo continent, the identity and status of commoners are indeed very low. The major sects and families dominate, occupying the vast majority of resources. And among the 5 major elemental advanced academies, only the Tianshui Academy is willing to accept commoners. Thus, the man's demeanor is truly unique and rare in the world. The girls might find it astonishing, but to Luo Yu, it didn't seem like much. Even though he had been in Douluo for quite some time, some thoughts and concepts cultivated on that blue planet in his previous life had not changed. Luo Yu had no intention of staying here and walked towards the door. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, constantly guessing in her mind. Who exactly is this man? He is so special. His martial soul is so powerful and mysterious, unheard of, and his actions are so strange. When he acts, he is decisive and ruthless, but he is so gentle with ordinary people. What kind of personality does he have? Moreover, is this guy really not going to say a few words to me? Is he just going to walk away like this? Ning Rongrong felt a mix of emotions surging inside her, difficult to articulate. As she watched the man about to disappear from her sight, she couldn't help but shout, Hey, wait a minute. Luo Yu paused for a moment and turned back to ask, the problems have all been solved. Is there anything else? Ning Rongrong's pretty face flushed slightly as she stammered. Could you stay and keep me company to protect me? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Stay to protect you? Ning Rongrong quickly replied, yes, yes. I didn't bring a bodyguard when I went out. If you're willing to protect me, I can pay you. You can name any amount. Their eyes met, and seeing the seriousness in the girl's eyes, Luo Yu suddenly smiled and shook his head slightly. Do you think I lack money? Ning Rongrong was taken aback, originally wanting to say that the man had just asked her for protection fees. But then she remembered the man's terrifying strength. Could someone like him really be short on money? He probably just found an excuse to help her. Could I get your name? Since you've helped me, it would be good for me to repay you in the future. Ning Rongrong subconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her dress, feeling anxious. It was her first time taking the initiative to strike up a conversation. Luo Yu waved his hand, saying it was unnecessary to trouble himself, taking people's money and helping them avert disasters, and they were clear of each other. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. Did this guy just reject her like that? So annoying. Ning Rongrong felt a deep sense of grievance in her heart. Could he not see her true intentions? Luo Yu turned around and looked at the quietly contemplative Gu Yue Na, seeing that you had a good attitude about admitting your mistake. I'll remind you that you are currently poisoned due to the incorrect cultivation method of your martial soul. If you don't resolve it quickly, the consequences will be dire. Me? Poisoned? Gu Yue Na found it very absurd. Who is her grandfather? The title Douluo, who is the best at using poison in the Douluo continent. How could she be poisoned? What a joke. She thought the man was strong, but he was still far from being a title Douluo. Thank you for your kindness, but I believe I won't be poisoned, Gu Yue Na said politely. It's not just you who is poisoned. If your family members have the same martial soul as you, they might be even more deeply poisoned. Absolutely impossible. Gu Yue Na did not believe it. Luo Yu's lips curled into a slight arc as he smiled and shook his head, not intending to explain, and walked straight out of the clothing store. Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction, stomping her silver lotus foot as she watched Luo Yu leave without casting another glance at her. Was she really being ignored? Gu Yue Na watched the direction in which the man had disappeared and said, Lingling, do you think this guy is talking nonsense? How could I be poisoned? My grandfather couldn't possibly be poisoned either. Lingling? What are you daydreaming about? You're so distracted, Gu Yue Na asked curiously. The serene beauty, Yi Lingling, had a glimmer in her clear eyes, and her ethereal temperament was undergoing a subtle change. The white dress danced in the wind, and her light pink lips parted slightly. Yin Yin, you always asked me if I would ever be moved by a man, right? I didn't before, but now it seems I might. Huh? Gu Yue Na turned around in surprise, noticing that Yi Lingling's expression remained as calm as ever, but her soft words carried a different kind of certainty. Chapter 63. Yi Lingling wants to fall in love. Zhu Zhuqing is jealous. No way, I can't have heard that right. Gu Yue Na looked at the girl in astonishment. Having been in the same team for so many years, she understood Yi Lingling very well. Since the Nine-Heart Sea Tang is a martial soul that can only exist once in the world, Yi Lingling's mother passed away at her birth, and her father was nowhere to be found, which led to her personality being quite different from others. While she wasn't cold in her interactions, her demeanor was definitely calm to the point of making others uneasy. Yi Lingling was extremely beautiful, with an ethereal and enchanting aura. But the men in the team had never had feelings for her. Everyone was quite perceptive and knew that it was pointless to have feelings since she had no interest in them at all. Gu Yue Na doubted if her hearing was malfunctioning. You didn't hear wrong. Yi Lingling's gaze was as calm as water, her tone filled with certainty. Gu Yue Na was astonished and confused as she asked, Lingling, you just met him once, and you barely spoke 2 sentences. How could you have thoughts about that guy? Yi Lingling's gaze was fixed on the door through which Luo Yu had long since departed, and she softly said, Yin Yin, some people's temperament cannot be hidden. That man gave me a different feeling with every gesture. Gu Yue Na anxiously said, but that's too hasty, right? You should at least investigate his background. Yi Lingling suddenly revealed a gentle smile, her hands clasped over her chest, and her soft hair fluttered slightly in the breeze. I don't want to be so hasty either, but when certain feelings arise, they just come, and there's no stopping them. Gu Yue Na looked at her best friend, whose eyes were changing with emotion, and hesitated. But we don't even know what his identity or background is. What if we can't meet again in the future? Yi Lingling shook her head. I believe that if it's meant to be, we will meet again. When we meet again, you won't chase him, will you? Gu Yue Na felt that this was somewhat unreal. This wasn't the Zen girl she knew. When we meet again, Yi Lingling murmured, I won't chase him. Thank goodness, you're not too far gone. You can still be saved, Gu Gu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. I will confess directly, Yi Lingling said calmly. Huh? Gu Yin's cherry lips formed an I shape. Her face filled with disbelief. It's over, completely hopeless. Gu Yin rolled her eyes dramatically. Heaven knows what kind of charm that man had cast over their team's #1 support beauty. Gu Yin lightly poked Yi Lingling's soft waist, jokingly saying, if those wolves from Tiando City find out that our Lingling has someone in her heart, they will surely howl in despair. Yi Lingling frowned slightly and shook her head. Them? What does that have to do with me? Hiss. Gu Yin was momentarily stunned. Was the man's charm really that great? She recalled the scene from earlier, the man's powerful martial soul, his domineering stance, and his humble attitude. Gu Yin instinctively touched her sore throat, which bore the imprint of the man's fingers, but she didn't feel any hatred. Instead, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she understood a bit of Yi Lingling's feelings. Ning Rongrong chased after them, but the alley was already devoid of the man's presence. She swung her beautiful legs and stomped on the blue bricks at the entrance a few times, looking down at the white short skirt in her hand. Her moist red lips let out a soft hum, revealing a hint of pride. Such an interesting guy, I won't let him go. Even if he doesn't tell me his name, I will definitely find you. Luo Yu has returned to the hotel, carrying 2 bags of Soto City specialties he bought on the way. The system does have tasks. Capturing Ning Rongrong can earn him a soul ring, and taming her spoiled temperament will yield special rewards. However, he is not in a hurry. Haste makes waste. This meeting has already left a good impression in Ning Rongrong's heart. If he rushes to ask for contact information and clings to her, the effect may not be as good as it is now. He wonders if the girl will feel surprised when she sees him at the Shrek gate tomorrow. Luo Yu's lips curled slightly as he walked up to the hotel room and knocked on the door. Click! The door opened, and Luo Yu almost had a nosebleed. Zhu Zhuqing had her hair styled up, with droplets of water still clinging to her strands. The white bathrobe wrapped around her could barely conceal her incredibly alluring figure, with her proud curves, snow-white legs, and that sensual rear creating a perfect silhouette. Master, you're back. I just finished taking a shower, Zhu Zhuqing said with a compliant expression, resting her head on her jade-like arm, leaning against the doorframe, accentuating her already fiery figure, her charming eyes intentionally or unintentionally revealing a teasing glance. It's broad daylight. Don't mess around. Luo Yu's throat moved slightly as he raised his hand and gave a slap on that plump little bottom. Hey, be gentle. Zhu Zhuqing covered her bottom with her small hand, cautiously glancing towards the bedroom. Her red lips brushed against the back of Luo Yu's neck as she softly said, You're going to make it red, and if you really hurt it, then you won't have any use for me, master. What about Zhu Qing? Luo Yu asked. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes revealed a hint of grievance as her jade finger pressed against the man's chest. Zhu Qing. She came in and asked me, Isn't my sister more fragrant than my little sister? Master, you're too biased. Smack. Luo Yu shot her a glare. Zhu Zhuqing immediately fell silent, pouting her lips in grievance. Watching the man walk towards the bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing inwardly compared her figure with Zhu Zhuqing's repeatedly. Compared to her sister, she was not lacking at all. Could it be that the master doesn't like the flirty type, but prefers the pure kind? Zhu Zhuqing fell into deep thought. Upon reaching the bedroom, Luo Yu saw that Zhu Zhuqing was still not up. She was curled up in her pink quilt like a little beast, her head buried inside. Luo Yu came over to lift the quilt and discovered that the girl's eyes were red, and her rose petal-like lips were tightly pressed together. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Luo Yu return, she immediately rushed over, wrapping her delicate arms tightly around the man's waist, as if she wanted to merge him into her body, completely disregarding any softness or deformation. Luo Yu was a bit bewildered. What was going on? What happened? I thought you didn't want me anymore. Zhu Zhuqing made a sound like a little cat, filled with affection. Luo Yu was taken aback and said, How could you think that? Zhu Zhuqing pressed her stunning face against the man's chest and whispered, I've often heard that once a man gets a woman's body, he starts to take her for granted. Luo Yu chuckled silently. Who told you that? With such a beauty like you, how could I bear to let you go? Zhu Zhuqing hesitated and said, After what happened last night, do you think I'm just a casual woman? Luo Yu shook his head and pointed at the bedsheet, saying, Don't talk nonsense. If blood can deceive, your clumsy skills. He couldn't finish his sentence because Zhu Zhuqing's small hand had already pinched his waist. Stop talking. I'm so embarrassed. Zhu Zhuqing's little face seemed like it could drip water, feeling like she couldn't face anyone anymore. All right, let's not talk about it. Luo Yu affectionately tousled Zhu Zhuqing's hair and said, Here, this is a specialty of Soto City. Give it a try. I don't know if you'll like it. If you don't, I'll take you out to eat something else delicious. Zhu Zhuqing felt a warmth in her heart surprised by how considerate the man was. Let's see how it tastes. Upon hearing the word taste, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled, recalling some memories, and her ears turned red. Zhu Zhuqing was outside the door, eavesdropping on the conversation in the bedroom, her red lips pouting high from jealousy, and the knuckles of her fingers gripping the wall turned white from exertion. A new love has made him forget his old love. That scoundrel, too much. Oh, if it's just a bit of food, what's so great about it? I'm Zhu Zhuqing, and I don't care. Luo Yu glanced at the cute little head peeking out from the door and waved. Zhuqing, coming too. I brought your share. Is there mine too? I'm coming. At this moment, outside Luo Yu's room, a beautiful woman in pink stockings paced back and forth, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity, hesitating to knock on the door. Chapter 64. Sisters compete for attention and jealousy. Xiao Wu comes to visit. In the enchanting pink bedroom, the fragrance of roses filled the air. The sisters displayed their long, fair legs, sitting cross-legged on the bed. They shared the specialties from Suotawa City that Luo Yu had brought back. Zhu Zhuqing picked up a small piece of spicy pork and brought it to her cherry lips. Is it good? Luo Yu asked with a smile. The girl nodded. As long as you like it. Luo Yu took out a tissue and gently wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with happiness, feeling a sweetness in her heart. Zhu Zhuqing was sitting nearby. Seeing this scene, the almond crisp in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. She pouted, unable to feel happy at all. It wasn't until Luo Yu chuckled and reached out to wipe the crumbs from the corner of her mouth that Zhu Zhuqing finally revealed a knowing smile. Zhu Zhuqing shifted her little but over, snuggling close to Luo Yu, wrapping her jade arm around his, and warned, Zhu Zhuqing, this is my man, so keep your distance. Oh, has my little sister grown up? Now you know how to compete with your sister for a man? This is my master, and I can serve him however I want. It's none of your business. Zhu Zhuqing pouted defiantly and quickly hugged Luo Yu's other arm. Hiss. The sisters were competing for attention and jealousy. Luo Yu secretly called it unbearable. The two sisters really had incredible figures. She could clearly feel their arms. After a sneaky comparison, she found that the assets of the two sisters were more astonishing than the other. If it weren't for the fact that their feelings hadn't reached the boiling point, Luo Yu was afraid she would have directly transformed into the moonlit wolf and fought against the two heroes like Elbu. The two sisters flared their nostrils and glared, pushing out their full chests and tightly holding onto the man's arm, engaging in a silent standoff, neither willing to back down in terms of momentum. Other things might be negotiable, but when it came to the man, they wouldn't give an inch. Luo Yu was sitting upright, eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart. At this moment, he wisely chose not to speak, otherwise, the attention could easily shift to him. Isn't it better to quietly be a wooden man? Plus, the two distinctly different scents of women's bodies wafting from the tip of his nose made him a bit restless. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from outside the door, breaking the atmosphere in the bedroom. Who is it? The three of them exchanged glances, all looking a bit bewildered. I'll go. Luo Yu withdrew his arm, turned over and got out of bed, crossed the living room, and opened the door. A tall and graceful figure stood outside the door, wearing a short top with stunningly beautiful long legs and stockings. Light pink eyes that held a hint of allure amidst their purity, and long black hair styled into a scorpion braid that fell to her calves. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Luo Yu asked in confusion. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Xiao Wu said, clearly a little embarrassed. No, do you need something? Though a bit shy, Xiao Wu's gaze remained focused on the man's face, seriously paying attention. I wanted to ask you, have we met before? Luo Yu smiled and said, why do you ask that? Xiao Wu hesitated and replied, you give me a very familiar feeling, just like someone. In what way? Luo Yu raised the corners of his mouth. Xiao Wu shook her head. I can't really say. It just feels very similar. Luo Yu teased, beautiful girl. If you say that, I might suspect that you are deliberately trying to flirt with me. No, not at all. Xiao Wu repeatedly denied. Luo Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, look, you can't even tell me how I resemble him. So I have reason to suspect that you're looking for excuses to get close to me. Xiao Wu bit her lip and replied, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. That person is very important to me. So I thought that even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, I had to come and confirm. What kind of person is so important to you? Luo Yu asked with a smile. Someone who has done so much for our family that Xiao Wu might not even be able to repay in her entire life. Luo Yu suddenly understood. So you want to find that person to repay the kindness? Xiao Wu nodded. His strength might not even require help from others. But I want to do something for him to the best of my ability. Luo Yu shook her head and said, maybe the person who helped you never thought of having you repay the favor, just wanting your family to be happy. Xiao Wu chuckled and rolled her eyes, saying, "The way you put it makes it sound like you helped me too." Luo Yu teased, "You're so beautiful. If I had saved you, I definitely wouldn't let you go. I'd make you repay me with your body." Xiao Wu snorted and coldly retorted, "Too bad you're not. Hee hee, I must have misjudged earlier. How could a benefactor possibly appear here?" Luo Yu pretended to be surprised and said, "If I were your benefactor and made such a request, would you agree?" Xiao Wu frowned, pouting, and replied, "Stop dreaming, there's no such if." A hint of willfulness showed on her face, but her heart was stirred with waves of emotion. In fact, her mother had instilled in her the belief that aside from her benefactor, she should maintain an absolute distance from other men, only choosing someone else when her benefactor no longer intended to keep her. Xiao Wu herself didn't see this as a constraint because during those times, the appearance of that man had timely saved her troubled soul, deeply imprinting on her heart. "Sorry to intrude. I haven't properly thanked you for letting me have a room before," she said. "It's just a small matter. No need to take it to heart." Luo Yu waved his hand. Xiao Wu curiously asked, "What are you doing here?" Luo Yu responded, "I heard there is a Shrek here, and I want to go in and have some fun." "Wow, what a coincidence. We're together then. My third brother and I are also here to participate in the assessment. So see you tomorrow. Good luck." Xiao Wu, lively and cute, waved her small fist. Click. Xiao Wu left, and the door closed. Luo Yu smiled and decided not to reveal his true identity to Xiao Wu for the time being. He was not someone who sought rewards for his kindness. If Xiao Wu truly liked him in the future, it wouldn't be too late to come clean then. After all, they would soon be part of the same academy, and there would be plenty of opportunities to interact. Luo Yu suddenly thought of a Wu. What kind of ideas has this young woman instilled in her daughter? With her ahead, giving a warning and conveying the idea of keeping a distance from men, Tang San clearly has no chance. Achoo! A charming woman in palace attire sneezed while traveling on the official road. Her pink eyes revealed hesitation. Is my benefactor thinking of me? Or is that little Wu girl talking about me? I wonder if little Wu has been listening to her mother. I'm a bit worried. Wild men in the human world cannot be found. If she dares to associate with those detestable humans outside, I'll break her little rabbit legs. Little Wu had just stepped out of Luo Yu's door when her gaze suddenly froze. Tang San was at the corner of the hallway, arms crossed, paying attention to this side. His face was ashen, with a hint of purple in his eyes. "Third brother, what are you doing here?" Chapter 65. Sneaking around, so exciting. The extremely certain Tang San. In a hotel hallway, Tang San's expression was as cold as water as he sternly questioned, "What were you doing just now?" "I went to confirm if that person is my benefactor," little Wu said, puzzled, as she rubbed her flowing dark hair. "Third brother, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy about something?" "It's nothing. I'm very happy." Tang San grinned, forcing a smile, but felt depressed inside and didn't want to express it, as it would seem narrow-minded. Yet he couldn't help but continue to ask, "Have you met that man? How did you confirm?" Little Wu's pink eyes darkened, and her delicate face showed disappointment. "I mistook him. He is not my benefactor, just sensed a hint of familiarity from him." Tang San visibly breathed a sigh of relief, glaring at Luo Yu's door, and said in a deep voice, "Little Wu, since he's not, then you should keep your distance from that guy." "Why?" Little Wu asked, confused. Tang San's voice paused for a moment. He couldn't say he was jealous, so he had to find a good reason. He said with righteous indignation, "That guy doesn't look like a good person at first glance. You're so beautiful. He might be coveting your body." "Really?" Little Wu shook her head repeatedly. "I feel that person is quite nice. Besides, he helped us before, giving us an extra room and didn't even ask for money." Mentioning this, Tang San instantly felt anger rising within him, but held it back. He analyzed patiently. People's hearts are hard to read. When you're out, you must be careful. Think about it. He has no ties to us. Why would he help us? His motives are really suspicious. Little Wu pouted, seeming somewhat indifferent, as if she hadn't taken his words to heart. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she smiled. "By the way, third brother, he said he also wants to join Shrek. We might be classmates in the future, so his character must be fine." Tang San chuckled and shook his head. "Just based on him? Joining Shrek? That's just bragging. Have you forgotten what the teacher told us before? Shrek only admits monsters, not mediocre talents. It's not a place anyone can just enter." Little Wu widened her eyes. "Ah, are you saying he might not be able to get in Shrek?" Tang San sighed regretfully. "We can get in because we have full innate soul power. At our age, we are nearly at the level of a 30-level soul master. What right does he have? He can't possibly compare to us." Little Wu opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but didn't know what to say. Those with full innate soul power are extremely rare. During her time in human society, she found that only Tang San possessed such qualifications, which is indeed very scarce. Tang San smiled up at the sky. If anyone could get into an academy, the teaching would probably be mediocre, and the teacher wouldn't have specifically asked us to join. Third brother, you say he has the confidence to join Shrek. Maybe he's also a genius? Little Wu murmured, it's rare to meet someone so interesting. It would be a pity if we couldn't become classmates. Tang San's expression changed noticeably at the second half of her sentence, and he scoffed, I also hope for another classmate. But Shrek is really not that easy to get into, unless he is also a genius with innate level 8 or above. But I think that's impossible. Geniuses are a dime a dozen, right? We can bump into one, casually. The probability is too small. He will probably be eliminated and sent home soon. Little Wu placed her jade finger on her red lips, seemingly in thought, and recalled, I felt he spoke with such confidence. He even mentioned he would go to Shrek to play around tomorrow. Huh? Going to Shrek to play around? Tang San scoffed, this guy has such a big mouth. What talents and strengths does he have to say such things? Even I wouldn't dare to be so high profile. Little Wu blinked her sparkling eyes, suspiciously asking, Third brother, why do I feel like your mood seems a bit agitated today? Nonsense, that's not true. Tang San restrained his expression a bit, dissatisfied, after hearing your description. I have somewhat figured out what kind of person that guy is. Most likely, he is just a rich young master out to have fun. He probably doesn't even know how strict and cruel Shrek's admissions are. He will probably face a setback tomorrow. Really? Little Wu's pretty face showed a hint of nervousness. Of course. Tang San straightened his back. When have I ever misjudged someone? This kid will undoubtedly be slapped in the face by the admissions teacher tomorrow. Little Wu worriedly said, Third brother, he helped us before. If he doesn't get accepted tomorrow, can we help him talk to the teacher? Tang San raised his hand and sighed. If he doesn't get accepted, it might be better for him to leave. Think about it. The students admitted by Shrek are all monsters. We're ordinary people. Forcing him to stay with us will only put pressure on him. Once he feels the gap in talent, he will become more self-conscious and unhappy. Do you understand, Little Wu? Third brother is also thinking of him with good intentions. Oh. Little Wu was confused by his words and answered instinctively. Seeing Little Wu nod, a hidden proud look flashed in Tang San's eyes. He wasn't just talking out his hat. He had secretly observed Luo Yu and found that this guy was quite ordinary, truly nothing special. Such a person getting close to Little Wu made him extremely unhappy. What kind of person dares to approach my little sister Wu? Does he deserve it? Why? Achoo! Luo Yu sneezed in the room. At that moment, he was lying on a large red bed, arms naturally spread open, enjoying the massage from a pair of delicate, fair hands. Zhu Zhuqing was kneeling beside him, her smooth knees on display, the thin black leather outfit barely concealing her stunningly white figure, a faint fragrance wafting out. Devotedly attending to the man. Sitting nearby, Zhu Zhuqing bit her thin lips tightly, seeing the alluring look in her sister's eyes. Her small fists clenched as if she was trying to suppress her urge to act at any moment. When she saw Zhu Zhuqing's small hand teasingly glide across the man's back, Zhu Zhuqing's temples throbbed, and she rushed over, swatting her sister's hand away from the man. Zhu Zhuqing, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm giving the master a massage? The youthful-looking girl scoffed. Ha! I see you're working too hard. I can do this too. Let me help you share the burden. Wow, such jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand in front of her teasingly, laughing brightly. Her proud chest bouncing, exuding a different kind of seductive aura. I'm not jealous. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, looking in another direction. All right. Who told me to be the older sister? The master is yours. Zhu Zhuqing gave Luo Yu a flirtatious glance, mouthing something ambiguous, then quickly left the bedroom, closing the door behind her with care. Bang! The air in the bedroom suddenly fell silent. Luo Yu could hear Zhu Zhuqing's breathing becoming increasingly unnatural, and the atmosphere suddenly turned hazy. He shifted his position and wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's slim waist. The woman's waist, clearly toned, had skin that was both radiant and firm, revealing a sexy line of abs. You bad man, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed, as if it could drip water. Just because she had little practical experience didn't mean she was a naive rookie in the martial world. She had a premonition. What am I going to do? Didn't you guess? Luo Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile. Otherwise, why would your body be so tense? So bad. I'm not playing with you anymore. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to get up. However, as she exerted force, she was pulled back into Luo Yu's arms. Zhu Zhuqing pounded on his chest, her voice like a little wildcat. Stop it. My sister is still outside. Shoo, don't worry, as long as you don't make a sound. She won't hear a thing. Zhu Zhuqing's big eyes widened in shock. You're so bad. Didn't we just Luo Yu had no intention of giving the girl a chance to continue speaking. Chapter 66. Luo Yu, the center of attention among beautiful women, gathers at the entrance of Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate toes curled up, gripping the sheets tightly as she desperately controlled herself. But with a slight movement of her throat, she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The living room was scattered with rose petals. Zhu Zhuqing, with her hair styled elegantly like a noblewoman, wore tight-fitting leather pants that showcased her long, slender legs like white pythons, but she had no intention of sitting quietly. That was not her style. At this moment, she was secretly crouched by the bedroom door, eavesdropping. Her charming face was already flushed. Countless images floated in her mind, creating an overwhelming sense of immersion. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but roll her eyes, her red lips pouting in jealousy. Listening to the commotion, wasn't this civilized way of communication a bit violent? Without needing to think, it was clear that some bad guy had been too forceful and impatient. After a long while, everything came to an end. Zhu Zhuqing slumped against the wall, sitting on the floor. Her red lips were panting, her silver teeth tightly clenched, looking resentfully at the bedroom door. This was too much. Too torturous. Creak. The door opened, startling Zhu Zhuqing, leaving her at a loss for what to do. She almost gasped out loud. As a result, a large hand covered her mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was Luo Yu's tall and sturdy figure. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening. The man's muscular upper body was covered with clearly defined muscles, resembling steel bars fused together, radiating a faint glow and seemingly containing explosive power. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively wiped the corner of her mouth with her jade-like hand. Phew! She let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't drooled, which was still somewhat composed. Luo Yu gently closed the bedroom door, not giving the woman a chance to react. He swiftly picked up Zhu Zhuqing, whose face was flushed like peach blossoms, and roughly tossed her over his shoulder, heading towards the newly arranged sofa. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Zhu Zhuqing slapped the man's back with her delicate hands, twisting her body to resist. However, it didn't seem like a real struggle. It looked more like a playful banter between a girl and her lover. Bang! Luo Yu threw the seductive girl on his shoulder onto the sofa. Master, what are you doing? My sister is still inside. How dare you be so bold? Luo Yu chuckled lightly and said, Didn't you just make a gesture for me to wait for you to say those two words? That's why I came. You're mischievous. I never said that. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glistened like autumn waters, wanting to resist, yet welcoming. Don't worry. Zhu Qing is tired and has fallen asleep. Upon hearing this sentence from Luo Yu, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed immediately, and there was no longer any hesitation on her face. She pressed against the man's chest with her youthful figure, her voice soft and seductive as she said, Master, you even remembered to bring me breakfast just now. How should I repay you? Luo Yu grabbed the woman's small hand, focusing his gaze on her enchanting eyes, his lips curving into a perfect smile. Such a small matter, no need for repayment, right? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled as she pouted and said, My master is so considerate to me. I must repay you with gratitude. Under Zhu Zhuqing's warm invitation, Luo Yu couldn't bear to refuse and soon fell into an inextricable state. On the other side, in Sodo City, at the hotel where the Imperial Do team, the first battle team of the Heaven Do Empire, was staying. Bang! Crack! The floor shook, and the sound of things being smashed echoed continuously. The elegantly decorated room was already in disarray, with remnants of broken items everywhere. A tall and strong young man, like an angry lion, was constantly smashing things, while the other 6 members of the Imperial Do team stood at a distance, not daring to speak. Yu Qianheng, with red eyes, glared at Gu Yue Na. His fiancée. He had only gone out to buy something, but when she returned, her clothes were torn, and there was a red-purple handprint around her neck. How could he not be furious? Yin, tell me, who did this to you? I will tear him to pieces. Gu Yue Na looked down at her greenish nails and softly said, Tianheng, calm down, I'm fine. Boom! Yu Tianheng exploded instantly, pointing at Gu Yue Na in anger. You're in this state and still say you're fine? Quickly tell me who did this to you. No matter who it is, Yu Tianheng, swear I will smash him. Gu Yue Na shook her head and explained, Tianheng, it was my fault and I got taught a lesson. Let us just drop this matter, okay? Do me a favor. Huh? Yu Tianheng felt this was outrageous, his body trembling with anger. With a kick, he smashed the wooden chair in front of him, sending wooden splinters flying in all directions, piercing into every corner of the room. Gu Yue Na, Yu Tianheng, cannot swallow this anger. You must tell me who did this to you. Gu Yue Na bit her lip and pleaded, Tianheng, let us just forget about it, okay? Yu Tianheng, surrounded by electric sparks, said coldly, Are you confused? You got taught a lesson and still want to defend someone? Gu Yue Na sighed and shook her head. Tianheng, that person's strength is unfathomable. We should avoid provoking him. Hee hee. The man sneered repeatedly, his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul manifesting, his muscles swelling, radiating a sense of overwhelming power. I really don't believe there's anyone in this younger generation of the Heaven Do Empire that I, Yu Qianheng, can't provoke. Du Guyan pursed her lips and remained silent. Yu Qianheng turned to the girl in the white dress beside her, lingling. Your sister, Yin, is not in a normal state right now. So tell me, who did this to you? Yi Lingling shook her head. Captain, you should listen to Sister Yin. That man is too terrifying. You might not even be able to defeat him. Boom! Yu Qianheng was furious to the extreme. His soul power, originally at level 39, unexpectedly broke through to level 40 at that moment. He laughed coldly, his tiger-like eyes glaring. I can't defeat him? What a joke. Lingling, you just need to tell me who it is. I want to see who I, Yu Qianheng, can't defeat. Even if I can't do it alone. I don't believe that with all 7 of us. We can't beat him to a pulp. Captain, be cautious, Yi Lingling advised. Cautious my foot, I want to kill. Yu Qianheng was already red-eyed. In the end, under repeated pressure, Yu Qianheng learned about Luo Yu's appearance, and the team dispersed, beginning a city-wide search. Luo Yu has been busy as well. He provided a thorough and detailed explanation of some issues regarding the Zhu Zhuqing sisters, striving for perfection. However, the biggest problem for the 2 girls is deeply rooted, and it can only be hoped to be resolved through Luo Yu's continuous efforts day by day. The next morning, Luo Yu woke up from a dream, holding Zhu Zhuqing, and roused the exhausted Zhu Zhuqing on the sofa. After a simple wash and tidying up, they checked out of the hotel together with the sisters. The server's eyes were filled with a mix of envy and longing, as if they could drip with sourness at any moment. The main reason was that the 2 sisters, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing, were undeniably beautiful. One was fiery and seductive, while the other was pure and lovely, with figures that far surpassed those of ordinary beauties. This almost contrasting feeling made the server deeply question whether Luo Yu was living in paradise every night. Luo Yu took the 2 girls out of Soto City, walking along the official road, following the map's directions, and passed through the lush green farmland, arriving at the entrance of a simple village. As soon as the man arrived here, without even having time to observe the surroundings, he caught the attention of the 2 girls who had already arrived earlier. One had stunning long legs, dressed in tight pink stockings, with light pink eyes, beautiful and charming. The other wore a sky-blue fairy dress, with silky patterned stockings, her long and slender legs exposed, exuding a princess-like nobility, her exquisite beauty resembling that of a porcelain doll. They both focused their gaze on Luo Yu. P.S. It will get more exciting later, as the earlier parts have already warmed things up. For now, there will be 2 updates fixed every day, both at midnight. Everyone can leave a good review in the comments. Thank you. During the Qingming festival holiday, I will release more updates. The author can only code at night, every day now, really trying my best, feeling quite pitiful. Wait for the holiday. I will definitely release updates every day. Chapter 67. Beauty approaches, for beauties gather, jealous glances. At the entrance of Shrek Village, surrounded by fences. The village appeared quite dilapidated. Even the academy plaque was just a piece of rotten wood, with a shabby table at the entrance and an old man in his 60s leaning on a lounge chair behind it. The old man was dozing with his eyes closed, while many people were gathered in front of the table, waiting in line. Most were parents bringing their children to register. As they waited, the middle-aged men and women nervously held onto their children's hands, their bodies tense, faces anxious, their eyes filled with hopeful glances towards the depths of the village. They all knew that today was a crucial day. As long as their children could join Shrek, they would surely rise to prominence in the future, transcending the common class and entering the noble ranks of the Tiando Empire. Among the waiting crowd, there were 2 stunning sights. One donned pink stockings tightly wrapped around her tall, beautiful legs, looking charmingly playful. The other had a fairy dress that revealed her long, snow-white legs, exuding an air of elegance. Both girls possessed extraordinary figures and beauty, rare in Douluo. The charm they radiated unknowingly attracted countless gazes from those around them. Several boys, while sneaking glances, secretly swallowed their saliva. But they only dared to admire from afar, not daring to approach, as the aura of the 2 girls was so powerful that it seemed to say no entry. This made the men peeking from the shadows wonder what kind of man could get close to such girls. As Luo Yu approached the entrance of Shrek Village, the 2 stunning beauties simultaneously called out, "You're here?" Xiao Wu had been watching this way all along, her pink eyes shining with joy as she waved her little hand. "It's you, how did you come here?" Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She didn't expect to encounter this man again today. Luo Yu approached, kindly nodding at Xiao Wu. Then he turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong, his lips curling into a smile. What? Is it only allowed for you to be here? Can I come? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, her expression complex. The mysterious feeling the man gave her yesterday had already piqued her curiosity. But this infuriating man didn't give her a chance to understand him, running away so quickly. She thought it would be a long time before she had the opportunity to see him again, but she never expected to run into him today. Ning Rongrong was determined. Since they met again, she must uncover all the little secrets he had. Originally, the focus of the crowd was on the two beautiful girls. But when they saw these two outstanding girls greeting the same man warmly, all eyes naturally fell on Luo Yu, scrutinizing him closely. They wanted to see what was so special about him that he could be so familiar with two girls. At first glance, a young man rolled his eyes secretly. This guy seemed quite ordinary. He wasn't any better than me. His appearance was unremarkable. He didn't look more handsome than me at all. Others were thinking similarly, feeling a bit sour and unconvinced. The next moment, when they noticed a pair of twin sisters next to Luo Yu, their eyes widened in shock. Wait, no way. This pair of stunning twin beauties can't also be related to this guy, right? How do you know so many girls? Zhu Zhuqing frowned and asked Luo Yu, feeling a bit jealous. Everyone gasped at the scene. This pair of twins really came with this man, including the two who greeted him. That's 4 beauties now. What's going on? We are here to apply to the academy. What are you doing here? Did you come to show off with a bunch of beautiful girls? Luo Yu had not spoken much when he arrived, but in just a short moment, he became the focus of everyone's attention in the dark. Luo Yu sensed the faint, jealous gazes around him and instinctively touched his nose, wondering what he had done to make the eyes around him feel so strange. Someone was asking you something. Who are these 2 little beauties greeting you? Zhu Zhuqing secretly poked the man's lower back with her finger. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's question, Luo Yu didn't hide anything and briefly recounted how he got to know Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, introducing the 4 girls to each other. They were all blossoming young ladies, and with Luo Yu acting as the link, they quickly became familiar after chatting for a bit. Outsiders initially thought it was an accident scene, but unexpectedly, the girls were having a great time together, and their gazes towards Luo Yu became odd. The recruitment had not yet started, and the 4 girls gathered together to chat, leaving Luo Yu aside. After some understanding, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing's sisters in surprise. You 2 also ran away from home? Sort of, Zhu Zhuqing said, not mentioning that she was chased out. Zhu Zhuyin raised her eyebrows and looked at Ning Rongrong. What? Did you sneak out too? Yeah, Ning Rongrong pouted. It's too annoying at home. It's better to come out for some fresh air. Xiao Wu, excited, was about to interject when she was suddenly pulled aside by the grim-faced Tang San. Third brother, what are you doing? I just met new friends, and we haven't even talked much yet, Xiao Wu said, shaking off Tang San's arm. Tang San said seriously, Xiao Wu, did you forget what I said yesterday? When we're out, try to stay away from outsiders. Xiao Wu shook her head. They aren't outsiders. They'll be our classmates once they finish registering. Tang San chuckled. Whether they become classmates is not certain. Shrek isn't that easy to get into. It's not a shelter for useless people. Last year, they didn't even recruit anyone. Do you think these girls can get in? Xiao Wu pouted. Even if they can't get in, it's okay to be friends, right? Tang San shook his head. I told you yesterday that guy is a rich kid, and you didn't believe me. Look, today he brought a pair of twins out to wander around. We don't need to get too close to people like that. Just think about it. 1 man, 2 women, what good could come from that? Tang San sneered. Xiao Wu's expression changed. You, saying such things behind someone's back isn't nice. If there's a problem, say it to my face. Luo Yu came over at this moment. Perhaps others couldn't hear clearly. With his pure divine body and exceptional hearing, he could naturally hear everything clearly. Tang San, this old guy is a bit sly. Tang San's gaze flickered, shining with sharp brilliance as he locked onto the approaching man. This friend, you helped us yesterday, and we are very grateful. If you need rent money, I can compensate you. However, I'm sorry, my sister and I are used to being alone and are not accustomed to interacting with outsiders. Tang San emphasized the word outsiders heavily, watching Luo Yu with caution. He had a feeling that he needed to be careful of this guy. Luo Yu pointed at Xiao Wu and asked, is it her who doesn't want to interact with outsiders? Or is it you who doesn't want to? Tang San seemed to be hit by the point. His expression changed, and he snorted, you already have 2 female companions by your side. Isn't that enough? Why do you have to entangle my sister Xiao Wu? Luo Yu's expression changed, and he coldly said, what do you mean? Nothing. Tang San shook his head and sternly replied, I can't control who you have feelings for, but don't have any thoughts about Xiao Wu, or I will make you regret it for a lifetime. Is this guy a dead sister complex? Luo Yu asked himself. He hadn't done anything. Yet Tang San had such a strong desire for control over Xiao Wu. Oh, I want to see how you make me regret for a lifetime. A playful smirk appeared at the corner of Luo Yu's mouth. In an instant, Tang San's eyes became sharp like an eagle, exuding an invisible killing intent. Chapter 68. Beautiful women waiting to watch the show, incredibly confident Tang San. Tang San's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his aura soared. When did Luo Yu ever suffer a loss? He wouldn't indulge in his bad habits at all, and his gaze grew colder. As the atmosphere in the venue became increasingly tense, the onlookers were eager for the drama. Most people unconsciously sided with Tang San in their hearts. The main reason was that Luo Yu was too eye-catching. He looked ordinary, with an average appearance and no noticeable aura. Why do you get to have twin beauties and be so close to two other goddesses? Most of the crowd was made up of young people, proud and ambitious, naturally feeling resentful. They couldn't wait for Tang San to teach Luo Yu a lesson, hoping the four beauties would be utterly disappointed in this guy. Swish! Xiao Wu stretched out her arm to block the two of them. Cinco, what's wrong with you? You've been off since yesterday, and when I ask you what's going on, you won't say anything. Tang San suddenly smiled lightly. It's nothing, I just find this spoiled rich kid unpleasant, especially since he has ulterior motives in getting close to you. How can I tolerate him? Huh? Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh, feeling that it was just ridiculous. Me? A wealthy young master? Which of your eyes saw that? Tang San squinted his eyes and said coldly, spending money like dirt. Bringing a pair of sisters to stay in a hotel, what good could come from that? I can't sense any deep soul power from you. What else could you be if not a wealthy young master? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and said, if you can't sense my cultivation, have you not reflected on whether your own level is too poor? Tang San laughed and scoffed. With my purple extreme demon eye, I have practiced for so many years and have never made a mistake in seeing through illusions. How much evidence of cultivation do you have on you? Luo Yu shook his head, saying that just because he hadn't made mistakes in the past doesn't mean he won't now. Impossible, Tang San confidently replied. Under my purple extreme magic eyes, the true details of your soul emperor cultivation are laid bare. It would be ridiculous for you to try to put on a show in front of me. You really are confident. Luo Yu said with a light laugh as he glanced around at the many people nearby. If I were to directly slap your face, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Tang San's aura turned icy cold, his eyes shimmering with a deep purple light, filled with a murderous intent. I advise you to be cautious with your words and actions, and not to provoke the wrong person. If you wait for me to make a move, it will be too late for you to regret it. Luo Yu curled his finger, then come on, stop talking, make your move. Do it clean and quick. Boom! Tang San's entire body erupted with energy. The ground beneath him shattered, and the earth cracked like a spider web. The overwhelming aura made everyone around him tense up, feeling Tang San's immense power. Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances with her sister, their eyes flickering, and they cast a sympathetic glance at Tang San. This guy can't be looking for death, right? Especially Zhu Zhuqing, who was quite excited. She had been badly tricked by Luo Yu before, and didn't expect another person to jump into the fray. She admired the other's courage. Ning Rongrong had a strange expression, almost ready to grab a small stool and watch the excitement. To be honest, she couldn't believe that the man was here to join Shrek. Could this little broken academy accommodate such a powerful figure? If she hadn't run away from home just for fun, she wouldn't come to such a place. As for Luo Yu's move again, Ning Rongrong was looking forward to it. Compared to the other three girls, Xiao Wu was a bit worried. She understood Tang San's hidden weapons and soul power level and was concerned about Luo Yu getting hurt, starting to intervene again. Third brother, calm down a bit. You weren't this emotional before. What's going on today? Why do you have to fight? Tang San glared. If someone provokes me, that's fine. But if someone dares to covet you, I will make sure they regret it. Xiao Wu shook her head, anxiously saying, Third brother, are you misunderstanding? They have no intentions towards me. Besides, they helped us before. Don't you remember? Tang San sneered. Of course I remember. Otherwise, he would already be lying down. Can't you be a little nicer to them? Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger, feeling like Tang San was a different person today. Tang San raised his voice. Attitude? I have no attitude towards someone like him. The type I despise the most are these young masters. They have no real power and only rely on their family backgrounds to bully others. Third brother, you're being too arbitrary. They haven't said anything yet. Why do you label them? Tang San firmly replied, my purple extreme magic has already reached the second layer, the subtle realm. It absolutely won't be wrong. No matter how good this guy's acting is, he could deceive others, but he can't fool my eyes. He really has no power. He's just putting on show here. Xiao Wu pushed Tang San away and walked up to Luo Yu, blinking her eyes. Sorry, please don't be angry. This is the first time I've seen my third brother so excited. She bit her thin lip, You can go take the Shrek test with peace of mind. It's okay if you don't pass. If I pass, I will definitely speak to the assessment teacher on your behalf. Luo Yu's mouth twitched. It seemed like Xiao Wu was treating him as a vulnerable group to be sympathized with and protected. Did she really think she was a colored pencil and couldn't defeat Tang San? It looked like she might. At this moment, Tang San walked past Xiao Wu towards him. Third brother, what are you going to do again? Xiao was clearly unhappy. Tang San waved his hand. You step aside. I just want to say one thing to him. In front of everyone, he turned to Luo Yu and said, since Xiao Wu pleaded for you, I'll let you off this time. Think about it. With your level of energy, the Academy wouldn't even accept you. If you can't join the Academy, you naturally won't see Xiao Wu in the future, so there is no need for me to get angry with you. While Tang San was talking to himself, the sisters Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who knew the inside story, exchanged increasingly strange glances, truly sweating for him. The three women had already seen Luo Yu slowly raise his palm, filled with a dangerous aura. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out from behind the table. Stop the nonsense. Come here to test your soul power. The old man declared. Let me make it clear in advance. Only those under 13 years old with a level above 20 are eligible for preliminary acceptance into the academy. Hiss. There were gasps of surprise all around. To reach level 20 by 12 years old, that requirement was too outrageous. The old man scolded, shut up. If you can't even meet the basic requirements, can you still be called a little monster? Those who want to test, hurry up, don't dawdle. One by one, people moved forward to take the test. The results were either not enough levels or exceeding the age limit. After testing more than 10 people, all were eliminated. The old man's face grew increasingly grim, utterly disappointed. This generation is worse than the last. Tang San revealed a confident smile, standing tall as he said, then let me test first. He elegantly and swiftly walked to the old man, placing his hand skillfully on the white crystal ball. The crystal ball instantly erupted with a dazzling, intense light. The teacher in charge of the test's pupils shrank in astonishment, exclaiming, no way. Level 29? He quickly reached out to touch Tang San's bones, even more shocked. You're only 12 years old? The crowd erupted in an uproar, filled with disbelief at Tang San's talent. They knew how astonishing such talent was, something they could never reach. Tang San nodded, ignoring the envious and reverent gazes around him. The crystal ball emitted strong light, illuminating his incredibly confident face as he pointed at Luo Yu, sneering proudly. I've finished testing, level 29. How about you? Dare to come up and try? Chapter 69. The trembling crowd. Tang San slapped in the face. Tang San was extremely confident, his provocative voice not loud, but exceptionally firm. The surroundings fell silent. The old man in charge of the test's eyes sparkled with joy. 12 years old, level 29. This was definitely a genius-level figure. They had struck gold. The admissions elder was so excited, and the others around naturally erupted in chaos. Is this guy even human? Same age as me, and he is almost at level 30? This is ridiculous. The young people and their parents were all shocked, filled with disbelief. In their understanding, at this age, even having a level 20 was a rare occurrence. Tang San's level completely shattered their perceptions, leaving them utterly astonished. When they looked at Luo Yu, who was standing silently to the side, a trace of sympathy involuntarily flashed in everyone's eyes. It seemed that this guy was going to be severely suppressed today. Who could withstand a genius of this caliber? Some shook their heads helplessly. Being mocked by such a genius was truly infuriating. After all, the gap in talent and strength was a visible chasm. Everyone thought that Luo Yu would have to leave in disgrace at this point. Even Tang San couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. He was very sure that no one his age had soul power exceeding his own, while others were still in their naive years. He had already been practicing the Tang Sec's ultimate skill, Xintian Gong, directly cultivating his soul power to the innate maximum level, and then his cultivation had advanced rapidly. He would never believe that these so-called talents outside could compare to him. His martial soul talent and the Tang Sec's ultimate skill were no joke. Usually, his pride was hidden deep within, but today it was on full display, no longer concealed, because he absolutely could not tolerate any other man getting close to Xiao Wu. No matter what, if there were, they could just wait to accept his punishment. Tang San sneered at Luo Yu, the testing crystal ball still shining brilliantly in his hand, dazzlingly proving his unparalleled soul power compared to his peers. Luo Yu stood there, listening to the boos around him, watching Tang San being surrounded like the moon by the stars, his expression gradually becoming a bit strange. Tang San raised his head and said, "You were so eloquent just now. Why aren't you saying anything now?" Luo Yu shook his head and sighed. "I have a puzzling question. Why are some people Who seems so ordinary, so confident? Tang San's angry expression instantly froze, and he stared wide-eyed. Who are you referring to? Luo Yu smiled and said, I'm just curious. Is having a soul power level of 29 at 12 years old really that impressive? Does it make you this confident? Hiss. The entire venue shook, and people looked at Luo Yu in disbelief, with murmurs of confusion rising. Did this guy make a mistake? Does he know what being 12 years old and at this level of cultivation means? This is a genius, an absolute genius. Everyone now felt that Luo Yu was just being stubborn. Tang San's talent was indeed visibly powerful, making those around him feel intimidated. Whoosh! A figure flashed in front of Tang San, casting a friendly glance at him while glaring at Luo Yu. It was the elder responsible for admissions at Shrek Academy. He had noticed the conflict between Tang San and Luo Yu. Regardless of who was right or wrong, he could see Tang San's talent. Shrek had not encountered such a good seedling in many years. In his eyes, Luo Yu's aura was extremely ordinary. With that, the choice was clear. The old man naturally had the idea to take the opportunity to gain some favor from Tang San, and he shouted at Luo Yu, kid, the entrance of Shrek is not a place for you to argue. Words mean nothing here. Strength is the only way. You look down on a rank 29 cultivation? If you have the ability, show it and let everyone see. If you don't have that level of cultivation, I advise you to leave here early. Shrek won't accept students who only talk big. After saying this, the old man glanced at Tang San. Upon noticing the kind look directed at him from Tang San, he felt that he was doing the right thing. Offending an ordinary young man to gain the favor of a genius was a sure win. Xiao had already walked over and quietly advised Tang San, third brother, if you do this, he'll have nowhere to go. Your talent is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Just let it go. Don't make a scene. Hearing Xiao Wu speak up for Luo Yu, Tang San was instantly filled with anger. An unnamed jealousy surged in his heart. Xiao Wu, it's not that I want to argue with him. You saw how this guy is bragging. He thinks my rank 29 cultivation is nothing. So let him show his soul power level and let me and everyone else have a look. Now, all eyes were focused on Luo Yu. Many people were eager to see him fail, relishing the thought of watching Luo Yu make a fool of himself. Luo Yu, accompanied by a pair of hot and stunning twin sisters, was indeed the center of envy and jealousy. As they watched Luo Yu get slapped in the face by Tang San, they were all too pleased. In the face of the surrounding doubts, mockery, and the amused gazes of the crowd, Luo Yu remained calm and composed, the corners of his mouth curling into a wicked smile, as if he was watching a joke unfold. Zhu Zhuqing, why don't you go and test it first? All right, Zhu Zhuqing replied obediently, asking Tang San for the testing crystal ball. Tang San tossed the crystal ball in his hand and mockingly said, What's wrong? Are you scared and calling a woman to step up? Luo Yu faced the mockery, glanced at Tang San, then withdrew his gaze and slowly shook his head. Shoo, just watch, there's a surprise. You, Tang San was about to speak when he was suddenly blocked by the strong light that erupted for a moment. Everyone stiffly turned their gaze, looking at the crystal ball bursting with strong light and Zhu Zhuqing, who was continuously channeling soul power into the test crystal ball, instantly dumbfounded. No, it can't be. Another level 29? This woman doesn't even look like she's 13. The elder in charge of admissions was stunned, wondering what was happening, as if they had stumbled into a nest of geniuses today. This girl clearly looked younger than Tang San, yet she also had such cultivation. The surrounding gasps continued. But Zhu Zhuqing didn't feel proud. Her ears were just a bit red. Not long ago, she was only at level 27, and in such a short time, she had reached level 29. She was very clear about what this situation meant, all thanks to the man's diligent nurturing. This made her feel shy yet inexplicably happy. Remembering how Tang San had just criticized her man, a cold expression appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's face. She looked at the astonished Tang San and snorted. I'm only 2 months away from being 12, so I should be younger than you. Level 29 cultivation, isn't that a big deal? Tang San's face was stiff. He couldn't understand how a random woman could compare herself to him. Luo Yu glanced sideways and commanded, Zhu Yun, show your cultivation casually. Okay, master. Zhu Zhuqing replied obediently, causing the hearts of those around to race wildly. A fiery and enchanting beauty like her actually called this guy master? This was even more exaggerated than a romantic relationship. Boom! Zhu Zhuqing erupted with a powerful aura. The phantom spirit cat appeared, and the 4 rings of soul rings, yellow and purple, shone brightly in front of everyone. 4-ring soul master? This woman is already over level 40? The teacher recruiting students was stunned, and Tang San staggered back 3 steps as if struck by lightning. He found that he was even inferior to the woman beside this man. Impossible. Had his Xiantian skill been practiced in vain? This was not scientific, and Tang San couldn't believe it, his face darkening. At this moment, the Zhu sisters were dazzlingly standing obediently on either side of Luo Yu's body, willingly playing the role of green leaves. While shocking everyone, they also left many hearts broken and filled with envy, standing within the 4 rings of soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing looked down disdainfully and said, Tang San, right? At level 29, you dare to feel proud? You can't even compare to my sister and me. Yet you want to compare yourself to my master? Take a look in the mirror and see if you are worthy. Under the gaze of so many people, being ridiculed by a woman like this made Tang San's face turn ugly, but he couldn't retort a single word. Zhu Zhuqing reprimanded. My master is just too lazy to bother with you. Do you really think you're something special? I've been putting up with you for a long time. The strange looks from those around made Tang San feel like he was being roasted over a fire. His body swayed, his eyes turned blood red, and he pointed a finger at Luo Yu. I want to see you test it personally, not someone else. No matter how high someone else's cultivation is, it has nothing to do with you. Are you just going to hide behind a woman? Luo Yu met Tang San's fierce gaze and yawned out of boredom. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, will you? He took the testing crystal ball from Zhu Zhuqing's hand and infused it with his soul power. Since that's the case, open your eyes wide and see clearly. Your level 29 cultivation is nothing but a joke to me. With a loud boom, the ground trembled, and the crystal ball erupted with an astonishing phenomenon. Chapter 70. The Exploding Testing Crystal, shocking Shrek with overwhelming talent. With the same crystal ball, when it was in Luo Yu's hands, the phenomenon produced was completely different. Unusual waves radiated out. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply. The elder responsible for Shrek's admissions was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister wore expressions that seemed to say they had expected this all along. Looking at Tang San as if he were a clown, Ning Rongrong curiously focused on Luo Yu, never taking Tang San's talent seriously. Instead, it was a usually mysterious Luo Yu who piqued her interest more. Boom! Amidst the ground shaking, the crystal ball in Luo Yu's hand shone brilliantly, bursting forth with a blinding white light. The sudden and intense brightness left most people present momentarily blinded, unable to react in time. However, compared to the pain in their eyes, their hearts were already stirred up. A slight comparison revealed that the brightness Tang San had emitted earlier was nothing compared to this guy's. It was like comparing fireflies to stars. A gap so vast it was immeasurable. But Tang San was already at level 29 cultivation. What level of cultivation must the man who caused such a terrifying phenomenon possess? At this point, the surrounding parents and students couldn't help but shiver, unable to imagine it. They had never even seen talent like Tang San's before. The situation with Luo Yu exceeded their imagination and understanding. Tang San shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. It was impossible. How could it be? I clearly investigated. He doesn't have much soul power. He was now fully activating the purple extreme magic eye, constantly probing the figure in the strong light, desperately trying to find out if the man had achieved such an effect through some kind of cheating method. Unfortunately, he found no cheating methods. Instead, he saw the soul power on Luo Yu erupting like a flood, continuously surging forth, extremely terrifying. The mocking smile at the corner of the opponent's mouth was intentionally directed at him, instantly piercing Tang San's pride. Xiao Wu stood beside him, her pretty face filled with surprise, her cherry lips slightly parted, completely stunned by Luo Yu. It wasn't just that third brother had misjudged, she was the same. She truly did not expect Luo Yu's talent to reach such a level. After all, she was a reborn soft-boned rabbit with a history of 100,000 years. Her talent was beyond doubt. To encounter someone like Tang San, who could rival her, was already shocking enough. Luo Yu's overwhelming presence left her truly stunned, making it hard to imagine that such a genius could exist in this world. Everyone thought that the intense brilliance would gradually come to an end, but they didn't expect that to be just the beginning of the shock. Crack, crack! A crisp and delicate sound emerged. Everyone's necks stiffened as they turned to look in the direction of the sound, ignoring the tears streaming from their eyes due to the blinding light. Fixating intently on the source of the breaking sound, their hearts racing in an instant. On Luo Yu's hand, the testing crystal ball, which was bursting with intense light, had already developed a web-like pattern of fine cracks. In an instant, gasps arose. It cracked. Someone trembled and stammered. Can the testing crystal ball really crack? Of course. The crystal ball has a limit to how much it can bear. If it exceeds that limit, it will naturally crack. Are you saying that this guy's soul power is so strong that the testing crystal ball can't handle it? You ask me? How would I know? This is the first time I've seen such a situation. However, I can say with absolute certainty that this guy, who looks to be around our age, has a total amount of soul power that far exceeds ours. He is simply from a different world. Luo Yu didn't give them much time to react. The moment the white light reached its peak, there was a loud bang that stunned everyone. The testing crystal ball emitted a wailing sound and exploded into countless fragments under the unbearable pressure. Whoosh! Countless shards shot out in all directions. When the entrance of Shrek village returned to calm, Luo Yu had long since withdrawn his soul power, standing there calmly as if the astonishing phenomenon had nothing to do with him. Did that testing crystal just explode like that? What kind of soul power does this guy have? It's terrifying. Mom, I want to go home. It's too scary. Even if Luo Yu didn't target anyone, the act of shattering the crystal ball truly frightened these people. At this moment, many were blushing, not daring to look at Luo Yu. They now understood that everything has a reason. If a man had no abilities, how could such a seductive and enchanting woman willingly call him master? How could there be so many beautiful women surrounding him? They were clearly ignorant and narrow-minded. The jealous gazes that were directed at him earlier were now filled with recognition. And more importantly, admiration, as this overwhelming power was simply explosive. On the other hand, no one cared about Tang San anymore. 12 years old, level 29. Is he a genius? If asked before, they would have answered without hesitation that he was a genius. But after witnessing Luo Yu, asking them this question became a bit awkward. Compared to Luo Yu's soul power level, what does level 29 even count as? What does Tang San's talent even mean? Didn't they see the testing crystal explode? Who could compare to that operation? The elder in charge of Shrek's recruitment was twitching inside. Others may not know, but he certainly did. This testing crystal was specifically for testing soul masters below level 30. It could crack, but to explode it all at once. Even a level 40 soul power might not be able to do it. He now regretted it deeply, feeling like a fool. To please a level 29, he actually offended a true, monstrous genius? What should he do now? Zhu Zhuqing was also stunned at this moment. With her red lips slightly parted, she hesitated and said, "This is too scary. I just tried that crystal ball too, and with my current soul power, I feel like I'm still far from being able to crack it." Luo Yu shook his head, his face showing little expression. After all, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. He was quite familiar with it and found nothing surprising. Impossible, impossible. Tang San kept shaking his head, still unable to believe that Luo Yu possessed such a terrifying level of soul power that was so much stronger than his own. Could it be that all these years of practicing the Xiantian skill had gone to waste? Otherwise, how could anyone be so much stronger than him? Luo Yu walked towards Tang San, and the people on both sides stepped back, no longer showing the previous contempt. Each of them was filled with fear and shock. After walking a short distance, Luo Yu stopped and looked at Tang San. "Haven't you always said I'm a wastrel? Is there anything else you haven't said? Go on. I am listening." Luo Yu casually scratched his ear, not taking the other person seriously at all. Tang San's expression began to fluctuate, completely losing face. With so many people watching, how he had previously mocked the other person now felt like slaps on his own face. He clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Luo Yu, his tone sinister. "I indeed underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. But this should be all your trump cards, right? I warn you, don't think that just because your soul power is strong, you can act arrogantly in front of me. What I'm best at is not soul power. So you better be careful." "Oh." Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth lifting into a playful smile. "Little third, is that not enough of a blow? Are you starting to feel confident again?" Chapter 71. Tang San's perfect scheme, public challenge. Tang San's tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed, looking at Luo Yu, his anger dissipating, replaced by a mocking expression. "Blow? What blow? Just because you have a slight lead in soul power cultivation, you think you can blow me down? That's underestimating me." Tang San. He turned and scanned the surrounding students, parents, and the old man responsible for Shrek's admissions, deliberately raising his voice. Soul power levels don't really mean anything. If you have enough resources to supply it, even a pig can level up. What truly shows a person's practical level should be their combat ability. TSK. What do you mean? Luo, you wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. Tang San sneered repeatedly, as if he had already seen through everything. All right, stop pretending. Don't you understand what I mean? My level 29 is a result of my own hard work. What about your cultivation? I'm afraid it relies heavily on your rich family background, forcibly boosted by resources and elixirs. I, Tang San, have innate full soul power. It's not just bragging. It's an extreme level of talent. I've never stopped training every day. So why is your soul power so much stronger than mine? So, there is only one truth. Tang San pointed at Luo Yu, disdain flashing in his eyes. Your cultivation is completely built on piled-up spirit herbs. Otherwise, there is no way you could reach this level at your age. You can ask everyone, does anyone believe you achieved it through your own training? Tang San's words were firm and resonant. After everyone listened, their gaze changed instantly. They suddenly felt that Tang San made a lot of sense. A 12-year-old level 29 is already terrifying. How could someone over level 40 appear? This talent must be heavenly. How could that be? Yes. This guy must have relied on drugs to boost his level. Who knows how many resources he wasted? In an instant, the way those around looked at Luo Yu changed again. From shock and awe, it turned into jealousy and disdain. Even the old man responsible for Shrek's admissions had a fluctuating expression. Boosting levels with drugs is akin to forcing growth. How much future could that hold? It only looks good now. Damn, that scared me. I wondered why this guy was so impressive. Turns out he relied on drugs to get there. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Alright, that makes sense now. Otherwise, at this age, over level 40 is just a joke. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Tang San was extremely satisfied with this result. In just a few sentences, he regained his face and dealt a heavy blow to the other party. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of Luo Yu's applause was so clear that the surroundings fell silent again, and all eyes were focused on him, eager to hear what he had to say. Luo Yu looked at Tang San pitifully and said, "Is it really that difficult to admit that others are stronger than you?" Tang San snorted and replied, "At this point, your secret has already been exposed by me. Are you still going to keep pretending?" With the support of his Xiantian skill, along with his innate full soul power and twin martial souls, how could he possibly be so far behind others? Therefore, Tang San was 100% certain that this guy had cheated with herbs. He looked down on the other person even more in his heart. Relying on underhanded methods to increase your strength. No matter how high your soul power, it's all hollow. What does it matter if your level is higher than mine? In actual combat, you're just a paper tiger, easily pierced and nothing more. Emerging from the disappointment of being slapped in the face earlier, Tang San regained his confidence. His brows revealing brilliance, proud of his perfect deduction. The people around began to whisper, filled with doubts about Luo Yu. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong looked strange beside him. How could they not know what kind of combat power Luo Yu had? He could easily crush soul respect level foes and suppress the soul sect. To say he was a paper tiger? Were they out of their minds? The three beauties watched Tang San, who was confidently holding his head high in the arena, their expressions turning extremely strange. Feeling that this guy was stepping closer to his own doom, they eagerly wanted to see the despair on his face when he learned about Luo Yu's true strength. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the village where Shrek Academy was located, interrupting the atmosphere and drawing everyone's attention. For shadows swiftly flew from a distance, reaching the village entrance in the blink of an eye. The first to arrive was a burly man in his 50s. With a furrowed brow and broad shoulders like a city wall, his outer garment unable to conceal his iron-like muscles. Following him were three others. A gray-clothed youth with a jade-like face and peach blossom eyes. A chubby boy with a red mohawk. A handsome young man with golden hair and sinister eyes, his face covered in bruises and blood. The old man in charge of Shrek Academy's admissions brightened at the sight of the burly man and hurried over. "Teacher Zhao, why are you here?" The burly man frowned and asked, "What was that strong light and explosion at the village entrance?" "I thought someone was causing trouble, so I brought people over." The old man pointed at Luo Yu and said, "It wasn't trouble. During the testing of this young man, our testing crystal ball exploded." "What?" Zhao Wujie exclaimed. The young people behind him also looked shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Luo Yu, especially Dai Mubai, who had his pupils shrink at the sight of Luo Yu. How could the scourge be here? He unconsciously took a half step back, still feeling the pain on his face from earlier. "What's wrong, Mubai?" Zhao Wujie turned to ask. "And no, it's nothing. I was just surprised to hear that someone exploded the crystal," Dai Mubai stammered, not daring to reveal that he knew Luo Yu. After all, he had experienced Luo Yu's methods the night before and didn't dare to be boastful. He hadn't even dared to say he was beaten when he returned to the academy. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to question Luo Yu, the old man suddenly leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhao Wujie's expression froze. Then he began to scan the surroundings, shifting his gaze between Luo Yu and Tang San. After some contemplation, he spoke, "Since you all came to apply to Shrek, there is no need to fuss over a minor matter. I hereby announce that you have all passed Shrek's preliminary test and can proceed with me to the next stage of the examination." "Wait," Tang San suddenly spoke up, pointing at Luo Yu. "Teacher, if this guy's soul power is boosted by using drugs, then he can't really be considered a small monster. So he shouldn't be accepted by Shrek. Zhao Wujie frowned and turned to Luo Yu to be able to explode the testing crystal. Your soul power should be over level 40, right? Luo Yu nodded. That's right. How did you do it? Zhao Wujie felt a shock in his heart, somewhat unable to believe it. Luo Yu shrugged, pouting his lips, cast a teasing glance at Tang San, and said with a smile, "Anyway, I haven't taken any drugs." Who would believe that? Tang San sneered, absolutely not believing it. Zhao Wujie's eyes flickered, and he said, "Can I check your body for confirmation? Do you suspect me?" Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Ahem. Zhao Wujie showed an awkward expression, saying, "It's not suspicion. It's just that your soul power level is too astonishing, making me a bit uncertain." Luo Yu shook his head and said indifferently, "I can't let you investigate. If you believe it, then fine. If you don't, then forget it." Zhao Wujie's expression changed. He wasn't that suspicious before, but now his gaze became hesitant. Tang San snorted and said, "If you won't allow an investigation, are you afraid of being exposed?" He turned to Zhao Wujie and cupped his hands, saying, "Teacher Zhao, since he won't allow an investigation, that's fine. Actual combat can completely test a person's level. How about you officiate and let us have a match?" With so many people watching, this guy must have some issues that he cannot hide. A smile appeared at the corner of Tang San's mouth. Everything was part of his plan. Today, he was going to prove in front of everyone present who the real little monster was. A soul master of over level 40 being defeated by his own over 20 level soul master. Let's see how he can face others in the future. The main point is that Xiao Wu might not want to see this person again. A perfect plan, flawless. Tang San was confident that this guy, whether he had used drugs to reach the soul master level or not, could never defeat him. Today was destined to be his downfall. Chapter 72. Ning Rongrong rejects Tang San. Group duel. Luo Yu facing 4. Zhao Wujie listened to Tang San's suggestion, his eyes flickering with contemplation. From his perspective, he didn't want the two geniuses under him to have a conflict. With so many people present today, no matter who wins in the end, the loser wouldn't feel good about it. This would create a grudge, which wouldn't be beneficial for the Academy's unity. However, seeing Tang San's aggressive demeanor, it seemed that he wouldn't back down without a fight today. The main point was that Zhao Wujie also wanted to take this opportunity to see if Luo Yu, at level 40, was genuine. Suddenly, he thought of a good compromise. That was to divide the new students into 2 teams for a confrontation. This way, no matter which side lost, it would be considered a team failure, minimizing the sense of personal defeat and embarrassment. Zhao Wujie's eyes lit up as he looked at Luo Yu. "What do you think of his proposal for an actual combat match?" Luo Yu shrugged, indifferent. "You saw how eager he is to get beaten up. If I don't fulfill his wish, I would feel guilty." The stubborn duck was hard to crack. Soon you would understand what was going on. Tang San's eyes glinted coldly, a sneer on his lips. He had countless trump cards and didn't take Luo Yu's strength seriously at all. "Silence!" Zhao Wujie shouted, turning his gaze to encompass the entire arena. "Since you all have no objections, I will give you this opportunity. However, it won't be a private fight between you two, but rather each of you will lead a team for a battle. This is for your benefit, as the future Soul Master competition will also be conducted in teams, not as individuals." He called over the elder responsible for enrollment and asked, "How many students meet our enrollment criteria today?" The elder pointed to the Zhu Zhuqing sisters. Zhao Wujie frowned. "Just the 2 of them?" The elder smiled bitterly. "I haven't finished testing everyone yet." "Then hurry up and test them. I want to divide the teams." Zhao Wujie glared. Zhao Wujie took out a new testing crystal ball and quickly finished testing the remaining people. The result was that very few met the criteria. Only Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu joined the 2 sisters. One was at level 27 and the other at level 29, causing a small stir. Other parents and the rejected children, feeling dejected, did not leave immediately but stayed to watch, knowing that the exciting part was about to begin. A large area at the entrance of Shrek Village had been cleared, and unrelated people retreated to the sides, all gazing towards the arena. Zhao Wujie presided over the event. This year, exactly 6 people meet the criteria: Luo Shishu and Tang San. You can each choose 2 people as your teammates for a 3v3 match. "No problem," Tang San quickly responded, rubbing his hands together, already eager and impatient. Luo Yu slowly nodded, remaining silent, his gaze coldly fixed on Tang San. Zhao Wujie said, "All right, you can form your own teams." Before the selection could begin, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing directly stood beside Luo Yu, clearly indicating their stance. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and whispered, "Third brother, this isn't good, right? Can we avoid fighting? It would hurt our feelings." Tang San shook his head. "Why not fight? Just wait and see how I expose this person's true strength and show you his real face. Xiao Wu was unable to resist and sighed. Then let's keep it light. After all, we will all be classmates in the future. Tang San sneered. That also depends on whether his strength is worthy of being my classmate. He looked at Zhao Wujia, eagerly saying, Teacher Zhao, since we've already formed our teams, can we start now? Just as Zhao Wujia was about to nod, a girl's voice interrupted him. Wait, I haven't said who I'm teaming up with yet. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang San, disdainfully pouting, Don't get ahead of yourself. I never said I wanted to be in your group. After saying that, she quickly walked over to Luo Yu and stood firmly beside him. I want to be in his group. Seeing Ning Rongrong's disdainful gaze and her swift movement away from him to join Luo Yu, Tang San's expression immediately turned sour as if he had eaten a dead fly, his fists clenched tightly. This was a bit tricky for Zhao Wujia. He looked at the three beautiful girls beside Luo Yu and said, One of you three, come over here. No. Zhu Zhuqing's sisters and Ning Rongrong all rejected in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, this scene made Tang San grit his teeth even more. At that moment, Ma Hongjun entered the arena, his eyes fixed on the three beauties beside Luo Yu, his innate desire flaring up, captivated by their beauty. Teacher Zhao, why don't I and Dai Mubai join Tang San's side? Then it would be a perfect 4 against 4. Zhao Wujia shook his head. Nonsense. You've all been in school for a year. Why mix with the newcomers? Ma Hongjun's gaze couldn't be torn away from the three girls, his small eyes flashing with unusual light. Teacher Zhao, you're wrong. Look at the strength of those over there. They aren't weak. Zhao Wujia hesitated. Rest assured, I and Dai Mubai will know our limits. I wouldn't dare hurt these lovely junior sisters. Ma Hongjun walked over to Tang San and curiously looked at Dai Mubai, who had been inactive in another corner, calling out, Dai Mubai, why aren't you coming over? Dai Mubai was sweating profusely, almost ready to curse Ma Hongjun in his heart. You idiot, don't drag me into this. He didn't have the guts to provoke that calamity. Luo Yu. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. You go ahead. I won't get involved. I have a bit of a stomachache today. Ma Hongjun quickly came over, pulling him and whispering in his ear, Dai Mubai, don't you usually get excited when you see a woman? The twin sisters over there are so beautiful. Don't you have any thoughts? I'd rather think of your mother. The mention of that made Dai Mubai irritable. It was a sore spot for him. He thought this, but didn't he express it outwardly? One couldn't just rush to tell others that they were being cheated on, and naturally, he was afraid of Luo Yu deep down and didn't dare provoke him. Holding his stomach, he frowned and said, I really can't fight today. I get diarrhea when I do. Ma Hongjun found it strange. If it were normal, upon hearing about beautiful women, Dai Mubai would probably run even if he were limping. What was going on today? In the end, Dai Mubai managed to escape under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, leaving only 8 people in the arena. They lined up in a row, standing on either side, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, Luo Yu, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. The audience couldn't guess who would win, and Dai Mubai touched his face with a sense of relief. Finally, someone could share the pain with him. As Zhao Wujia announced the start, the atmosphere instantly became tense, with explosions and vibrant colors filling the arena. The fire phoenix soared across the sky, with Ma Hongjun bathed in hot red flames, his evil fire boiling, his small eyes gleaming with excitement, exuding an unmatched strong aura, causing the ground to scorch. Xiao Wu was enveloped in pink light, embodying the charm of a soft-boned rabbit. Oscar produced several auxiliary sausages and handed them to the three. Tang San's aura surged, his hands transforming into mysterious jade hands, blue-silver vines appearing like ghosts. And his eyes activated the purple extreme demon eyes, radiating a strong light defiantly, surveying the entire arena with confidence. Just as Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were about to unleash their martial souls, Luo Yu reached out to stop them. They looked at Luo Yu in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion. Luo Yu smirked, moving his neck left and right, producing cracking sounds from his bones. He walked to the front, squinting his eyes at the 4 powerful figures ahead, and said calmly, "You 3 step back. Let me have some fun with them." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place erupted in astonishment, all looking at Luo Yu in disbelief. What? This guy's going to take on 4 by himself? Is he crazy? Zhao Wujia was a bit dazed, while Tang San and Ma Hongjun froze for a moment. Then they looked at Luo Yu with immense anger. You underestimate us too much. You're seeking death. Boom! The battle was about to begin. Tomorrow, Tang San will be brutally beaten up in style, starting from Qingming Festival. There will be more updates, thanks to the brothers for their support. The pace will also quicken from now on. This section is to rationally beat up Tang San. If he isn't annoying enough, how can Xiao Wu develop a dislike for him and later fall in love with the protagonist? Please understand if there are any issues. Love you all. Just to emphasize, updates will start late at night every day. Chapter 73. Crushing the Evil Fire Phoenix. Violent slaps. Is he about to lose? Luo Yu's contemptuous posture directly ignited the anger of Tang San and the others. A tremendous roar erupted instantly. The surrounding audience felt a tremor in their eardrums. And explosive flames shot up into the sky from the open space at the village entrance. The temperature around them rose sharply. Ma Hongjun, with an impressive aura, was the first to step out from beside Tang San and Oscar. His small eyes were filled with uncontrollable fury as he glared at Luo Yu. With flames forming phoenix feathers extending from his back, bathed in the fierce orange-red evil fire, his tone chilling. What give you the right to think you can take us for on? It's truly ridiculous. You three can just watch from the side. Let me go teach this kid a lesson first. He was slightly plump, but moved with incredible speed, letting out a sharp howl as overwhelming evil fire surged towards Luo Yu, as if to burn everything in its path, utterly domineering. The air at this moment was filled with the scent of something burning. Even the spectators, despite being far away, felt a wave of heat rushing towards them, making it hard to breathe. They couldn't help but be astonished. Shrek students were indeed extraordinary, definitely possessing the strength to challenge beyond their level. At this moment, Ma Hongjun charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, carrying boundless flames. Luo Yu stood still, not even blinking, not flinching or avoiding. This caused the audience to gasp in surprise. Could this guy be scared silly? If he didn't release his martial soul soon, it would be too late. Ma Hongjun observed Luo Yu's reaction from the air and secretly sneered. His evil fire phoenix was not some random martial soul. Those who dared to underestimate him would inevitably pay a bloody price. Was the soul sect really that impressive? Which genius couldn't challenge above their level? Slash! Ma Hongjun had already closed in, his palm transforming into the sharp claws of a phoenix, revealing a sharp, cold gleam, carrying a blazing and surging fire, viciously striking towards Luo Yu's throat. He could almost see the scene of the person before him suffering due to carelessness under his hands, and a smug, sinister smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. The reason he charged forward was certainly not to help Tang San, but to take down Luo Yu, which might win him the favor of the three stunning beauties by his side. But fantasy was ultimately just fantasy. In the moment Ma Hongjun closed in, Luo Yu moved. Facing the fierce attack and the explosive flames, he didn't even summon his martial soul. He simply raised one arm, reached out, and directly grabbed the opponent's sharp claw. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and a shock wave swept through. The scene seemed to freeze in an instant. The entire arena trembled, with pairs of shocked eyes staring intently at the center. He just caught it like that. He didn't even need to summon his martial soul. Such a terrifying attack was casually blocked by his physical body, while others were in shock. Only Dai Mubai wore a look of disbelief. Ma Hongjun's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. His unstoppable phoenix iron claw was firmly gripped by a broad palm like an iron vice. The phoenix evil fire that surrounded him continuously scorched the opponent's palm, yet it didn't leave a single mark. How could this be possible? Looking into the man's deep, dark eyes, Ma Hongjun's heart suddenly sank. A chill ran down his spine. A wave of coldness surged upward. Luo Yu slowly shook his head and commented, "You have quite a loud voice, but is your strength really at this level?" Ma Hongjun's flames surged, and as his soul power flowed, he struggled desperately to escape Luo Yu's restraint. Luo Yu frowned and snorted. "Don't move." Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, and the phoenix claw twisted, fingers becoming deformed. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, when they were broken, Ma Hongjun's face turned pale, and he let out a scream. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Boom! Ma Hongjun lost all composure, desperately trying to escape, as a second spirit ring began to spin and rise. Spirit skill, Fire Phoenix. The flames around him increased in power by 30%. However, under the surging flames, Luo Yu not only did not retreat, but instead showed a hint of pleasure on his face. He playfully said, causing Ma Hongjun to feel instant despair, "I'll let you in on a secret. I'm not afraid of fire." "I don't believe it." Ma Hongjun shook his head repeatedly, thinking that his evil fire was nearly the ultimate fire. How could there be anyone in the world who could ignore his flames? First spirit skill, Phoenix Fireline. In a panic, he activated his first spirit ring, opened his mouth wide, and a solid purple-black flame beam erupted from his mouth, shooting directly at Luo Yu's head. Faster than the wind. At such a close distance, an ordinary person wouldn't have time to react. But Luo Yu, with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, raised his palm like lightning and quickly met that flame beam, blocking it barehanded and sending it back. Slap. A big palm struck Ma Hongjuan's face, sending all the flame beams back into his mouth, and 5 fingers tightly grasped his facial contours, refusing to let go. Luo Yu was more than a head taller than him, and he forcibly grabbed his face and lifted him up, no matter how he kicked his legs. He couldn't break free. This scene was completed in just a few breaths, and when the audience reacted, they couldn't help but gasp in shock, staring at Luo Yu. Just this move was terrifying. Zhao Wujie was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Ma Hongju knew very well what kind of strength he had, yet he was taken down like this? It couldn't have been more than 3 seconds. The most important thing was that Luo Yu hadn't even released his martial soul. This was too frightening. What kind of strength did this guy have? Let him go. Tang San's shout came from the side, and Luo Yu's gaze instantly sharpened. Boom! Purple, black, blue, silver vines burst out from the ground. Thick branches with special thorns bound towards his body from all directions, sealing off his escape route. Taking this opportunity, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already summoned gusts of wind, with a dazzling display, carrying overwhelming momentum, launching a simultaneous attack from both sides to encircle Luo Yu. Luo Yu remained calm and composed, his expression resolute. With a single arm swing, he hurled Ma Hongjun like a hidden weapon, directly throwing him towards Tang San in an attempt to buy time. However, Tang San chose not to catch Ma Hongjun. Instead, he dodged to the side, causing Ma Hongjun to skid along the ground, kicking up dust as he was sent flying. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his speed did not decrease as he charged straight towards Luo Yu. TSK, to deal with me. He doesn't even care about his teammates' safety? Luo Yu showed a mocking expression. Tang San's eyes glinted coldly as he said harshly, "That kind of trash will only hold us back. Why should we care? Just because you had some skill a moment ago, what does it matter? Today, let me show you how I'll take you down." Xiao Wu, second soul skill charm. Boom! Tang San's purple extreme magic eye emitted a deep purple light. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes shot out a pink, enchanting glow. The 2 mental attacks reached their target at lightning speed, striking directly at Luo Yu. Luo Yu's movements suddenly paused, and the surrounding blue-silver vines immediately bound his body, tying him up tightly and locking his joints. The thorns on the vines simultaneously released toxins that paralyzed his nerves. Xiao Wu moved like a startled rabbit and had already dashed close. She leaped high into the air, timing her move perfectly, and her slender legs wrapped in pink stockings rotated in the air before finally crossing and tightly clamping around Luo Yu's neck. With a mental attack in front, blue-silver vines locking his lower body joints, and Xiao Wu's beautiful legs constricting his neck, he was completely immobilized. Luo Yu seemed to have been completely controlled, unable to resist. Huh, now you can't move, can you? 1 against 4. Do you have the qualifications for that? Tang San's lips curled into a gleaming sneer, revealing the smile of a victor. His hands were filled with the color of mysterious jade, and he tightly clenched his fists, fiercely striking towards Luo Yu's chest. 1 blow to end the battle. Luo Yu had previously overwhelmed Ma Hongjun, but in the next moment he was tightly bound and faced with Tang San's fatal blow, about to suffer a miserable defeat. The spectators on the sidelines gasped in shock. Zhao Wujie shook his head repeatedly. This kid has decent strength, but ultimately, he was too arrogant. Now that he is so tightly controlled, it seems the battle has no suspense and will end in an instant. Speaking of which, Tang San really has a good grasp of the timing for controlling the battlefield. He has quite a good seedling. Zhao Wujie was already prepared to lend a hand to Luo Yu. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes were anxious, pouting her red lips and stamping her feet, looking at Luo Yu with resentment. "If I had known, you shouldn't have been so stubborn. You were too careless." Just as she was about to offer help, she was stopped by Zhu Zhuqing and her sister, who grabbed her shoulders. "Can't you see he's trapped? We should help." Zhu Zhuqing huffed. "What's the rush? Just watch. The master won't be defeated so easily." Huh? Ning Rongrong looked toward the arena, just as she saw Luo Yu, who was bound tightly, about to be hit in the chest by Tang San's punch. Roar! Luo Yu's dreamy eyes suddenly regained clarity, shining with divine light, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a perfect arc. A thunderous dragon roar erupted, and an unexpected change occurred. Xiao Wu, who was tightly holding on to Luo Yu, had her enchanting eyes narrow suddenly. Her legs went numb, and her delicate body began to tremble. The rhythm quickened. At least 4 updates today. Let's start with the first one. Xiao Wu is definitely ours. Chapter 74. Firmly restraining the Tang sect's ultimate skills. Tang San suffers a crushing defeat. Xiao Wu's long, perfect, stocking-clad legs maintain the posture of an old tree's roots. She tightly clamped onto Luo Yu's neck, controlling his body and preventing him from having any chance to resist. At the moment the dragon roar sounded, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes flashed with horror. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, instinctively starting to shake, and her long legs instantly stiffened. Unable to move, the vast dragon pressure suddenly emanating from Luo Yu made her feel weak and numb all over, as if countless electric currents were surging through her, leaving her unable to muster any strength. Xiao Wu was now in a state of extreme panic. What kind of martial soul did this man possess to elicit such a strong reaction from her? Her legs trembled uncontrollably, as if she had momentarily lost control over her body. Her limbs felt weak, and her movements resembled that of a spoiled child clinging to Luo Yu, lacking any lethality. Just as Xiao Wu was stunned, Tang San had already manipulated his Xian Yu hand to fiercely strike. Luo Yu's body was bound by purple-black vines, and a dazzling 9-colored light erupted from the gaps between them. A faint red power of vitality filled the arena, followed by a loud bang. All the purple-black vines shattered into pieces, exploding and shooting debris in all directions. A fist, surging with vitality and surrounded by 9 colors, was suddenly thrown out, directly meeting the incoming Tang San. With a thud, their fists collided, and Tang San's face instantly filled with disbelief. The next moment, he felt the overwhelming force coming from the fist, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball, his eyes wide open as he flew away. Tang San had thought victory was assured, but he never expected Luo Yu to have the ability to break free from his restraints in an instant. With his and Xiao Wu's combined mental attack, along with the entanglement skill of blue silver grass and Xiao Wu's locking technique, controlling someone should have been easy. Yet the control felt as fragile as paper in front of this man. A single blow rendered him powerless. Bang! Tang San was blasted back dozens of meters, stumbling back 10 or more steps before barely stabilizing himself, his long robe already torn to shreds by the residual force. He suppressed the metallic taste rising in his throat and looked down at his palm, which was covered with white marks from the impact. Tang San's eyes narrowed. The Xian Yu hand he had cultivated for many years was supposed to be impervious to all poisons and incredibly sturdy. Yet it had almost been shattered by this guy in front of him. What kind of martial soul did the opponent possess to amplify their strength to such an extent? At this moment, Luo Yu had become the absolute center of attention. Standing in the arena, bathed in dozens of gazes, a majestic 9-colored dragon shadow appeared behind him, with vitality surging forth, exuding an overwhelming aura. Everyone was shaken, speculating about what kind of martial soul Luo Yu possessed. All those present with beast martial souls, including Zhao Wuji, felt a suppressive sensation from their bloodlines. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration, drawn to the man's dominance and strength. She tugged at Ning Rongrong's skirt and said with a pout, "See, I told you, the master doesn't need our help at all. Whatever he decides, we just follow." Ning Rongrong instinctively nodded but had no time to respond. Her eyes were completely fixated on Luo Yu in the arena, her face flushed, lost in excitement and thoughts. Inside the arena, after sending Tang San flying with a punch, Luo Yu's gaze flickered as he grabbed Xiao Wu's ankle with his other hand. "Get down here." A tremendous force surged, and Xiao Wu's body instantly swayed, almost unable to hold on to Luo Yu's neck. She gritted her silver teeth, forcing her numbed body to exert strength in her legs. First soul skill, waist bow. However, no matter how Xiao Wu urged her soul power or exerted force with her legs, Luo Yu remained completely unmoved, as if he were cast in iron, unshakable by any external force. Xiao Wu's pretty face gradually turned pale. This was the first time her waist bow had failed. With a soft cry from the girl, Luo Yu had already yanked her ankle down, directly pinning her at the waist, sealing her soul power and giving a playful smack to her round little bottom. "Let me go." Xiao Wu flailed her arms, striking Luo Yu's body, struggling with all her might, but with her soul power sealed. It felt like she was merely tickling him. Slap, slap, slap. Luo Yu raised his hand and delivered several slaps without any mercy, leaving Xiao Wu's backside almost numb. What does a woman have to do with a man's fight? She deserved to be beaten. Xiao Wu was publicly spanked by Luo Yu, her hands covering her flushed face, feeling as if she had lost all her dignity. She wanted to resist, but couldn't do anything. The dragon's might from the man left her increasingly weak and numb. The dragon god, martial soul, naturally has a suppressive power over soul beasts. Let Xiao Wu go. Tang San's roar came from a distance. Luo Yu stopped slapping his butt and looked up. What's wrong? Is your hand not painful anymore? Tang San's eyes were filled with a dissatisfied crimson hue. I warn you, don't touch my Xiao Wu. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. What? Your Xiao Wu? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow and, with a loud slap, aimed at Xiao Wu's butt again. It seems she has nothing to do with you. Tang San's eyes narrowed, his breath becoming extremely dangerous. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill that wish. Boom! Tang San gathered strength under his feet and shot forward. Luo Yu's eyes narrowed, and she said in a low voice, I'll deal with this guy first, then I'll handle you, you little girl, daring to lay a hand on me. Why should I be afraid to strike you? Xiao Wu retorted, her bottom already numb from being hit. Luo Yu shook his head, not in a hurry to explain. As Tang San was about to reach him, he directly threw Xiao Wu towards Zhu Zhuqing and her sister. Zhu Qing, make sure to keep this girl under control. Don't let her run around. Luo Yu and Tang San quickly engaged in battle. The arena was filled with continuous rumbling sounds. The ground kept cracking, and the momentum was truly astonishing. It didn't seem like the fluctuations caused by two low-ranking soul masters at all. Every time Liu made a move, Tang San seemed to be a phantom underfoot, skillfully dodging the attacks while simultaneously drawing out profound trajectories with his hands, using strength against strength to counter him. The more Tang San fought, the more confident he became, sneering, Kid, you won't be able to act so arrogantly for long. I have the Go Shadow Phantom Steps to evade, and with the crane catching dragon technique, I can use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. My skills already surpass you by countless measures. What good is your brute strength? What can you use to compete with me? You can't hit me at all. And if this continues, you will undoubtedly lose. Huh, you think this is a game? It seems that after not being hit for half a day, you think you're capable now? Luo Yu let out a cold laugh, and as he walked, white mist suddenly surged upwards. Within the mist, it seemed as if a bright moon was rising, and a series of phantoms appeared in the arena. Divine-level footwork, celestial wind watching the moon step. Initially, Tang San was ahead in speed, easily dodging attacks. At this moment, however, his speed was instantly surpassed by Luo Yu, completely unable to grasp Luo Yu's attack trajectory. The Tang Sec's ultimate skill, Ghost Shadow Displacement, was immediately rendered ineffective, and he quickly fell behind. Tang San was astonished. How is this possible? How could you keep up with my Tang Sec's ultimate skill? In my presence, your Tang Sec's ultimate skill is nothing. Luo Yu's gaze was cold and fierce as he seized an opening from Tang San. The dragon god martial soul manifested, bursting forth with 9-colored radiance, and the explosive power was soul-shaking. He raised his hand and delivered a punch filled with immense strength, controlling the crane to catch the dragon, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. So what? Watch me break all techniques with sheer power. Boom! Luo Yu's punch was like a force that could crush everything. No matter how Tang San tried to deflect it, he could not stop the overwhelming might of the punch, which struck directly at his chest. Poof! Tang San instantly spat out blood, splattering it into the air, his face turning pale as paper. Like a rag, he was sent flying far away. Chapter 75. The Shrek Genius is terrified by Liu. Third update.